Chapter 1. The Servant's Secret Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The bucket weighed more than a man should carry at dawn. Shen adjusted the bamboo pole across his shoulders, feeling the rough would bite into skin that had long since calloused over. 2 wooden pails hung from either end, sloshing with water drawn from the mountain spring 300 steps above the verdant spring Sect's outer courtyard. His arms trembled. His knees ached. But he did not slow down. He never slowed down. The eastern sky was still gray, the sun a mere promise behind the jagged peaks of the Qingyun Mountains. Most disciples wouldn't rise for another hour. The inner disciples, blessed with cultivation resources and warm quilts, would sleep until the breakfast gong sounded at the hour of the dragon. But servant disciples had no such luxury. By the time the inner disciples opened their eyes, Shen would have already carried 40 buckets of water, swept 3 courtyards, and restocked the herb-drying racks. Today, however, was different. Today, he had woken an hour earlier than usual. Not for chores, for something far more important. Shen deposited the water buckets at the kitchen entrance, nodded to old Lu, the Sect's perpetually grumpy cook, and slipped away before anyone could assign him another task. His feet carried him along a path he'd memorized in darkness, past the outer disciples' dormitory, through the gap in the crumbling wall behind the latrine building, across the narrow stream bed, and up the rocky slope to the hollow cedar tree. The tree was ancient. Its trunk was wide enough for 3 men to stand inside, and its roots had been hollowed out by centuries of water and insects. From the outside, it looked dead, just another rotting giant in the forest. But inside, hidden beneath a false bottom of packed earth and dried leaves, lay the only inheritance Shen parents had left him. He knelt and dug with practiced fingers. The oilskin bundle emerged, still dry despite last night's rain. He unwrapped it carefully, revealing 3 leather-bound journals and a jade slip the color of seafoam. His mother's handwriting filled the first journal. His father's occupied the second. The third was written by both of them, entries alternating, a medical dialogue between husband and wife that spanned years of research. The Primordial Life Sutra, Shen murmured, tracing the title on the jade slip. Chapter 7. Sensing the life pulse of others. He'd been working through the jade slip's contents for 2 years now. Slowly, painfully, without a teacher, without resources, without even a proper cultivation manual to cross-reference. Everything he knew about cultivation came from these journals, and what he could overhear from lectures meant for real disciples. Shen was 18 years old. He was at the 3rd layer of qi condensation. This was pathetic by any standard. Inner disciples his age were typically at the 7th or 8th layer. Even outer disciples managed the 5th or 6th with the Sect's support. But Shen had no support. No spirit stones. No medicinal pills. No access to the Sect's cultivation grounds with their concentrated spiritual energy. He cultivated with nothing but ambient qi and sheer stubbornness. He pressed the jade slip to his forehead and closed his eyes. Information flowed into his mind. Not words, but sensations. The feeling of reaching out with one's spiritual perception and touching the life force of another being. Not their cultivation, not their qi reserves, but their life itself. The fundamental spark that separated the living from the dead. His mother's voice echoed in his memory. Healing begins with seeing. Before you can mend, you must understand what is broken. Shen extended his spiritual perception outward. It was weak, barely reaching 10 feet, but within that range, the world transformed. The hollow cedar, dead to ordinary eyes, still held a faint green glow at its roots where stubborn life clung to survival. Insects in the bark pulsed with tiny sparks. A bird nesting in the upper branches was a warm constellation of vitality. He pushed further, straining. His perception touched the stream below, and he felt the rush of life within it. Fish, water plants, algae, microorganisms, all woven together in a tapestry of interconnected vitality. Then pain lanced through his temples, and he pulled back, gasping. Too far, too fast. His cultivation base was too shallow to sustain extended life sense perception. He needed to be stronger. 5 years, he muttered, massaging his temples. 5 years of scraps and stolen moments. At this rate, I'll be an old man before I reach foundation establishment. But what choice did he have? He rewrapped the journals and jade slip, buried them again, and descended the slope. The sun was fully up now, and the Sect was stirring. He needed to get back before. There you are, you lazy dog. Shen stomach dropped. Standing at the base of the slope, arms crossed, was disciple Zhao. One of Elder Feng's personal attendants and the bane of every servant disciple's existence. He was 19, Qi condensation layer 7, and utterly convinced that his proximity to a sect elder made him important. Senior brother Zhao, Shen Wei said, inclining his head just enough to satisfy propriety. I was gathering kindling for the kitchen. With empty hands, Zhou Kong sneered. Elder Fong requires his morning tea. The good leaves, not the garbage you usually bring. And he wants it before the morning bell. That's in 15 minutes. Then you'd better run. Shen Wei ran. Not because Zhou Kong frightened him. The disciple was a bully, not a threat, but because angering Elder Fong Zhuo was dangerous. The disciplinary elder had authority over all servant disciples, and he wielded that authority like a blade. And he had particular reasons to keep Shen Wei under his boot. The good tea leaves were stored in a locked cabinet in the main kitchen. Old Lu grumbled, but opened it, tossing Shen Wei a small silk pouch of cloud mist tea. Leaves grown on the sect's highest peak, worth more per ounce than a servant disciple earned in a month. Shen Wei prepared the tea with expert hands. This, at least, was a skill he'd mastered. His father had taught him tea ceremonies as a child, back when the Wei family still had a residence in the inner sect, back when his parents were respected physicians, back before everything collapsed. He carried the tea tray to Elder Fong Zhuo's residence with 3 minutes to spare. The elder's quarters were on the western side of the inner sect, a sprawling compound of dark wood and gray stone, perpetually shadowed by the cliff face behind it. 2 guards flanked the entrance, both outer disciples at the 6th layer. They searched Shen Wei's person before letting him through, as they always did. Elder Fong Zhuo sat in his study, reading a scroll. He was a lean man in his 50s, with a sharp face, thin lips, and eyes that calculated everything they saw. His cultivation was at the peak of foundation establishment, the strongest elder in the sect besides the sect leader himself. Set it down, Fong Zhuo said without looking up. Shen Wei placed the tray on the desk and began to pour. The ritual was always the same. Pour, step back, wait. If the tea was acceptable, Fong Zhuo would wave him away. If not, you were late to the kitchen this morning. Shen Wei's hands didn't falter. I apologize, elder. The mountain spring's flow was weaker than usual. I didn't ask for excuses. Fong Zhuo's eyes finally rose from the scroll. They were cold, the kind of cold that came not from anger, but from something deeper. Something like fear disguised as contempt. You know, boy, your parents were also fond of excuses, right up until the end. Shen Wei said nothing. His face was a mask. Behind that mask, rage burned so hot it threatened to crack his carefully maintained composure. Your father claimed his research was purely academic. Your mother insisted the techniques were theoretical. Fong Zhuo sipped the tea. The tribunal found otherwise. Forbidden soul arts. The penalty was death, as it should be. Every word was a knife. Shen Wei had heard them 1,000 times, in 1,000 variations. Fong Zhuo brought up his parents regularly, seemingly for no other reason than to remind Shen Wei of his place. Will there be anything else, elder? Shen Wei asked. Sweep the disciplinary hall. The floors are filthy. And Shen Wei, Fong Zhuo's voice dropped. Stay out of the forest. Servant disciples have no reason to wander. The words hit harder than a slap. He knows. Or suspects. Does he know about the hiding spot? About the journals? Shen Wei bowed and left, his mind racing. If Fong Zhuo had discovered his parents' hidden research, the elder would have already confiscated it. So he didn't know the exact location. But he knew Shen Wei was going somewhere, doing something, and that made him suspicious. I need to be more careful, Shen Wei thought as he swept the disciplinary hall's stone floors. And I need to be stronger. Much, much stronger. Because Shen Wei had discovered something in his parents' journals that Elder Fong Zhuo desperately wanted to keep buried. A single line, written in his father's most careful script. Fong Zhuo approached us 3 months before the tribunal. He wanted the primordial life sutra for himself. We refused. He said we would regret it. Elder Fong Zhuo hadn't just witnessed his parents' execution. He had orchestrated it. Chapter 2. Blood on the Mountain. The demon beasts came on the 7th day of the 9th month, when the autumn leaves were just beginning to turn and the sect was preparing for the annual harvest festival. Shen Wei was in the herb garden when the warning bells erupted. 3 sharp clangs, then a pause, then 3 more, the signal for a major beast tide. He'd heard it only twice in his life, and both times, the aftermath had been measured in blood. All combat disciples to the outer perimeter. The voice of Elder Qin boomed across the sect, amplified by a sound transmission talisman. Servant disciples to the inner compound. This is not a drill. Shen Wei dropped his pruning shears and ran, not toward the inner compound, but toward the supply depot. He'd learned from the previous beast tides that the combat disciples always needed medical supplies, and the sect's few physicians couldn't be everywhere at once. The supply depot was chaos. Disciples shoved past each other, grabbing weapons, talismans, formation flags. Shen navigated the crowd with the ease of someone accustomed to being invisible. He grabbed a canvas sack and filled it with everything a field healer might need. Bandages, hemostatic powder, burn salve, 3 bottles of low-grade healing pills, and a bundle of silver acupuncture needles. Where do you think you're going? A hand grabbed his collar. It was Zhao, already armored, sword at his hip. Servants, stay inside. The fighters will need medical support, Shen said. That's what the physicians are for. The physicians are 3 people for a sect of 800. They can't be everywhere. Zhao hesitated. Behind them, a roar shook the mountain, deep, primal, and far too close. The ground trembled. Fine, Zhao muttered. But if you die, I'm not carrying your body back. Shen was already moving. The outer perimeter was a defensive line of formation stakes and carved stone pillars that channeled the mountain's natural spiritual energy into a protective barrier. In a normal beast incursion, it held easily. Today, it was failing. The beasts were wrong. That was Shen first thought as he crested the ridge and saw the battle. Normal demon beasts attacked in packs or swarms, driven by hunger or territorial instinct. These beasts moved with coordination. Shadow Fang tigers, normally solitary predators, ran in formation alongside iron-scaled boars and venomfire serpents. Species that would normally eat each other were cooperating. Something is controlling them, Shen realized. Something intelligent. The outer disciples formed the first line of defense, hurling techniques and talismans at the advancing beasts. The inner disciples held the second line, their more powerful cultivation creating a wall of sword chi and elemental force. Elders coordinated from the rear. And everywhere, there was blood. Shen sprinted to the nearest cluster of wounded disciples. 3 outer disciples lay behind a rock formation, 1 unconscious, 2 clutching injuries. A Shadow Fang tiger's claws had torn through a young woman's shoulder, exposing muscle and bone. Hold still, Shen said, dropping to his knees beside her. He packed the wound with hemostatic powder, applied pressure, and began wrapping bandages with hands that moved from memory. You're just a servant, the woman gasped. I'm a servant who knows how to stop bleeding. Stay down. He moved to the next wounded disciple, then the next. Word spread quickly. The servant boy with the medical supplies. Fighters began dragging their wounded to him instead of trying to carry them all the way back to the sect's main hall. For 2 hours, Shen worked without stopping. He set broken bones, stitched wounds, administered pills, and used his limited cultivation to stimulate healing in the most critical cases. His hands were red to the elbows. His knees were soaked in mud and blood. Then he heard it, a scream that cut through the chaos like a blade through silk. Not a scream of pain, a scream of defiance. Shen looked up and saw her. Lin Yu was an inner disciple of the Verdant Spring sect, ranked 3rd among the younger generation. She was 20 years old, chi condensation layer 8, and wielded a crystalline blue sword that hummed with barely contained spiritual energy. She was also, in Shen reluctant assessment, the most talented sword cultivator the sect had produced in a decade. She was currently fighting a Shadow Fang tiger the size of a horse. The beast was enormous, a matriarch, Shen guessed, based on the silver streaks in its otherwise black fur. It moved with terrifying speed, its claws leaving afterimages in the air. Lin Yu matched it blow for blow, her sword tracing arcs of blue light that carved deep furrows into the tiger's hide. But she was losing. Shen could see it even from a distance. The tiger's claws had opened 3 parallel gashes across Lin Yu's ribs. Blood streamed down her left side, soaking her white robes crimson. She was compensating, shifting her stance, favoring her right side. But each exchange cost her more than she could afford. Then the tiger lunged. Its massive body blurred forward. Lin Yu raised her sword to block, but the beast's paw smashed through her guard with raw physical force. The impact launched her backward. She hit a boulder with a sickening crack and crumpled. The tiger advanced, jaws wide. Shen was running before he consciously decided to move. He didn't think about the fact that he was chi condensation layer 3 charging at a beast that outclassed him by an absurd margin. He didn't think about the probability of death. He thought only of the woman bleeding on the ground and the expanding pool of red beneath her. He reached her before the tiger did. Barely. He threw himself over her body, pressing his hands against her ruined torso, and felt his stomach lurch. It was worse than he'd feared. 3 broken ribs. A punctured lung. Internal bleeding that was rapidly filling her chest cavity. Her dantian, the spiritual center of her cultivation, was cracked. Not just damaged. Cracked, like a porcelain bowl struck by a hammer. Spiritual energy leaked from the fracture lines, dissipating into the air. A cracked dantian was a death sentence. Even the sect's best physicians couldn't repair it. Lin Yu would die, not in hours or days, but in minutes, as her spiritual energy bled away and took her life force with it. The tiger's shadow fell over them both. Shenwei looked up into its yellow eyes and saw hunger, not for flesh, but for the spiritual energy pouring from Lin Yu's broken dantian. These beasts were drawn to cultivation energy. That's why they'd attacked the sect. Something had directed them here, to feed. Not her, Shenwei whispered. Not today. He had no combat techniques, no weapons, no hope of fighting a beast at this level. But he had the primordial life sutra, and he had one thing the beast didn't expect, a complete disregard for his own safety. Shenwei plunged his spiritual perception into Lin Yu's body. Not the surface-level diagnosis he'd been performing all day, but a full immersion, the technique his mother's journal called life resonance. He'd never performed it on a person. He'd barely managed it on injured animals. But Lin Yu was dying, and there was no one else. The world fell away. Sound ceased. Color drained. All that remained was the interior landscape of Lin Yu's body, a topography of meridians and organ systems rendered in light and shadow. And at the center, her dantian, a cracked sphere of blue-white light, hemorrhaging energy like blood from a severed artery. He had to seal the cracks. He had to mend the dantian. The primordial life sutra's healing technique required the user to channel their own life essence, not chi, not spiritual energy, but the fundamental force of their own vitality, into the patient. It was the most intimate form of healing possible. It was also the most dangerous, because life essence, once given, could not be recovered. Every drop he spent was a day taken from his own lifespan. Shenwei didn't hesitate. Golden light erupted from his hands, not the blue-white of standard spiritual energy, but a warm, liquid gold that pulsed with the rhythm of a heartbeat. His heartbeat. It flowed into Lin Yu's body, seeking the cracks in her dantian with an intelligence that surprised even him. The golden light touched the first crack and sealed it. The second, the third. Lin Yu's eyes flew open. She gasped, arching her back as the healing energy flooded her system. Her gaze found Shen Wei's face above her, a servant disciple she'd probably never noticed in her life, and widened with shock. Because she could feel him, not just his hands on her body or his energy in her meridians. She could feel him, his determination, his fear, his stubborn refusal to let her die. Emotions that were not hers poured into her consciousness like water into a dry riverbed. And between them, visible to Shen Wei's spiritual perception, a thread of gold materialized. It stretched from his chest to hers, thin as spider silk but bright as a miniature sun. It anchored itself in both their spiritual cores and hummed with a frequency that resonated in his bones. The tiger lunged, and Lin Yu's sword, lying 3 feet away, flew into her hand as if called. She moved with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for someone who'd been dying seconds ago. The blade carved a crescent of blue light through the air and took the tiger's foreleg off at the shoulder. The beast screamed and recoiled. Lin Yu pressed forward, her movements sharp and fluid, her injuries sealed and her dantian whole. She drove the sword through the tiger's skull. The beast collapsed. The ground shook. Lin Yu stood over its corpse, breathing hard, her white robes painted red. Then she turned to Shen Wei, and her expression was something he couldn't read: shock, confusion, gratitude, and something else. Something deeper. "What did you do to me?" she whispered. Shen Wei looked down at his hands. They still glowed faintly gold. And in his chest, he could feel it, a warm thread connecting him to the woman standing before him. He could sense her heartbeat, her breathing, the electric storm of her emotions. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I saved your life. And something happened." "Something happened," Lin Yu repeated. She pressed a hand to her chest, right where the thread anchored. "I can feel you. Inside me. Your emotions. She stopped. Her eyes narrowed. "What are you?" "A servant disciple." "Servant disciples don't glow gold." A valid point. Shen Wei opened his mouth to respond, but the world tilted sideways. Exhaustion hit him like a physical force, the backlash of spending his life essence. His knees buckled, and the ground rushed up to meet him. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was Lin Yu's face above him, her expression shifting from suspicion to alarm as she caught him before he hit the ground. Chapter 3. The first golden thread. Shen Wei woke to the smell of medicinal herbs and the sound of someone arguing. "Absolutely not. He's a servant disciple. You can't put him in a recovery room meant for inner. He saved my life, Elder Fong. He is staying in that room." "Disciple Lin, you forget your place. And you forget that without this boy, you'd be arranging my funeral instead of questioning his bedside accommodations." Silence. Then footsteps retreating, sharp, angry, and distinctly belonging to Elder Fong Zhua. Shen Wei opened his eyes. He was in the sect's medical hall, in one of the private recovery rooms reserved for injured inner disciples. The bed was softer than anything he'd slept on in his life. Spiritual energy circulated through the room from formation plates embedded in the walls, aiding natural recovery. Lin Yu sat in a wooden chair beside the bed. She'd changed out of her bloodied robes into clean gray ones, but bandages still wrapped her torso. Her hair was loose, falling past her shoulders in a black cascade. Without her usual severe braid and imperious expression, she looked younger. Almost vulnerable. Almost. "You've been unconscious for 14 hours, she said. Her voice was clipped, controlled. "The physician said you suffered severe qi depletion and something he called life essence exhaustion. He said he'd never seen it before." Shen sat up slowly. His body felt hollowed out, like someone had scooped his insides clean. But the golden thread in his chest was still there, warm, steady, connected to the woman sitting 3 feet away. "Can you still feel it?" he asked. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. "Yes." "Can you?" "Yes." "Then explain it." Shen considered lying. He considered deflecting, playing ignorant, hiding behind the mask of a simple servant who'd gotten lucky. But the thread between them pulsed with her emotions, sharp, demanding, laced with genuine fear, and he realized that lying to someone who could feel your sincerity was pointless. "My parents were physicians," he said. "Not just herb mixing, pill-making physicians. They studied the fundamental nature of life force, how it flows, how it breaks, how it can be mended. They developed a technique called the Primordial Life Sutra. That's what got them killed. That's what got them murdered," Shen corrected quietly. "They were accused of practicing forbidden soul arts. But the technique isn't about manipulating souls. It's about healing at the deepest level, mending injuries that conventional medicine can't touch. Like a cracked dantian. Like a cracked dantian." Lin Yu stood and paced the small room. 3 steps to the wall, 3 steps back. Shen could feel her agitation through the bond, a buzzing, restless energy that mirrored her physical movement. "The physician examined me this morning," she said. "He found no trace of dantian damage. He said it was impossible. He saw the cracks himself during the initial tree-off. He thinks the beast's spiritual energy somehow healed me. He doesn't know about the golden light. I haven't told anyone." She stopped pacing and faced him. "Because I don't understand it, and I don't like things I don't understand. This thread between us, it's not normal. I've never read about any healing technique that creates a permanent connection between healer and patient." "Neither have I," Shen admitted. "My parents' research mentioned the possibility. They called it a soul bond, a resonance between the healer's life essence and the patient's spiritual core. But they described it as theoretical. They never actually created one." "Well, congratulations. You've moved beyond theory." Lin Yu's voice was acidic, but through the bond, Shen felt something beneath the sarcasm, wonder. She was fighting it, suppressing it beneath layers of discipline and pride, but it was there. The sensation of being connected to another person at the soul level was extraordinary, and even Lin Yu, ice-blooded, steel-spined Lin Yu, couldn't entirely deny that. "I need to test something," Shen said. "Can I have your hand?" "Absolutely not. I need to understand how the bond works. I've never experienced one before. If there are risks or side effects, I need to identify them before." "Before what?" "Before you accidentally bond with someone else." The words hung in the air. Lin Yu's expression didn't change, but through the bond, Shen felt a spike of something that took him a moment to identify. Possessiveness. Not romantic, nothing so simple. It was territorial. She'd been changed by this bond, connected to another person in a way she hadn't chosen, and the idea that this connection could be replicated, diluted, shared, it offended her on a level she probably didn't fully understand yet. "I need to understand the bond to protect us both," Shen said calmly. "If anyone discovers what this is, what it really is, we'll both be in danger. Elder Fangzhou already has reasons to want me silenced. If he learns about this, why would Fangzhou care about a healing technique?" Shen hesitated. Then he made a decision that would alter the trajectory of both their lives. "Because he's the one who had my parents killed to steal it." He told her everything. The hidden journals, the jade slip, his parents' research, Fangzhou's demand for the Primordial Life Sutra and their refusal, the convenient accusation of forbidden arts, the summary tribunal, the execution. Lin Yu listened without interrupting. Through the bond, he felt her emotions shift, skepticism giving way to consideration, then to cold, quiet anger. "You have proof?" she asked. "My father's journal entry naming Fangzhou directly, and the fact that Fangzhou has been keeping me as a servant disciple, close enough to monitor, low enough to ignore. He's been watching me for 5 years, waiting to see if I inherited my parents' knowledge." "Which you did." "Which I did." Lin Yu sat back down. She was quiet for a long time, and through the bond, Shen felt her running calculations, strategic assessments, risk evaluations, the cold machinery of a mind trained for combat and politics. "Give me your hand," she said. Shen blinked. "What? You said you needed to test the bond. So test it." He reached out. Their hands met, and the golden thread between them blazed. Information flooded through the connection, not words, but pure understanding. Lin Yu's cultivation base opened to his perception like a book, and he could see every meridian, every energy pathway, the elegant architecture of a sword cultivator's spiritual foundation. And he could share. Without thinking, he sent a tiny sliver of insight, a perception technique from the Primordial Life Sutra that enhanced sensitivity to energy flows. It traveled the golden thread and settled into Lin Yu's consciousness like a seed finding soil. Lin Yu gasped. Her free hand flew to her temple. "I can see the energy in the room. The formation plates. The currents. I've never." She pulled her hand away, breathing hard. "What was that?" "I shared a perception technique through the bond. Without meaning to. It just flowed." They stared at each other. The implications were staggering. If the soul bond allowed the sharing of cultivation insights, techniques, perceptions, even raw understanding, then it was more than a healing side effect. It was a strategic asset of almost unimaginable value. And it was exactly the kind of power that would get them both killed if the wrong people learned about it. "We tell no one," Lin Yu said firmly. "Agreed. I'll protect the secret from my end. You protect it from yours." And Shen She met his eyes, and for the first time, he saw her not as a proud inner disciple looking down at a servant, but as an equal assessing a partner. Fengshui doesn't know about this. If he finds out, he won't just silence you. He'll try to take the bond for himself, whatever that requires. "I know. Then get stronger. Fast." It was not a suggestion. Through the bond, Shen felt the steel beneath her words, an absolute conviction that weakness was a death sentence. Lin Yu had survived the beast tide. She would survive whatever came next. And now, whether either of them liked it, their fates were linked by a thread of gold. Shen nodded. "I intend to." Chapter 4. Whispers of Heresy. Within 3 days, the entire sect was talking about the servant boy who had healed a cracked dantian. Shen had hoped to keep a low profile. The soul bond was secret. Lin Yu had been adamant about that, and he agreed completely. But the healing itself couldn't be hidden. Too many people had seen the aftermath. Lin Yu, pronounced mortally wounded by the battlefield medic, walking out of the medical hall 2 days later in perfect health. A cracked dantian, the single most devastating cultivation injury short of death, mended as if it had never been damaged. The physician who examined her was baffled. He wrote a formal report to the sect leader, noting that the healing was unprecedented and defied all known medical principles. He attributed it to an unknown technique performed by servant-disciple Shen during the chaos of the beast tide. The report reached every elder within a day. Shen felt the change immediately. Where he'd once been invisible, a fixture of the sect as unremarkable as the brooms he carried, he was now watched. Disciples who had never acknowledged his existence suddenly nodded in the corridors. Outer disciples whispered as he passed. An inner disciple he'd never met approached him in the herb garden and asked, with genuine respect, if he could examine an old shoulder injury. Shen helped him. He could not help. The shoulder was a simple case, a tendon that had healed improperly after a training accident. Shen used standard acupuncture and a low-grade healing pill, nothing remotely related to the Primordial Life Sutra. But the disciple told his friends, who told their friends, and by the end of the day, Shen had a line of people outside the herb garden waiting for treatment. This was exactly what he didn't need. "You're making yourself a target," Chunhao said that evening. Chunhao was Shen only real friend in the sect, a fellow servant disciple, 1 year younger, perpetually cheerful in the face of hardship. He was short, round-faced, and possessed of a gift for stating the obvious that somehow managed to be endearing rather than annoying. They sat on the roof of the servants' quarters, sharing a pot of cheap tea and watching the sunset paint the mountains gold. "I know," Shen said. "Then stop healing people." "I can't." "You can't, or you won't." Shen considered the question. "Both." Chunhao sighed dramatically. "You know, most people with dangerous secrets try to be less noticeable. You seem to be going in the opposite direction. I didn't plan this. The beast tide happened. Lin Yu was dying. I couldn't just— Oh, I know. You couldn't just let the beautiful inner disciple die. Very heroic. Very noble. Very likely to get you killed by Elder Fong, who, I would like to remind you, has been looking for an excuse to bury you since before you could shave." Shen took a slow sip of tea. Through the soul bond, he could feel Lin Yu somewhere in the inner sect, her emotions muted by distance but still present, a constant warmth at the edge of his awareness. She was training, he thought. The steady pulse of focus and exertion was familiar now. Feng Zhuo will move soon, Shen Wei said quietly. He has to. If I gain too much visibility, he can't touch me without drawing attention. So he'll act while I'm still just a servant with a lucky healing. Before anyone takes me seriously. And what are you going to do about it? Get taken seriously. The next morning, Shen Wei went to the medical hall and formally offered his services as a healer during the post-beast tide recovery. There were still dozens of injured disciples, and the sect's 3 physicians were overwhelmed. The head physician, an older man named Dr. Liang, was initially dismissive. A servant disciple with no formal training was more liability than help. But after Shen Wei demonstrated his diagnostic abilities on a case that had stumped Dr. Liang for 2 days, a fractured spiritual meridian hidden beneath the patient's other injuries, the physician grudgingly accepted his assistance. For the next week, Shen Wei worked in the medical hall from dawn to dusk. He treated over 60 patients. He was careful, scrupulously, meticulously careful, to use only conventional techniques. No golden light, no life essence, no primordial life sutra, just herbs, acupuncture, and medical knowledge that was impressive but explicable. He needed to build a reputation as a gifted but ordinary healer. Someone talented enough to be valued, but not so extraordinary as to be feared. It almost worked. On the 8th day, Elder Feng Zhuo summoned him. Shen Wei walked to the disciplinary elder's study with the calm of a man who had rehearsed this conversation 100 times in his head. Through the bond, he felt Lin Yu's sudden alertness. She'd sensed his spike of tension and was on guard. Feng Zhuo was not alone. 2 of his faction's senior disciples stood behind his chair, their hands on their swords. The message was clear. This was not a casual conversation. Sit, Feng Zhuo said. Shen Wei sat. The head physician tells me you've been performing remarkably in the medical hall. Feng Zhuo's voice was silk over steel. 60 patients in 8 days. Not a single complication. Diagnoses that put Dr. Liang to shame. I've had some training, Shen Wei said. Have you? How curious. Your records show no medical education. No apprenticeship. No access to medical texts. Just a servant disciple who spent 5 years carrying water and sweeping floors. Feng Zhuo leaned forward. Where did you learn? My parents were physicians, elder. Before their departure, I observed their work as a child. Observed. Feng Zhuo tasted the word like it was bitter. Your parents practiced forbidden arts, boy. Soul manipulation techniques that violate the natural order. Are you telling me you learned from their work? I learned basic medicine. Herbs. Acupuncture. Diagnosis. Nothing forbidden. And the healed Dantian? Disciple Lin used cracked Dantian, mended in seconds? Is that also basic medicine? The room was very quiet. The 2 senior disciples shifted their weight, hands tightening on sword hilts. A cracked Dantian emits spiritual energy in a specific pattern, Shen Wei said, reciting an explanation he prepared days ago. If you can match that pattern with a countering energy flow, you can temporarily stabilize the cracks, giving the body's natural healing processes time to close them. It's an application of resonance theory, well documented in the Compendium of Spiritual Medicine, Volume 7. This was technically true. The theory existed. It had also been universally dismissed as impractical because no healer had the sensitivity to match Dantian energy patterns in real time. Shen Wei could only do it because of the primordial life sutra's perception techniques. But Feng Zhuo wouldn't know that, unless he admitted to having read the stolen research. The elder's eyes narrowed. Shen Wei could almost see the calculation behind them. Push harder and risk exposing his own connection to the primordial life sutra, or back off and lose control of the situation. Volume 7. Feng Zhuo repeated. How would a servant disciple access the compendium? It's restricted to inner disciples and above. I read it through the library window, Shen Wei said without missing a beat. The librarian leaves the shutters open on warm days. I have good eyesight. A muscle in Feng Zhuo's jaw twitched. Get out. Shen Wei stood, bowed precisely, and left. He did not run, did not hurry, did not betray by any outward sign the hammering of his heart. Behind him, Feng Zhuo's voice reached him through the closing door. Watch him. Every hour of every day. If he so much as glows, I want to know about it. Shen Wei walked back to the medical hall, his mind already working through the implications. Feng Zhuo was afraid. Not of a servant boy, of what that servant boy might know. The elder had stolen incomplete research. If Shen Wei possessed the complete primordial life sutra, that made the boy both a threat and a prize. The confrontation was coming. Shen Wei could feel it approaching like a storm front, heavy and inevitable. He needed allies. He needed power. He needed time. He wasn't sure he'd get enough of any of them. Chapter 5. The Bond's first test 3 weeks after the beast tide. Lin Yu came to the herb garden at midnight. Shen was cultivating among the spirit plants, drawing ambient qi from their natural emissions. It was a technique he'd developed out of necessity. Servant disciples had no access to cultivation grounds, so he'd learned to find spiritual energy wherever it gathered naturally. The herb garden, rich with medicinal plants that exuded faint spiritual energy, was the best option available to him. He sensed her before she appeared. The soul bond gave him an awareness of her location that sharpened with proximity, a warm glow that intensified as she approached, like feeling the sun emerge from behind clouds. "You cultivate here," she said, materializing from the shadows. She dressed in dark clothing, her sword absent. This was not an official visit. The spiritual energy density is about 1/10 of the inner Sect's cultivation grounds, Shen acknowledged. "But it's what I have." Lin Yu looked around the garden with new eyes. Through the bond, Shen felt her reassessing, comparing his cultivation progress to the resources he'd been given. Third layer of qi condensation with nothing but garden scraps and stolen techniques. Her expression shifted from neutral to something that might have been respect. "We need to test the bond properly," she said. "I've been experiencing anomalies." "What kind of anomalies?" "My sword technique. It's improving at an abnormal rate. I broke through a bottleneck yesterday that I'd been stuck on for 4 months. And my spiritual perception has expanded. I can sense energy flows I couldn't see before. That technique you shared through the bond, it's still growing." Shen straightened. "The perception technique is still active? I only meant to share a momentary insight. Apparently, the bond has a more permanent effect." Lin Yu crossed her arms. "I need to understand the extent of it. And so do you." They spent the next 3 hours testing the bond's capabilities. What they discovered changed both their understanding of what they were dealing with. First, emotion sensing. This was constant and passive. They could feel each other's dominant emotions at any distance within the sect's boundaries. Strong emotions, fear, anger, joy, came through clearly. Subtler ones required proximity or active focus. Second, location awareness. Also constant and passive. Each could sense the other's general direction and approximate distance. Within 100 feet, the precision became exact. Third, insight sharing. This required physical contact and conscious intent. When their hands touched and Shen focused, he could transmit cultivation insights through the bond. The insights didn't just transfer, they adapted to the recipient's cultivation base, making them immediately usable. This was the most staggering discovery. Shen shared a basic energy circulation technique, and Lin Yu's eyes went wide as her spiritual energy began moving in a more efficient pattern automatically. "This is beyond anything in the medical texts," Shen murmured, pulling his hand away. "The bond isn't just a connection. It's a pathway, a two-way channel for spiritual information. Can I share insights with you?" Lin Yu asked. They tried. Lin Yu focused on her most fundamental sword technique, the autumn water 16 strikes, and Shen felt a cascade of understanding flow through the bond. Not the technique itself. His body and cultivation base couldn't support a sword technique meant for a far more advanced cultivator. But the underlying principles, economy of motion, the geometry of attack angles, the timing of energy release, settled into his mind with crystal clarity. "I can't use your technique," Shen said slowly, "but I can understand it. The principles are applicable. They could improve how I channel healing energy. A healer learning combat efficiency from a sword technique through a soul bond." Lin Yu shook her head. "This is either the greatest discovery in cultivation history or the most dangerous. Probably both." They stared at each other in the moonlight, the golden thread between them humming softly. Then Lin Yu did something Shen didn't expect. She laughed. It was short, quiet, and slightly incredulous, but it was genuine. "I spent 3 years trying to perfect the third form of autumn water," she said. 3 years of drilling, sparring, meditating. You just showed me a perception trick that let me see my own technique from the outside, and I broke through in an afternoon." She fixed him with a gaze that was equal parts intensity and curiosity. "What else can you share?" "I barely know what I can do," Shen admitted. "My parents' research was incomplete. They theorized about soul bonds, but never created one. Everything we're discovering is new. Then we explore it. Together. But carefully." Lin Yu's expression hardened. "And privately. If Fangzhuo discovers that this bond can share cultivation insights, he'd kill us both and try to replicate it." "No. He'd keep you alive. You're the healer. You're the one who creates the bonds. He'd kill me and replace me with someone loyal to him." Her voice was flat, pragmatic. Through the bond, Shen felt no fear. Only the cold resolve of someone who had measured a threat and determined how to survive it. "I won't let that happen," Shen said. "Your qi condensation layer 3. What exactly would you do?" Whatever is necessary. Through the bond, Lin Yu felt the absolute sincerity of that statement. Not bravado, not empty promises, but a quiet, unshakable determination that had survived 5 years of servitude and the murder of his parents. She felt it, and something in her expression shifted. Then get stronger, she said for the second time. Here. She pulled a small jade bottle from her robe and set it on the ground between them. Foundation establishment pills. I had 3 left from my last allocation. You need them more than I do. Shen stared at the bottle. A single foundation establishment pill was worth more than a servant disciple could earn in 2 years. 3 of them represented a resource investment that could, don't overthink it, Lin Yu said. If you die because you're too weak, I lose my only advantage against Feng Zhua. This is strategic. Through the bond, he felt the truth she wouldn't say aloud. It wasn't just strategic. She cared. The bond had given her access to his emotions for 3 weeks now. His quiet resilience, his determination, the compassion that drove him to heal anyone who needed it. She'd felt these things as if they were her own, and they'd cracked something in her carefully maintained armor. She would rather die than admit it. But the bond didn't lie. Thank you, Shen said simply. Don't thank me. Advance. That's the only thanks I need. She disappeared into the night, and Shen sat among the herbs, holding a jade bottle that contained the first real cultivation resources he'd possessed in 5 years. He opened it, took a pill, and began to cultivate. Chapter 6. Servant No more. The breakthrough from Qi condensation layer 3 to layer 4 happened that night. By morning, Shen had reached layer 5. The foundation establishment pills were extraordinary, concentrated spiritual energy in solid form, designed to fill a cultivator's meridians to bursting and force expansion. Combined with Shen existing foundation, lean but surprisingly solid from years of cultivating with minimal resources, the pills worked with devastating efficiency. His body knew how to be efficient. Years of deprivation had taught his meridians to wring every last drop of value from the spiritual energy available. Now, with actual resources, those meridians opened like drought-starved fields receiving rain. By noon, he was at layer 6. The change was noticeable. Shen spiritual perception, already enhanced by the primordial life sutras training, expanded from 10 feet to 40. His physical strength doubled. His healing abilities made a qualitative leap. He could now diagnose injuries without touching the patient, simply by scanning their body with spiritual perception from several feet away. Dr. Liang noticed immediately. Your cultivation has advanced, the old physician said, peering at Shen over his spectacles. Significantly. Overnight. I had some unexpected resources, Shen said carefully. Dr. Liang was a perceptive man. He'd been the Sect's head physician for 30 years, and very little escaped his attention. I've submitted a recommendation to Sect leader Qin. You're wasted as a servant disciple. Your medical talent alone warrants a formal position. Shen heart stuttered. Sect leader Qin? He's been reviewing my reports on the beast-tide casualties. Your work impressed him. He wants to meet you. 2 hours later, Shen stood in the audience hall of the Verdant Springs Sect's main building, facing Sect leader Qin Zhengyang for the first time. Qin Zhengyang was everything Feng Zhua was not. Where the disciplinary elder was sharp and calculating, the Sect leader was broad and steady. A mountain of a man in his 60s, with a square jaw, kind eyes, and the aura of someone who had achieved foundation establishment peaked decades ago and settled into it like a comfortable chair. He radiated authority not through intimidation, but through the quiet confidence of someone who had nothing to prove. Shen the Sect leader said, looking at him with an appraising gaze. Son of Xin Yunfei and Jiang Roxin. The names hit Shen like a physical blow. No one in the Sect spoke his parents' names. They were taboo, forbidden subjects, associated with disgrace and execution. I knew your parents, Qin Jingyang continued. Not well, but well enough. Your father was the most talented physician this Sect has produced in a century. Your mother's understanding of spiritual medicine was remarkable. He paused. I was not part of the tribunal that convicted them. I was away on a diplomatic mission. By the time I returned, the sentence had been carried out. Shen said nothing. His throat was tight. I've always had doubts about that tribunal, Qin Zhengyang said quietly. But doubts without evidence are merely opinions, and opinions don't resurrect the dead. He leaned forward. Dr. Liang tells me you've been performing healing that rivals his own. He says your diagnostic abilities exceed his. He says you mended a cracked dantian. Yes, Sect leader. How? Shen gave the same explanation he'd given Feng Zhua. Resonance theory, energy pattern matching, volume 7 of the compendium. Qin Jingyang listened with an expression that suggested he didn't entirely believe it, but was willing to accept it for now. Whatever your methods, the Sect leader said, The results speak for themselves. 63 patients treated, 0 complications, 14 cases that Dr. Liang considers miracles. You're not a servant, Shen Wei. You never should have been. He lifted a jade token from his desk, green and white, inscribed with the sect's insignia. Effective immediately, you are a formal disciple of the Verdant Spring Sect, with the rank of medical cultivator. You'll have access to the outer cultivation grounds, a stipend of 20 spirit stones per month, and quarters in the medical disciples' hall. Shen Wei took the token. His hand trembled slightly. I know Elder Fong will object, Qin Zhengyang added. He has opinions about your family. But the disciplinary elder's authority does not extend to cultivation appointments. That is my prerogative. He smiled. Don't make me regret it. Shen Wei bowed deeply. Thank you, sect leader. I will not. He left the audience hall and walked to his new quarters in a daze. The medical disciples' hall was a modest building between the outer and inner sect. Nothing luxurious. But it had private rooms, heating formations, and spiritual energy that was denser than anything Shen Wei had experienced outside the herb garden. His room was small, a bed, a desk, a meditation mat, a shelf for medical supplies. It had a door that locked. Shen Wei stood in the center of this tiny room and felt, for the first time in 5 years, safe. Through the soul bond, he sensed Lin Yu's satisfaction, a warm pulse of approval. He sat on the meditation mat and took the second foundation establishment pill. Within hours, he reached Qi condensation layer 7. The walls between layers were crumbling before him, each breakthrough easier than the last, as if his body had been waiting for permission to grow. By evening, he was at layer 8. One more layer to go before foundation establishment. One more step before he was strong enough to begin, really begin, the work his parents had started. But the evening also brought a visitor he hadn't expected. Chen Hao appeared at his door with a basket of food, a grin, and the look of someone who had just survived an earthquake and wanted to discuss it. A formal disciple, Chen Hao said, settling onto the floor of Shen Wei's room and unpacking dumplings, rice, and pickled vegetables. The sect leader himself promoted you. This is either the best day of your life or the beginning of the worst. Why not both? That's the spirit. Chen Hao handed him a dumpling. Eat. You look like a ghost. Also, Fang Zhuo is furious. His entire faction is buzzing about it. Zhou Kong cornered me today and demanded to know how you managed it. I told him you bribed the sect leader with tea. He actually believed me for a second. Shen Wei ate. The food was hot and real and tasted like something other than the bland porridge that servant disciples subsisted on. He ate 3 dumplings before speaking. I need you to be careful, Chen Hao. Fang Zhuo is going to escalate. He can't touch me directly anymore. Qin Jingyang's protection is real, but he might go after the people around me. Chen Hao's grin faded slightly. You think he'd target a servant disciple? I think he'd do whatever he believes is necessary. He already killed my parents. You still haven't proven that. I know, but I will. Shen Wei met his friend's eyes. In the meantime, keep your head down. If anyone from Fang Zhuo's faction approaches you, tell me immediately. Yes, sir. Should I salute? Chen Hao's grin returned. Look at you, giving orders. 3 weeks ago, you were sweeping his floors. I might have to sweep them again if this goes wrong. No. Chen Hao's voice lost its levity. No, I don't think you'll be sweeping anyone's floors again, Shen Wei. I've known you for 5 years. I've watched you carry water and scrub stones and bow to people who weren't worth the dirt on your shoes. And the whole time, there was something behind your eyes. Something patient and dangerous. Whatever's happening now, the healing, the promotion, whatever you're not telling me, it's the real you coming out. He stood, brushing crumbs from his robe. Just don't forget the people who knew you when you were nobody. Chen Hao. Yeah. You were never nobody to me. His friend's expression softened. He nodded once, clapped Shen Wei on the shoulder, and left. Shen Wei locked the door, took the 3rd and final foundation establishment pill, and began to cultivate. Chapter 7. The poison letter. The letter appeared on his desk 3 days later, slipped under the door while he slept. It was written on cheap paper in an unfamiliar hand, deliberately disguised, Shen Wei noted, with strokes that were too regular, too controlled to be natural. Someone had written this while consciously altering their handwriting. The content, however, was anything but disguised. The records of the tribunal that condemned your parents are sealed in the disciplinary hall's restricted vault. What the official record says, your parents confessed to practicing forbidden soul arts. What actually happened? Your parents' confession was extracted under a soul-searching technique administered by Elder Fang Zhuo himself. Soul-searching on sect members requires sect leader approval. The sect leader was absent. Fang Zhuo acted alone. The original research notes your parents submitted to the sect, the sanitized versions, with all dangerous content removed. were logged into the disciplinary records as evidence. These notes disappeared from the vault 6 months after the execution. They were never officially checked out. No one asked where they went. This information comes at no cost. Consider it a debt repaid to physician Shen Yunfei, who once healed a person very dear to me. Burn this letter. Shenwei read it 3 times. Then he burned it as instructed, letting the flame consume the paper in his palm while his mind raced. Someone inside the sect knew the truth. Someone with access to sealed disciplinary records. Someone who owed a debt to his father. The pool of candidates was small. It had to be someone in Fengzhua's faction, or at least someone with access to the disciplinary hall's vault. A disciple? An elder? A servant with the right set of keys? The information itself was explosive. Fengzhua had used a soul-searching technique. A brutal, invasive method of extracting information that essentially ripped through a person's consciousness, without authorization. On sect members, this alone was a capital offense. And the missing research notes confirmed what Shen Wei had already suspected. Fengzhua had stolen his parents' work. Not the complete primordial life sutra. His parents had kept that separate, hidden, but the foundation. The theoretical framework. The research they'd submitted to the sect as proof of their legitimate work. Shen Wei now had a theory that chilled him. Fengzhua was trying to reconstruct the primordial life sutra from his parents' stolen notes. He'd killed them because they refused to hand over the complete technique, then took what he could and spent years trying to fill in the gaps. And now Shen Wei had demonstrated the complete technique in public. Fengzhua didn't just want to silence Shen Wei. He wanted to capture him, study him, extract the technique from him the same way he'd extracted the confession from his parents. I need to move faster, Shen Wei muttered. He sought out Lin Yu during her evening training session. The inner sect's practice grounds were off-limits to anyone below inner disciple rank, but Lin Yu met him at the boundary. Through the bond, she'd already sensed his agitation. What happened? Shen Wei told her about the letter. Lin Yu's expression darkened with each sentence. An anonymous informant, she said. Could be genuine. Could be a trap. Someone in Fengzhua's faction trying to lure you into making a move before you're ready. The information checks out. My parents were soul-searched. That's a violation of sect law regardless of who authorized it. Proving it is another matter. The records are sealed. The only people with access are Fengzhua himself and the sect leader. Lin Yu paused. Unless your informant can provide physical evidence, there's no way to contact them. The letter was anonymous. Then we gather our own evidence. Lin Yu's eyes glinted. I have allies among the inner disciples. Senior Sister Mei is a formation specialist. She might be able to bypass the vault's protections without leaving a trace. And Elder Qin has expressed doubts about the tribunal. If we bring him enough to justify an investigation, not yet. Shen Wei shook his head. If we push too hard too fast, Fengzhua will know we're coming. He'll destroy the evidence. Or worse, he'll accelerate whatever he's planning. Then what do you propose? I keep advancing. I keep building my reputation as a healer. I make myself valuable enough that attacking me has consequences. And I document everything. Every interaction with Fengzhua, every suspicious order, every sign that he's using stolen research. A war of attrition. A war of patience. Lin Yu studied him for a long moment. Through the bond, he felt her weighing his plan against her instinct for direct action. She was a sword cultivator. Her nature was to cut through problems, not wait them out. But she also recognized the strategic wisdom of patience when outmatched. Fine, she said, but set a deadline. If we don't have enough evidence within 2 months, we go to the sect leader with what we have and let him decide. Agreed. And Shen Wei, your cultivation. How far have you progressed? He showed her. Her eyes widened. Layer 8? In 3 days? The pills you gave me were excellent quality. And my foundation was stronger than I realized. 5 years of cultivation deprivation taught my meridians to be extremely efficient. 1 more layer to foundation establishment. Lin Yu's competitive nature sparked through the bond. Not jealousy, but the thrill of seeing someone she was connected to succeed. When you attempt the breakthrough, tell me. The bond might be able to help. How? I don't know yet. But I've been feeling your cultivation sessions through the bond. When you circulate qi, I feel resonance in my own energy. It's faint, but it's there. I think the bond wants to help you advance. The bond wants. As if it were alive. Looking at the golden thread pulsing between them, Shen Wei wasn't entirely sure it wasn't. Chapter 8. Mountain of Trials. The Verdant Spring Sect's annual trial was a tradition older than the sect itself. Every autumn, after the beast tide season ended and the mountains settled into their cold quietude, the sect sent its disciples into the misty peaks, a range of treacherous mountains north of the main compound, where spiritual energy ran wild and untamed. The peaks were home to spirit herbs, mineral deposits, and enough dangerous fauna to keep even experienced cultivators on their toes. The trial's rules were simple. Enter the misty peaks, survive for 7 days, and return with whatever resources you could gather. Participants were ranked by the quality and quantity of their haul. High-ranking performers received additional cultivation resources, spirit stones, and the attention of elders seeking promising disciples. Servant disciples were not normally eligible, but Shen Wei was no longer a servant. Medical cultivator Shen Wei. The trial proctor read from the registration list, unable to keep the surprise from his voice. Qi condensation layer 8. First-time participant. Whispers rippled through the gathered disciples. Shen Wei ignored them. He was focused on the mountain ahead, a jagged wall of granite and mist that rose 5,000 feet above the valley floor. Somewhere in that maze of peaks and valleys, rare medicinal herbs grew in conditions that couldn't be replicated in any garden. He needed those herbs. Specifically, he needed dragon root mushroom, frost jade lily, and crimson heart vine. 3 ingredients required for a formula his mother's journal described as the foundation cleansing elixir. The elixir would purify his meridians of accumulated impurities from 5 years of resource-starved cultivation, dramatically improving his chances of a clean breakthrough to foundation establishment. Try not to die, Shen Hao said from the spectator area. He'd come to see Shen Wei off, looking equal parts proud and worried. If you die, I'm keeping your room. Motivating. I'm a motivating person. Linyu was also participating, of course. She was among the top-ranked inner disciples and was expected to place in the top 3. She caught Shen Wei's eye across the gathering and gave him a barely perceptible nod. Through the bond, stay alive. I'll find you if you need help. Shen Wei nodded back. Through the bond, likewise. The trial horn sounded, and 200 disciples surged into the misty peaks. Shen Wei didn't follow the crowd. While combat cultivators rushed toward the known resource zones, areas mapped by generations of trial participants, Shen Wei headed into the unmapped western valleys. These regions were avoided because they contained fewer combat resources and more environmental hazards, toxic plant zones, areas of chaotic spiritual energy, and terrain that was simply dangerous to traverse. For a healer, however, these hazards were opportunities. Toxic plant zones meant rare medicinal herbs. Chaotic spiritual energy zones indicated unusual geological formations, exactly the conditions under which dragon root mushroom grew. And dangerous terrain was only dangerous if you didn't know what you were dealing with. Shen Wei navigated the western valleys using his enhanced life sense perception. Where other disciples saw deadly terrain, he saw a living landscape telling him exactly where to step and where to avoid. Poison ivy. His perception showed him the plant's toxic aura 10 feet before he reached it. Unstable ground. The absence of insect life in the soil told him to go around. A hidden predator? The fear response of small animals in the area painted a clear picture. By the end of the first day, he'd collected 17 species of rare herbs, including a mature dragon root mushroom the size of his fist. By the 3rd day, he had all 3 ingredients for the foundation cleansing elixir, plus enough surplus herbs to earn a respectable trial ranking. On the 4th day, he found the blood. It was on a rock face beside a narrow stream in the deepest part of the western valley. Not beast blood. The color was wrong, too bright, and it was mixed with something that made Shen Wei's healing instincts scream. Poison. A complex, multi-layered toxin that attacked the meridians, the nervous system, and the spiritual core simultaneously. This wasn't a cultivation world toxin. This was an assassin's weapon. Shen Wei followed the blood trail. Chapter 9. The Crimson Lotus spy. He found her in a cave behind a waterfall, propped against the stone wall with her legs drawn up to her chest, and a short sword held in a white-knuckled grip. She was young, his age, maybe a year older. Her robes were dark red, Crimson Lotus Sect colors. Her face was pale as paper beneath a curtain of black hair slicked with sweat and waterfall spray. Her eyes, when they found him, were the color of amber, and they burned with a ferocity that was startling in someone so clearly close to death. "Don't come closer," she said. Her voice was steady despite the trembling of her body. "I'll kill you." Shen Wei stopped at the cave entrance. His life sense perception washed over her, and what he saw made him wince. The poison had progressed further than the blood trail suggested. Her meridians were blackened, corroded by the toxin. Her spiritual core was still intact, but weakening. The poison was attacking it in waves, each wave eroding it further. She had maybe 6 hours before the core collapsed. After that, she'd be dead within minutes. "You're from the Crimson Lotus Sect," Shen Wei said. "What gave it away? The red robes or the murder attempt?" She laughed, then coughed. Blood flecked her lips. "Yes, I'm Crimson Lotus. My name is Bai Suyin, and I'm none of your concern. Walk away. You're poisoned." "I'm aware." The poison is meridian eclipse, a compound that attacks spiritual pathways in cascading waves. 6 hours until your core fails. You need treatment now. Bai Suin's amber eyes narrowed. You recognize the poison. Most healers can't even identify meridian eclipse. Who are you? A medical cultivator from the Verdant Spring Sect. My name is Shen Wei. Well, Shen Wei of the Verdant Spring Sect. You should know that the people who poison me are still in these mountains. They're Crimson Lotus disciples, my own sect brothers and sisters, and they were sent to make sure I don't leave the misty peaks alive. Her grip on the sword tightened. If they find you with me, they'll kill you too. So walk away. Why does your own sect want you dead? Because I saw something I shouldn't have. She coughed again, harder. More blood. My sect master, Huiyan Luo, has been conducting rituals. Blood rituals. Using female disciples as materials. Her face contorted, not with pain, but with rage. I found evidence. I tried to report it through proper channels. The channels reported it back to him. Shen Wei's stomach turned. Blood rituals using disciples as materials. He'd read about such practices in his parents' journals. Forbidden techniques that harvested life force from living cultivators to fuel the practitioner's advancement. They were universally condemned, universally illegal, and universally effective. You're carrying evidence, Shen Wei guessed. Bai Suin's hand went to a pouch at her belt. Jade slips. Records. Enough to bring him down. If I can get them to someone who matters. I can help you. I told you to walk away. I heard you. I'm choosing not to listen. Shen Wei knelt at the cave entrance, setting down his herb satchel. I can neutralize meridian eclipse. I know the counterformulation. But I need to start now. Every hour you wait reduces the probability of full recovery. You can cure meridian eclipse. Her voice was flat with disbelief. A medical cultivator from a second-rate sect can cure a poison that most alchemists can't even identify. My parents were exceptional physicians. They're dead. Something shifted in Bai Suin's expression. Through her pain and suspicion, a thread of kinship, the recognition of someone else who had lost everything to the corruption of those who should have protected them. If you're lying, she said slowly. If this is a trick to get close enough to, if I wanted you dead, I'd just leave. You have 6 hours. No one's coming. The Crimson Lotus assassins think the poison has done its work. Logic and desperation warred behind her eyes. Desperation won. Fine, she said. But if you try anything, I'll poison you with something worse than meridian eclipse. I have 15 different toxins on my person at all times. A reassuring bedside manner. Shen Wei moved into the cave and knelt beside her. I need to touch your wrist to diagnose the full extent of the damage. She extended her arm. Shen Wei pressed 2 fingers to her pulse point and sent his spiritual perception into her body. The damage was extensive. Meridian eclipse had been working for at least 12 hours, far longer than she'd let on. The cascading waves of poison had eroded nearly 60% of her meridian walls. Her spiritual core was pitted with microfractures, each one leaking spiritual energy. Standard treatment would take days and a fully equipped medical facility. Shen Wei had neither, but he had the Primordial Life Sutra. I need to use an advanced healing technique, he said carefully. It's unconventional. You'll feel a sensation of warmth and connection. It's not dangerous, but it might be disorienting. Just do it. Shen Wei hesitated. The last time he'd used the Primordial Life Sutra on a person, it had created a soul bond. He'd been thinking about why that happened, and he believed the bond had formed because he'd used life essence, not just spiritual energy. The intimacy of life essence healing was what created the resonance. Could he heal Bai Suin with spiritual energy alone, without the life essence component? He tried. The conventional approach, channeling spiritual energy through his meridians into hers to fortify them against the poison, was moderately effective. He could slow the poison's advance. But neutralizing meridian eclipse required reaching the deepest layers of the meridian walls, where the toxin had embedded itself in the spiritual tissue. Standard energy couldn't reach that deep. Only life essence could. Shen Wei faced a choice. Let Bai Suin die, or save her and accept that another soul bond would likely form. It wasn't really a choice at all. Chapter 10, Calculated Mercy. This is going to be intense, Shen Wei warned. Don't fight it. Golden light erupted from his palms. Bai Suin's eyes went wide. The warmth flooding into her meridians was unlike anything she'd experienced. Not the cold efficiency of standard healing, but a living force that sought out damage with something like compassion. It found the meridian eclipse toxin and surrounded it, not destroying it, but transmuting it, converting the poison's corrosive energy into neutral spiritual energy that her body could reabsorb. The technique was exquisite. Each wave of healing precisely matched the poison's cascading attack pattern, neutralizing it in real time. Shen Wei's brow was furrowed with concentration, his perception entirely focused on the microscopic battlefield within by Suin's meridians. Then the golden thread appeared. It materialized between them like the first one had, a strand of light stretching from his chest to hers, anchoring itself in their spiritual cores with a finality that left no room for negotiation. What? By Suin gasped. Emotions that were not hers flooded her consciousness. Concentration, concern, a deep and genuine desire for her survival that took her breath away. What is this? What did you do? Keep still, Shen Wei said through gritted teeth. He couldn't stop now. The healing was at a critical juncture. The deepest layers of poison were the most dangerous, and losing focus would mean losing by Suin's meridians entirely. He pushed harder. Life essence flowed through the bond, guided by the primordial life sutra's ancient wisdom. The golden light intensified until the cave was illuminated like noon. Bai Suin's back arched. Her amber eyes blazed gold. The poison shattered. Not dissolved, not neutralized, shattered, like glass struck by a hammer. The Meridian Eclipse Toxin, one of the most insidious poisons in the cultivation world, broke apart into harmless spiritual particles that Bai Suin's body absorbed with a rush of warmth. Her meridians, scoured clean, began to heal. Shen Wei poured more energy into the process, mending the corroded walls, restoring the pathways, reinforcing the damaged sections until they were stronger than they'd been before the poisoning. When he finally pulled back, Bai Suin was staring at him with an expression that combined awe, fury, and something she couldn't name. What did you do? Shen Wei sat back, exhausted. The life essence expenditure was less than it had been with Lin Yu. He was stronger now, and the healing had been less severe than mending a cracked dantian. But the drain was still significant. I saved your life, he said. And something else happened. I can feel you. Bai Suin's voice was low, dangerous. She pressed a hand to her sternum, where the golden thread anchored. I can feel your exhaustion, your worry, your guilt. You knew this would happen. I suspected it might. Suspected. She surged to her feet, healed, whole, and incandescent with rage. You suspected that your healing technique would create some kind of, what is this? A tether? A chain? You suspected, and you did it anyway? The alternative was letting you die. Maybe I preferred that. Shen Wei met her eyes. Through the bond, he felt the truth beneath her anger. She didn't prefer death. She was alive. She was healed, and some small, honest part of her was grateful. But the bond itself, the involuntary connection, the loss of emotional privacy, terrified her. I understand your anger, Shen Wei said. The bond was not my intention. I can't control when it forms. What I can tell you is this. The bond doesn't compel you to do anything. It doesn't control your thoughts or actions. It creates a connection, emotional awareness, location sensing, but your will remains entirely your own. How would you know? You said you've only done this once before. A fair point. I've been bonded to another person for 3 weeks. She feels the same as she always did. She just has additional information about my emotional state. The bond enhances connection. It doesn't create control. Bai Suin's eyes narrowed. Who? That's her secret to share, not mine. The silence stretched. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt Bai Suin's emotions cycling. Anger, suspicion, grudging respect, more anger, and beneath it all, a dawning wonder at the sensation of being connected to another person's soul. I can feel that you're telling the truth, she said finally. And I hate that I can feel that. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. It makes it worse. She paced the cave, her movements sharp and restless. What exactly are the effects? All of them, Shen Wei explained. Emotion sensing, location awareness, the possibility of insight sharing through physical contact. Bai Suin listened with the clinical attention of someone cataloging threats. Can it be severed? She asked. I don't know. I've never tried. My parents' research mentioned that the bond strengthens with trust and proximity. Whether it can be weakened or broken, I simply don't have that information. Wonderful. I'm permanently tethered to a stranger who can feel everything I feel. She stopped pacing and faced him. Can other people detect the bond? Not that I know of. It's invisible to normal spiritual perception. That's something, at least. She took a breath, visibly forcing herself to calm down. The strategist was emerging from behind the emotional turmoil, sharp, practical, dangerous. I can't go back to my sect. Hui Yanlua wants me dead. I can't stay in the misty peaks. The assassins will find me eventually. And now I'm bonded to a cultivator from a rival sect. She looked at him with those amber eyes. What do you propose? Come to the Verdant Spring sect. You have evidence of blood rituals. The sect leader will grant you asylum. Harboring a witness to forbidden practices is both legally justified and politically useful. And the bond stays between us. No one needs to know. Bai Suyin studied him for a long time. Through the bond, he felt her mind working, calculating risks, weighing options, measuring his sincerity against a lifetime of betrayal and danger. Fine, she said. But Shenwei, this bond doesn't make us friends. It doesn't make us allies. It makes us two people in an unfortunate situation. I will cooperate because it serves my survival. Nothing more. Understood. Good. She picked up her sword and sheathed it. Now lead me out of these mountains before my former sect brothers find us. Chapter 11. Two threads. One heart returning from the misty peaks with a crimson lotus sect defector caused exactly the kind of commotion Shen Wei had expected. The trial proctors nearly had a collective stroke. Bai Suyin was identified on sight. The crimson lotus sect's insignia on her robes made her allegiance unmistakable. She was immediately taken into custody, her weapons confiscated, her jade slips of evidence sealed and forwarded to sect leader Qin Zhengyang. Shen Wei spent 2 hours explaining the situation to a panel of elders. He kept it simple. Found a wounded cultivator, healed her, learned about the blood rituals, brought her back with evidence. No mention of the primordial life sutra. No mention of the soul bond. Lin Yu, standing at the back of the hall, felt everything through the bond. Shen Wei sensed her reaction to the second bond. A sharp spike of something he hadn't expected. Not anger. Not jealousy. Something more complex. A territorial discomfort that she was already burying beneath layers of rationalization. Later, in the medical disciples' hall, the two women met. Shen Wei had prepared for this. He'd told Lin Yu about Bai Suyin in advance, through the bond's emotion sharing. She'd felt his guilt, his reasoning, his genuine lack of alternative. She'd accepted the logic. Accepting the reality was harder. So, Lin Yu said, arms crossed, regarding Bai Suyin with the cool assessment of a sword cultivator sizing up a potential threat. You're the second one. The second what? Bai Suyin's amber eyes flicked between them. Through her bond with Shen Wei, she felt a web of emotions she couldn't fully parse. Then understanding dawned. You're the first bond. Lin Yu, inner disciple, sword cultivator. Bai Suyin, formerly Crimson Lotus Sect, poison specialist. The two women stared at each other. Shen Wei, standing between them, felt both bonds pulling at his consciousness, two distinct emotional signatures overlapping, sometimes harmonizing, sometimes clashing. Lin Yu's emotions were sharp and crystalline, blade-like in their clarity. Bai Suyin's were layered and complex, venoms nested within other venoms, each one a different shade of feeling. I didn't choose this, Bai Suyin said. Neither did I, Lin Yu replied. If it's any consolation, I'm not happy about it either. It's not. Shen Wei cleared his throat. We have a more immediate problem than territorial disputes. Both women turned to him. Through the bonds, he felt twin spikes of irritation. He pushed forward anyway. I now have two soul bonds. Each one enhances my spiritual perception and slightly increases my cultivation efficiency. But each one also puts a strain on my soul, a constant draw of spiritual energy to maintain the connection. At my current cultivation level, two bonds are sustainable but not comfortable. If I don't advance soon, the cumulative strain could slow my cultivation instead of helping it. How soon do you need to advance? Lin Yu asked, immediately strategic. I should reach foundation establishment within the month. The breakthrough will expand my spiritual capacity enough to comfortably sustain both bonds, and the soul strain should decrease as my cultivation increases. Then we help you advance, Lin Yu said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Bai Suyin looked skeptical. Why would I invest in his cultivation? Because you can feel the bond straining too, Lin Yu said bluntly. Don't pretend you can't. When his soul is under pressure, we feel the echoes. If his cultivation stagnates, our bonds degrade. Helping him is helping ourselves. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt Bai Suyin's grudging acknowledgement. She didn't like it. She didn't like any of this. But she was too smart to cut off her nose to spite her face. Fine, Bai Suyin said. I have knowledge of Crimson Lotus Sect cultivation methods, some of which are highly effective, if ethically questionable. I can adapt them for your use. I can provide sparring and combat training, Lin Yu added. Your cultivation technique is powerful, but your combat instincts are those of a healer. If Fengshui comes for you, you need to be able to fight, not just heal. And what do you want in return? Bai Suyin asked. Survival, Lin Yu said. For all three of us. That night, Shen Wei sat alone in his room and felt the two bonds pulsing in his chest. Lin Yu was in the inner sect, meditating, her emotions calm and focused, a lake of still water. Bai Suyin was in the guest quarters where the sect had placed her while her asylum request was processed. Her emotions were a storm of worry, anger, and the bitter loneliness of someone who had lost everything. He placed a hand over his heart, where the two golden threads anchored, and felt the truth of his situation settle over him like a weight. He hadn't asked for this power. He hadn't chosen to create these bonds. But they existed now, and the women on the other end of those golden threads were counting on him, whether they'd admit it or not. I need to be stronger, he thought. Not for myself. For them. He sat on his meditation mat and began to cultivate, pulling ambient spiritual energy through his meridians with the desperate efficiency of a man running out of time. Chapter 12. Fangzhe was trapped. The summons came on a crisp autumn morning, when the maple trees lining the Sect's paths had turned the color of blood. Medical cultivator Shen. The messenger read from a formal scroll. You are assigned to a herb-gathering expedition to the Jade River Valley. Departure, 1 hour. Duration, 3 days. Report to the supply depot for equipment. Shen took the scroll and read it twice. Jade River Valley was 2 days' travel south of the Sect, a remote, isolated area known for its rare aquatic herbs. The assignment was legitimate on its face. The Sect regularly sent medical cultivators to gather ingredients for the pill refinery. But Shen's instinct screamed. He checked the assignment authority, signed by Elder Fangzhe, as head of the disciplinary office, which had secondary authority over Sect resource expeditions when the logistics elder was unavailable. The logistics elder, Shen learned after a discreet inquiry, had been sent on an inspection tour yesterday by Fangzhe, a solo expedition to a remote valley, authorized by the man who wanted to capture him. Every thread of strategic thinking Lin Yu had shared through the bond vibrated with warning. It's a trap. Through the bond, Lin Yu responded immediately. She'd felt his alarm and was already moving. Don't go. Shen considered his options. Refusing a direct assignment would give Fangzhe grounds for disciplinary action. Going alone would put him at the elder's mercy. But what if he went prepared? He sent his response through the bond, hoping the emotion-to-meaning translation was clear enough. I'm going. But not alone. He reported to the supply depot at the appointed time, carrying his medical satchel and an expressionless face. Zhao was there, of course, along with 2 other disciples Shen recognized as Fangzhe's loyalists. All 3 were at Qi condensation layer 8 or 9. Just us, then, Zhao said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Let's go. They traveled south along the mountain paths. Shen walked in the center of the group, acutely aware of the 3 disciples positioned around him, 2 behind, 1 ahead. An escort formation, or a containment formation. The Jade River Valley was beautiful in its desolation, a narrow gorge carved by a rushing green river, its walls draped with rare ferns and luminous moss. Spirit energy was rich here, concentrated by the gorge's natural formation. Herbs grew thick along the riverbanks. They made camp at the valley center. Shen gathered herbs methodically, his perception scanning the environment for threats while his hands worked on autopilot. Through the bond, he tracked Lin Yu. She was following, 2 hours behind, moving through the forest with the silent precision of a hunting cat. On the second night, the trap closed. Shen woke to the hum of formation stakes being activated around the campsite. Blue-white light erupted from 8 points in a circle, creating a barrier that sealed him inside a 10-foot radius. Zhao and his companions stood outside the barrier, their expressions a mix of smugness and nervousness. Elder Fang sends his regards, Zhao said. He'd like to have a conversation with you. A private one. The air in the center of the formation shimmered, and Elder Fangzhe materialized, not in person, but as a spiritual projection. His image was slightly translucent, his foundation establishment peak cultivation giving his projection an imposing solidity. Shen Fangzhe said. We need to talk about your parents' technique. Chapter 13. Betrayal revealed. Shen stood in the center of the formation, surrounded by blue-white light, and felt remarkably calm. Not because he wasn't afraid. He was. Fangzhe's spiritual projection radiated the power of foundation establishment peak, a realm so far above Shen's current cultivation that direct confrontation was suicide. But the calmness came from preparation. He'd expected this. He'd planned for this. And through the soul bond, he could feel Lin Yu getting closer. You have nothing to say? Fangzhe's projection regarded him with cold amusement. No protests of innocence. No appeals to sect law. What do you want, Elder Fang? Directness. I appreciate that. The projection paced the circumference of the formation. I want the primordial life sutra. The complete technique. Your parents had it, and they refused to share it. Their stubbornness earned them a tribunal and a sword across the neck. Shen's composure cracked. Rage surged through him, hot, blinding, consuming. Through the bonds, both Lin Yu and Bai Suyin felt it. Miles away, Bai Suyin sat bolt upright in her guest quarters. Lin Yu, much closer, accelerated to her maximum speed. You admit it, Shen said. His voice was steady, but his fists were clenched so hard his nails drew blood. You orchestrated their execution. I facilitated justice, Feng Zhuo corrected. Your parents were dabbling in soul arts. That much was true. I simply ensured the proper authorities were informed. After they refused to give you the technique. After they selfishly withheld knowledge that could have advanced the sect's medical capabilities by a generation. Their pride killed them, boy, not me. You soul-searched them. Without authorization. That's, Feng Zhuo's expression flickered. Surprise. He hadn't expected Shen to know about that. How did you? He stopped. Then, slowly, his eyes narrowed. Someone's been feeding you information. One of my people has a loose tongue. Your crimes have witnesses, Elder Feng. More than you know. It doesn't matter. Feng Zhuo waved a dismissive hand. The soul search was regrettable, but necessary. Your parents were resistant to conventional interrogation. But the search failed. Their minds were protected by the very technique I was trying to extract. All I obtained were fragments. Incomplete data. Useless without the underlying framework. He fixed Shen with a stare that was equal parts hunger and contempt. But you demonstrated the complete technique. In front of 200 disciples, you healed a cracked dantian with golden light. The primordial life sutra in its full, functional glory. He leaned forward. Give it to me. The jade slip, the journals, everything. Do this, and I'll release you. I'll even revoke the charges against your parents. Posthumous rehabilitation. Their names restored. The offer was like poison dipped in honey. Shen parents, vindicated. Their legacy restored. All it would cost was the technique they died to protect. No. Feng Zhuo's expression didn't change, but through the formation barrier, Shen felt a pulse of killing intent so intense it made his hair stand on end. I was hoping you'd be smarter than your parents, Feng Zhuo said. Very well. The formation you're standing in is a soul extraction array, modified from your parents' own theoretical work, ironically. When I activate it, it will tear through your spiritual defenses and copy the contents of your consciousness into a jade slip. The process is unpleasant. Most subjects don't survive. You'd murder a Sect disciple? In front of 3 witnesses. These 3 won't speak. And accidents happen on wilderness expeditions. An unfortunate beast encounter. A tragic loss. Feng Zhuo raised his hand, spiritual energy gathering. Last chance, boy. Shen mind raced. The formation was real. He could feel its power humming through the ground, ready to tear into his consciousness. Feng Zhuo's projection couldn't physically hurt him, but the formation was anchored by physical stakes that he'd set up in advance. The 3 disciples maintained it. He needed to break the formation. That meant disrupting the stakes or incapacitating the disciples maintaining them. He was Qi condensation layer 8. They were all layer 8 or 9. 3 against 1, inside a barrier that restricted his movement. The odds were terrible, but Shen had something they didn't. 2 soul bonds, a technique that saw the world in terms of life and vulnerability, and a rage that had been building for 5 years. The rage broke through, not as blind fury, but as power. His cultivation base, strained by the soul bonds and tempered by weeks of intense advancement, responded to the overwhelming emotion by doing what it had been yearning to do, breakthrough. The 9th layer of Qi condensation shattered like glass. Shen spiritual energy surged, not the gradual increase of a normal breakthrough, but a violent expansion that rattled the formation stakes. Layer 9 came and went. His energy didn't stop. It kept climbing, pushing against the barrier between Qi condensation and something higher. Not foundation establishment. Not yet. But the breakthrough to layer 9, from layer 8 to the peak of Qi condensation, flooded him with power that he immediately channeled into his perception. The formation structure snapped into focus. He could see every line of energy, every connection between the stakes and the disciples who maintained them. And he could see the weaknesses, stress points where the formation's modified design had introduced flaws. His parents would have seen the same flaws. This formation was built on their stolen, incomplete research. Feng Zhuo had constructed it from fragments, filling in the gaps with guesswork. And some of those guesses were wrong. Shen slammed his palm against the ground. Golden healing energy, the primordial life sutra's unique signature, flowed into the formation's substrate. Not to heal, but to resonate. The golden energy matched the frequency of the formation's soul extraction component and introduced a harmonic that the improvised design couldn't handle. The formation shrieked. Blue-white light turned to static. The stakes wobbled. Stop him. Feng Zhuo's projection commanded. Zhou Kong lunged for the barrier's edge, sword drawn. But the formation was already failing. The barrier flickered, and Shen dove through a gap. Chapter 14. The servant fights back. Freedom lasted exactly 3 seconds before Zhou Kang's sword came for his throat. Shen dodged. Not gracefully. He was a healer, not a swordsman. but with the desperate agility of someone whose perception allowed them to see the attack before it fully launched. Zhou Kang's blade sliced the air where his neck had been, and Shen Wei rolled sideways, coming up with his acupuncture needles in hand. 3 opponents, all armed with swords, all chi condensation peak. Shen Wei had a handful of silver needles and a technique designed to save lives, not take them. But the primordial life sutra saw life in all its aspects, including its vulnerabilities. Shen Wei's enhanced perception revealed his opponents as landscapes of living energy. He could see their meridians, their circulation patterns, the specific points where disruption would cause maximum effect. He threw 3 needles, not at vital points, not to kill, to disable. Each needle was aimed at a meridian junction that, when disrupted, would cause the corresponding limb to go numb. It was a technique acupuncturists used for surgery, temporary paralysis, precise and harmless. 2 needles hit home. One disciple's sword arm went dead. Another's right leg buckled. Zhou Kang, the fastest, deflected the 3rd needle with his blade. You think pins will stop us? Zhou Kang snarled, advancing. They already stopped 2 of you, Shen Wei said, retreating toward the river. His mind was racing, calculating, searching for an advantage that didn't exist. Zhou Kang was faster, stronger, and armed. In a straight fight, Shen Wei would lose in seconds. But fights were rarely straight. Shen Wei's foot found the riverbank. He'd spent 2 days in this valley, cataloging every plant, every herb, every organism in the water, including the azure-numbing kelp that grew in thick mats just below the surface, a plant whose contact with bare skin caused temporary but total sensory paralysis. He jumped backward into the shallows. Zhou Kang followed. The kelp didn't affect Shen Wei. His life sense perception had identified it on arrival, and he treated his boots and lower robes with a neutralizing compound from his medical supplies. Zhou Kang had no such protection. The disciple's legs went numb mid-step. He pitched forward, sword flying from his grasp, and face-planted into the shallow water. Shen Wei caught him before he could drown, dragged him to the bank, and placed a needle in his cervical meridian junction to prevent him from moving. The other 2 disciples, one-armed and one-legged respectively, stared at the scene in blank disbelief. I'm a healer, Shen Wei said, breathing hard. I know how to keep people alive, but that also means I know exactly how to shut a body down without causing lasting damage. Surrender, and I'll remove the needles. They surrendered. Fang Zhuo's projection still hovered above the ruined formation, his expression twisted with fury. This changes nothing, the elder hissed. You can't fight me directly, boy. When I come for you in person, you'll have to explain to Sect leader Qin why you sent a disciple into a soul extraction array, Shen Wei said. I've memorized the formation's design. I can identify the components and trace them back to you. You used my parents' stolen research to build an illegal soul-searching device. That's 2 violations of Sect law, maybe 3, depending on how the tribunal counts. Fang Zhuo's projection flickered. For the first time, Shen Wei saw genuine fear beneath the elder's composure. You'll never make it back to the Sect, Fang Zhuo said. I have more disciples in the field. More formations. More. A blade of blue light cleaved through the projection. Lin Yu landed in the clearing like a falling star, her crystalline sword humming with lethal intent. She'd arrived at full combat speed, and the force of her landing cracked the stone beneath her feet. More what? She asked the dissipating remnants of Fang Zhuo's spiritual projection. Then she turned to Shen Wei, and through the bond, he felt a complex cocktail of relief, fury, and something that could only be described as savage protectiveness. You're an idiot. I had it under control. You were fighting 3 swordsmen with acupuncture needles. And winning. Lin Yu looked at the 3 paralyzed disciples on the ground. Her lips twitched. Through the bond, he felt her amusement break through the anger like sunlight through storm clouds. Fine. You were winning with acupuncture needles. That's somehow worse. Chapter 15. Golden Resonance. They didn't have time to enjoy the moment. Lin Yu's perception, sharpened by weeks of bond-enhanced training, detected movement in the forest, more of Fang Zhuo's disciples, converging on the Jade River Valley. 8 of them, Lin Yu said, her sword at the ready. Mixed cultivation levels. The strongest is Foundation Establishment Early Stage. Bai Suyin stepped out of the tree line, her dark red robes replaced by borrowed gray ones, her hands filled with glass vials of various colors. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt her determination, and her fear, expertly suppressed. Couldn't let you 2 have all the fun, she said. You were supposed to stay at the Sect, Shen Wei protested. I was supposed to stay safe. The Sect isn't safe. Fang Zhuo's people have been circling the guest quarters for days. When I felt your emotions spike through the bond, I decided moving was smarter than waiting. She assessed the situation with a poison specialist's clinical eye. 8 incoming. I can handle 4. Maybe 5. That still leaves 3 or 4 for us, Lin Yu said. She looked at Shen Wei. And you're not a fighter. I don't need to be a fighter. I need to keep you fighting. Understanding passed between them through the bond, wordless, instant. Shen Wei would heal. Lin Yu would fight. Bai Suyin would poison. Together, they would be more than the sum of their parts. The 8 disciples arrived in a loose formation, weapons drawn. The Foundation establishment cultivator, a heavy-set man with a scarred face, led from the center. Surrender the boy, the scarred man said. Elder Fong's orders. Elder Fong can come get him himself, Lin Yu replied, and attacked. Her sword was a blur of blue light. The lead disciples barely blocked in time, their weapons ringing like bells as Lin Yu's blade crashed against them. She was layer 8 of Qi condensation, outranked by the Foundation establishment cultivator, but her technique was flawless, and she fought with a precision that made every strike count. Through the bond, Shen Wei shared perception, his life-sense awareness of the opponent's bodies, showing Lin Yu their stances, their weight distributions, the subtle tells that preceded each attack. She received this information and used it instantly, dodging a thrust she shouldn't have been able to see coming, countering a feint she shouldn't have been able to read. It was like watching a dancer who could hear music no one else perceived. Bai Suyin took a different approach. Her glass vials shattered on the ground, releasing clouds of colored mist that settled over the battlefield. The mists were non-lethal. Bai Suyin had calibrated them carefully, but devastating. One produced violent nausea. Another caused temporary blindness. A third made the skin hypersensitive to pain, so that even a light touch felt like a burn. 4 of the 8 disciples went down in the first minute, incapacitated by poison mists they hadn't seen coming. But the Foundation establishment cultivator was a different matter. He'd raised a spiritual barrier the moment the fight began, protecting himself from Bai Suyin's poisons. His cultivation base was qualitatively different from the others, denser, more powerful, operating on a level that Qi condensation simply couldn't match. He swatted Lin Yu's sword aside with his bare hand and backhanded her across the clearing. Lin Yu hit the ground hard. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt the impact, cracked ribs, torn muscles, the sharp, white flash of pain. He was beside her in an instant, golden light flowing from his hands into her body. The ribs knitted, the muscles mended. Lin Yu gasped, surged to her feet, and re-engaged. The Foundation establishment cultivator struck her again. She flew backward. Shen Wei healed her. She attacked again, and again, and again. Each time she was struck, Shen Wei healed her instantly. Each time she was healed, she attacked with renewed force. The scarred man's expression shifted from amusement to confusion to growing unease. What are you? He growled, smashing Lin Yu aside for the 5th time. You should be dead. I should be. Lin Yu agreed, rising again with golden light still fading from her wounds. But he won't let me. The soul bond between them blazed. Not thread tier, something higher. The emotional connection deepened, sharpened, became a channel not just for feelings but for energy itself. Shen Wei felt Lin Yu's combat instincts flow into him, and his healing awareness flow into her. For a single, transcendent moment, they moved as one being. Lin Yu's sword struck the scarred man's spiritual barrier with a blow that carried not just her power, but Shen Wei's golden energy, amplified by the soul bond's resonance. The barrier cracked. Bai Suyin, timing her attack perfectly, hurled a vial of concentrated nerve toxin through the gap. The scarred man screamed. His barrier collapsed. His limbs seized. Lin Yu's next strike sent him crashing through a tree, unconscious before he hit the ground. The remaining 3 mobile disciples took one look at the scene, their leader down, for comrades incapacitated, and a sword cultivator who apparently couldn't be killed, and ran. Shen Wei sank to his knees, gasping. The healing had cost him dearly, not just spiritual energy, but life essence. The golden thread between him and Lin Yu thrummed with the aftereffects of their resonance, and he could feel the bond had changed, deepened, evolved. That was new, Lin Yu said, kneeling beside him. Her hand found his, and through the contact, he felt her awe, the experience of fighting as half of a greater whole, of having a partner whose support was so seamless it felt like an extension of herself. The bond is evolving, Shen Wei said. That level of synchronization, sharing energy in combat, it shouldn't be possible at our cultivation level. But it happened. It happened. Bai Suyin approached, stepping carefully over unconscious bodies. Through her bond, Shen Wei felt her complex reaction. She'd witnessed the resonance between Shen Wei and Lin Yu, and while she'd contributed the critical poison strike, she'd also felt like an outsider to their synchronicity. We need to leave before reinforcements arrive, she said practically. Can you walk? Shen Wei could barely stand. But he nodded. Then let's go. Chapter 16. The Elder Falls, they didn't have to go far. Elder Fong Zhuo was waiting at the valley's northern entrance. Not a projection this time. The man himself, standing in the middle of the path with his hands clasped behind his back, his cultivation aura suppressed to a low simmer that was somehow more threatening than a full release. Foundation Establishment Peak. The strongest elder in the sect besides the sect leader. Behind him, nothing. No disciples. No formations. He'd come alone. Impressive, Fong Zhuo said, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. Shen Wei supported between Lin Yu and Bai Suyin, all of them battered and exhausted. You defeated 8 of my people. 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator among them, with acupuncture needles, sword techniques, and poison. Move aside, Elder Fong, Lin Yu said, her sword raised despite her fatigue. No. Fong Zhuo's voice was quiet. Absolute. This ends here. I've spent too long working from your parents' fragments, boy. Incomplete techniques. Flawed formations. Years of work producing nothing but frustration. His eyes locked on Shen Wei with an intensity that bordered on madness. You possess the complete Primordial Life Sutra. I can see it in the way you heal, the golden light, the efficiency, the impossible results. Give it to me, or I will take it. You can't take a technique from someone's mind without a soul search formation, Shen Wei said. And I just destroyed your only one. That formation was crude. A prototype. Fong Zhuo smiled. It was the most unsettling expression Shen Wei had ever seen on a human face. I've developed something more direct. He moved. The speed of a Foundation Establishment Peak cultivator was beyond what any of them could track. One moment, Fong Zhuo was 30 feet away. The next, his hand was on Shen Wei's forehead, spiritual energy piercing into his consciousness like a lance. Not a soul search. Something worse. A technique that bypassed the mind's defenses by targeting the life force directly, the exact energy signature that the Primordial Life Sutra worked with. Fong Zhuo had reverse-engineered a counter-technique from the stolen research. Pain erupted in Shen Wei's skull. He felt fingers of foreign energy raking through his spiritual core, searching, probing, trying to peel back the layers of his consciousness to reach the technique stored in his deepest memories. He screamed. Through the bonds, both Lin Yu and Bai Suyin felt his agony. Their response was immediate and devastating. Lin Yu's sword carved a line of blue fire across Fong Zhuo's arm. The elder didn't release his grip. His cultivation base absorbed the blow with barely a flinch, but it disrupted his focus for a critical instant. In that instant, Shen Wei counterattacked, not with his fists or his needles, with the Primordial Life Sutra itself. Fong Zhuo's stolen technique was based on fragmentary understanding of how life force energy interacted with consciousness. It was a crude imitation, powerful but clumsy, like a battering ram used for surgery. Shen Wei had the original technique, the complete, authentic Primordial Life Sutra. And when stolen fragments met the genuine article, the fragments shattered. Golden light erupted from Shen Wei's body. It flowed into Fong Zhuo's invading energy and devoured it, not destroying it, but healing it, converting the aggressive technique back into raw spiritual energy with the same transmutation effect that had neutralized Bai Suyin's poison. Fong Zhuo's technique collapsed, and it took a piece of his cultivation with it. The elder staggered backward, clutching his arm where Lin Yu's sword had cut. But the physical wound was nothing compared to the spiritual damage. The counter technique he'd spent years developing had been integrated into his cultivation base, woven into his meridians, bonded to his spiritual core. When Shen Wei's golden light transmuted it, the transmutation didn't stop at the technique. It reached the meridians. It reached the core. What? Fong Zhuo looked down at his hands. They were trembling. His spiritual aura, once rock solid, flickered like a candle in wind. What have you done? The Primordial Life Sutra heals, Shen Wei said, rising to his feet. He was exhausted, bleeding from the nose, but his voice was steady. It converts harmful energy into benign energy. Your stolen technique was harmful energy, Elder Fong, and it was so deeply integrated into your cultivation that when the sutra transmuted it, you crippled me. Fong Zhuo's voice cracked. His Foundation Establishment cultivation was fracturing, dropping from peak to late stage, then to mid stage. The stolen techniques collapsed, dragging his legitimate cultivation down with it. You crippled yourself, Shen Wei corrected. You built your advancement on a stolen, incomplete technique. The foundation was rotten. I just showed it the light. Bai Suyin, moving with a poison specialist's ruthless efficiency, had circled behind the elder while he was distracted. 3 needles found the meridian points that controlled his legs. Fong Zhuo crumpled, his cultivation too destabilized to resist even mundane paralysis. They bound him with spiritual suppression rope from Bai Suyin's supplies and collected the evidence. The formation components. The modified soul-searching technique recorded in a jade slip on Feng Zhuo's person and the Elder's own journal, which contained detailed notes on his years-long attempt to reconstruct the primordial life sutra. Every page was a confession. "We have him," Lin Yu said, looking down at the fallen elder. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt her satisfaction, cold, precise, and absolute. "We have him," Shen Wei agreed. They dragged Elder Feng Zhuo back to the verdant spring sect in the pale light of dawn, and the world Shen Wei had known for 5 years ended. Chapter 17. Justice and Aftermath. The tribunal lasted 3 days. Sect leader Qin Zhengyang presided, his expression carved from granite. The evidence was overwhelming. Feng Zhuo's journal documenting years of illegal research, the formation components from the soul extraction array, the jade slip containing the modified soul-searching technique, testimony from the 3 paralyzed disciples who broke under questioning, and the anonymous informant's revelations about the unauthorized soul search of Shen Wei's parents. The anonymous informant, emboldened by Feng Zhuo's capture, came forward during the trial. She was a middle-aged woman named Healer one of the Sect's auxiliary physicians who had been present when Shen Wei's parents were brought to the disciplinary hall 13 years ago. She'd witnessed the soul search and had been threatened into silence. Shen Wei's father had once saved her daughter's life when no other physician would treat a servant's child. Feng Zhuo denied nothing. He sat in chains, his cultivation crippled, his face a mask of contempt. He spoke only once during the entire trial. "The technique was wasted on them," he said, looking directly at Shen Wei. "A physician's tool in a physician's hands. I would have used it to make this sect the strongest in the region. I would have created something magnificent." "You created nothing," Shen Wei replied. "You stole, you murdered, and you failed." The verdict was unanimous. Feng Zhuo was stripped of his elder status, his remaining cultivation was sealed, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment in the sect's underground cells. The charges: unauthorized soul-searching of sect members, murder by judicial manipulation, theft of sect property, attempted assault on a fellow disciple, and conspiracy to use forbidden techniques. After the verdict, sect leader Qin Zhengyang called Shen Wei to his private study. "Your parents have been posthumously rehabilitated," the sect leader said. "Their names have been restored to the sect's honor roll. Their research, the legitimate portions, has been returned to the medical archives, and their residence in the inner sect has been designated as yours." Shen Wei stared. "The inner sect? You've earned it. Not through your parents' legacy, but through your own actions. You exposed corruption, defended yourself against a rogue elder, and demonstrated medical abilities that surpass anyone currently in the sect." Qin Zhengyang paused. "I should have done this years ago. I should have investigated the tribunal when I first had doubts. That failure is mine. You couldn't have known. I should have looked harder." The sect leader's jaw tightened. "I won't make that mistake again. Shen Wei, I'm naming you the sect's chief medical cultivator. It's a new position. We've never had one before. But given recent events, I believe a dedicated medical authority within the sect's leadership is overdue." Chief medical cultivator. The title carried weight. Authority over all medical decisions within the sect, a seat at elder meetings, access to every resource the sect possessed. "I'm only Qi condensation layer 9, Shen Wei said. "Cultivation rank has never been the only measure of a person's worth. Your knowledge and skill exceed your realm." Qin Jingyang smiled. "Besides, I have a feeling your cultivation won't stay at layer 9 for long." That evening, Shen Wei walked through the inner sect to his parents' old residence for the first time since he was 5 years old. The building was modest by inner sect standards, a 3-room house with a covered porch, a small herb garden, and a meditation chamber with excellent spiritual energy density. It had been sealed since his parents' execution, gathering dust and silence. Shen Wei opened the door and stepped inside. Dust motes swirled in the evening light. His parents' belongings were still here, his father's medical instruments, his mother's calligraphy set, a painting of the 3 of them that hung above the hearth. Shen Wei at age 4, smiling, held between 2 people who had loved him enough to die for their principles. He stood in the center of his parents' home and let himself feel. Through the bonds, Lin Yu and Bai Suyin felt it too. The grief, the vindication, the quiet triumph that was somehow heavier than the sorrow. "I'm home," Shen Wei said to the empty room. "It took a while, but I'm home." Chapter 18. The breakthrough. The foundation cleansing elixir took 2 days to prepare. Shen Wei worked in his parents' old laboratory, a room that still held traces of their techniques in the formation plates built into the walls. The ingredients from the Misty Peaks were fresh and potent: dragon root mushroom, frost jade lily, and crimson heart vine, combined with supplementary herbs from the Sect stores that Shen Wei now had full access to. His mother's formula was elegant. The elixir would flush every accumulated impurity from his meridians, leaving them pristine, an ideal foundation for the breakthrough to foundation establishment. Most cultivators never achieved this level of meridian purity because they didn't know the formula existed. On the third morning, Shen drank the elixir, sat on the meditation mat in the center of his parents' cultivation chamber, and began the breakthrough. Foundation establishment was, in essence, the construction of a permanent spiritual foundation within the dantian. Where qi condensation cultivators drew ambient spiritual energy through their meridians and held it temporarily, foundation establishment cultivators built a structure within themselves that generated and stored spiritual energy independently. The process was excruciating. Spiritual energy flooded Shen Wei's meridians, cleansed and widened by the elixir, and slammed into his dantian with the force of a river finding a new channel. His spiritual core, the raw sphere of compressed energy that every qi condensation cultivator developed, began to reshape itself. Normally, the core would crystallize into a solid foundation, a dense structure of organized spiritual energy. But Shen Wei's core wasn't normal. The two soul bonds interfered. Not destructively. The golden threads didn't resist the breakthrough, but they influenced it, like gravity shaping a forming star. As the core crystallized, the bonds wove themselves into the structure, becoming load-bearing elements of the foundation itself. Through the bonds, Shen Wei felt Lin Yu and Bai Suyin react. Both women gasped simultaneously, miles apart, unaware of each other's reaction, as the golden threads pulsed with new intensity. The bonds weren't just connected to his foundation. They were part of it. The crystallization completed. Shen Wei opened his eyes and looked inward. His newly formed foundation was unlike anything described in cultivation manuals. It wasn't a uniform crystal structure. It was a constellation, a glittering matrix of spiritual energy with two golden threads woven through it like veins of precious metal through stone. The threads anchored into the foundation, drawing stability from its structure while contributing their own unique energy. The result was a foundation that was slightly smaller than average, but far denser, far more efficient, and possessed of a quality that no other cultivator's foundation had: connection. His spiritual perception exploded outward. Where his range had been 40 feet, it was now 200. The life force of everything within that range painted itself across his consciousness in vivid detail, not just presence and intensity, but character and quality. He could see the health of the spirit plants in the garden. He could sense the cultivation levels of disciples walking past the house. He could feel the faint, distant pulses of his two bonded companions. And his healing ability had made a qualitative leap. At qi condensation, he could sense injuries and apply healing energy. At foundation establishment, he could see the underlying patterns of life force, the template that a healthy body should follow. Healing was no longer about fixing damage. It was about restoring the template. Foundation establishment, Shen Wei murmured, flexing his hands. Golden light flickered at his fingertips, brighter and steadier than before. Early stage. Within an hour, his cultivation settled, and he pushed to mid-stage. The foundation cleansing elixir's purifying effects made advancement smoother. Each level came with less resistance than usual. By evening, he was at foundation establishment mid-stage. He stepped out of the cultivation chamber and found both Lin Yu and Bai Suyin waiting on his porch. They'd both felt the breakthrough through their bonds and had come independently. That was intense, Bai Suyin said. She rubbed her sternum where the bond anchored. For about 10 minutes, I felt like my soul was being restructured. Because it partially was, Shen Wei said. The bonds integrated into my foundation. They're permanent structural elements now, not just connections, but load-bearing components of my cultivation base. Which means, Lin Yu said, her expression thoughtful, that anything that damages your foundation also damages us. Yes, but it also means that as my foundation strengthens, the bonds strengthen too. Your cultivation efficiency should increase. You'll advance faster than you would naturally. Bai Suyin's amber eyes sharpened. A poison specialist's mind, always analyzing, always weighing risk against reward. How much faster? I don't know yet. But my mother's research suggested that soul bonds could enhance both parties' cultivation by 20 to 30%, possibly more. The two women exchanged a glance. Through both bonds, Shen Wei felt a simultaneous recalculation, the strategic value of the bond shifting from tolerable burden to genuine asset. I'm still not happy about the involuntary nature of this, Bai Suyin said. Noted, Shen Wei said. But a 30% enhancement is significant. Also noted. Lin Yu sheathed the small knife she'd been fidgeting with, a nervous habit Shen Wei now knew, and straightened. What's next? I continue advancing. The stronger I am, the more stable the bonds, the greater the benefit for all of us. And I start training seriously with the Primordial Life Sutra's advanced techniques. There are healing methods in my parents' research that could change the cultivation world if properly developed. And Feng's people? Lin Yu asked. The elder is imprisoned, but his faction will fragment without leadership. Some will seek new patrons. Others will lie low. The dangerous ones will try to avenge their master. Shenwei looked at both women. We need to be ready for all of those possibilities. We. Bai Suyin repeated the word as if testing its weight. Through the bond, Shenwei felt her resistance, still present, still strong, begin to develop hairline cracks. He confirmed through the bond, letting her feel his sincerity. Whether either of us chose this, we're in it together. The cracks widened, just slightly. Chapter 19, Two Women, One Problem. The first argument happened over breakfast. Shenwei had made the mistake of inviting both Lin Yu and Bai Suyin to his parents' house for a planning session. He'd prepared tea, the cloud mist leaves he now had regular access to, and laid out the items they needed to discuss. Cultivation schedules, bond training, intelligence gathering on remnants of Feng's faction. He'd gotten as far as pouring the tea before everything went sideways. The insight-sharing schedule is straightforward, Lin Yu said, reviewing the notes Shenwei had written. Physical contact, 30 minutes per session, alternating days. Your healing insights for my combat efficiency, and vice versa. Alternating with whom? Bai Suyin asked from her chair across the table, where she was organizing her poison vials with surgical precision. With you, obviously. Shenwei can only sustain one insight-sharing session per day without straining the bonds. And who decided you get the first day? Seniority. My bond was formed first. Seniority. Bai Suyin's amber eyes narrowed. This isn't a sect hierarchy. There's no seniority in involuntary soul connections. The first bond is the strongest. It has 3 weeks more development. Starting with the more developed bond for training purposes is simple efficiency. Or it's simple favoritism. The temperature in the room dropped. Through both bonds, Shenwei felt the collision. Lin Yu's icy discipline meeting Bai Suyin's acidic defensiveness, neither willing to yield, both radiating territorial aggression through their connections with him. Could we perhaps, Shenwei began. Stay out of this, both women said simultaneously. He stayed out of it. For about 30 seconds. The rotation doesn't matter if we're all dead, he said firmly. Feng's loyalists are regrouping. 3 of them left the sect yesterday. No one knows where they went. The Crimson Lotus sect hasn't responded to Bai Suyin's evidence yet, which means they're either ignoring it or preparing a response we won't like. And I'm Foundation establishment mid-stage, which is impressive for a former servant disciple, but still catastrophically weak compared to most of the threats we're facing. Both women looked at him. Through both bonds, he felt their surprise. He rarely spoke this bluntly. We can fight about schedules, or we can prepare for the people who want to kill us. I choose preparation. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Through the bond, you're learning. Bai Suyin huffed and crossed her arms. Through the bond, he has a point. I hate that he has a point. Fine, Bai Suyin said. Alternating days. But I want equal time. Agreed, Lin Yu said. Equal time. And, Bai Suyin added, fixing Shenwei with a look that combined challenge with something softer. I want to understand how the bond works from a toxicological perspective. If someone tries to poison the bond itself, target the connection, I need to know what the vulnerabilities are so I can develop countermeasures. It was a perfectly reasonable request framed in the language of professional expertise. Through the bond, Shenwei felt the deeper truth. Bai Suyin wanted to study the bond because she wanted to understand something she'd been dragged into without consent. Knowledge was her weapon, her armor, her way of coping with a world that kept taking her choices away. I'll share everything I know, Shenwei said. Full transparency. Both of you. The planning session proceeded. By the end, they had a workable schedule, a division of responsibilities, and an uneasy truce between 2 women who didn't like each other but were smart enough to cooperate. Watching them leave, Lin Yu striding north toward the inner sect's training grounds, Bai Suyin slipping east toward the medical library, Shenwei felt both bonds humming in his chest and allowed himself a moment of cautious optimism. Then Shunhao appeared around the corner with a basket of dumplings and a grin that suggested he'd been eavesdropping. 2 women fighting over your time at the breakfast table, Shunhao said. I never thought I'd see the day. It's not like that. Sure it isn't. The Ice Princess and the Poison Queen, bonded to the humble healer by threads of gold. There's a novel in this somewhere. Shunhao. I'll shut up. He set the dumplings on the table. But I'm going to enjoy watching. Chapter 20. The Crimson Lotus summons the envoy arrived at noon, announced by the blare of a war horn that hadn't sounded at the Verdant Spring Sect's gates in 20 years. Shen was in the medical hall, treating a disciple's sprained wrist, when the alarm reached him. Through the bonds, he felt Lin Yu shift to combat alertness, and Bai Suin's emotions spike with raw, primal fear. The Crimson Lotus Sect. He abandoned the treatment. The wrist wasn't critical, and ran to the main gates. By the time he arrived, half the sect was already assembled. The envoy was a convoy of 12 cultivators in blood-red robes, riding war beasts. Massive armored creatures that resembled scaled horses with carnivore teeth. At their head rode a woman whose cultivation aura pressed down on the gathered disciples like a physical weight. Core formation. At least mid-stage. A realm so far above anyone at the Verdant Spring sect that her mere presence made several outer disciples stumble. She dismounted and approached the gate with the unhurried confidence of someone who considered everyone present beneath her notice. "I am Elder Shui Feng of the Crimson Lotus Sect," she announced. "I carry a message for your sect leader from Sect Master Huoyanluo." Sect leader Qin Zhengyang met her at the gate. He was calm, impressively so, given that the woman before him could probably destroy half the sect single-handedly. Foundation Establishment Peak was the strongest cultivation in the Verdant Spring sect. Core formation was a different world entirely. "Elder Shui," Qin Zhengyang said, "you are welcome, though the war beasts are not. Please have your escort wait outside." A flicker of annoyance crossed Shui Feng's face, but she complied. The beasts were led to a clearing outside the gate, their riders remaining mounted in a formation that was clearly meant to be intimidating. In the audience hall, with the sect's elders assembled, Elder Shui delivered her message. "The Crimson Lotus sect demands the return of Bai Suin, defector and thief, who stole classified sect property and fled to your territory. Additionally, we demand the surrender of the one called Shen, who has been identified as a practitioner of forbidden soul arts. These individuals are to be delivered to our custody within 3 days, or the Crimson Lotus sect will consider this an act of war." Silence. Shen, standing at the back of the hall in his capacity as chief medical cultivator, felt the threat settle over the room like a funeral shroud. The Crimson Lotus sect was 3 times the size of the Verdant Spring sect, with multiple core formation elders and a sect master who was rumored to be at core formation peak or even approaching nascent soul. War with them wasn't a battle. It was annihilation. Bai Suin was granted asylum under sect law, Qin Zhengyang said, his voice steady. "She has provided evidence of criminal practices within your sect, specifically, blood rituals using disciples as sacrificial materials. Until those allegations are investigated by a neutral authority, she remains under our protection." "Allegations from a traitor carry no weight," Elder Shui said dismissively. "Evidence carries weight regardless of its source. The jade slips she provided have been verified by our formation masters. The records are authentic. Fabrications. Our formation masters disagree." Elder Shui's eyes narrowed. Her cultivation aura flexed, a subtle but unmistakable display of power that made the hall's formation plates buzz in protest. "Sect leader Qin, I urge you to reconsider. The Crimson Lotus sect has no quarrel with the Verdant Spring sect. We seek only the return of our property and the elimination of a dangerous practitioner. Comply, and we will consider the matter closed. Shen is a member of my sect, and his healing techniques have been reviewed and found to be within acceptable boundaries," Qin Zhengyang replied. "Your characterization of his abilities as forbidden soul arts is not supported by evidence. Our characterization is based on intelligence from within your own sect," Elder Shui said, and Shen blood ran cold. Former Elder Feng Zhuo provided detailed reports to our sect master before his arrest. The technique, called the Primordial Life Sutra, manipulates soul energy. It creates involuntary bonds between practitioner and patient. This is, by any definition, a forbidden soul art. Feng Zhuo had been communicating with the Crimson Lotus sect. Trading information for what? Resources? Backing for his eventual move against Shen? Or had Huoyanluo approached him, sensing an opportunity? 3 days, sect leader Qin, Elder Shui said. "I sincerely hope you make the wise choice." She turned and left the hall. The war beast's roar echoed across the sect as the convoy departed, leaving behind a stunned silence and the acrid smell of fear. Qin Zhengyang waited until the envoy was out of earshot before speaking. "Council session. Now. Shen, stay." The elders filed into the private chamber behind the audience hall. Shen followed, acutely aware that he was the youngest person in the room by 30 years. "We cannot surrender them," Qin Zhengyang said flatly. "Even if I were willing to sacrifice 2 of my people, which I am not, handing over evidence of blood rituals to the very sect committing them would make us complicit. We cannot survive a war with the Crimson Lotus sect either," Elder May pointed out. She was a diminutive woman with silver hair and sharp eyes, the formation specialist Lin you had mentioned. They have 4 core formation elders. We have none. Then we need allies, Shen said. Every elder turned to look at him. He was the youngest, the weakest, the newest member of the sect's leadership. But through the soul bonds humming in his chest, he felt Lin Yu's courage and Bai Suin's cunning flowing into him, and he spoke with a confidence that was partly his and partly theirs. Bai Suin's evidence doesn't just threaten the Crimson Lotus sect, it threatens every faction that has looked the other way while Hui Yanluo grew his power. Blood rituals violate intersect law. If we bring this evidence to the Regional Cultivation Authority, the Medicine King Assembly, the nearby major sects, we can build a coalition that even the Crimson Lotus sect can't ignore. The Medicine King Assembly, Qin Jingyang repeated thoughtfully. They do have jurisdiction over medical ethics violations, which blood rituals certainly qualify as. And they convene next month in Azure Cloud City, Elder May added. If we present the evidence there, we need to survive for a month first, another elder interrupted. I can help with that, Shen said. My healing abilities have expanded since my breakthrough to Foundation establishment. I can treat injuries that would normally end a cultivator's career. If the Crimson Lotus sect attacks, every wounded fighter I return to the field is a force multiplier. You're proposing we fight a defensive war using a healer as our strategic advantage? The elder sounded incredulous. I'm proposing we survive long enough to make it to Azure Cloud City. After that, the Crimson Lotus sect will have bigger problems than us. Qin Jingyang studied Shen for a long moment. Through the bond, miles away, Lin Yu felt the sect leader's gaze and added her own assessment. He's capable. Trust him. Prepare the defenses, Qin Jingyang said. Shen I want a full medical readiness plan by tomorrow morning. Every disciple combat ready, and every critical supply stockpiled. Yes, sect leader. As Shen left the chamber, he felt both bonds pulsing with determination. Lin Yu sharpening her sword somewhere in the inner sect, Bai Suin already mixing poisons in her borrowed workshop. War was coming. The Crimson Lotus sect's envoy had given them 3 days. After that, the full weight of a sect 3 times their size would crash down on them. 3 days to prepare. A month to survive. And somewhere beyond that, a reckoning with sect master Hui Yanluo and the darkness he'd built his power upon. Shen walked to his parents' house, sat in their cultivation chamber, and began to push his foundation establishment cultivation toward the next stage. He could feel the boundary of mid-stage pressing against him, ready to break. He was done being the weakest person in the room. He was done watching threats gather while he could only prepare. The primordial life sutra hummed in his bones, and the 2 golden threads in his chest blazed with the combined determination of 3 souls. The Crimson Lotus sect wanted war. They would get one, but not the kind they expected. Chapter 21, War Drums. The Crimson Lotus sect's 3-day deadline passed with no attack. Then 4 days. 5. A week. The waiting was worse than fighting would have been. Every dawn, Shen expected to wake to war horns and the crash of spiritual techniques against the sect's defensive formations. Every dusk, he expected fire on the horizon, the red-robed armies of Hui Yanluo descending from the mountain passes like a tide of blood. Instead, nothing. Silence. The autumn deepened, leaves fell, and the verdant spring sect existed in a state of sustained, corrosive tension that frayed nerves and exhausted bodies without a single blade being drawn. He's playing the long game, Bai Suin said during one of their evening strategy sessions in Shen parents' house. She sat cross-legged on the floor, a map of the surrounding territories spread before her, marking possible attack vectors with colored pins. Hui Yanluo doesn't need to attack. He just needs to keep us afraid. Every day we spend preparing for an assault that doesn't come is a day we're not sending evidence to the Medicine King Assembly. Then we stop waiting and start moving, Lin Yu said from her position by the window, where she'd been monitoring the sect's perimeter through her bond-enhanced perception. We send the evidence now. We go to Azure Cloud City. The assembly doesn't convene for 3 weeks, Shen said. If we arrive early with accusations against a major sect, we'll be dismissed as paranoid alarmists. We need to arrive with evidence, credibility, and enough political weight to force an investigation. Credibility. Bai Suin's amber eyes glinted in the candlelight. That's the problem. I'm a defector. My evidence will be questioned simply because of who I am. And you, she gestured at Shen You're a no-name medical cultivator from a minor sect. No offense. None taken. And you're right. Shen had been thinking about this problem for days. We need a reputation that precedes us. Something that makes the assembly take us seriously before we even present the evidence. The Medicine King title, Lin Yu said. You mentioned it once. The assembly awards the Medicine King title to the most accomplished healer. Win that, and every word you say carries the weight of the continent's highest medical authority. The competition is brutal, Bai Suyin warned. Healers from across the region spend decades preparing. Shenwei is foundation establishment mid-stage. Most competitors are core formation or above. Most competitors don't have the primordial life sutra, Shenwei said quietly. And most competitors can't heal a cracked dantian. Silence fell over the room. Through both bonds, Shenwei felt the women's reactions. Lin Yu's sharp approval, Bai Suyin's grudging agreement. It's risky, Bai Suyin said. Everything is risky. This risk comes with a reward that could save us all. Then we prepare you for the competition, Lin Yu said, her tone shifting to the decisive cadence of a battle commander. 3 weeks of intensive training. Healing techniques, medical knowledge, presentation, and, most importantly, combat readiness for the journey. The training began the next morning. Shenwei rose before dawn and made his way to the cultivation chamber in his parents' house. The formation plates in the walls hummed to life at his touch, recognizing the Shen family bloodline in his spiritual signature, a detail that still made his chest tighten every time. His parents had built this room. Their energy had saturated its stones for years. Training here felt like being held. He sat on the meditation mat and began his morning cultivation cycle. The process was different now than it had been even a month ago. Where he'd once struggled to draw ambient qi through resistant meridians, the foundation establishment breakthrough had transformed his entire energy architecture. Spiritual energy flowed into his foundation with the smooth efficiency of water through polished channels, each circulation cycle strengthening the crystalline structure and deepening the 2 golden threads woven through it. The soul bonds pulsed in rhythm with his cultivation. Lin Yu's thread hummed with a sharp, blade-like frequency, the signature of a sword cultivator's spiritual energy, precise and cutting. Bai Suyin's thread carried a more complex harmonic, layered, subtle, with undertones that shifted like the components of a sophisticated compound. Both threads fed energy into his foundation, and his foundation fed energy back, creating a closed loop that amplified everyone's cultivation efficiency. He could feel both women through the bonds. Lin Yu already training in the inner sect, her sword carving geometric patterns in the pre-dawn air, Bai Suyin in her workshop, mixing compounds with the focused intensity that was her natural state. Their presence was a comfort and a responsibility. Every advancement he made strengthened their bonds. Every weakness he harbored put them at risk. 6 hours each day went to pushing his cultivation base. His foundation establishment mid-stage solidified through relentless energy cycling, and the boundary to late stage began to thin. The foundation cleansing elixir's lingering effects continued to smooth his advancement, and the 2 soul bonds woven into his foundation acted as accelerators, each bond providing a trickle of unique spiritual energy that enriched his cultivation base. Chunhao visited most afternoons, bringing food and gossip with equal enthusiasm. The outer disciples are taking bets on when you'll reach late stage, he reported one day, setting down a basket of steamed buns. Current odds are 3-1 within the month. I put 50 spirit stones on 2 weeks. You have 50 spirit stones. I borrowed them from Zhao Kong. He doesn't know yet. Chunhao, he deserves it. Also, I fully intend to win the bet. The afternoons brought medical training, and it was here that Bai Suyin proved invaluable. Despite her protestations of indifference, she was an extraordinary teacher, demanding, precise, and possessed of a knowledge base that made even Gu Yunshan raise his eyebrows in appreciation. Another 6 hours went to medical training. Bai Suyin, despite her protestations of indifference, proved to be an invaluable teacher. Her knowledge of poisons was encyclopedic, and her understanding of how toxins interacted with the body's spiritual systems gave Shenwei insights into healing that his parents' research had only touched on. Poison and healing are 2 sides of the same coin, she told him during one session, demonstrating the crystalline structure of meridian eclipse under spiritual magnification. Both manipulate the body's energy systems. The difference is intent and precision. You could have been a healer, Shenwei observed. I was trained as one. The Crimson Lotus Sect's poison specialists start with healing education before they're taught to reverse it. Her expression darkened. That's how Hua Yinluo justified it. To create the perfect poison, you must first understand perfect health. Through the bond, Shenwei felt the old wound, the betrayal of a sect that had taken a healer's training and twisted it into a weapon. Bai Suyin had been taught to save lives, then methodically retrained to end them. He reached out and squeezed her hand. A brief contact, but the bond flared with warmth, his compassion flowing through the golden thread without agenda or expectation. Bai Suyin's eyes widened. She pulled her hand away quickly, but not before he felt her response. a crack in the wall around her heart, tiny but real. Don't, she said, her voice rough. Don't what? Don't be kind to me. It makes it harder to hate this. The remaining hours went to combat training with Lin Yu, who was a merciless instructor. She drilled Shen Wei in evasion, situational awareness, and what she called battlefield medicine, the art of healing allies while dodging attacks. You're not a fighter, she told him bluntly, after he'd failed to dodge a practice strike for the dozenth time. You will never be a fighter. But you can be something more valuable, a fighter's lifeline. Learn to move, learn to dodge, learn to heal on the run. That's your combat role. Through the bond, she shared her combat perception, the instinct for reading opponents, the spatial awareness of a sword cultivator who processed battle as geometry. Shen Wei absorbed it with the same hungry efficiency that characterized all his learning, and by the end of the second week, he could dodge attacks he had no business dodging, guided by instincts that weren't entirely his own. The remaining hours went to combat training with Lin Yu, who was a merciless instructor. She drilled Shen Wei in evasion techniques, spatial awareness, and what she called battlefield triage positioning, the art of staying alive and accessible to wounded allies in a combat environment. You will never be a frontline fighter, she told him on the first day, after he failed to dodge a slow practice strike for the 5th consecutive time. Your instincts are wrong for combat. When danger approaches, you move toward it, toward the wounded, toward the injured. A fighter moves laterally. A healer moves forward. It's in your bones, and I can't train it out. Is that a problem? It's a death sentence if you don't compensate. Your healing instinct will put you in harm's way. So we train everything else, your movement, your awareness, your ability to dodge while channeling healing energy, to keep you alive despite your instinct to sacrifice yourself. The training was punishing. Lin Yu didn't hold back in sparring sessions, and her bond-shared combat insights meant Shen Wei received both the physical beating and the analytical breakdown simultaneously. By the end of each session, he was bruised, exhausted, and marginally better at not getting hit. Through the bond, he felt Lin Yu's complicated emotions during these sessions, frustration at his clumsiness warring with admiration for his endurance and a protective fury that she would never, ever admit to. She pushed him hard because she couldn't bear the thought of him dying. The bond made that motive transparent, even if she refused to acknowledge it verbally. Again, she would say, after knocking him down for the 20th time. And he would rise, and they would begin again. By the end of the second week, Shen Wei could dodge attacks he had no business dodging, not through martial skill, but through the bond-shared perception that gave him Lin Yu's combat awareness. He couldn't fight, but he could survive. And surviving was enough. Chapter 22, The Medicine King's Challenge. 3 weeks later, they departed for Azure Cloud City. The journey was dangerous. Crimson Lotus Sect territory bordered the road to Azure Cloud, and Hoi Yanluo had scouts everywhere. They traveled at night, using back roads and forest paths that Lin Yu knew from her years of Sect patrol duty. Shen Wei, Lin Yu, and Bai Suyin moved as a unit. 3 people connected by bonds that made coordination effortless. Lin Yu's perception covered the front, scanning for threats. Bai Suyin watched the flanks and rear, her poison-enhanced senses detecting chemical signatures that normal perception would miss. Shen Wei maintained awareness of both women's physical condition, ready to heal any injury instantly. On the 3rd night, they crossed the border between Sect territories and entered neutral ground. The tension eased slightly. Azure Cloud City is 2 more days south, Lin Yu said, consulting the map by moonlight. The assembly convenes in 5 days. We'll arrive with time to register. Registration requires a sponsoring physician or sect, Bai Suyin added. Do we have one? Sect leader Qin provided a formal recommendation letter, Shen Wei said. It should be sufficient for a minor sect healer to enter the Medicine King competition against healers backed by major sects, ancient families, and medical dynasties. Bai Suyin shook her head. The politics alone will be a battlefield. She wasn't wrong. The Medicine King Assembly was the cultivation world's preeminent medical event, a convocation of healers, physicians, alchemists, and medical cultivators from across the entire region. The competition for the Medicine King title attracted the best in the field, and the judging was as much political as it was medical. But Shen Wei had an advantage no other competitor possessed, the ability to heal at the soul level. Whatever challenges the competition threw at him, his Primordial Life Sutra gave him access to depths of healing that conventional methods couldn't reach. Whether that would be enough remained to be seen. On the 4th night, they encountered the refugees. Chapter 23, Suyin's secret. The refugee camp sprawled across a valley floor like a wound in the landscape. Hundreds of people, maybe thousands, huddled around sputtering fires, their faces gaunt, their spiritual energy depleted to dangerously low levels. Tents made of salvaged cloth and propped-up branches dotted the terrain. Children cried. Elders coughed. The acrid stench of sickness hung over everything like a shroud. Shen stopped at the edge of the camp and stared. Through his life-sense perception, the scene was even more horrifying than it appeared to the naked eye. The life force of these people was dimmed, thinned, as if something was actively draining them. Plague refugees, Lin Yu said, her expression grim. This must be from the southern outbreak. I heard reports at the Sect, a mysterious illness striking mortal villages and minor sections. Symptoms include meridian deterioration, spiritual energy loss, and organ failure. How many dead? Shen asked. Unknown. Hundreds, at least. Shen was already walking toward the camp. He couldn't help it. The sight of suffering on this scale triggered something fundamental in him. Not just compassion, but the primordial life sutra's deepest imperative. He was a healer. These people needed healing. The math was simple. Shen Bai Suin's hand caught his arm. We don't have time. The assembly. These people are dying. Thousands of people die every day in the cultivation world. We can't save them all, and trying will cost us the one opportunity we have to stop Hui Yinluo. She was right. Strategically, logically, she was absolutely right. But through the bond, she could feel what Shen felt. The visceral, physical inability to walk past suffering without acting. It was wired into him, bone deep, inextricable from the technique that defined his cultivation path. Bai Suin felt all of this, and her grip on his arm loosened. Fine, she muttered. But we diagnose first. If this is a natural plague, maybe conventional treatment can help. If it's something else, it's not natural, Shen said. He'd been scanning the refugees with his life-sense perception, and what he saw confirmed his worst fear. The energy drain pattern is artificial. Something is siphoning their life force, slowly, steadily, and with a precision that no natural disease can achieve. Artificial. Lin Yu's hand went to her sword. Someone is deliberately draining these people. Someone is harvesting them. Shen voice was cold. The life force is being extracted and channeled somewhere. I can see the residual traces, thin threads of stolen energy, leading south. Bai Suin's face drained of color. Through the bond, Shen felt her sudden, devastating realization. She knew what this was. Suin, it's the ritual, she whispered. Hui Yinluo's blood ritual, but scaled up. Massively scaled up. She pressed her hands to her temples, as if trying to contain the horror. In the sect, he used individual disciples. But this, draining entire communities, this is the same technique applied at a regional level. He's not just feeding his cultivation anymore. He's preparing for something. Something enormous. How do you know so much about the ritual's mechanics? Lin Yu asked, her eyes sharp. Bai Suin was quiet for a long moment. Through the bond, Shen felt layers of shame and guilt peeling back, revealing something she'd buried deep. Because I helped design it, she said. Her voice was barely audible. Before I knew what Hui Yinluo was using it for, I was his best poison researcher. He told me it was theoretical, a study of life force extraction for medical applications. I developed the channeling technique, the precision extraction method, the sustained drain that keeps the victim alive long enough to, she broke off. Her hands were shaking. That's how you knew the evidence was real, Shen said gently. You weren't just a witness. You were a participant, an unwitting one. When I realized what he was actually doing, using my research to drain and kill disciples, I tried to destroy my notes. But he'd already made copies. He'd already implemented the technique. Tears tracked down her face, though her expression was furiously controlled. I built the weapon he's using on these people. Every death in this camp has my fingerprints on it. Lin Yu's expression didn't soften. She was too honest for that. But through Shen bond, she felt Bai Suin's genuine anguish, filtered through his perception, and her judgment tempered into something more complex than simple condemnation. Then help fix it, Lin Yu said. You designed the weapon. You know its weaknesses. Bai Suin wiped her eyes with a vicious motion. I know the channeling technique inside and out. If Shen healing can disrupt the drain, I can trace it back to the extraction nodes, the physical points where the technique anchors to the victims. And I can destroy those anchors, Shen said. The primordial life sutra converts harmful energy into benign energy. If I can find the extraction nodes, I'll show you. Bai Suin straightened, her despair transforming into the cold, ruthless focus that made her the Crimson Lotus Sect's best researcher. Every one of them. And then we're going to trace the channeling threads back to their source and make Hui Yinluo choke on his own technique. They entered the camp. Chapter 24, Journey to the Assembly Healing the Plague camp took 2 days. The first morning, Shen walked through the rows of the sick and let his life-sense perception paint the full picture. It was devastating. The extraction nodes were everywhere, buried in the spiritual cores of farmers, merchants, elderly cultivators, and children. Children, some of them no older than 5 or 6, their tiny spiritual seeds barely formed, already being drained by Hui Yinluo's parasitic technique. Shen Wei's hands shook. Through the bonds, Lin Yu and Bai Suyin felt his rage, a cold, terrible fury that burned beneath his healer's composure like magma under ice. He set up a treatment station in the camp's largest tent. Lin Yu organized the patients into priority groups, children and elderly first, then the weakest adults, then everyone else. Bai Suyin analyzed the extraction node structure, identifying 7 distinct variants that required slightly different approaches to dismantle. He's been refining the technique, Bai Suyin reported, her face pale. These variants are 2nd and 3rd generation, more efficient, harder to detect, more deeply embedded. He's been testing different designs on different populations, using these people as experimental subjects, Shen Wei said. Yes. Her voice was barely audible. This is my work. My research, refined and deployed. And every single node here is going to be destroyed by my hands, Shen Wei said firmly. What was created in ignorance, we dismantle with intent. He worked without true rest after that, moving from patient to patient, using his life sense perception to identify the extraction nodes buried in each victim's spiritual system. The nodes were insidious, microscopic formations embedded in the meridians, invisible to normal diagnostic methods. They latched onto the spiritual core and siphoned energy in amounts too small to notice individually, but devastating in aggregate. The healing process for each patient was intricate. Shen Wei had to first map the node's connections, tiny tendrils of parasitic energy that linked it to the victim's meridian system like the roots of a weed. Then he had to sever each tendril simultaneously while transmuting the node's core with golden light. If even one tendril remained intact, the node could regenerate within hours. Bai Suyin guided his targeting, her intimate knowledge of the node's architecture allowing him to work with surgical precision. It was delicate work. The nodes were designed to self-destruct if tampered with incorrectly, potentially killing the host. Only the primordial life sutra's ability to transmute harmful energy without triggering defensive mechanisms made removal possible. The first patient, a girl of 7, opened her eyes after the node was removed and smiled. It was the first smile she'd managed in weeks, her mother said. Shen Wei's eyes burned, but he moved to the next patient and the next and the next. By the end of the first day, they'd cleared 70 patients. By the end of the second, 308. The camp transformed. People who had been listless and dying sat up, ate, spoke with renewed energy. Children who hadn't smiled in weeks laughed again. Elders who had been preparing for death began planning their recovery. Word spread faster than Shen Wei could have imagined. By the time they left the camp, messengers had already carried the story to 3 nearby settlements. The Golden Light Healer who could cure the plague. A miracle worker. A savior. You've just made yourself famous, Lin Yu observed as they resumed their journey south. The good kind of famous. The dangerous kind, Bai Suyin countered. Hui Yinluo will hear about this. He'll know someone is disrupting his harvesting network. He'll also know the disruption is coming from a healer who uses golden light, Shen Wei said. Which means he'll know it's me. Or at least, he'll suspect the primordial life sutra. Then we'd better reach Azure Cloud City before he can respond. They pushed the pace, traveling day and night, rotating sleep in 2-hour shifts. The soul bonds made this easier than it should have been. When one person slept, the other's alertness compensated through the shared awareness, maintaining a baseline of vigilance. Azure Cloud City emerged from the mist on the morning of the 6th day, a sprawling metropolis built on and around a massive plateau, its towers and pavilions shrouded in the perpetual cloud cover that gave the city its name. Spiritual energy was dense here, concentrated by natural formations in the bedrock. Cultivation sects, merchant houses, and independent cultivators from across the region had established presences in the city, making it a nexus of power, commerce, and political intrigue. The Medicine King Assembly was held in the Grand Healing Pavilion at the city's center, a complex of white stone buildings surrounding a courtyard the size of a parade ground. Registration was already open when they arrived, and the courtyard was packed with healers, physicians, and their entourages. The competition was real. Shen Wei scanned the assembled competitors and felt the weight of what he was attempting. There were healers here with decades of experience, backed by major sects and ancient medical lineages. Their cultivation levels ranged from core formation to early nascent soul. Their reputations preceded them. He was Foundation Establishment mid-stage, 19 years old, from a minor sect most people in Azure Cloud City had never heard of. Intimidated, Bai Suyin asked, standing beside him in the registration line. Motivated. Good answer. Registration went smoothly. Sect leader Qin's recommendation letter was accepted, though the registrar gave Shen Wei a skeptical look that suggested he expected the young healer to be eliminated in the first round. They were assigned quarters in the competitor's wing of the Grand Healing Pavilion, a small room with 3 beds, a meditation space, and a view of the courtyard. Lin Yu and Bai Suyin would serve as his support team, which was standard for competition entrants. That evening, as they settled in, Shen Wei stood at the window and looked out over the assembly grounds. Healers from every tradition in the cultivation world milled below. Alchemists in leather aprons carrying cases of pills, acupuncturists with their needle kits slung across their shoulders, herbalists arguing over the properties of rare plants, and surgical specialists demonstrating techniques to clusters of students. He'd grown up isolated, a servant boy in a minor sect, practicing forbidden techniques in secret. Now he was about to compete against the best the cultivation world had to offer. The gap between his upbringing and his current reality felt vertiginous, like standing on a cliff edge and looking down. Through the bond, Bai Suyin sensed his uncertainty. Having doubts. Not about my abilities. About whether a 19-year-old from a minor sect can walk into the most prestigious medical competition in the region and be taken seriously. You healed a shattered meridian system, cured an artificially created plague, and currently maintain 3 soul bonds that shouldn't be possible. I think being taken seriously is the least of your concerns. She paused. The real concern is being taken too seriously. Win this competition, and every power in the region will want to either recruit you, study you, or kill you. I'm already being hunted by the Crimson Lotus sect. Exactly. Why stop at one enemy when you can have dozens? Despite himself, Shen Wei laughed. The sound surprised both of them. It had been weeks since either of them had found anything funny. Through the bond, the laughter spread. Bai Suin's lips twitched, and across the room, Lin Yu looked up from her sword maintenance with an expression of bemused puzzlement. Then a knock came at the door. Chapter 25. The plague's true nature. The knock belonged to a boy of 12 or 13, a messenger in the assembly's uniform, breathless and wide-eyed. Medical cultivator Shen Wei? The boy asked. That's me. The assembly's emergency committee requests your presence in the quarantine ward. Immediately, the boy swallowed. They said to tell you that plague cases have appeared in the city. Shen Wei's blood ran cold. He looked at Bai Suyin, who had gone rigid. It followed us, she said. They weren't that unlucky. The truth was worse. The quarantine ward held 30 patients, Azure Cloud City residents who had collapsed within the past 2 days, showing identical symptoms to the refugees: meridian deterioration, spiritual energy loss, progressive organ failure. The extraction nodes were the same design, but there was a difference. The channeling threads from these nodes pointed in a different direction than the ones in the refugee camp. They pointed north, directly toward Crimson Lotus sect territory. He's been seeding the entire region, Bai Suyin said, her face ashen. The refugee camp wasn't an isolated operation. Hui Yanluo has been planting extraction nodes across every population center and range. He's building a network, a continent-scale harvesting grid. The Assembly's Emergency Committee, 5 senior physicians who oversaw medical crises in the city, listened to Shen Wei's explanation with growing horror. You're saying this plague is artificially created? The committee chair asked. He was an elderly man named Physician Zhao, Core Formation Realm, with 60 years of medical experience. A deliberate attack on civilian populations? Not just an attack, Shen Wei said. A harvest. The extraction nodes are siphoning life force from the victims and channeling it to a central location. Someone is using these people as fuel. Impossible. No cultivation technique can drain life force at this scale. It's not impossible. It's been done. Shen Wei looked at Bai Suyin. She stepped forward. I am Bai Suyin, former researcher of the Crimson Lotus sect. I helped develop the extraction technique, though I was unaware of its intended application. She pulled a jade slip from her robe, a copy of the evidence she'd brought from the Crimson Lotus sect. This contains the technical specifications of the technique, its origins, and the name of the cultivator who commissioned and deployed it. Sect Master Hui Yanluo of the Crimson Lotus sect. The committee examined the jade slip. The silence that followed was deafening. If this is verified, Physician Zhao said slowly, it constitutes the most egregious violation of medical ethics in recorded history. It can be verified, Shen Wei said. I can demonstrate the extraction node removal process on any of your patients. You can observe the technique, confirm the artificial nature of the plague, and witness the cure. Show us. Shen Wei stepped to the nearest patient, a middle-aged woman, unconscious, her spiritual energy barely flickering. He placed his hands on her meridian points and activated his life sense perception, projecting the diagnostic image outward using a technique he developed during the refugee camp treatment. The committee physicians could see what he saw, the tiny, insidious extraction node buried in the woman's spiritual core, pulsing as it siphoned her life force drop by drop. He destroyed the node with a pulse of golden, healing energy. The woman's life force stabilized immediately. Her breathing deepened. Color returned to her face. The committee chair sat down heavily. "By the heavens," he murmured. "How many people are affected? Based on the refugee camp we treated and the cases here, I estimate thousands, possibly tens of thousands across the region. The extraction network extends throughout the territories surrounding the Crimson Lotus sect. This changes everything. The assembly must be informed. The competition should proceed," Shen interrupted. "With respect, Physician Zhao, the Crimson Lotus sect has political allies in this city. If we announce these findings now, before the full assembly convenes, those allies will have time to suppress the evidence or discredit the source. But if we present the evidence during the competition, in front of every physician and sect representative in the region, it becomes public knowledge. Undeniable. Unsuppressible." Physician Zhao studied him. "You want to use the Medicine King competition as a platform. I want to save these patients and bring a criminal to justice. The competition is the best stage for both." The committee deliberated briefly. They agreed, grudgingly, to allow Shen to present the evidence during the competition, on the condition that he first cure the 30 quarantined patients as proof of his claims. Shen spent the next 6 hours doing exactly that. 30 patients, 30 extraction nodes removed, 30 lives saved. By dawn, the quarantine ward was empty, and the Assembly's emergency committee was fully committed to supporting his presentation. Chapter 26. Azure Cloud City. The Medicine King Assembly officially convened on the following morning. The Grand Healing Pavilion's courtyard was transformed into an amphitheater, with tiered seating for thousands of spectators surrounding a central stage where competitors would demonstrate their skills. Banners from dozens of sects and medical organizations hung from the pillars. The air buzzed with spiritual energy and anticipation. Shen stood backstage, reviewing his preparation notes, when a voice interrupted his concentration. "The Primordial Life Sutra. I haven't felt that energy signature in 40 years. He turned. The man before him was old, genuinely old, not the preserved youth of high-level cultivators, but the weathered antiquity of someone who had lived long and hard. He was tall and lean, with a white beard that reached his chest and eyes that held the depth of a mountain lake. His cultivation aura was immense, nascent soul realm, late stage at minimum. "You knew my parents," Shen said. It wasn't a question. No one who hadn't encountered the Primordial Life Sutra firsthand would recognize its energy signature. "I knew your grandmother," the old man corrected. "Shen Lingwei. She taught me the basics of life sense perception when I was a foolish young wanderer with more curiosity than sense." He smiled. "My name is Gu Yunshan. I'm what passes for a physician among the old monsters of the cultivation world. Master Physician Gu Yunshan." Shen recognized the name from his parents' journals. "The Wandering Doctor. My father mentioned you. He said you were the only outsider who ever studied with the Shen family's medical lineage. Your father was generous in his assessment. I was a student of your grandmother's for 3 months before she threw me out for being too impatient." Gu Yunshan's expression turned serious. "I heard about the quarantine ward. 30 patients cured of an artificial plague using golden light healing. That's Primordial Life Sutra work. I'd stake my reputation on it." "It is. Then you're in more danger than you know." Gu Yunshan lowered his voice. "The Primordial Life Sutra isn't just a healing technique, boy. It's a fragment of something much older and much more powerful. Your family's lineage has been preserving and developing it for generations, each one adding to the understanding. But the original technique, the complete version, was created by an immortal." "An immortal?" "A being from the upper realm. A celestial sovereign who defied heaven's laws by creating a technique that could heal anything, including the soul itself. The heavens destroyed him for it. But the technique survived, in fragments, scattered across the mortal realm. Your family's Primordial Life Sutra is the largest surviving fragment." Shen mind reeled. His parents' research had mentioned ancient origins, but this, a celestial sovereign, destroyed by heaven, was beyond anything in their notes. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I owed your grandmother a debt, and I've spent 40 years looking for a way to repay it. When I heard about a young healer using golden light in a minor sect, I started traveling. I arrived in Azure Cloud City 2 days ago." He placed a hand on Shen shoulder. "I would like to offer my services as your mentor. Not to learn the sutra. I know better than to ask. but to help you develop your skills, navigate the political landscape, and survive the enemies who will come for you. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt Lin Yu's assessment. She'd been listening from nearby, and her judgment was clear, trustworthy, powerful, useful. I accept, Shen Wei said. Gratefully. Good. Then my first piece of advice. The competition will test you in ways you don't expect. The medical challenges are straightforward. The politics are not. Several major sects have their own candidates, and they won't hesitate to sabotage an outsider. I'm aware. Are you aware that Sect Master Hui Yanluo has a representative in the assembly? Shen Wei's jaw tightened. Who? His senior disciple, Lu Changwei. Core formation early stage. Officially, he's here to observe. Unofficially, he's been meeting with the judges. The game was more complex than Shen Wei had realized. Hui Yanluo wasn't just conducting blood rituals. He was actively working to maintain political cover within the medical establishment. A representative at the assembly, meetings with judges. The Crimson Lotus Sect Master was playing chess, while Shen Wei had been thinking in terms of checkers. Then we play chess too, Shen Wei said. Now you sound like your grandmother. Gu Yinshan smiled. She was terrifying at chess. Chapter 27. The competition begins. The Medicine King competition followed a 3-round format, each round eliminating half the remaining competitors. Round 1, Diagnosis. Each competitor was presented with a patient suffering from a rare or complex condition. Points were awarded for speed, accuracy, and completeness of diagnosis. 48 healers entered, 24 would advance. Round 2, Treatment. Each remaining competitor was given a case deemed untreatable by conventional methods. Points awarded for efficacy, creativity, and patient outcome. 24 entered, 12 advanced. Round 3, The Impossible Case. A single patient with a condition that had stumped the entire medical establishment. All 12 competitors worked simultaneously. The one who came closest to a cure, or achieved one, won the Medicine King title. Shen Wei entered the arena for round 1 feeling the weight of every eye in the amphitheater. His patient was a young man in his 20s, a sword cultivator whose spiritual energy circulated in erratic, unpredictable patterns. Standard diagnosis would suggest meridian damage, perhaps a training accident or backlash from a failed technique. But Shen Wei's life sense perception showed something different. The erratic circulation wasn't damage. It was adaptation. The young man's body was attempting to accommodate a foreign energy signature embedded deep in his spiritual core, something that had been there so long it had become semi-integrated. Parasitic soul fragment, Shen Wei announced, 2 minutes into the examination. Not his own. An external consciousness shard, likely from a defeated opponent, that lodged in his spiritual core during combat and has been slowly integrating ever since. His body is trying to reject it and accommodate it simultaneously, causing the erratic energy patterns. The judges exchanged glances. The head judge, a stern woman named Master Healer Yao, consulted with her colleagues before nodding. Diagnosis confirmed. Time, 2 minutes, 14 seconds. The parasitic soul fragment was implanted 3 years ago during a sect competition. 7 previous healers failed to identify it. A murmur ran through the crowd. 2 minutes for a diagnosis that had stumped 7 experienced healers. Shen Wei returned to the competitors' waiting area, where Lin Yu and Bai Suyin were monitoring through the bond. Through the bond, Bai Suyin sent a burst of clinical satisfaction. Clean diagnosis. Good presentation. Lin Yu's response was simpler. That was easy. Stay sharp. The remaining competitors completed their diagnoses over the next 2 hours. Most were competent. Some were excellent. But none matched Shen Wei's speed or the depth of his analysis. When the rankings were posted, Shen Wei was first, by a significant margin. That night, the first sabotage attempt came. Shen Wei was in his quarters, reviewing medical text for round 2, when his life sense perception detected something wrong with the tea Bai Suyin had brought him. A microscopic amount of spiritual suppressant, colorless, odorless, nearly undetectable, mixed into the water. Don't drink that, he said, setting the cup down. Bai Suyin took the cup, dipped her finger in, tasted it, and her expression went flat with professional fury. 7 cloud suppression extract. It would have reduced your spiritual perception by half for 24 hours. She examined the teapot. Applied to the pot, not the water supply. Someone entered our quarters. While we were in the arena, Lin Yu said, already checking the room for additional tampering. The competition staff have access. Or someone posing as competition staff. Bai Suyin sealed the poisoned tea in a vial. This compound is rare. Only 3 organizations in the region produce it. One of them is the Crimson Lotus Sect. Lu Changwei, Shen Wei said. Almost certainly. Can we prove it? Not directly, but I can prove the poison's origin. She held up the vial. and I can make sure everyone knows who tried to sabotage the Medicine King competition. Not yet. Shen Wei met her eyes. We save that for the right moment. A premature accusation without the right staging loses its power. But presented at the perfect moment, in front of the right audience, it becomes a weapon more devastating than any poison I carry. A slow smile crossed by Suin's face, not warm, but razor-sharp with anticipation. You're learning to think like a Crimson Lotus strategist. I'm learning to think like someone who can't afford to lose. Same thing in the end. By Suin's amber eyes held his. Through the bond, he felt her admiration, grudging, reluctant, but real, for his patience. She was a woman of action, trained to respond to threats with immediate, decisive force. His strategic restraint was foreign to her nature, but she was beginning to see its value. Fine, she said. But when the right moment comes, I want to be the one who presents it. Deal. Chapter 28. Healing the Unhealable. Round 2 was designed to humble. Each competitor received a patient with a condition classified as untreatable, cases that had been referred to the assembly after exhausting all conventional options. The expectation wasn't necessarily a cure. Points were awarded for any meaningful improvement in the patient's condition. Shen Wei's case was a woman in her 30s named Mei Ling, a formation cultivator whose meridians had been shattered, not cracked, not damaged, but shattered, in an explosion 3 years ago. Every meridian in her body was fragmented into dozens of disconnected segments, each one sealed by scar tissue. She couldn't cultivate, couldn't use spiritual techniques, and lived in chronic pain as spiritual energy built up with nowhere to go. 14 healers had attempted treatment over 3 years. All had failed. The scar tissue was too dense, the fragmentation too complete. Reconnecting even one meridian required microsurgical precision that no standard healing technique could provide. But Shen Wei wasn't standard. He sat beside Mei Ling's bed in the treatment chamber, a room fitted with observation formations that projected his actions to the amphitheater's audience and extended his life-sense perception into her body. The damage was catastrophic. Her meridian system looked like a shattered vase, thousands of pieces, each one sealed behind walls of scar tissue that had calcified over 3 years. Conventional healing would require dissolving the scar tissue and reconnecting each fragment individually, a process so painstaking it would take months of daily treatment. But the Primordial Life Sutra showed Shen Wei something the other healers couldn't see: the template. Every person's body had a template, the optimal pattern of meridian pathways, organ function, and spiritual circulation that represented their natural, healthy state. Disease, injury, and damage distorted the template, but the template itself remained, a memory encoded in the body's deepest energy structures. Shen Wei could see Mei Ling's template. Through the devastation of shattered meridians and calcified scar tissue, he could trace the ghostly outlines of what her meridian system had been. And with the Primordial Life Sutra's healing energy, he could encourage the body to remember. He placed his hands on Mei Ling's abdomen and channeled golden light. The audience gasped. The observation formations projected the image for all to see, golden energy flowing into the patient's body, seeking out the template with an intelligence that seemed almost alive. Where it found scar tissue, it dissolved it, not aggressively, but gently, coaxing the calcified energy to soften and release. Where it found fragmented meridian segments, it drew them together, guiding them along the template's ghostly pathways until they reconnected. Meridian by meridian, the shattered system reformed. It took 4 hours. Shen Wei's concentration was absolute. His awareness narrowed to a pinpoint of golden light moving through a landscape of devastation and renewal. Through the bonds, Lin Yu and Bai Suyin held him steady, their presence a constant anchor that kept his consciousness focused when the sheer scale of the healing threatened to overwhelm him. When he finally withdrew, Mei Ling's meridians were whole. Not perfect, some scarring remained, and the newly reconnected pathways would need time to strengthen. But the fundamental system was intact. She could cultivate again. She could live without pain. Mei Ling opened her eyes and circulated spiritual energy through her body for the first time in 3 years. Tears streamed down her face. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you." The amphitheater erupted. Thousands of cultivators, physicians, and spectators who had been watching in stunned silence broke into a roar that shook the grand healing pavilion's formation plates. Some cheered. Some wept. Many simply stared, unable to reconcile what they'd witnessed with their understanding of what was medically possible. In the competitors section, the other healers watched with expressions that ranged from admiration to disbelief to naked envy. Several had attempted similar cases in their careers, shattered meridian systems, the holy grail of impossible healing, and all had failed. To see a 19-year-old from a minor sect succeed where the establishment had faltered for centuries was either inspiring or infuriating, depending on one's character. Master Healer Yao, the head judge, sat in her elevated chair with her hands gripping the armrests and her eyes bright with unshed tears. She had treated Mei Ling herself years ago. She had declared the case hopeless. Watching that hopelessness reversed in 4 hours of golden light had cracked something in her professional stoicism. But as Shen Wei stood, swaying with exhaustion, he felt something unexpected. The golden healing energy, sustained for 4 hours at maximum intensity, had created a resonance with Mei Ling's spiritual core. A golden thread began to form, and Shen Wei caught it, seized the forming bond with his consciousness and held it, preventing it from anchoring. The thread wavered, vibrating between existence and non-existence, and Shen Wei exerted every ounce of his will to push it back. The thread dissolved. Shen Wei sagged. The effort of suppressing the bond formation had cost him almost as much as the healing itself. But it proved something crucial. He had control. The soul bonds weren't inevitable. They formed when his life essence was deeply engaged with a patient, but he could, with sufficient willpower, prevent them. This meant the bonds he'd already formed, with Lin Yu and Bai Suyin, had formed because some part of him, conscious or not, had allowed them to. The implications of that were something he'd have to think about later. For now, the judges were approaching. Chapter 29, Medicine King. The panel has reached its decision, Master Healer Yao announced. Of the 24 competitors in round 2, 3 achieved results classified as exceptional. However, one competitor achieved what this panel must classify as impossible. She turned to Shen Wei. Medical cultivator Shen Wei of the Verdant Spring Sect restored a fully shattered meridian system, a condition unanimously classified as permanent and irreversible by every medical authority in recorded history. The treatment was completed in a single session using a technique that this panel has never observed. The amphitheater was silent. In light of this achievement, the panel is exercising its discretionary authority to award the Medicine King title without proceeding to round 3. She paused. Such a decision has only been made twice in the Assembly's 400-year history. The silence broke into chaos. Some cheered. Others protested. Competing healers who had prepared for years and now saw the title awarded after only 2 rounds. Representatives of major sects conferred furiously. The political temperature in the amphitheater spiked. But the decision stood. Master Healer Yao's authority was absolute within the competition, and the evidence was undeniable. Shen Wei had healed the unhealable. That was what the Medicine King title recognized. They presented him with the Medicine King seal, a jade medallion inscribed with the ancient symbol for life, and the amphitheater gradually settled into a mixture of admiration, resentment, and fierce curiosity. It was in this charged atmosphere that Shen Wei took the stage. Fellow physicians and honored guests, he said, his voice projected across the amphitheater by formation speakers. I am grateful for this title, but I did not come to Azure Cloud City for recognition. He held up the jade slip containing Bai Suin's evidence. I came to present evidence of a crime that threatens every person in this region. A crime committed by a man who calls himself a sect master, but who is, in truth, a mass murderer. Sect Master Huoyanluo of the Crimson Lotus Sect has been conducting blood rituals on a continental scale, harvesting the life force of thousands of innocent people to fuel his cultivation. The amphitheater went dead silent. Shen Wei presented everything. The extraction nodes, the channeling technique, the artificial plague, the refugee camps, the 30 patients he'd cured in Azure Cloud City. Bai Suyin stepped forward to provide technical testimony, her expertise lending clinical weight to every claim. And then Bai Suyin produced the vial of poison tea. This is 7 cloud suppression extract, she said. Applied to our quarters in an attempt to sabotage my colleague before round 2. The compound's chemical signature matches production methods exclusive to the Crimson Lotus Sect. Every eye in the amphitheater turned to where Lu Chongwei, Huoyanluo's representative, had been sitting. His seat was empty. He'd fled during Shen Wei's presentation. The assembly's response was immediate. Emergency resolutions were passed condemning the blood rituals. Messengers were dispatched to every major sect in the region. A coalition force was authorized to investigate and, if necessary, confront the Crimson Lotus Sect. And Shen Wei, now the youngest Medicine King in history, found himself at the center of a political firestorm that would reshape the cultivation world's power structure. Chapter 30. The Master's warning that evening. In the private chamber the assembly had provided for the new Medicine King, Gu Yinshan sat across from Shen Wei with an expression of profound gravity. You've done something extraordinary today, the old master said. And something extraordinarily dangerous. Exposing Hui Yanluo was necessary. I'm not talking about Hui Yanluo. Gu Yinshan leaned forward. I'm talking about you. About what you demonstrated in that amphitheater. Golden light healing. Meridian restoration from a template that no one else can see. Techniques that operate at the level of life force, not spiritual energy. The Primordial Life Sutra is a piece of a technique created by a celestial sovereign, Gu Yunshan interrupted. A being of the upper realm who was obliterated by heavenly judgment for creating it. I told you this before the competition. What I didn't tell you is why. He stood and paced to the window, looking out over Azure Cloud City's glittering nightscape. The celestial sovereign who created the original technique was named Ling Tian. He was the greatest healer the upper realm had ever produced, a being of such compassion that he could not bear to see any living thing suffer. He created a technique that could heal anything, physical wounds, spiritual damage, Dao injuries, even death itself. Heal death? Shenwei asked. The soul doesn't simply vanish at the moment of death. It transitions. The original technique, the complete version that your Primordial Life Sutra is a fragment of, could intercept that transition and reverse it. True resurrection. That's impossible. That's what heaven said. The laws of the celestial realm are clear. Death is final. The cycle of reincarnation is inviolable. A technique that could reverse death violated the fundamental order of existence. Gu Yinshan turned from the window. Ling Tian was given a choice. Destroy the technique, or be destroyed. He chose destruction, but not of the technique. He scattered it across the mortal realm in fragments, each one a piece of the whole, each one a seed that might one day grow into the complete technique again. And my family, your family has been cultivating one of those seeds for centuries, the largest surviving fragment. And you, Shenwei, have demonstrated abilities that approach, not match, but approach, the original technique's power. He met Shenwei's eyes. When you healed that woman's meridians, you accessed the life force template. That's a function of the complete technique, not the fragment. Your Primordial Life Sutra is growing, evolving, becoming more than what your parents left you. Because of the soul bonds, Shenwei realized. The bonds are feeding the technique, expanding it. The soul bonds are the technique's way of building the connections it needs to become whole. Ling Tian's original technique was based on the principle that all life is connected. The soul bonds are an expression of that principle. The more bonds you form, the more the technique evolves. And the more attention I draw from whoever destroyed Ling Tian. Gu Yinshan nodded slowly. The celestial arbiter, a being called Zhao Wuji. He was tasked with enforcing heaven's judgment against Ling Tian, and he spent millennia hunting down every fragment of the scattered technique. He destroyed healers across the upper and lower realms for possessing even partial knowledge. He's still hunting? He is eternal and relentless. Your parents' execution, you blamed Fengzhua, and he was the immediate cause. But the Crimson Lotus Sect's sudden interest in your family, the political pressure that led to the tribunal, I believe those were orchestrated from above. Not directly by Zhao Wuji. A celestial being wouldn't dirty his hands with mortal politics, but through agents. Proxies. People he's influenced or recruited over millennia. The room was very quiet. Through the bonds, Shenwei felt Lin Yu and Bai Suin's shared alarm. They'd been listening, and the implications were shattering. What do I do? Shenwei asked. What you've been doing. Grow stronger. Build your bonds. Develop the technique. The Primordial Life Sutra chose your family for a reason, and it's choosing you for a reason. But be aware, every step forward puts you closer to the celestial arbiter's attention. And when he notices you, not if, when, the enemies you've faced so far will seem like children playing with sticks. Shenwei sat with this information for a long time after Gu Yinshan left. The golden threads in his chest pulsed softly. Two connections, two women whose lives were now inextricably linked to his. The technique was growing. The danger was growing. And somewhere far above the mortal realm, an immortal hunter waited for his next target. He couldn't stop. The Primordial Life Sutra wasn't just a technique. It was a legacy, a responsibility, and a weapon against the suffering he couldn't bear to witness. Whatever came next, he would face it. But not alone. Chapter 31. Ambush. On the return, they left Azure Cloud City 3 days later, after Shenwei had fulfilled his obligations as the new Medicine King. Formal recognition ceremonies, meetings with assembly officials, and the establishment of communication channels with the coalition force being assembled against the Crimson Lotus Sect. Gu Yunshan traveled with them, having declared himself Shenwei's official and irrevocable mentor, whether the boy likes it or not. His nascent soul cultivation was a reassuring presence, and his decades of wandering had given him an encyclopedic knowledge of the region's geography and politics. They took a different route back to the Verdant Spring Sect, north through the eastern forest road, avoiding Crimson Lotus territory entirely. It added 2 days to the journey but reduced the risk of encounter. Or so they thought. The ambush came on the second day, in a narrow pass between 2 ridges where the forest crowded close on both sides. Shen Wei's life sense perception detected them first, a cluster of powerful life signatures hidden in the trees, their spiritual energy masked but their biological presence impossible to conceal from someone who could see life itself. 12 hostiles, he said quietly. Trees, both sides. One of them is much stronger than the others. How strong? Gu Yunshan asked. Core formation. Late stage, maybe peak. Gu Yunshan's easy manner vanished, replaced by the sharp alertness of a cultivator who had survived nascent soul realm for decades. Core formation. That's not a standard assassination squad. That's an elder. The ambush triggered before they could retreat. Crimson Lotus cultivators dropped from the trees like falling leaves, red robes, weapons drawn, formation talismans already activating. They formed a ring around the party, cutting off every escape route. And at the center of the ring, stepping from behind a massive oak tree, stood the core formation elder. He was a massive man, nearly 7 feet tall, with shoulders like a bull and a cultivation aura that pressed down on the surrounding area like a physical weight. His name, Shen Wei would later learn, was Elder Gua, the in-law's right hand, dispatched personally to retrieve by Suyin and eliminate the healer who had humiliated the Crimson Lotus sect at the assembly. By Suyin, Elder Gua said, his voice a deep rumble. The sect master is disappointed. You were his best researcher. He raised you, trained you, gave you everything. And this is how you repay him. Bai Suin's face was stone. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt her terror and the iron will that clamped down on it. He used me to build a weapon against innocent people. Disappointment is mutual. Poetic. Now come quietly, or I'll bring your head instead. The sect master was clear, alive preferred, dead acceptable. His gaze shifted to Shen Wei. As for you, boy, the golden light healer, Hui Yanlua wants your technique. But he didn't say I had to deliver you intact. Gu Yunshan stepped forward. Elder Gua, we've met before, Eastern Province Medical Conference, 12 years ago. You were core formation early stage then. You've advanced well. Wandering doctor. Elder Gua's eyes narrowed. This isn't your fight. I've made it mine. Then you'll die with them. The battle erupted like a thunderclap. Elder Gua moved first. A massive palm strike that compressed the air into a visible shockwave, aimed at the center of their group. The intent was clear. Scatter them, then pick them off individually. It was textbook ambush doctrine, and against most targets, it would have worked. But they weren't most targets. Through the bonds, Shen Wei coordinated an instant response. Lin Yu dove left, Bai Suyin dove right, and Shen Wei dropped flat as the shockwave passed over him. 3 bodies moving in perfect synchronization, guided by shared perception, faster than verbal communication could ever achieve. Gu Yunshan didn't dodge. He stepped directly into the shockwave and dissipated it with a technique that looked less like combat and more like surgery, his fingers finding the exact meridian points of the compressed air and unraveling them. The shockwave dissolved around him like morning mist. Then the old doctor counterattacked. Gu Yunshan engaged Elder Gua directly, 2 powerhouses clashing with a force that cracked the earth and shattered trees in a 30-foot radius. The old doctor's fighting style was unlike anything Shen Wei had seen. Not martial, but medical, brutally and beautifully medical. He struck meridian points with acupuncture precision, disrupted energy flow with diagnostic pulses turned offensive, caused muscles to spasm and joints to lock with targeted disruptions of the nervous system's spiritual pathways. His hands moved like a surgeon's, each touch deliberate, each contact carrying intent that went far deeper than physical force. Against a lesser opponent, the first exchange would have been instantly decisive, 37 meridian disruptions in under 3 seconds. Against a core formation peak elder whose body had been tempered by decades of brutal cultivation, it was a grueling stalemate. Elder Gua's massive frame absorbed the disruptions and reset faster than Gu Yunshan could stack them. Lin Yu carved through the lesser cultivators with devastating efficiency. Her sword technique, enhanced by months of bond-shared insights, had reached a level that made Foundation establishment cultivators seem slow. She cut down 3 opponents in the first minute, her blade a blur of blue light. Bai Suyin deployed her poisons with clinical precision. Gas vials, contact toxins, airborne powders. The forest became a hazardous landscape where a single misstep meant incapacitation or worse. And Shen Wei healed. Lin Yu took a slash across the back, healed in seconds, golden light knitting the wound shut as she spun back into combat. Bai Suyin caught a glancing blow from a spiritual technique. healed before the pain fully registered, her counterattack already in motion. Even Gu Yunshan benefited, as Shen Wei sent pulses of healing energy to repair the micro-injuries that accumulated during his clash with Elder Gua. The soul bonds blazed. Through Lin Yu's bond, Shen Wei shared his perception of the battlefield. Every enemy's position, their injuries, their energy levels, their weaknesses. Through Bai Suin's bond, he shared the poison specialist's analytical framework, how to exploit the symptoms her toxins created, how to position for maximum effect. For the first time, all three of them fought as a truly coordinated unit. Not three individuals cooperating, but a single entity with three bodies and three skill sets, linked by golden threads that carried information faster than thought. But it wasn't enough. Elder Guo was too strong. Gu Yunshan was holding him, but just barely, and the old doctor was tiring. The remaining Crimson Lotus cultivators, despite their losses, were regrouping under an officer's commands. Then Lin Yu fell. A technique she didn't see coming. A concealed talisman in one of the dead cultivator's robes, triggered by proximity. It exploded in a sphere of compressed spiritual energy that caught Lin Yu mid-dodge. The blast threw her 50 feet, slamming her into a rock face with an impact that Shen Wei felt through the bond like a knife to the chest. Chapter 32, Healer's Rage. Cracked ribs. Punctured lung. Concussion. Internal bleeding. The injuries cascaded through the bond, each one hitting Shen Wei with vicarious agony. Lin Yu was conscious, but barely, her life force flickering like a candle in a gale. Something inside Shen Wei broke. Not his will, not his composure. Something deeper, a barrier in his cultivation base that he'd been pressing against for weeks. The wall between foundation establishment mid-stage and late-stage crumbled as raw emotion and desperate need combined into an irresistible force. Foundation establishment late-stage. Then peak. His spiritual energy doubled, tripled, kept expanding. The soul bonds in his foundation flared with golden light so intense that both Lin Yu and Bai Suin cried out. His life sense perception exploded outward, from 200 feet to half a mile. Every living thing within that range painted itself on his consciousness in vivid, screaming detail. Shen Wei moved. He reached Lin Yu in 3 heartbeats, moving with a speed that foundation establishment peak shouldn't have provided, fueled by the bond's resonance energy. His hands found her wounds and poured golden light into them with a ferocity that left no room for finesse. Heal, heal, heal. The ribs snapped back into place. The lungs sealed. The internal bleeding stopped. Lin Yu's eyes flew open, and through the bond, she felt what he felt. Not just concern, not just the healer's imperative, but something rawer. The absolute, soul-deep refusal to lose her. She sat up. The golden light still clung to her body, reinforcing her, strengthening her. And through the bond, something new activated, the chain tier. Shen Wei's enhanced perception flowed into her consciousness, and her combat instincts flowed into his. They saw through each other's eyes. They felt with each other's senses. Together, he said. Together, she answered. Lin Yu rose with golden light wreathing her sword. She re-entered the battle not as a wounded fighter returning to the field, but as something new, a sword cultivator enhanced by a healer's perception, fighting within human awareness of her own body and her opponent's vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, Shen Wei reached through the bond to Bai Suin. The connection between them was different, younger, less developed, but his breakthrough to foundation establishment peak energized it dramatically. He shared his enhanced perception with her, and she responded by sharing her toxicological knowledge, a library of poison effects, symptoms, and interactions that merged with his life sense perception to create a terrifying new capability. He could see exactly which poisons would have maximum effect on each remaining enemy, based on their individual biology. He told Bai Suin. She adjusted her poison selection accordingly. 3 vials, 3 throws, 3 perfect incapacitations. The remaining Crimson Lotus cultivators fell in seconds. That left Elder Gua. Gu Yunshan was bleeding from a dozen cuts, his robes shredded, his cultivation strained. But he was smiling. About time, boy, the old doctor said. I was running out of creative ways to block core formation techniques with nascent soul medical knowledge. Elder Gua looked at the devastation, his entire squad eliminated, his targets still standing, and Shen Wei radiating an aura that, while technically only foundation establishment peak, carried a weight that was distinctly not foundation establishment. Retreat is acceptable, Gu Yunshan said mildly. I don't think your sect master's instructions covered get humiliated by a 19-year-old. Elder Gua's pride warred with his survival instinct. Survival 1. He gathered the unconscious forms of his subordinates, those still alive, and vanished into the forest with a burst of core formation movement speed. Shen Wei's legs gave out. The double breakthrough, the desperate healing, and the bond-enhanced combat had drained him to the dregs. He sat on the forest floor, panting, while golden light faded from his hands. Lin Yu sat beside him. Bai Suyin, approaching from the opposite direction, hesitated, then sat on his other side. Through both bonds, Shen Wei felt their exhaustion, their relief, and something else. Trust. Real, tested, proven trust. The kind that only combat forged. Well, Bai Suyin said. That was horrible. But effective, Lin Yu added. They sat in the ruined forest and caught their breath. Gu Yinshan leaned against a tree, healing his own wounds with practiced efficiency, and watched his new student with the expression of a man who had just realized he'd gotten more than he bargained for. Chapter 33. Into the Foxlands. The route north was no longer safe. Elder Gui's ambush proved that the Crimson Lotus sect had agents tracking their movements, and the main roads were compromised. We go east, Gu Yinshan said, studying the map. Through the Sky Fox territory. The Sky Fox tribe doesn't welcome outsiders, Lin Yu said. They've killed trespassers before. They've killed cultivators who entered their lands with hostile intent, Gu Yinshan corrected. I've visited their territory before, as a physician. They're suspicious, but not unreasonable. If we come openly, carrying no weapons drawn, and offer medical services, they'll grant us passage. You want us to walk into a hostile territory and hope they don't kill us, Bai Suyin summarized. I want us to avoid the territory that is actively trying to kill us by passing through one that merely might. Risk management, dear girl. The Sky Fox territory was a vast stretch of highlands east of the main cultivation regions, grasslands and forests inhabited by the Sky Fox tribe, a nomadic people who cultivated alongside their bonded spirit beasts. They were insular, proud, and possessed a deep distrust of the settled sects that had historically tried to claim their lands. They entered the territory on foot, weapons sheathed, moving at a pace that was deliberately non-threatening. Within 2 hours, they were surrounded. 40 riders materialized from the grass, men and women on fox beasts, creatures the size of large horses with 6 legs, silver fur, and eyes that burned with spiritual intelligence. The riders carried bows of condensed spiritual energy, each one aimed at the group with the casual accuracy of people who had grown up shooting. Outsiders, the lead rider said. She was a young woman, perhaps Shen Wei's age, with windswept hair the color of autumn wheat and eyes the vivid amber of a fox. State your purpose or die. We seek passage through your territory, Gu Yinshan said, his hands raised. I am Master Physician Gu Yinshan. I've visited the Sky Fox tribe before. Your shaman Yellow may remember me. The rider's eyes narrowed. The wandering doctor who cured the red-tongue sickness. Yes, the shaman speaks of you. Her gaze moved to the others. Lin Yu's sword, Bai Suyin's thinly disguised hostility, and Shen Wei's quiet assessment. Who are these? My companions. All peaceful. All willing to offer our skills in exchange for safe passage. The rider considered this for a long moment. Then, without a word, she turned her fox beast and began riding east. The meaning was clear. Follow. They were taken to the Sky Fox tribe's main camp, a sprawling settlement of circular tents arranged in concentric rings around a central communal area. The tents were made of spirit beast hide, reinforced with formation plates that maintained warmth and structural integrity. Spirit foxes roamed freely between the tents, not just the large riding beasts, but smaller variants in a dozen colors and sizes, all moving with an intelligence that marked them as far more than ordinary animals. The lead rider dismounted and addressed them curtly. You may rest. The shaman will see you at dawn. Do not wander. Do not touch the foxes. Do not offend our hospitality. She turned to leave, then paused. Her amber eyes settled on Shen Wei with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. You, she said. Your energy is strange. It smells like life. Before he could respond, she was gone. Smells like life? Bai Suyin repeated. What does that mean? Beast cultivators perceive energy differently, Gu Yinshan explained. They process spiritual information through the lens of their bonded spirit beasts, which gives them an animal-like sensitivity to spiritual signatures. The Sky Fox tribe, bonded to foxes, perceive energy as scent. Sword cultivators might register as sharp, poison specialists as bitter, fire cultivators as hot. He glanced at Shen Wei. She can sense the Primordial Life Sutra's unique energy signature. It probably registers as concentrated, vivid life force to her, which, to a fox's perception, would be the most intense, compelling scent imaginable. Wonderful, Shen Wei muttered. I smell like food. To be fair, to foxes, everything smells like food. Gu Yinshan stroked his beard thoughtfully. But your concern shouldn't be the foxes. It should be the rider. A sky fox beast tamer who perceives your energy as life is going to be very curious about you. Curiosity, in the sky fox tribe, tends to be aggressive. That night, sleeping in the guest tent the tribe had provided, Shenwei lay awake and felt the three bonds humming in his chest. Lin Yu was alert and tense, her hand on her sword even in rest. Bai Suyin was cataloging the plants she'd noticed in the camp, her mind working even when her body demanded sleep. And beyond the bonds, in the darkness outside the tent, he could sense the fox beasts moving, silver shapes flowing through the grass like liquid moonlight, their spiritual signatures bright and wild. This was a different world from the orderly cultivation sects he'd known. The Sky Fox tribe lived in partnership with their beasts, not in hierarchies of master and servant. Their cultivation grew from connection, from the shared life between human and animal. It was, he realized, the closest thing to the primordial life sutra's philosophy that he'd encountered in any existing tradition. Perhaps that was why the writer had noticed him. Perhaps the sutra's energy resonated with the beast bond principle at a fundamental level. Chapter 34. The beast healer Dawn brought the shaman, an elderly man named Yalu, who walked with a gnarled staff and moved with the unhurried gravity of someone who had seen everything the world had to offer and found most of it wanting. His spirit beast, a silver fox the size of a wolf, padded beside him with an expression of imperious judgment. "Wandering doctor," Yalu said, settling onto a cushion in the communal tent. "You return, and you bring trouble. I can see the Crimson Lotus Sect's shadow on you." "Trouble, but also opportunity," Gu Yinshan said. "My student, I know of your student." Yalu's ancient eyes found Shenwei, the golden light healer, the new medicine king. Word travels fast, even to the grasslands. He studied Shenwei with a perception that felt different from anything he'd encountered, not spiritual scanning, but something organic, intuitive. "You carry two bonds, golden, strong, and growing." Shenwei's heart skipped. "You can see the soul bonds. I am a shaman. I have bonded with my spirit beast for 60 years. I know what bonds look like." Yalu stroked his fox's silver fur. "Your bonds are different from beast bonds. Deeper, more complex, more intimate. But the principle is the same. Connection, resonance, shared life. Can I ask you something, shaman? You'll ask whether I want you to or not. Young people always do. How do you manage a bond that's involuntary? The women bonded to me didn't choose this. Neither did I. But we're connected, permanently, and you feel guilty." Yalu smiled. "I bonded my fox when he was a kid. He didn't choose it either. But in 60 years, has the bond diminished either of us? Has it stolen our freedom, our identity, our will?" He shook his head. "A bond doesn't own. It connects. What you do with that connection is your choice." Through both bonds, Shenwei felt Lin Yu and Bai Suyin, who had insisted on being present, absorb the old shaman's words. The permission to release their guilt, to accept the bonds as connections rather than chains, settled over all three of them like a warm blanket. "Now," Yalu said, his expression turning serious, "I have a problem that your skills may be suited to solve. My granddaughter, Mu Chinga, the rider who intercepted us. Yes, she is dying." The word hit like a physical blow. The fierce, amber-eyed woman who had met them on the grassland with a bow in her hand and authority in her voice, dying. "Her spirit-beast bond is corrupted," Yalu explained. 3 months ago, she was attacked by a corrupted spirit beast while on patrol. The beast's tainted energy entered her system through the bond with her own fox, Shuya. Now both of them, Chinga and Shuya, are slowly being consumed by the corruption. It flows between them through the bond, each one poisoning the other in an endless cycle. "Can't you sever the bond?" Lin Yu asked. "A spirit-beast bond, once formed, cannot be severed without killing both bonded parties," Yalu said flatly. "The bond is woven into their spiritual cores. Removing it would be like removing a heart. Other healers have tried to treat the corruption. They can cleanse Chinga, but the corruption immediately re-enters from Shuya through the bond. They can cleanse Shuya, but the corruption re-enters from Chinga. A feedback loop," Bai Suyin said, her poison specialist's mind already analyzing the problem. "The corruption oscillates between the two bonded entities faster than any treatment can keep up. You need to cleanse both simultaneously." "Precisely. And no healer we've found can treat two patients simultaneously through a bond they can't even perceive." All eyes turned to Shenwei. He was already thinking. His life-sense perception could see bonds. He saw his own every day. If he could perceive Chinga's beast bond, he could potentially channel healing energy through it, treating both human and spirit beast at the same time. But it was a type of healing he'd never attempted. The beast bond was fundamentally different from his soul bonds. It operated on different frequencies, different principles. and the corruption was an active antagonist, fighting against any healing attempt. I'll try, Shen said, but I need to examine both Qingge and Shuya first. Yellow nodded. Follow me. They found Mu Qingge in a tent at the camp's edge, lying on a bed of fox furs with her spirit beast curled at her side. Both looked terrible. Qingge's skin had a grayish tinge, her spiritual energy flickering erratically. Shuya, a beautiful snow-white fox, was equally diminished, her fur dull, her normally bright eyes clouded. Shen knelt beside the bed and extended his life-sense perception into both of them simultaneously. The corruption was worse than Yelu had described. It wasn't just contamination. It was a living thing, a parasitic energy pattern that had reproduced itself within the bond, creating dozens of copies that bounced between human and beast in a constant, accelerating cycle. Each pass degraded their spiritual systems further. At the current rate, both would be dead within 2 weeks. I can see the corruption, Shen said, and I can see the bond. The treatment is theoretically possible. I channel healing energy into both of them through the bond itself, using the bond as a pathway to attack the corruption from every direction simultaneously. Theoretically, Qingge said. Her voice was weak but characteristically sharp. And practically, it's the most complex healing I've ever attempted. I need to match the frequency of your beast bond, which I've never done. I need to treat 2 patients simultaneously through a type of connection I don't fully understand. And I need to destroy a parasitic corruption that actively resists healing. Sounds impossible. Impossible is my specialty lately. Through the bond, he felt both Lin Yu and Bai Suyin offer their support. Silent, steady, unwavering. Whatever happened next, they were with him. Shen placed one hand on Qingge's wrist and the other on Shuya's head. He closed his eyes and reached. Chapter 35. The third thread. The healing lasted 6 hours. It was the most technically demanding thing Shen had ever done, a multidimensional operation that required him to maintain awareness of 2 patients, 1 bond, and approximately 47 individual corruption nodes simultaneously. The beast bond was alien to his perception at first, a thick, primal connection that hummed with frequencies far lower than his golden soul bonds. Where the soul bonds carried emotion and insight, the beast bond carried something more fundamental: shared instinct, shared sensation, the ancient compact between human and animal. He matched its frequency by degrees, using the Primordial Life Sutra's adaptability to modulate his healing energy until it harmonized with the bond's carrier wave. Once matched, he could see the corruption clearly, tiny, vicious packets of tainted energy racing back and forth through the bond like sparks along a wire. He began destroying them. Golden light flooded the bond, chasing the corruption with a hunter's precision. Each corrupted node he destroyed released a burst of tainted energy that he had to immediately transmute, converting it from harmful to benign before it could reinfect either host. Qingge gasped beneath his hand. Shuya whined. Through the beast bond, which he was now partially merged with, Shen felt both of their responses: pain, relief, confusion, and the overwhelming sensation of having a blockage removed that they hadn't fully realized was there. The corruption fought back. It was, as he'd suspected, a semi-intelligent pattern, capable of evading his healing energy, hiding in the bond's deepest channels, even replicating to replace destroyed nodes. Shen had to hunt it systematically, section by section, channel by channel, until every last trace was eliminated. 5 hours in, he was running on fumes. His spiritual energy was depleted, his life essence strained, his consciousness narrowed to a tunnel vision of golden light and corrupted darkness. Through his own bonds, Lin Yu and Bai Suyin felt his exhaustion. They couldn't help directly. They didn't have the Primordial Life Sutra, but they could do something subtler. They sent strength through the bonds. Not energy, willpower. The iron determination of a sword cultivator and the cold precision of a poison specialist, flowing into Shen consciousness like reinforcements arriving at a beleaguered fortress. He pushed through. The last corruption node shattered at the 6-hour mark. Qingge's body convulsed once, then relaxed. Shuya lifted her head, her eyes clearing from clouded to bright silver. The beast bond between them, scoured clean, pulsed with renewed vitality. And then the unexpected happened. The Primordial Life Sutra, still resonating within the beast bond, made contact with Qingge's spiritual core. The life essence Shen had poured into the healing, far more than he'd intended, driven by desperation in the final hours, created a resonance. A familiar resonance. A golden thread materialized between Shen and Mu Qingge. This bond was different from the first 2. Where Lin Yu's bond was sharp and crystalline, and Bai Suyin's was layered and complex, Qingge's bond was wild. A primal, vital connection that hummed with the same frequencies as the beast bond. It was as if the primordial life sutra, by merging with the beast bond during healing, had incorporated some of its characteristics into the new soul bond. Chinga's eyes flew open. They were amber, the same amber as before, but now shot through with flecks of gold. Her fox, Shuya, stood bolt upright, silver fur bristling, and stared at Shen Wei with an intensity that suggested the beast could see the bond too. What? Chinga said slowly. Did you just do? Shen Wei, collapsed on the floor beside the bed, barely conscious, managed a weak smile. Saved your life. And there's a complication. I can feel you. Her voice was equal parts wonder and fury, an exact echo of Bai Suin's reaction months ago. I can feel your exhaustion. Your relief. She paused. Your guilt. You knew this might happen. I suspected. You suspected, and you did it anyway. The alternative was letting you and Shuya die. Mu Qingge stared at him. Through the new bond, Shen Wei felt her emotions cascade. Anger, confusion, gratitude. The fierce independence of a woman who had lived her entire life on horseback in open grasslands. And the sudden, claustrophobic realization that she was now permanently connected to a stranger. Then Shuya padded over to Shen Wei, sniffed him once, and licked his face. Shuya likes you, Chinga said flatly. That's supposed to be hard to earn. I heal in mysterious ways. Chinga looked at the golden thread connecting them. She could see it, Shen Wei realized, through her beast bond's enhanced perception. How many of these do you have, including yours? 3. 3 women, bonded to one man, against their will. She shook her head. This is either the worst luck in cultivation history, or a very elaborate scheme. It's not a scheme. I know. I can feel that it's not. She sighed. A long, frustrated exhalation that carried the weight of her entire worldview being rearranged. Fine. You saved my life. You saved Shuya. And now we're bonded. I can hate it, or I can deal with it. She swung her legs off the bed, standing for the first time in weeks. I choose to deal with it. Just like that. I'm Sky Fox. We bond with our beasts at birth. We know what bonds are. Yours is different, stranger, deeper, more human, but the principle is the same. She met his eyes, and her amber gold gaze was steady. Connection. Resonance. Shared life. The shaman told you, didn't he? He did. Then trust the bond, outsider. It's not a chain. It's a bridge. Chapter 36. Alliance of Necessity. Shaman Yelu's gratitude was enormous. His granddaughter, healed of a corruption that had been draining her life for 3 months. Her spirit beast, restored to full vitality. The bond between them, stronger than ever. And a new bond. One that connected his granddaughter to the Golden Light Healer in a way that no Sky Fox tradition had precedent for. I have seen many things in my 80 years, Yelu said, sitting across from Shen Wei in the communal tent. Beast bonds, blood bonds, oath bonds, but a soul bond between human and human, with echoes of a beast bond woven in. He shook his head. Your technique is something new under heaven. Or something very old, Shen Wei said, thinking of Gu Yunshan's story about the celestial sovereign. Perhaps both. Yelu set down his tea. You have saved my granddaughter. The Sky Fox tribe pays its debts. Name your price. Safe passage to the Verdant Spring Sect. That is too small a price for a life. Then add this, an alliance. The Crimson Lotus Sect has been harvesting life force from communities across the region. Your neighboring settlements may be affected. Together, we can stop them. Yelu's eyes hardened. Our scouts have reported illness in the eastern settlements. We assumed natural plague. It's not natural. Let me show your healers what to look for. The alliance was forged over the next 3 days through a combination of practical demonstration and cultural exchange. Shen Wei taught the Sky Fox tribe's healers to identify extraction nodes using their beast-enhanced perception. The nodes registered as dead spots in a person's spiritual scent, areas where the vibrant life smell was replaced by an artificial, sterile absence. The tribal healers couldn't remove the nodes without the Primordial Life Sutra's transmutation ability, but they could diagnose affected individuals and flag them for treatment. In return, the tribe's healers shared their understanding of beast bonds, knowledge that proved invaluable for Shen Wei's understanding of his own soul bonds. The tribal shaman's apprentice, a quiet young man named Togren, spent hours explaining the nuances of bond maintenance, how to strengthen a bond through shared experiences, how to manage the emotional bleed during high-stress situations, how to create private spaces within a bond so that both parties retain their individuality. A bond without boundaries is a cage, Togren said. A bond with too many boundaries is a wall. The art is finding the threshold, close enough to share, far enough to breathe. Shen Wei applied these insights to his own bonds. working with Lin Yu and Bai Suyin to establish healthy emotional boundaries within their connections. The improvement was immediate. The bonds became clearer, less overwhelming, more useful. Lin Yu, in particular, appreciated the ability to modulate the bond's emotional transparency. She was a private person by nature, and having a degree of control over what she shared made the bond feel less like an invasion and more like a choice. Mu Qingge, once she'd processed the shock of the soul bond, proved to be a formidable addition to their group. Her cultivation was Qi Condensation Layer 9, temporarily weakened by the corruption, but her skills as a beast tamer and tracker were extraordinary. With Shuya's help, she could track movement across miles of terrain, detecting spiritual signatures that even Shun Wei's life sense perception might miss. She also insisted on joining them when they left. "You saved my life," she said, standing at the camp's edge with a travel pack on her back and Shuya at her side. "The bond connects us, and I'm not going to sit in a tent while the people I'm connected to walk into danger." Your grandfather approved. Reluctantly, he said to tell you that if anything happens to me, he'll hunt you across 3 continents. She grinned. "I think he likes you." Lin Yu regarded the new addition with the cool assessment she gave every potential ally. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt her evaluation: skilled, independent, potential asset. Bai Suyin's assessment was more complex. Another woman bonded to him, another variable, another person who could feel what I feel. And Qingge's assessment of them both: the sword woman is dangerous and disciplined, the poison woman is hurt and hiding it, and the healer at the center of this constellation is either blessed or cursed. "Welcome aboard," Shen Wei said. "Try not to kill anyone I haven't approved." "No promises," Qingge said, and they departed for the Verdant Spring Sect. Chapter 37. Core Formation. The journey back took 4 days, and Shen Wei spent most of it in a state of deep cultivation. The 3 soul bonds had changed his spiritual architecture again. Each new bond wove itself into his foundation, adding a 3rd golden thread to the constellation matrix that formed his core. The added connection brought new strain. 3 bonds required more spiritual energy to sustain than 2, but also new capacity. His foundation was expanding to accommodate the additional threads, growing denser and more complex with each passing hour. Gu Yunshan observed the process with professional fascination. "Your foundation isn't just supporting the bonds," he said during a rest stop. "It's being reshaped by them. Each bond contributes a unique frequency. Lin Yu's sword intent, Bai Suyin's analytical precision, Mu Qingge's primal vitality. Your foundation is incorporating all of them. Is that dangerous? It's unprecedented, which historically means either extremely dangerous or revolutionary. Sometimes both." The breakthrough came on the 3rd night. Shen Wei was meditating in a clearing while the others kept watch, cycling spiritual energy through his foundation with the methodical precision of a craftsman polishing a gem. His foundation had reached maximum density at the foundation establishment peak. It couldn't hold any more energy without restructuring. Core formation was the next step. It required condensing the foundation into a golden core, a self-sustaining sphere of spiritual energy that would dramatically increase both his power and his capacity. The process was supposed to be a single, focused effort, gathering all spiritual energy inward and compressing it until the foundation crystallized into a core. Shen Wei's process was nothing like that. His foundation didn't compress into a single core. The 3 soul bonds, woven through the foundation structure, created 3 points of maximum density, 3 centers of gravity around which the spiritual energy naturally collected. The foundation tried to form 3 separate cores. "That will kill you," Gu Yunshan said sharply, sensing the destabilization. A Dantian cannot hold 3 cores. But Shen Wei wasn't panicking. Through the bonds, he felt the answer, an instinct that came not from his training, but from the primordial life sutra itself, operating at a level deeper than conscious thought. Not 3 cores. 1 core with 3 aspects. He guided the process with the delicate touch of a surgeon. The 3 density centers didn't separate. They merged, creating a golden core that was not a simple sphere, but a complex structure with 3 lobes, each one anchored to a soul bond. The core rotated slowly in his dantian, its 3-lobed shape generating a spiritual field that was qualitatively different from any standard golden core. The breakthrough completed. Core formation. Early stage, but with a core structure that no cultivation manual described and no other cultivator possessed. Shen Wei opened his eyes. His spiritual perception had expanded again, from half a mile to 2 miles. Every living thing within that range registered on his consciousness with crystal clarity, and his healing ability had taken another qualitative leap. "Describe your core," Gu Yunshan said, his academic curiosity overriding his alarm. three-lobed. Each lobe is anchored to a soul bond. The lobes interact, they share energy, they balance each other, and they rotate around a central axis. The rotation generates a field that extends beyond my body, maybe 30 feet in every direction. And the field feels like it's searching, like the core is actively reaching out for connections, for life to perceive and protect. He paused, turning his perception inward, studying the strange new structure in his dantian. The core was beautiful, in its way. 3 golden lobes orbiting a central point of brilliant white light, each lobe pulsing with a distinct frequency. Lin Yu's lobe was angular and precise, generating sharp waves of perception energy. Bai Suin's lobe was complex and layered, producing waves that carried analytical data. Mu Qingga's lobe, the newest, was wild and organic, its waves infused with the primal vitality of the beast bond. Together, the 3 lobes created an interference pattern, waves from each lobe overlapping and combining into something greater than the sum of its parts. The composite wave was this searching field he described to Gu Yunshan, and its range and sensitivity exceeded what any standard golden core could produce. The primordial life sutra's core principle made manifest, Gu Yunshan murmured, watching Shen Wei's energy field through his own nascent soul perception. Connection as cultivation. Bonds as power. Each bond doesn't just add to your strength, it multiplies it, because the bonds interact with each other. 2 bonds are more than twice as strong as 1. 3 are more than 3 times as strong as 2. If this scaling continues, then every new bond makes all the existing bonds more powerful. Exponential growth through connection. This is what Ling Tian intended when he created the original technique. Not a single cultivator ascending alone, but a network of connected souls, each one strengthening the others. My parents would have loved this, Shen Wei said quietly. Your parents would have been terrified and fascinated in equal measure, which is the proper response to unprecedented cultivation developments. Gu Yunshan clapped him on the shoulder. Welcome to core formation, boy. Try not to break any more rules of the universe before breakfast. Chapter 38. Suin's confession. They arrived at the Verdant Spring Sect on the 4th evening, weary but intact. The Sect was transformed, defensive formations activated, patrol routes established, and a palpable tension that spoke of weeks preparing for an attack that hadn't come. Sect leader Qin Jingyang met them at the gate, and his expression when Shen Wei reported the Medicine King title, the plague evidence, and the Assembly's resolution against the Crimson Lotus Sect was one of profound relief. You've given us a political weapon, Qin Jingyang said. The Assembly's backing changes the calculation entirely. Hoi Yinluo can't attack us now without uniting the entire region against himself. He'll still try, Bai Suin warned. Hoi Yinluo doesn't respond to political pressure with restraint. He responds with escalation. Then we prepare for escalation. The sect leader looked at the group. Shen Wei, Lin Yu, Bai Suin, Mu Qingga, Shuya the Spirit Fox, and Gu Yunshan. You've assembled quite a team, Shen Wei. They assembled themselves, sect leader. I just provided the adhesive. That night, the team dispersed to their quarters. Lin Yu to the inner sect, Mu Qingga to a guest room near the beast pens. She'd refused to stay indoors without Shuya, and Shuya refused to enter any building with ceilings, and Gu Yunshan to the senior physician's quarters. Bai Suin lingered. She sat on the porch of Shen Wei's parents' house, her legs dangling over the edge, her amber eyes reflecting the moonlight. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt a turbulence of emotions that she was, for once, not suppressing. He sat beside her. The thing Yelu said about bonds not being chains, she began, then stopped. Started again. I've been thinking about it. About what he said. About what the bond actually is versus what I've been treating it as. And I've been unfair. The words came out like she was pulling teeth. I've been treating the bond like a violation. Like something you did to me. But it's not. It's something that happened because you saved my life, and some part of your technique, some part of you, reached out and connected with some part of me. You had every right to be angry. The bond was involuntary. Was it? She turned to face him. Yelu said the beast bond can't form without some level of mutual openness. The beast and the human have to accept each other, even if it's subconscious. What if soul bonds work the same way? What if the bond formed because, at the deepest level, She trailed off. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt what she couldn't say. The moment of healing, when his golden light had poured into her poisoned body. In that moment, when she was dying and he was saving her, the wall she'd built over a lifetime of betrayal and danger had come down. For a single, unguarded instant, she had been open, vulnerable, willing to connect. And the bond had formed in that instant of openness. I think you're right, Shen Wei said gently. I think the bond requires mutual willingness. even if it's only for a moment. Which means some part of me chose this. She laughed, a short, rueful sound. Of course it did. I was dying, poisoned by the people I'd trusted, alone in a cave in hostile territory. And then this idiot healer appeared and poured golden light into my veins, and I felt seen. For the first time in my life, someone saw me. Not the Crimson Lotus researcher, not the defector, not the poison specialist. Me. I saw you, Shen confirmed. I still see you. Bai Suyin was quiet for a long moment. Through the bond, her emotions churned, fear and desire, and the terrible vulnerability of admitting that she cared about someone. The bond lets me feel your emotions, she said. For weeks, I felt your concern, your determination, your guilt about the bonds. And beneath all of it, your compassion. It's not a strategy. It's not a tool. It's just you. You genuinely cannot stand to see people suffer. She met his eyes. That's not something I'm used to. In the Crimson Lotus sect, compassion was a weakness, a vulnerability to be exploited. And here it saved my life. It saved Chinga's life. It saved 300 plague victims. She paused. It changed me. Not the bond. The bond just made me aware of it. You changed me. By being exactly who you are. Shenwei's heart was hammering. Through the bond, she could feel it. His pulse, his hope, his own fear of vulnerability. The transparency was terrifying and liberating in equal measure. Suyin, don't say anything yet. She moved closer. I need you to feel this. She took his hand. Through the contact, the bond blazed. Not just emotion, but something deeper. The full truth of what she felt, unfiltered by words or pride or self-protection. He felt her admiration for his strength, her frustration with his stubbornness, her fear that the bond was making her feel things that weren't real. And beneath it all, steady as a heartbeat, the genuine, terrified, unshakable fact that she had fallen in love with him. Not because of the bond. In spite of it, the bond had shown her who he was, and she had fallen in love with what she saw. Shenwei looked at their joined hands, at the golden thread blazing between them, and let her feel his response. His admiration for her brilliance, his gratitude for her expertise, his anger at what the Crimson Lotus sect had done to her, and his own heart, which had been moving toward her since the moment he'd found her bleeding in a cave and decided that saving her was more important than saving himself. Is this real? She whispered. The bond doesn't create emotions, he said. It reveals them. What you're feeling is yours. What I'm feeling is mine. She kissed him. It was sudden, fierce, and tasted faintly of the medicinal tea she'd been drinking. The bond between them sang, a resonance that went deeper than physical contact, deeper than emotion, touching something at the very foundation of their spirits. When she pulled back, her amber eyes were bright with unshed tears. If you tell anyone I cried, I'll poison you. Noted. And this doesn't change anything operationally. I'm still the team's poison specialist. I still make strategic decisions based on logic, not feelings. Of course. And the other two, Lin Yu and Chinga, this doesn't give me any special status. The bonds are equal. Suyin. What? Stop talking. She kissed him again. This time, neither of them pulled away for a long time. The bond between them blazed with warmth, not the fierce heat of the combat resonance, but something gentler. A slow, steady glow, like embers banking for a long night. The golden thread connecting their souls vibrated at a frequency they'd never felt before, contentment. Simple, terrifying contentment. When they finally separated, Bai Suyin leaned her head against his shoulder and watched the stars. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt the layers of her, the brilliant researcher, the betrayed disciple, the poison specialist, the woman who had built walls around herself because every person she'd ever trusted had eventually hurt her. And beneath all those layers, the core of who she was, someone who wanted desperately to believe that connection was possible without betrayal. Someone who was learning, slowly and painfully, to trust again. Tell me about your parents, she said quietly. Not the execution. Not Fengjua. Tell me something good. So he did. He told her about his mother's laugh, a bright, surprised sound, as if joy always caught her off guard. About his father's habit of humming folk songs while grinding herbs, the melody changing with his mood. About the way they'd looked at each other across the family table, not with grand passion, but with the quiet certainty of two people who had chosen each other and never regretted it. That's what the Primordial Life Sutra is for, Shenwei said. Not power. Not cultivation advancement. Connection. The technique exists because someone, long ago, believed that healing was the highest form of love. Through the bond, Bai Suyin felt the truth of his words, not as philosophy, but as lived conviction. And something inside her, something that had been frozen since the day she discovered what her research was being used for, began to thaw. Through the bonds, miles apart, Lin Yu felt a surge of complex emotion and paused her sword training. She stood in the moonlit practice yard, her sword lowered, and processed the feelings flowing through the golden thread. She recognized them: intimacy, tenderness, the vulnerability of opening oneself to another person. They were feelings she'd never allowed herself. Feelings she watched Shen Wei and Bai Suyin share, and felt through the bond as though they were her own. She was not jealous. That surprised her. The bond didn't create jealousy, it created understanding. She could feel Shen Wei's heart, and it was vast enough for more than one person. That should have offended her sense of exclusivity. Instead, it made her feel safe. A heart that large would never run out of room for her. She resumed her training with a focus that burned brighter than before. Mu Qingge, brushing Shuya's fur in the guest quarters, looked up with a sudden awareness. She felt the shift in the bond constellation, a new warmth, a new harmony, as one of the threads achieved a resonance it hadn't had before. Shuya lifted her head and whined softly, sensing the change through Qingge's reaction. "It's fine, girl," Qingge murmured, scratching behind the fox's ears. "The healer's constellation is growing." That's what constellations do. Neither of them needed to be told what had happened. The bonds carried the truth, like music carries melody. The constellation was changing. The threads were strengthening. And the woman who had once called the bond a chain had discovered it was, as the shaman said, a bridge. Chapter 39. The Crimson Lotus War. The attack came at the worst possible moment, and the best. Worst, because it was 3 in the morning, when cultivation energy was at its daily ebb and most disciples were in deep sleep. Best, because Shen Wei's 3 soul bonds meant he was never truly unconscious. When the first Crimson Lotus cultivator crossed the Sect's outer defensive perimeter, Lin Yu, who maintained a lighter sleep than anyone Shen Wei had ever met, felt the disturbance through her bond-enhanced perception and snapped awake. Through the bond, attack. Southeastern perimeter. Multiple signatures. Shen Wei was on his feet before the warning bell sounded. Through the bonds, he relayed the alert to Bai Suyin and Mu Qingge simultaneously. All 4 of them were dressed, armed, and moving before the first explosion hit. The Crimson Lotus sect had not come with a small force. 300 cultivators, organized into battle formations, slammed into the Verdant Spring sect's defenses with a coordinated assault that spoke of months of planning. They came from 3 directions simultaneously: south, east, and west, with the strongest forces concentrated on the southern approach, where the sect's formation defenses were thinnest. Leading the southern assault was Sect Master Hua Yanluo himself. Shen Wei had never seen a cultivator of Hua Yanluo's caliber before. The Crimson Lotus Sect Master stood at the army's head, his red robes whipping in a wind generated by his own cultivation aura, and his power was terrifying. Core formation peak, but not ordinary core formation peak. The blood rituals had fed his cultivation with stolen life force, inflating his power beyond what his realm should allow. He radiated a dark, hungry energy that made the surrounding air taste of copper and despair. "Bring me the healer," Hua Yanluo commanded, his voice carrying across the battlefield like a war horn. "And bring me the traitor. The rest, do as you will." The battle was brutal from the first second. The Verdant Spring Sect's defenders, led by sect leader Qin Zhengyang and supported by the alliance forces Shen Wei had assembled, fought with the desperation of people defending their home. Lin Yu led a strike team of inner disciples against the eastern flank. Bai Suyin deployed her most lethal poisons along the southern approach, creating killing zones that the Crimson Lotus cultivators had to fight through. Mu Qingge and Shuya harassed the western forces with hit-and-run attacks, using the fox's speed to strike and withdraw before the enemy could respond. And Shen Wei healed. He established a medical station behind the southern defensive line, a cleared area behind a natural rock formation that provided cover from ranged attacks. He'd prepared for this. Medical supplies stockpiled, formation plates arranged to concentrate ambient spiritual energy for his use, a triage system color-coded with spiritual markers that even panicking disciples could follow. The first wounded arrived within minutes of the battle's start. An outer disciple with a severed tendon. An inner disciple with spiritual burns across her arms. A formation specialist whose protective talisman had exploded in her face, leaving shrapnel embedded in her meridians. Shen Wei treated them with calm, mechanical efficiency, the healer's trance he'd developed during the plague camp, where emotion was suspended and only the work remained. Golden light flowed from his hands in steady, measured pulses. Each patient was stabilized, healed, and sent back to the fight in minutes. He began treating wounded defenders as they staggered back from the front in increasing numbers. His core formation golden core provided more healing energy than he'd ever had before, and the three soul bonds gave him an awareness of the battlefield that surpassed any commander's. Through Linyu, he tracked the eastern battle, directing reinforcements when her perception showed weak points. Through Baisuin, he monitored the southern approach, warning defenders when poison zones were compromised. Through Mu Qingga, he watched the western flank, coordinating the Fox Riders' attacks to maximum effect. He was not just a healer. He was a nerve center, a living communication network linking every part of the defense through threads of gold. But Huiyanluo was advancing. The Sect master carved through the southern defenses with terrifying ease. His cultivation, bloated with stolen life force, was closer to nascent soul than core formation. Defensive formations shattered under his techniques. Disciples who attempted to block him were hurled aside like leaves. Sect leader Qin Xingyang met him at the inner perimeter. Foundation establishment peak against corrupted core formation peak. The Sect leader knew he was outmatched. He fought anyway, buying time for the evacuation of non-combatants, for the reinforcement of critical positions, for Shunwei to save as many wounded as possible. Qin Xingyang lasted 3 minutes. It was 3 minutes that would become legend in the Verdant Spring Sect's history. 3 minutes of a Foundation establishment peak cultivator holding the line against a monster who had consumed thousands of lives to fuel his power. The Sect leader fought with the steady, implacable force of a mountain resisting a storm, and for 3 minutes, the mountain held. Then Huiyanluo's blade found his chest. The weapon was a crimson saber that hummed with stolen life force, each swing trailing wisps of dark red energy that were the compressed screams of its victims. It punched through Qin Xingyang's defensive technique, through his reinforced robes, through the flesh and bone beneath. The Sect leader's eyes widened. His mouth opened. No sound came out. He crashed backward, blood arcing through the air in a crimson ribbon, and through the bonds. Shenwei felt the collective shock of the Sect's defenders, their leader, fallen. Their rock, shattered. The morale damage was worse than any technique. Disciples faltered. Lines wavered. The southern defense began to collapse. Shenwei ran. Not away. Toward. Chapter 40. The Sect master falls. Shenwei reached Sect leader Qin Xingyang in seconds and poured golden healing light into the wound. It was grave. A blade had pierced between the third and fourth rib, nicking the heart's outer wall and severing 2 major spiritual meridians. Fatal within minutes without treatment. Shenwei's hands moved with the precision of someone who had been healing since he could walk. The heart wall sealed. The meridians reconnected. The Sect leader gasped, his eyes focusing on Shenwei's face. Get back. Qin Xingyang managed. With respect, Sect leader, no. Shenwei stood and faced Huiyanluo. The Crimson Lotus Sect master was not what he expected. In his imagination, Huiyanluo was a monster, a creature of pure malice, visibly corrupted by his blood rituals. The reality was more disturbing. Huiyanluo was handsome, middle-aged, with refined features and calm dark eyes. He looked like a scholar. He sounded like a philosopher. The Golden Light Healer, Huiyanluo said, stopping his advance. Around them, the battle raged, but the Sect master's presence created a bubble of stillness. You're younger than I expected, and you're more human-looking than I expected, Shenwei replied. Given that you've murdered thousands of people. Harvested, not murdered. There's a distinction. Murder is wasteful. Harvesting serves a purpose. Huiyanluo studied him with clinical interest. I've been wanting to meet you. The Primordial Life Sutra. I've spent years trying to reconstruct it from fragments. And here you are, the complete technique walking around in a teenage boy's body. I'm 19. A child. Huiyanluo's tone was almost gentle. You don't understand what you possess. The Primordial Life Sutra isn't just a healing technique. It's the key to immortality. True immortality, not the pale shadow that cultivation offers. With the complete technique, I could make my blood ritual permanent. I could sustain myself forever. By draining others. Life is a resource. Some have it in abundance. Others need it more. He extended his hand. Give me the technique, boy. Join me, and I'll teach you what true power means. Refuse, and I'll take it from your corpse. Through the bonds, Shenwei felt 3 women react simultaneously. Linyu, cold fury. Baisuin, trembling rage at her former master. Mu Qingga, the primal aggression of a predator facing a threat to her pack. All 3 began moving toward him. I have a counterproposal, Shenwei said. Leave now, surrender yourself to the Medicine King Assembly, and I'll testify for leniency. Huiyanluo laughed. It was a genuine, warm, horrifying laugh. You're brave, I'll grant that. Foolish, but brave. He attacked. The blow would have killed Shenwei instantly. Core formation peaks spiritual energy, condensed into a crimson blade of compressed power, screaming toward his chest at a speed his eyes couldn't track. The soul bond saved him. 3 golden threads blazed to life. Through Lin Yu's bond, combat instinct seized Shen Wei's body and threw him sideways. Through Bai Suin's bond, analytical awareness calculated the attack's trajectory. Through Mu Qingge's bond, primal survival reflexes pushed him beyond what his cultivation should allow. He dodged. Barely. The crimson blade carved a furrow in the ground where he'd been standing. Then Lin Yu arrived. Her sword met Hui Yinluo's neck strike with a ring of metal that shattered windows across the compound. She was hopelessly outmatched. Foundation establishment against core formation peak. But the soul bond gave her Shen Wei's perception of the enemy's energy flows, allowing her to position her blocks at the exact points where Hui Yinluo's attacks were weakest. Bai Suin flanked from the left, hurling vials of concentrated toxins. Her poisons, developed specifically for this confrontation, designed to target the unique vulnerabilities of a blood ritual-enhanced cultivator, found their marks. Hui Yinluo's stolen life force was volatile. The toxins didn't kill him, but they destabilized the stolen energy, causing it to fluctuate unpredictably. Mu Qingge and Shuya harassed from the rear. The Spirit Fox's spiritual attacks disrupted Hui Yinluo's defensive formations, and Qingge's beast tamer techniques interfered with his energy circulation. And Shen Wei healed. Every time Lin Yu was struck, he healed her. Every time Bai Suin caught a glancing blow, he healed her. Every time Qingge was knocked back, he healed her. The 3 women fought with a recklessness that would have been suicidal without a healer, throwing themselves at a vastly superior opponent, absorbing punishment that should have killed them, rising again and again and again. The soul bonds hummed at maximum resonance. 3 threads of gold blazing like miniature suns, carrying information, strength, and healing between 4 people who fought as one. Hui Yinluo's expression shifted from amusement to confusion to growing alarm. He was core formation peak, enhanced by blood rituals, fighting 4 opponents who shouldn't have lasted 10 seconds against him. But every wound he inflicted was healed instantly. Every technique he landed was shrugged off. His stolen life force, destabilized by Bai Suin's targeted poisons, was becoming erratic, surging unpredictably, failing at critical moments. "What are you?" he snarled, launching a barrage of crimson techniques that cratered the ground. "I'm a healer," Shen Wei said, dodging and healing simultaneously, his golden core spinning in his dantian with all 3 lobes blazing. "And I'm going to show you what happens to stolen life force when it meets the real thing." He activated the Primordial Life Sutra's transmutation ability, the same technique that had crippled Feng Zhua. But instead of channeling it through physical contact, he channeled it through all 3 soul bonds simultaneously, creating a resonance field that encompassed the entire battle area. The golden light that erupted from his body was blinding. It washed over Hui Yinluo like a wave, and where it touched the Sect Master's stolen life force, it transmitted a single, devastating message: return. The stolen life force obeyed. The energy Hui Yinluo had harvested from thousands of victims, compressed, refined, integrated into his cultivation base, heard the Primordial Life Sutra's command, and responded. It was, after all, life force. It wanted to be free. It wanted to return to the cycle of living things from which it had been stolen. Hui Yinluo screamed. The stolen energy tore itself from his cultivation base, not all at once, but in a cascading reaction that accelerated with each passing second. Life force poured from his meridians, his spiritual core, his golden core, dissipating into the environment as natural spiritual energy. His core formation peak cultivation dropped. Late stage, mid stage, early stage. The stolen power bled away, and beneath it, his natural cultivation, the cultivation he'd actually earned, was foundation establishment. Late stage. The mighty Sect Master of the Crimson Lotus Sect, stripped of his stolen power, was revealed to be barely stronger than the sect leader he'd just struck down. Lin Yu's sword took his right arm. Bai Suin's poison paralyzed his legs. Mu Qingge's beast tamer technique disrupted his final defensive formation. Hui Yinluo collapsed, his red robes spreading around him like a pool of blood. His face was slack with disbelief, the expression of a man who had built his entire identity on stolen power and just watched it evaporate. "Impossible," he gasped. His face was gaunt now, the stolen vitality that had kept him looking youthful stripped away, revealing the true face beneath. He was old, older than he should have been. The blood rituals hadn't just given him power, they'd been sustaining his body against the natural decline of age. Without them, decades of deferred aging crashed down at once. That energy was mine. I refined it. I integrated it. It was part of me. It was never yours, Shen Wei said, standing over him. His voice was quiet, steady, and utterly without mercy. You stole it from people who had no defense. From farmers. From children. from your own disciples. He looked down at the broken man and felt, through the bonds, the combined judgment of 3 women who had each been harmed by this man's ambition. Stolen life force remembers its origin. The Primordial Life Sutra just reminded it. The Crimson Lotus Army, seeing their sect master, their invincible, all-powerful leader, lying in the dirt as a withered old man, experienced a collective psychological collapse. The formations broke. The coordinated assault dissolved into panicked retreat. Warriors who had been fighting with the ferocity of true believers moments ago threw down their weapons and ran. Shen Wei's legs buckled. The technique had cost him enormously, not just energy, but life essence. He'd pushed the Primordial Life Sutra beyond anything he'd attempted before, and the backlash was crushing. But as he fell, 3 pairs of hands caught him. Lin Yu on his left, Bai Suyin on his right, Mu Qingge behind him. Through 3 golden threads, their strength flowed into him. Not healing, but support. The simple, powerful act of holding someone up when they couldn't stand on their own. The Crimson Lotus Army, seeing their sect master defeated and their commander's cultivation shattered, broke and fled. The Verdant Spring Sect's defenders pursued them to the perimeter, then let them go. The battle was over. Shen Wei looked at the devastation around him. The craters, the ruined buildings, the wounded being tended, and felt the weight of it settle on his shoulders. Victory, yes, but at a cost. Then he looked at the 3 women surrounding him. The sword cultivator, the poison specialist, the beast tamer, and felt the golden threads connecting them pulse with shared relief, shared exhaustion, and shared triumph. He advanced. Core formation late stage, the breakthrough triggered by the extreme exertion of the transmutation technique. His golden core expanded, its 3 lobes deepening, its rotation quickening. Don't pass out, Bai Suyin said. No promises, Shen Wei said, and let the darkness take him. He was still smiling when he fell. When he woke, 12 hours later, it was to the sound of reconstruction. Hammers rang against stone. Formation specialists chanted repair sequences. Disciples shouted orders and responses as they cleared debris and reinforced damaged structures. The Verdant Spring Sect had survived. Shen Wei lay in his parents' house, in his parents' bed, surrounded by the evidence of what he'd built. 3 golden threads hummed in his chest, steady, warm, unbroken. Lin Yu sat in the corner, dozing with her sword across her knees. Bai Suyin slept at the desk, her head resting on her crossed arms, surrounded by notes she'd been writing before exhaustion claimed her. And somewhere outside, he could feel Mu Qingge, awake, alert, running patrols with Shuya across the damaged perimeter. His 3-lobed golden core pulsed in his dantian, each lobe spinning in its orbit, each one stronger than it had been before the battle. Core formation late stage. The advancement had come through fire and desperation, and it was solid, tempered by combat, refined by the transmutation technique that had shattered Hui Yinluo's stolen power. Through the bonds, he felt the sect stirring back to life around him. Wounded disciples were healing. Damaged formations were being repaired. The fear that had gripped the community for weeks was lifting, replaced by something harder and more enduring: defiance. They had faced the Crimson Lotus Sect's full might. They had watched their leader fall, and they had won, not through superior power, but through connection, coordination, and the refusal to let each other die. Shen Wei closed his eyes and let himself rest. The war was over, but the story was just beginning. Somewhere beyond the horizon, greater threats waited: the Wraith King, the political storms, and the celestial arbiter who hunted the Primordial Life Sutra across millennia. But for now, in this moment, 3 golden threads held him safe, and that was enough. Chapter 41. The Wraith Plague. The first reports arrived by Jade transmission 3 weeks after the Crimson Lotus War. Shen Wei was in the sect's newly expanded medical hall. Expanded because his reputation as Medicine King had tripled the number of patients seeking treatment. When the message stone on his desk flared red, an emergency channel. He picked it up and channeled his spiritual energy into it. The voice that emerged was ragged with exhaustion. This is Physician Han of the Azure Mist Settlement. We have 43 cases of an unknown illness. Symptoms: spiritual energy drain, consciousness fragmentation, and this is the part that concerns me. The patient's souls are being eroded. Not their bodies. Their souls. Whatever this is, it's attacking at a level I've never seen. Shen Wei's blood ran cold. Soul erosion. Not life force extraction. That was Hui Yinluo's technique. And with the Crimson Lotus Sect's defeat, that network had been dismantled. This was something different. Something that attacked the soul directly. He sent queries through the Medicine King communication network he'd established after winning the title. Within hours, responses flooded in from across the southern territories. 7 settlements. Over 300 cases. all showing the same impossible symptom, soul erosion. This isn't a plague, Shen told his assembled team in his parents' house that evening. The map on the table was dotted with red marks, each one a reported outbreak. Plagues attack the body. Even Hoi Yinluo's extraction technique targeted life force, not the soul itself. Whatever this is, it's operating at a deeper level. Define soul erosion, Bai Suyin said, her analytical mind already dissecting the problem. She sat cross-legged on the floor, a jade slip of diagnostic data spinning slowly between her fingers. The soul is the consciousness, the spiritual identity that exists independently of the body and the cultivation base. In healthy individuals, it's stable, self-sustaining, and protected by multiple layers of spiritual energy. These patients' souls are being consumed, eaten away at the edges, like paper in acid. If the erosion continues to the soul's core, the person becomes an empty shell, alive but gone. Silence fell over the room. Lin Yu, sharpening her sword by the window, stopped mid-stroke. Mu Qingge, braiding Shuia's tail fur, went still. Through the bonds, Shen felt three flavors of horror. Lin Yu's sharp, blade-like revulsion at something that destroyed identity. Bai Suin's clinical dread at a poison she couldn't analyze. Mu Qingge's primal, animal fear of a predator that ate souls. Someone is doing this deliberately, Gu Yunshan said from his chair in the corner. The old master had a cup of tea balanced on his knee and an expression of deep concern. Soul erosion doesn't occur naturally. It requires a practitioner with specific knowledge of soul manipulation. Forbidden soul arts, Shen said. The same category of techniques that my parents were falsely accused of practicing. Not falsely, in this case. What we're seeing is the genuine article, techniques designed to consume souls for power. Gu Yunshan set down his tea. There's only one type of cultivator who uses this method. The undead. Undead cultivators, Bai Suyin repeated. You're talking about wraith cultivators. Cultivators who died but preserved their consciousness by anchoring it to their spiritual energy, existing in a state between life and death. Exactly. A wraith needs to consume souls to sustain its unnatural existence. Normally, they feed on minor spirits, insects, small animals, ambient consciousness fragments. But a powerful wraith, one that was a high-realm cultivator in life, would need proportionally more sustenance, and would be capable of draining human souls, Shen finished. A wraith at the nascent soul realm could drain hundreds of people simultaneously. The room was very quiet. We need to find it, Lin Yu said. Before the death toll grows. Agreed. And I need to examine the victims in person. Shen looked at the map. The outbreak pattern was concentrated in the southern territories, roughly centered on a feature marked as the Abyssal Rift, a massive geological fissure that the map labeled with a single word, dangerous. The Abyssal Rift, Gu Yunshan said, following his gaze. His expression carried the weight of personal experience. The old master had visited the rift once, decades ago, and clearly found no joy in the prospect of returning. A chasm between the realms of living and dead. Natural wraiths gather there, drawn by the boundary energy. The death energy concentration is so high that normal spiritual perception fails within the first 100 feet of descent. If a powerful wraith was going to establish a feeding ground, that's where it would anchor. And the concentration of death energy would mask its presence from casual observation, Bai Suyin added. A wraith hiding in the rift would be invisible to standard detection methods. Only someone specifically searching for it, or someone with perception abilities attuned to the boundary between life and death, would have any chance of finding it. Someone like me, Shen said. Someone exactly like you, Gu Yunshan confirmed. Which raises an uncomfortable question. Are we hunting the Wraith King, or is the Wraith King hunting us? A being that feeds on souls would find the Golden Light Healer, with his soul bonds and life energy signature, the most irresistible target imaginable. The room fell silent as the implications settled over them. Then, that's where we're going, Shen said. Better to confront the threat on our terms than wait for it to come to us. Through the bonds, he felt three simultaneous responses. Lin Yu, finally. Something to fight. Bai Suyin, I'll prepare counter-soul poisons. If such things exist. Mu Qingge, Shuia can track Wraith energy. We're in. Chapter 42. The Wraith King's shadow. The team gathered at dawn in Shen parents' house for the final briefing before departure. The house had become their unofficial headquarters, a tradition that had developed organically as their group expanded. The living room held a large table permanently covered in maps and intelligence reports. The herb garden served double duty as a medicinal supply depot and outdoor training ground. The cultivation chamber, with its Shen family formation plates, had been shared with every member of the team for cultivation sessions. Shen Hao arrived with breakfast, An enormous pot of congee, steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and an inexplicable optimism that even the prospect of hunting an undead nascent soul cultivator couldn't diminish. I volunteered to hold down the fort while you're all off being heroic, Chunhao announced, ladling congee into bowls. He'd advanced to Qi condensation layer 9 during the past few months, slow by cultivation genius standards, but remarkable for a former servant disciple with no special techniques. Someone needs to keep the sect from falling apart. The sect has a sect leader for that, Linyu pointed out. The sect leader has a sect to run. I have gossip to spread, morale to maintain, and Zhou Kong to torment. Everyone has their role. He grinned at Shenwei. Just come back alive, brother. I've got another 50 spirit stones riding on your survival. Your faith in me is touching. My faith in your ability to attract trouble and somehow survive it is practically religious at this point. They departed shortly after, heading south through the territories that had become Shenwei's unofficial jurisdiction since the Medicine King title. Everywhere they stopped, people recognized him. The Golden Light Healer, the man who had cured the plague, the physician who had brought down the Crimson Lotus sect. The fame was useful but uncomfortable. Shenwei had never sought attention. His entire childhood had been spent trying to be invisible, and the sudden inversion, from nobody to the most recognized healer in the region, created a dissonance that he hadn't fully resolved. You'll get used to it, Gu Yinshan said during a rest stop, watching Shenwei politely decline the third request for an autograph that morning. Fame is a tool, like any other. Use it wisely and it protects you. Use it poorly and it destroys you. I'd rather be anonymous and alive. Anonymous and alive doesn't save 300 plague victims. Anonymous and alive doesn't win the Medicine King title. And anonymous and alive doesn't build the coalition you'll need when the Celestial Arbiter comes knocking. The old master's eyes were sharp. You're past the point of anonymity, boy. Now you must learn to be powerful openly. The investigation took them through 4 affected settlements in 6 days. At each one, Shenwei examined victims and treated what he could. The soul erosion was treatable if caught early. His primordial life sutra could stabilize the soul's boundaries and repair the eaten-away edges. But advanced cases were harder, and 3 patients in the last settlement were beyond help. Their souls were gone. Their bodies breathed. Their hearts beat. But the people who had inhabited those bodies were simply no longer there. Shenwei stood over those empty shells and felt a grief that went beyond professional compassion. The soul bonds in his chest resonated with the wrongness of it. Souls were sacred, inviolable, the very essence of what made a person real. Whatever was consuming them was not just killing people. It was erasing them. Through the bonds, Bai Suyin shared his fury. Lin Yu shared his resolve. Mu Qingge shared his hunting instinct. At the 5th settlement, they found a survivor who could speak. It came at night, the old man whispered, his soul partially eroded but still coherent enough for speech. A shadow, not dark, empty, like a hole in the world. It stood over the beds and breathed, and with each breath, something left us. Did it speak? Shenwei asked, his hands glowing golden as he stabilized the man's soul boundaries. Once, it said a name. Its own name, I think. The old man's eyes were glazed with remembered terror. Guesu. Lord Guesu. Gu Yinshan's face went pale. Guesu. The Wraith King. You know the name? Lin Yu asked. Every physician of my generation knows the name. Lord Guesu was a nascent soul healer. Yes, a healer, who died 300 years ago during a failed attempt to cure a plague that devastated the southern provinces. In his desperation, he used a forbidden technique to anchor his consciousness to the plague's spiritual energy, hoping to fight it from inside. He became a wraith, Shenwei said. He became the wraith, the most powerful undead cultivator in the southern territories. For 3 centuries, he's existed in the abyssal rift, feeding on minor spirits and the occasional unlucky traveler. But if he's now draining settlements? Gu Yinshan's expression was grim. Something has changed. Something has made him hungrier, more desperate. The soul bonds, Bai Suyin said quietly. Everyone turned to her. Think about it. Shenwei's soul bonds are unique, golden threads of connection between living souls. To a wraith, a creature that exists by consuming souls, the soul bonds would be the most concentrated, the most potent source of soul energy imaginable. The bonds themselves could be the draw. He sensed the bonds, Shenwei realized, and he wants to consume them. To consume a soul bond would be to consume 2 connected souls simultaneously. The energy yield would be astronomical. For a wraith trying to sustain its existence, it would be like finding a feast after centuries of scraps. The hunting trip had just become something else entirely. They weren't just tracking a monster. The monster was tracking them. Chapter 43. Hunting the dead, they moved south toward the abyssal rift with the grim efficiency of soldiers marching to war. The terrain changed as they approached the rift. Lush forests thinned to scraggly trees with gray bark. The air grew colder, drier, tinged with a metallic taste that Shen Wei's life sense perception identified as death energy, not a toxin, but the natural spiritual byproduct of large-scale dying. The rift has been here for 10,000 years, Gu Yunshan explained as they navigated a narrow ridge overlooking the first visible signs of the chasm, a dark gash in the landscape, perhaps 100 feet wide and seemingly bottomless. It's a natural boundary between the living realm and the dead realm. Spiritual energy flows in, death energy flows out. The ecosystem has adapted. Plants that grow here feed on death energy instead of spiritual energy, and the fauna are unusual. Unusual was an understatement. The creatures they encountered near the rift were wrong on a fundamental level. Shen Wei's life sense perception, which normally painted the world in warm colors of vitality, showed these creatures as inversions, cold spots where life should have been, moving with a purpose that was the opposite of living creatures' instinctive self-preservation. Wraith beasts, animals that had died near the rift and been reanimated by its death energy. They looked like their living counterparts, deer, wolves, birds, but their eyes were empty, and they moved without the purposeful grace of true life. They were echoes, shadows of the living. Muchinga's beast-tamer instincts rebelled at the sight. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt her visceral revulsion. A beast cultivator confronted with a fundamental perversion of the bond between human and animal. Can you track Guisu through these? Lin Yu asked, her sword drawn, watching a pack of wraith wolves pad silently through the dead forest. Shuya can distinguish between ambient wraith signatures and a directed consciousness. Chinga replied, one hand on her fox's head. Shuya's silver fur was bristling, her ears flat, her body language screaming distress. But she pressed forward, following the trail. A 300-year-old nascent soul wraith will have a signature like a bonfire in a field of candles. Shen Wei used the transit through the dead forest as a learning opportunity. With Gu Yunshan guiding him and Zhilan's ancient knowledge supplementing the old master's modern expertise, he began to understand the relationship between life and death at a deeper level than his training had previously allowed. The living and dead realms aren't opposites, Zhilan had explained through their bond. They're complements. Life generates death. Death feeds life. The cycle is the natural order. What wraiths represent is a disruption, a consciousness clinging to the living side of the cycle when it should have transitioned to the dead side. And the primordial life sutra operates at the boundary between the two. Healing is, at its core, the act of pushing something back toward life that has drifted toward death. The sutra works because it understands both sides of the boundary. This understanding proved practical. As they moved through the dead forest, Shen Wei discovered that his life sense perception, while diminished, wasn't completely non-functional. It could detect the absence of life, and that absence formed patterns, negative images that showed him the landscape structure as clearly as positive perception would in the living world. He shared this discovery through the bonds, and his companions' combined feedback helped him refine the technique into something usable. By the second day, he could navigate the dead realm's terrain without relying entirely on shared perception, not as effectively as in the living world, but well enough to function independently. They found the first Wraith Plague village on the third day, or rather, what was left of it. 20 buildings, 300 residents, all empty. Not dead, empty. The bodies were still there, sitting in chairs, lying in beds, standing in doorways. Hearts beating, lungs breathing, eyes open but seeing nothing. 300 human shells, drained of everything that made them human. Shen Wei walked through the village with golden light flickering at his fingertips and felt the wrongness of it saturate every sense he possessed. His life sense perception showed these bodies as hollow vessels, the framework of life present, but the content gone. Like lamps without flames. He fed here recently, Bai Suyin said, analyzing the spiritual residue with her poison specialist techniques. Within the past week, the soul energy was extracted in a single pass, all 300 simultaneously. How? Lin Yu demanded. Even a nascent soul wraith shouldn't be able to drain 300 souls at once. Unless he has a technique that allows it, Shen Wei said. A horrible thought was forming. Bai Suyin, Hui Yinlua's extraction nodes. Could they be adapted for soul extraction? Bai Suyin's face drained of color. Oh no. What? When the coalition dismantled Hui Yinlua's harvesting network, they destroyed the nodes, but not the underlying technique. The technique's design principles are still known. We published them during the assembly to support the legal case. She pressed her hands to her face. Guisu has been watching. He's learned from Hui Yinlua's work. He's adapted the extraction node design for soul harvesting instead of life force harvesting. A wraith who's learned modern extraction techniques, Gu Yunshan said. Wonderful. 3 centuries of accumulated power, enhanced by knowledge gleaned from a contemporary blood ritual practitioner. He's essentially combined the worst aspects of ancient wraith cultivation with modern forbidden arts. How strong does that make him? Xiao Ruoshi asked. She'd been quiet during the investigation, observing with the analytical intensity of a military strategist absorbing intelligence. Stronger than a standard nascent soul wraith, Gu Yunshan said bluntly. The extraction technique gives him efficiency that raw power can't match. Instead of hunting individual souls, he can drain entire communities in a single pass. Each consumed soul adds to his cultivation base. 300 souls in one feeding. That's the equivalent of a century of normal wraith sustenance, compressed into a single night. So he's growing stronger with every attack, Bai Suyin said. Exponentially. Yes. And if he continues unchecked, he'll reach a level of power that no one in the mortal realm can match. Shenwei looked at the 300 empty bodies surrounding them and made a decision. We don't just find Guisu. We end him. A wraith with this capability and this hunger cannot be allowed to continue existing. Through the bonds, 3 women agreed. Not with words. With something deeper, a shared resolve that resonated through the golden threads like a war drum's heartbeat. They descended toward the abyssal rift, each step carrying them closer to the boundary between the worlds of living and dead. The preparation took 2 more days. Bai Suyin worked feverishly in a temporary laboratory, developing compounds that could interact with death energy, substances that would crystallize spectral forms, disrupt wraith consciousness patterns, and create temporary barriers against soul-draining attacks. Her poison expertise, applied in reverse, produced what she called life toxins, substances that were harmless to the living but devastatingly corrosive to undead entities. The irony isn't lost on me, she told Shenwei as she sealed the 100th vial. A poison specialist creating medicines for ghosts. You're not creating medicine for ghosts. You're creating weapons against them. Same thing, from the ghost perspective. Lin Yu spent the preparation days in intensive training, working with Gu Yunshan to develop techniques specifically suited for spectral combat. Standard sword techniques relied on physical interaction, cutting, piercing, deflecting. Against wraiths, the sword needed to disrupt spiritual energy patterns, which required a fundamental adjustment to her blade work. The old master taught her a technique called spirit severance, a modification of standard sword arts that imbued the blade with soul-disruptive energy. It wasn't elegant, but it worked. Wraith forms struck by the modified technique dispersed temporarily, buying precious seconds in combat. Mu Qingge worked with Shuya on tracking exercises, calibrating the spirit fox's senses to distinguish between ambient death energy and directed wraith consciousness. It was delicate work. Shuya's animal instincts rebelled at the very concept of pursuing predators into their lair, but the beast-tamer bond between them was strong enough to overcome the fox's fear. And Shenwei cultivated. His core formation late stage was solid, but the impending confrontation with a nascent soul wraith demanded more. He pushed his golden core's 3-lobed structure to its limits, expanding the rotation speed and the composite perception field. Through the bonds, all 4 women felt his cultivation sessions, the steady pulse of advancement, the growing strength of their connections, the deepening resonance between 5 souls that were learning, slowly and imperfectly, to function as one. Chapter 44. The Imperial encounter on the 7th day of their southward journey. With the abyssal rift looming on the horizon like a wound in the earth, they encountered the fleeing woman. Shen Wei detected her first. His life sense perception, now stretching to 2 miles, picked up a signature moving rapidly from the east. Fast. Erratic. Pursued. Someone's running, he said. Single person. Multiple pursuers. The runner's life force is flickering, injured or poisoned. The pursuers are strong. Foundation establishment, all of them. At least 5. Toward us or past us? Lin Yu asked, already in combat stance. Intersecting our path in approximately 2 minutes. The woman burst from the tree line like a hunted deer, silver robes torn, black hair streaming behind her, one arm pressed against her side where blood soaked through the fabric. She was beautiful in the way that high-ranking cultivators often were, the kind of beauty that came from years of spiritual refinement, not cosmetics. Her bearing, even in flight, was regal, straight spine, head high, the posture of someone accustomed to giving orders, not taking them. She saw their group and skidded to a halt, eyes widening. Her gaze swept over them with the rapid assessment of a practiced strategist. Shen Wei's medical aura, Lin Yu's drawn sword, Bai Suyin's poison-stained fingers, Mu Qing's mounted stance on Shuya, and Gu Yunshan's unmistakable nascent soul presence. "Help me," she said. Not a plea, a command, delivered with the expectation of immediate compliance. Even bleeding, even fleeing, even on the verge of collapse, her voice carried the unshakable authority of someone who had been obeyed since birth. It was the voice of a woman who had never had to ask twice. Shen Wei's healer instincts were already firing. Through his life sense perception, he could see the damage, a deep wound in her left flank, leaking both blood and spiritual energy, 3 cracked ribs pressing dangerously against her left lung, and beneath those surface injuries, a poison working its way through her meridians with methodical, lethal precision. "She's hurt," he said, already moving toward her. "Badly." "Wait," Lin Yu said, her sword pointing toward the tree line. "The pursuers are right behind her." The pursuers emerged seconds later. 5 men in dark blue armor, their spiritual energy suppressed to conceal their presence. Assassins, not soldiers. They carried no sect insignia. Their weapons were specialized, thin-bladed swords designed for quick, quiet kills. This was not a military pursuit. This was an assassination. "Stand aside," the lead assassin said, his voice flat and professional. "The woman is our target. This doesn't concern you." "Any woman fleeing 5 armed men on my path concerns me," Shen Wei replied. "Then you'll die with her." The assassins moved. They were fast, Foundation establishment mid-stage, all 5, with the coordinated precision of professionals who had trained together for years. Their formation was designed to isolate the target and eliminate interference. They had not trained for Lin Yu. The sword cultivator intercepted the lead assassin's blade with a sound like breaking crystal and drove him back 3 steps in the first exchange. Her bond-enhanced perception saw his techniques before they formed, and her counterstrikes landed with devastating accuracy. Bai Suin's poison mist caught 2 assassins off guard. They'd been expecting a combat response, not a chemical one. The first went down gagging, his respiratory meridian spasming. The second managed to erect a spiritual barrier, but found it insufficient against a toxin designed by the Crimson Lotus Sect's former best researcher. Mu Qingge and Shuya handled the fourth with beast-tamer efficiency. The spirit fox was a blur of silver, her jaws closing on the assassin's sword arm with precise, controlled force. The man screamed. The 5th assassin tried to reach the woman. Gu Yunshan materialized in his path with the lazy ease of a nascent soul cultivator who didn't consider Foundation establishment threats worth hurrying over. One touch to the assassin's temple, and the man collapsed, his consciousness temporarily shut down. The fight lasted 12 seconds. Lin Yu cleaned her blade with practiced efficiency and assessed the fallen assassins. Professional work. Suppressed spiritual signatures, coordinated formation, specialized weapons. These aren't sect cultivators, they're trained killers. Imperial Blackguard, Xiao Ruashi said from behind Shen Wei. She'd watched the fight with the practiced eye of someone who recognized the assassin's techniques. "My brother's personal enforcement unit." They answered directly to the Empress Dowager. "You know their techniques well," Bai Suin observed. "I was trained alongside them. Before my brother decided I was a threat to be eliminated rather than a sister to be tolerated." Ruashi's voice was steady, but through the bond that Shen Wei could already feel forming, not yet solidified, but resonating with potential, he sensed the depth of her betrayal. This was not just political maneuvering. This was family turning on family, blood trying to spill blood. Gu Yunshan secured the assassins with spiritual restraint techniques, while Mu Qingge set Shuya to guard the perimeter. The spirit fox sniffed each unconscious assassin, cataloging their spiritual signatures for future identification. Shen Wei ignored the aftermath and moved to the woman. She'd sunk to one knee, her hand still pressed to her side. Through his life sense perception, he assessed her injuries. A deep wound in her left flank, 3 cracked ribs, and his stomach dropped, a poison he recognized. Emperor's Bane, the most exclusive poison in the cultivation world. Created by the imperial alchemists of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, using ingredients found only in the Imperial Palace's restricted gardens. Only members of the royal family had access to Emperor's Bane, because it had been designed specifically to kill members of the royal family, bypassing the protective formations that shielded imperial bloodlines. Which meant this woman was royalty, and someone in her own family was trying to kill her. "Don't move," Shen Wei said, kneeling beside her. "You've been poisoned with Emperor's Bane. I can neutralize it, but I need you to be still." The woman's eyes widened. "You recognize the poison?" "I've studied it. My mother documented its structure in her journals. She treated a case 30 years ago, when a palace servant was accidentally exposed." He placed his hands on her flank and channeled golden healing light into the wound. "Who are you?" The woman hesitated. Through his life sense perception, He could see the poison working. Emperor's Bane targeted the spiritual core directly, creating microfractures that would compound until the core shattered. It was slow, insidious, and designed to look like a natural cultivation accident. "I am Zhao Ruashi," she said finally. Fourth Princess of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire. Chapter 45. Princess in Disguise. The healing was complex, but within his capabilities. Emperor's Bane was sophisticated. Layers of toxin that attacked different aspects of the spiritual system in sequence, each layer activating after the previous one was addressed. A standard healer would neutralize the first layer and believe the patient cured, only for the second layer to activate hours later. Shen Wei's life sense perception saw all 7 layers simultaneously. He addressed them in reverse order, disarming the deepest, most dangerous layer first and working outward, which was counterintuitive but prevented the cascading activation that made Emperor's Bane so deadly. Golden light flowed through Zhao Ruashi's body, transmuting each layer of poison into harmless spiritual energy. She lay on a makeshift bed of cloaks and blankets, her silver robes pulled aside to expose the wound, her face pale, but her expression controlled. This was a woman accustomed to enduring pain in silence. Through his perception, Shen Wei noticed details. Calloused fingers that suggested sword training despite her royal status. Meridians developed to foundation establishment late stage, impressive for someone who appeared to be in her mid-20s. And faint scarring on her spiritual core that spoke of previous assassination attempts, survived through a combination of protective formations and raw resilience. Someone had been trying to kill this woman for a long time, and she was still alive. The final layer of Emperor's Bane shattered under his golden light. Zhao Ruashi's spiritual core stabilized, the microfractures sealing with a sound like tinkling glass. She drew a deep breath, the first unrestricted breath she'd drawn since the poisoning, and her eyes found his. "You are the Medicine King," she said. It was not a question. "Shen Wei, the golden light healer who destroyed the Crimson Lotus Sect. I didn't destroy it single-handedly. The reports I've read suggest otherwise." She sat up, wincing slightly. "The Heavenly Phoenix Empire's intelligence network is extensive. We've been tracking your activities since the assembly." Tracking, not a comforting word. Intelligence, not hostility. "The Empire monitors all significant cultivators in the region." She paused, then added with a trace of wry humor. "Though I suppose my current situation suggests our intelligence network has gaps." The soul bond formed between the third and fourth heartbeats after her healing completed. The golden thread materialized with the same inevitable finality as the others, a strand of light stretching from his chest to hers, anchoring in both their spiritual cores. Shen Wei felt it coming and tried to prevent it, exerting the willpower control he developed during the Medicine King competition. He failed, not because his control was insufficient, but because something about this healing was different. The Emperor's Bane had penetrated so deeply into Ruashi's spiritual core that healing it required life essence, the genuine article, the fundamental force that created soul bonds. He'd had no choice but to use it, and the resulting resonance was too strong to suppress. Zhao Ruashi's eyes went wide. She pressed a hand to her sternum, feeling the new presence in her consciousness. Shen Wei's emotions, suddenly as real and immediate as her own. "What?" she said, her regal composure cracking for the first time. "Is this?" "A soul bond," Shen Wei said, the exhaustion of the healing mixing with resignation. "An involuntary connection created by my healing technique." "I'm sorry." "You're sorry." She stared at him. "You just created a soul bond with a princess of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, and you're sorry. Deeply, genuinely sorry. With full acknowledgement that the situation is catastrophic." "Catastrophic is putting it mildly." She laughed, a sharp, brittle sound that carried decades of political survival training threatening to crack under the weight of the absurd. "The Empress Dowager has spent 30 years building a power structure that depends on controlling who the imperial family bonds with. Marriages, alliances, cultivation partnerships, all carefully curated. And you've just formed the most intimate possible connection with a princess without consulting anyone, without political negotiation, without so much as a formal introduction. In my defense, you were dying. That's your defense for everything, isn't it?" Through the bond, already active, already transmitting, she could feel that it was true. Every impossible thing he'd done, every bond he'd formed, every enemy he'd made, all of it came back to the fact that someone was dying and he couldn't stand to let them. "Do you understand the political implications of what you've done?" "Probably not fully. A soul bond between a foreign cultivator and an imperial princess constitutes either an act of spiritual marriage or an act of war, depending on which court faction is interpreting it." Her voice was climbing in pitch. "My brother will use this to..." She stopped. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt her mind reorganize with military precision, fear and outrage being compartmentalized, strategic assessment taking over. Actually, she said slowly, my brother already tried to kill me. The political situation is already catastrophic. The bond changes the calculus, but not necessarily for the worse. She studied Shen Wei with new eyes, not the grateful assessment of a healed patient, but the calculating appraisal of a political strategist evaluating an unexpected asset. You can feel my emotions, she said. Can I feel yours? Yes. Are you lying to me right now? I'm not capable of lying to you through the bond. Deception registers as dissonance. You'd feel it. She tested this. Shen Wei felt her probing, pushing against the bond with a methodical thoroughness that spoke of intelligence training. She tested for deception by thinking of something deliberately false while monitoring his response. She tested for control by attempting to resist the bond's emotional transparency. She tested for manipulation by searching for any trace of compulsion or external influence in the connection. She was thorough, methodical, and faster at understanding the bond's mechanics than anyone he'd been connected to. Where Lin Yu had approached the bond with a warrior's suspicion and Bai Suyin with a scientist's skepticism, Xiao Ruoxi approached it with an intelligence operative's analytical framework, cataloging capabilities, identifying limitations, and building a comprehensive model of what the bond could and couldn't do. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt her mind working and was simultaneously impressed and slightly unnerved. This woman didn't just want to understand the bond. She wanted to master it. You're telling the truth, she concluded. The bond is genuine, involuntary, and bidirectional. A long pause. This is either the worst thing that's happened to me today or the best. Given that the bar was attempted assassination, I'm going to tentatively classify it as neutral. I'll take neutral. Chapter 46. Political entanglement. That evening, with the assassins bound and the camp secured, Xiao Ruoxi told them her story. The Heavenly Phoenix Empire is in crisis, she said, sitting by the fire with the composed bearing of someone giving a military briefing. The soul bond hummed between her and Shen Wei, giving her words an undertone of emotional truth that made lying impossible and sincerity immediate. My father, Emperor Xiao Jingtian, is dying. He's been ill for 3 years, a gradual decline that the court physicians cannot explain. In that time, the Empress Dowager, Luo Shenin, has consolidated power. She controls the court, the intelligence apparatus, and, most critically, access to the emperor. The Empress Dowager isn't your mother? Bai Suyin asked. She's my father's stepmother, his father's second wife, who was never empress in truth but claimed the title after the previous emperor died. She has no blood claim to the throne, but she has 40 years of accumulated political power and a cultivation that she's kept hidden from the court. What realm? Lin Yu asked immediately. I don't know, but she's suppressed a palace revolt using only her spiritual pressure. Anyone who can intimidate a room full of Foundation establishment guards is at least core formation, possibly higher. And your brother? Prince Xiao Tianming. Half-brother, technically, same father, different mothers. The Empress Dowager has been grooming him as her puppet emperor since he was 12. He's Foundation establishment mid-stage, militarily competent, and utterly lacking in moral constraint. Ruoxi's voice hardened. He ordered today's assassination. 5 elite assassins, Emperor's Bane poison, and a cover story already prepared. I was to have died in a tragic cultivation accident while traveling. Why now? Shen Wei asked. Why escalate to assassination? Because I've been gathering evidence against the Empress Dowager. The Emperor's illness isn't natural. I've suspected poison for 2 years. But the court physicians are either incompetent, compromised, or too afraid to speak. I was traveling south to seek independent medical expertise when my brother's assassins intercepted me. She looked directly at Shen Wei. Specifically, I was traveling to find you, the medicine king, the healer who can cure anything. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt the truth of her words, and beneath them, the desperate hope of a woman who had spent years watching her father die by inches, powerless to stop it. If the emperor is being poisoned with Emperor's Bane, I can treat him, Shen Wei said. The technique I used on you would work on him. Then I need you in the capital. But, she hesitated. Through the bond, he felt her reluctance, the strategic calculation warring with genuine concern. The capital is a trap. The Empress Dowager controls everything within those walls. Bringing you there means putting you in her power. We're already heading into one death trap, Mu Qingge pointed out, jerking her thumb toward the abyssal rift on the horizon. What's one more? The Wraith King first, Shen Wei decided. The soul erosion plague is an immediate threat. The Emperor's poisoning is slow. It's been 3 years, and he's still alive. We handle Gue Su, then we go to the capital. Ruoxi nodded. accepting the logic even though the bond told Shen Wei she wanted to argue. She was not accustomed to being told to wait, but she was smart enough to recognize the strategic priority. I'll come with you, she said. The abyssal rift borders imperial territory. My authority as princess will smooth access to the region. Your brother's assassins are bound and unconscious. When they wake, they'll report my death. I'll make sure of it. Xiao Tianming will believe I'm dead, which gives us time. Welcome to the group, Chen Hao would have said, if he'd been there. Try not to start a civil war. But Chen Hao was back at the Verdant Spring Sect, and Shen Wei's constellation of golden threads had just acquired its fourth point of light. The first night with 4 bonded women was an education in diplomatic complexity. Lin Yu and Bai Suyin had achieved a working relationship. Not friendship, exactly, but a mutual respect forged through shared combat, and Bai Suyin's romantic relationship with Shen Wei. Mu Qingge had integrated smoothly, her easygoing nature and beast-tamer pragmatism providing a buffer between the other two's sharper personalities. Xiao Ruoxi was different. She was royalty. She thought in terms of hierarchy, protocol, and political advantage. Her assessment of the group was transparent through the bond. She saw Lin Yu as a military asset, Bai Suyin as an intelligence resource, and Mu Qingge as a mobility specialist. She categorized them before she met them, slotting each into a role in an organizational chart that existed only in her mind. She's ranking us, Bai Suyin observed to Shen Wei that evening, her voice dry. I can feel it through you. She's already determined that Lin Yu is the most combat effective, I'm the most strategically valuable, and Mu Qingge is the most versatile. Is she wrong? That's not the point. The point is she's treating human beings as chess pieces. She's been trained to. The imperial court runs on exactly that logic. Then she'll have to unlearn it. Because chess pieces don't form soul bonds, and if she keeps this up, her bond will stay shallow forever. Through his bond with Ruoxi, Shen Wei felt the princess register Bai Suyin's observation. Filtered through Shen Wei's emotions, the message was clear enough. Ruoxi's response was equally clear, a spike of discomfort, followed by the grudging acknowledgement that the poison specialist had a point. It was a start. Chapter 47. The abyssal rift. The rift was larger than the map suggested. Standing at its edge, looking down into an abyss that seemed to have no bottom, Shen Wei understood why it was called a boundary between worlds. The chasm stretched for miles in either direction, a jagged tear in the earth's crust that plunged into darkness so complete that even spiritual perception struggled to penetrate it. Death energy rose from its depths in cold waves, carrying with it the scent of endings, the spiritual signature of everything that had ever died within the rift's influence. Shen Wei's life-sense perception behaved strangely here. The living world, warm, dynamic, full of color, ended at the rift's edge like a painting cut by scissors. Beyond the edge, his perception showed only absence. Not darkness, not emptiness. Absence, the absolute negation of life. The ancient texts described the rift as a natural doorway, Gu Yinshan said, standing several feet back from the edge with the caution of someone who had visited before. The living realm and the dead realm overlap here. What you're perceiving as absence is actually the dead realm's energy. It's not empty. It's just the opposite of what your technique is designed to see. Can the primordial life sutra function in the dead realm? Shen Wei asked. I don't know. No bearer of the sutra has entered the rift in recorded history. Wonderful. Another first. Mu Qingge knelt at the rift's edge, one hand on Shuya's head. The spirit fox's ears were flat, her body trembling, but she pressed her nose toward the abyss and sniffed. She's got his scent, Qingge reported. Gue Su's signature is everywhere, saturating the upper layers of the rift. He's been here recently. Within hours. He knows we're coming, Lin Yu said. It wasn't a question. He's been feeding on souls across the southern territories. He knows the Medicine King is investigating. Shen Wei looked into the abyss. He's either going to run, or he's going to fight. A 300-year-old nascent soul wraith in his home territory? Bai Suyin shook her head. He's not running. Then we go in. The descent into the abyssal rift was the most harrowing experience of Shen Wei's life. The path, if it could be called a path, was a series of narrow ledges and natural stone steps carved by millennia of water erosion into the chasm's wall. Each step took them deeper into the dead realm's influence, and with each step, the living world above grew dimmer. Shen Wei's life-sense perception began to fail at 50 feet below the rim. The warm colors of vitality that normally painted his world faded to gray, then to darkness. By 100 feet, he was effectively blind. His primary sense, the one he'd built his entire cultivation around, was useless in a realm defined by the absence of life. I can't see, he said, stopping on a ledge barely wide enough for both feet. My life sense perception is gone. Then use ours, Lin Yu said. Through the bond, she shared her spiritual perception, the cold, sharp awareness of a sword cultivator, which functioned regardless of the ambient energy type. It was disorienting, like suddenly seeing the world through a different set of eyes, but it worked. Bai Suyin shared her analytical perception. Mu Qingge shared Xueya's animal senses. And Shen Wei, receiving all three at once, synthesized them into a composite awareness that compensated for his lost life sense. The soul bonds weren't just emotional connections or cultivation enhancers. Down here, in the dead realm, they were lifelines, literally. They connected him to the living world above, maintaining his living consciousness in a place where life was not welcome. The bonds are holding, he said with relief. As long as I'm connected to you three, I can function here. Then don't let go, Mu Qingge said. Through the bond, he felt her fierce protectiveness, the pack instinct of a beast cultivator refusing to let a member fall. They descended further. Chapter 48. Descent into darkness at 300 feet below the rim. The rift opened into a vast underground cavern. The space was enormous, a cathedral of dark stone, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor covered in a thin layer of luminescent mist that glowed with a pale blue-white light. The light came from the death energy itself, which was so concentrated at this depth that it became visible, a ghostly radiance that illuminated the cavern in shades of blue and silver. Through Lin Yu's shared perception, Shen Wei could see the cavern's features, towering columns of natural stone, pools of liquid death energy that looked like mercury, and, most disturbing, the remnants of a civilization. Buildings, ancient, crumbling, half consumed by the rift's energy, but unmistakably artificial. Stone walls, carved doorways, streets laid out in a grid pattern that spoke of urban planning. A city, Xiao Ruoshi breathed. There was a city here, before the rift. The rift didn't always exist, Gu Yinshan said, his voice echoing in the vast space. The ancient texts say it opened 10,000 years ago, swallowing the city that stood above it. The people who lived here were some of the most advanced cultivators of their era. What happened to them? They died. And in the rift, the dead don't always stay dead. As if summoned by his words, movement stirred in the ruins. Shapes emerged from the crumbling buildings, humanoid, translucent, glowing with the same blue-white light as the mist. Wraiths, dozens of them. The remnants of the city's population, preserved in undeath for 10 millennia. These were not the mindless wraith beasts they'd encountered on the surface. These wraiths retained their human forms and something approximating consciousness. They drifted through the ruins with purposeful movements, maintaining patterns that might have been daily routines from their living days. A wraith that moved as if sweeping a doorstep, another that gestured as if directing traffic, a third that appeared to tend an invisible garden. They're not hostile, Shen Wei said, scanning them with his composite perception. They're going through the motions, echoes of their living selves. They're the Wraith King's subjects, Gu Yinshan corrected. Gue Su commands them. As long as they remain docile, they're harmless. But if he orders them to attack, an army of 10,000 wraiths, Lin Yu finished. Her sword was drawn, her body taut with readiness. They moved through the ruins carefully, following Xueya's tracking. The spirit fox was miserable. Her fur stood on end, her eyes were wide with primal fear, but she followed the Wraith King's scent with the dogged determination of an animal that trusted its human's judgment. The trail led deeper into the cavern, through the ancient streets, past buildings that had been universities and temples and homes, into the heart of the dead city. The ruins told a story of sophisticated civilization. Carved archways depicting scenes of cultivation and communal life, stone benches arranged around gathering spaces, a market square with stalls still standing after 10,000 years. The people who built this city hadn't been primitive. They'd been advanced, perhaps more advanced than the cultivation world that existed above the rift today. Zhilan walked through the ruins with the haunted expression of someone visiting a graveyard where they recognized every headstone. Through their bond, Shen Wei felt flashes of her memories. This street had been lined with herb sellers. That building had been a cultivation school. The fountain in the central plaza, now dry and crumbling, had sprayed water infused with spiritual energy, creating a public healing space where anyone could bathe and recover from minor ailments. We were happy here, she whispered. Before the arbiter came. Before everything ended. Shen Wei said nothing. He held her hand through the bond, not physically, but emotionally. A squeeze of golden warmth that said, I'm here. You're not alone in this. And there, in what must have been the city's central plaza, they found it. Not Gue Su. Something else. Something unexpected. A sealed chamber, half buried in rubble, its surface covered in formations that still glowed with active energy after 10,000 years. The formations were golden, the same shade of gold as Shen Wei's healing energy. Impossible, Gu Yinshan whispered. Those are primordial life sutra formations. Chapter 49. The sealed chamber. Shen Wei approached the chamber with his heart hammering. The formations on its surface resonated with the golden energy in his core, a harmonic vibration that grew stronger with proximity, as if the chamber recognized him. The primordial life sutra was responding, not to his conscious direction, but autonomously, the technique in his core reaching toward the chamber's formations like a child reaching for a parent. This is old, Shen Wei murmured, placing his hand on the chamber's surface. The golden formations blazed to life at his touch, illuminating the surrounding ruins in warm light that drove back the death energy's cold glow. Older than 10,000 years. These formations were here before the city. The city was built around them. The sealed fragment, Gu Yinshan said, his voice thick with awe. One of the fragments of the original technique that Ling Tian scattered across the mortal realm. He didn't just scatter them randomly. He sealed them, preserved them, waiting for someone with the right resonance to find them. And there's someone inside. Shen Wei's composite perception, Lin Yu's sharp awareness, Bai Suin's analysis, Mu Qing's animal intuition, converged on the same conclusion. Inside the sealed chamber, preserved for 10,000 years, was a living presence. Faint, flickering, but unmistakably alive. The seal is degrading, he said, tracing the formation lines with his perception. The death energy has been eroding it for millennia. It was designed to last forever, but forever wasn't long enough. He paused. Whoever is inside, their soul is disintegrating. The seal preserved their body, but the soul is exposed to the death realm's erosion. If we don't open this chamber and heal them, they'll be gone within weeks. Open a 10,000-year-old sealed chamber in the middle of a wraith kingdom, Bai Suin said. What could go wrong? Everything. But the alternative is letting whoever is inside die. And I can't do that. Through the bonds, he felt 4 women reach the same conclusion independently. Of course he couldn't. He was Shen Wei. Walking past someone who needed healing was simply not in his nature. He pressed both palms against the seal and channeled the primordial life sutra's energy into it. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The sutra's energy, which normally required conscious direction and careful modulation, poured from his hands with an autonomy that surprised him. It was as if the technique recognized the chamber, remembered it from before Shen Wei was born, before his parents, before his entire family line. The golden energy flowed into the formation lines with the ease of water flowing downhill, finding paths that had been waiting 10,000 years to be filled. Through the bonds, all 4 women gasped simultaneously. They could feel it, the primordial life sutra evolving in real time, absorbing information from the ancient formations, integrating knowledge that expanded its scope and depth. The technique in Shen Wei's core was changing, growing, becoming more of what it was originally intended to be. Gu Yinshan took 3 steps back, his nascent soul perception recoiling from the intensity of the energy exchange. The formations are teaching the sutra, he whispered. They're feeding it data, healing techniques, bond configurations, cultivation methods that were lost 10,000 years ago. Your technique is downloading its own history. The chamber responded. Golden light erupted from every formation line, flooding the cavern with warmth that drove the death energy back, like sunlight dissolving shadow. The seal's degraded sections repaired themselves as Shen Wei's energy touched them, and then, with a sound like a mountain sighing, the chamber opened. Inside was a woman. She lay on a stone platform, perfectly preserved, her robes ancient in style but intact, her features peaceful in apparent sleep, her spiritual aura so faint it was barely perceptible. She was beautiful in an ageless way that suggested great cultivation, and her energy signature carried a resonance that made every golden thread in Shen Wei's chest vibrate. She's alive, he confirmed, kneeling beside the platform. Barely. Her body is preserved by the seal's formations, but her soul has been eroding for centuries. If I don't heal her now, he didn't finish the sentence. His hands were already glowing. Chapter 50. The ancient sleeper healing Zhilan was unlike healing anyone he'd encountered before. Her soul was not merely eroded, it was fragmenting. 10,000 years of exposure to death energy, filtered through a degrading seal, had worn away layer after layer of her consciousness until only the core remained. And the core itself was cracking, hairline fractures spreading through the fundamental structure of her spiritual identity. Shen Wei poured life essence into her with everything he had. Not just healing energy, life essence, the raw stuff of vitality, channeled through the Primordial Life Sutra at maximum intensity. The golden light that emanated from his hands was blinding, filling the chamber, spilling out into the cavern, pushing the death energy away in an expanding sphere of warmth. Through the bonds, for women felt the drain and responded. Lin Yu's sharp discipline steadied his focus. Bai Suin's analytical precision guided his targeting, helping him identify and repair each fracture in the correct sequence. Mu Qingge's primal vitality supplemented his life essence, providing raw material for the healing. And Xiao Ruoxi, newest of the bonded, but possessed of the resilient spiritual architecture of an imperial bloodline, contributed structural stability that helped Xin Wei maintain the complex healing pattern. For bonds, all feeding into the healing. For threads of gold blazing like miniature suns. The woman's soul responded. The fracture sealed. The erosion reversed. Layer by layer, decade by decade, millennium by millennium, the damage undid itself as the Primordial Life Sutra forced time's work backward. Then the fifth soul bond formed. It was inevitable. The healing required life essence at a depth that guaranteed resonance. And the woman's spiritual core, once it stabilized, responded to the sutra's energy with the eagerness of a flower turning toward sunlight. But this bond was different. It was old, not in the sense of age, but in the sense of resonance frequency. The golden thread that formed between Shen Wei and the ancient woman vibrated at a frequency that made all his other bonds hum in sympathy. A deep, low note that was the foundation upon which the other bonds' harmonics were built. This woman had a connection to the Primordial Life Sutra that went beyond what Shen Wei's family had preserved. Her soul carried the original technique signature, not a fragment, but a memory of the whole. Her eyes opened. They were deep violet, impossibly ancient, and filled with a grief so vast it made the cavern feel small. The sutra, she whispered. Her voice was dry, cracked, the sound of someone who hadn't spoken in 10,000 years. I can feel the sutra. You carry a piece of it. My family has preserved a fragment for generations, Shen Wei said. Who are you? Zhilan. She sat up slowly, her ancient robes rustling. I was a student of Ling Tian, his last student. He sealed me here before he scattered the fragments, before the celestial arbiter came. Her eyes focused on the golden threads connecting Shen Wei to his bonded companions. You have 5 bonds. 5. I didn't plan them. The sutra doesn't work by plan. It works by connection. She raised a trembling hand and touched the golden thread between herself and Shen Wei. This bond, it resonates with the original frequency. The sutra in your core recognizes me. Recognizes you as what? As someone who knows what the sutra truly is. What it was meant to become. Zhilan's violet eyes were luminous with unshed tears. Ling Tian created the Primordial Life Sutra not just to heal, but to connect all living beings. The soul bonds are its natural expression, threads of connection that bridge the gap between isolated souls. He believed that if enough bonds were formed, if enough souls connected through the sutra, the resulting network would create something unprecedented, a collective consciousness that was greater than any individual cultivator. A network, Shen Wei breathed. That's why the bonds grow stronger with each new one. They're not just additive, they're exponential. Yes, and that's why the celestial arbiter destroyed him. Zhilan's expression darkened. The heavens are hierarchical. Power flows from the top down. The arbiter, Zhao Wuji, enforces that hierarchy. A technique that created lateral connections between mortals, connections that could, in aggregate, equal or exceed celestial power, was a threat to the entire heavenly order. Gu Yinshan, who had been listening in stunned silence, stepped forward. You studied under Ling Tian himself. You know the complete technique. I knew it. 10,000 years of soul erosion have taken much. She looked at Shen Wei. But not everything. What I remember, I can share. Through the bond. Chapter 51. Memories of an age past. Zhilan's knowledge flowed through the soul bond like a river, finding a dry channel. It came not as words or lectures, but as lived experience. Memories of studying under Ling Tian, of practicing techniques that made Shen Wei's current abilities seem like a child's first steps. He experienced the celestial sovereign's teachings through Zhilan's eyes, the way Ling Tian would demonstrate a healing technique by letting his students feel it through their bonds, turning abstract theory into visceral understanding. The original Primordial Life Sutra was vast, a comprehensive system of cultivation that used healing and connection as its foundation rather than combat or meditation. Where other cultivation paths sought individual power, the sutra built collective power. Where others cultivated in isolation, the sutra cultivated through relationship. And the soul bonds were not side effects. They were the technique's primary function. Ling Tian had over 100 bonds, Zhilan told him during the days they spent in the sealed chamber while she recovered her strength. Not just with women, with men, children, elders, even spirit beasts and plants. The bonds formed with anyone he healed using life essence. The resulting network was so vast that his perception spanned continents. He could feel every connected soul, sense their needs, heal their injuries, and share their joys. Why do my bonds only form with women? Shen asked. Because you're young, and the sutra fragment you possess is attuned to yin-yang resonance. Ling Tian's complete technique worked regardless of gender, but the fragment your family preserved emphasizes the complementary energy dynamic between male and female cultivators. It's not a limitation, it's a starting point. As the technique evolves, the restriction will ease. The technique evolves. The Primordial Life Sutra is alive, Shen. It's not a static set of instructions. It's a growing, adapting system that develops in response to its bearer's experiences and bonds. Each bond you form teaches the sutra something new. Each healing you perform expands its capabilities. Through the bond, Shen received fragments of Zhilan's other memories, the culture she'd lived in 10,000 years gone. A civilization where healers were the most respected members of society, where soul bonds were celebrated as the highest form of human connection, where the Primordial Life Sutra's network connected thousands of people in a web of empathy and mutual support. And the memory of its destruction, the sky splitting open, a figure of terrible power descending, celestial arbiter Zhao Wuji, his presence crushing the city like a boot on an anthill. The screams, the severance of bonds, not gently, but violently, each broken bond a small death for both connected souls. He killed Ling Tian by severing all his bonds at once, Zhilan said, her voice hollow. Through the bond, Shen experienced the memory as she experienced it, not words but sensation. The sound of 100 golden threads snapping simultaneously, a sound like a galaxy of glass bells shattering. The scream of a celestial sovereign as the connections that defined his existence were torn away. The collapse of a consciousness that had been vast, spanning continents, touching millions, into a single, isolated point of awareness that was too small to sustain a being of his magnitude. Ling Tian hadn't died from the attack itself. He died from the severance. A being defined by connection, suddenly and totally disconnected. It was the cruelest possible death for someone whose entire existence was built on the principle that no soul should stand alone. He used his last moments to scatter the technique and seal me here. Shen processed this through his own understanding of the bonds. 5 connections, and each one was already essential to his consciousness, a supporting pillar in the architecture of his identity. Losing one would be devastating. Losing all 5 simultaneously would be. He couldn't imagine it. He couldn't let himself imagine it. Through the bonds, 5 women felt his surge of protective determination, a fierce, absolute refusal to let what happened to Ling Tian happen to him or to them. Why you? Because I was his student. Because I carried enough knowledge to help whoever found the fragments. Because he believed that one day, someone would come who could reassemble the technique and finish what he started. She looked at Shen with violet eyes that held 10,000 years of waiting. I believe he was right. The cavern shuddered. The death energy, pushed back by Shen healing, was surging forward again, driven by a consciousness. A cold, hungry, ancient consciousness that had just realized something precious was being stolen from its domain. Guai Su, Shen said. He's coming. Chapter 52. The Wraith King strikes. The Wraith King materialized from the cavern's shadows like nightmares given form. Lord Guai Su had been a healer in life, a nascent soul physician who had sacrificed his humanity to fight a plague. 3 centuries of undeath had transformed him into something that bore little resemblance to the man he'd been. He was vast, not physically. His spectral form was human-sized, but spiritually. His consciousness filled the cavern like smoke, pressing against every surface, infiltrating every crack. The ambient wraiths, the 10,000 echoes of the ancient city's population, snapped to attention at his presence, their mindless routines replaced by the sharp alertness of soldiers receiving orders. The Golden Healer, Guai Su said. His voice was a whisper that came from everywhere and nowhere, not sound, but direct spiritual communication. I've been watching you since you entered the southern territories, healing my harvest, disrupting my feeding grounds. And now you've entered my home, and opened a chamber that belonged to someone who lived here long before you did, Shen replied. His 5 bonds blazed with golden light, pushing back the wraith's oppressive presence. Guai Su's spectral form tilted, as if studying him with interest. 5 bonds. 5 living souls, connected to one healer. Do you have any idea what those bonds smell like to a being who feeds on souls? I've been told I smell like life. You smell like a feast. The Wraith King's form expanded, darkness spreading across the cavern ceiling. I was content to feed on common souls. Scraps, barely enough to sustain my existence. But your bonds, concentrated, refined, vibrating with connection, those would sustain me for centuries. I'm not on the menu. Everyone is on the menu. Guesu's spectral form expanded until it filled the cavern's ceiling, a shadow so vast that the team felt like insects beneath a descending boot. His cultivation aura, nascent soul, amplified by 3 centuries of soul consumption, pressed down on them with a weight that made the air thick and the stone groan. Then he attacked. The Wraith assault was unlike any physical combat. It wasn't a technique or a strike, it was an invasion. Guesu's consciousness slammed against Shen Wei's spiritual defenses like a tidal wave, trying to overwhelm his mind and reach the soul bonds anchored in his core. The bonds flared in response. 5 golden threads blazed to life, and through each one, Shen Wei felt his bonded companions pour strength into his defense. Lin Yu's iron discipline formed a wall. Bai Suin's analytical precision mapped the attack structure. Mu Qingge's primal instincts reinforced his basic survival responses. Xiao Ruoshi's imperial cultivation provided structural integrity. Zhilan, ancient, wise, still recovering, contributed something invaluable: knowledge of how the original primordial life sutras practitioners had defended against soul attacks. Shen Wei held. Guesu's assault broke against the 5-bond defense like waves against a seawall. The Wraith King recoiled, his spectral form flickering with something that might have been surprise. Interesting, he hissed. The bonds reinforce each other. I'll need to separate them. The 10,000 ambient wraiths surged forward. Scatter formation, Lin Yu shouted, her sword already moving. Blue light carved through the first rank of wraiths. Her blade, enhanced by spiritual energy, could disrupt the spectral energy that held wraiths together, temporarily dispersing them. Bai Suin hurled vials of specialized compounds, solutions she'd developed during the journey, designed to interact with death energy. The chemicals caused the wraith forms to crystallize briefly, making them vulnerable to physical attacks. Mu Qingge and Shuya moved as one, the spirit fox's silver form blazing with beast tamer energy that was anathema to the undead. Where Shuya passed, wraiths dissolved, their echoes released from the animation that held them. And Xiao Ruoshi, still recovering from her poisoning, but armed with imperial techniques that had been developed specifically for combating spiritual threats, unleashed a barrage of formation talismans that created barriers and kill zones across the cavern floor. Gu Yunshan engaged the Wraith King directly, his nascent soul cultivation matching Guesu's spectral power. The old doctor's medical fighting style was uniquely suited to this opponent. Where wraiths were essentially spiritual diseases, Gu Yunshan treated them as such, targeting the energy patterns that sustained their undead consciousness. And Shen Wei healed. He healed constantly, relentlessly, his golden light flowing to every ally who needed it. Lin Yu took a wraith's claw across her ribs, healed. Bai Suin was hit by a blast of death energy that tried to erode her meridians, purified. Mu Qingge was overwhelmed by a pack of wraith beasts. Shen Wei's golden light drove them back and mended the spiritual damage they'd inflicted. The battle raged in the heart of the dead city, golden light clashing with deathly blue-white radiance, the living and the dead locked in a war that shook the rift's ancient walls. The Wraith army was not mindless. Under Guesu's direction, they employed tactics, flanking maneuvers, feinted retreats, concentrated assaults on the group's weakest points. The ancient city's population had included soldiers, strategists, and formation specialists, and their wraith echoes retained enough of those skills to be dangerous even as mindless puppets. Lin Yu adapted. Her spirit severance technique carved paths through the wraith formations, creating lanes of temporary safety that the others could exploit. She moved with a grace that belied the battle's brutality. Each strike economical, each dodge precisely timed, her bond-enhanced perception turning combat into choreography. Bai Suin's life toxins proved devastatingly effective. The compounds she developed during the preparation days created chain reactions when they contacted concentrated death energy. One vial could dissolve a dozen wraiths if it hit the right cluster. She threw with the precision of a woman who had spent years measuring doses in milligrams, and every vial found its mark. Mu Qingge and Shuya were a silver blur at the battle's edges, preventing wraith reinforcements from encircling the group. The spirit fox had overcome her fear, or rather, channeled it into aggression. The prey animal's terror transformed into a predator's fury. Her spiritual attacks carved silver arcs through the wraith ranks, and Chinga's beast tamer techniques amplified her partner's natural anti-undead properties. Xiao Ruoxi fought with the disciplined efficiency of someone trained in imperial military doctrine. Her formation talismans created structured battle spaces, kill zones, barriers, and choke points that channeled the Wraith advance into manageable streams. She fought not as an individual, but as a force multiplier, making everyone around her more effective. And Zhilan, still recovering but possessed of 10,000 years of experience, served as tactical advisor. Her ancient knowledge of the city's layout and the Wraith's likely behavior patterns gave the group an edge that raw power alone couldn't provide. It was the most complex, sustained battle Shen had ever participated in. And despite the horror of fighting 10,000 undead in a cavern beneath the earth, despite the constant drain on his energy and the ever-present fear of failure, he felt something unexpected: pride. This group, his group, was extraordinary. 6 people and a spirit fox, connected by golden threads and forged by shared adversity, fighting as one. Chapter 53, Soul Bond Formation. The tide was turning against them. Not because their allies were weak, not because their tactics were flawed, but because the Wraith King was inexhaustible. For every Wraith Lin you dispersed, 2 more emerged from the ruins. For every spectral assault Gu Yunshan deflected, Gu Su launched another from a different angle. The undead didn't tire. The living did. Shen felt the strain in his bonds. His healing was keeping everyone alive, but the constant energy expenditure was draining his golden core faster than it could regenerate. Even with 5 bonds feeding energy into his cultivation base, the output exceeded the input. He needed more power, and the only way to get it was to advance. The realization came not through calculation, but through the primordial life sutra's intuitive guidance. His golden core, the 3-lobed structure that had formed during his original core formation breakthrough, was straining at its boundaries. The 5 bonds, woven through its structure, were pulling it in 5 directions simultaneously, creating stresses that demanded expansion. Not core formation late stage. Not peak. Something beyond. Nascent soul. The breakthrough was insane. Core formation to nascent soul was the most significant advancement in a cultivator's career, a qualitative transformation that elevated the practitioner from manipulating external energy to generating internal consciousness. It typically took decades of preparation and meditation. Shen had no decades. He had minutes. But he had something no other cultivator possessed: 5 soul bonds feeding raw experience, emotion, and spiritual energy into his consciousness at a rate that compressed years of insight into moments. He let go, not of control, of limitation. He released the mental barriers he'd unconsciously maintained. The belief that advancement required time, that power came slowly, that the cultivation hierarchy existed for a reason. He let the primordial life sutra guide him, and the technique, freed from his expectations, did what it was always meant to do. The sensation was like nothing he'd ever experienced. His consciousness expanded outward through the 5 golden threads simultaneously, touching each bonded companion's spiritual core and drawing strength from the connection. Not stealing it, sharing it. The bonds weren't one-way channels. They were resonance loops, and when Shen opened himself fully to them, the resonance amplified exponentially. Lin Yu's discipline became his discipline. Her unwavering focus on the present moment, the sword cultivator's ability to exist entirely in the now, flooded his consciousness and anchored him against the chaos of the Wraith battle. Bai Sui's precision became his precision. Her ability to parse complex systems into component parts, to see the structure beneath the surface, gave him clarity in the midst of spiritual chaos. Mu Qing's vitality became his vitality. Her primal life force, strengthened by years of beast cultivation, poured through the bond like raw sunlight. Xiao Ruoxi's resolve became his resolve. The imperial woman's unshakable conviction that the right action, correctly executed, would always prevail. A conviction born from a lifetime of navigating power's highest corridors. Zhilan's wisdom became his wisdom. 10,000 years of understanding, compressed into a single stream of insight that illuminated the path forward. 5 women. 5 strengths. 5 pieces of a puzzle that, assembled, created something greater than any individual could be. It connected him more deeply to his bonds. The 5 golden threads blazed. Energy poured through them, not from his bonded companions, but from the bonds themselves. The connections were generating power, the act of connection itself producing spiritual energy that exceeded what any individual could create. His golden core cracked, not destructively, transformatively. The 3-lobed core split open, and from its center, a figure of light emerged, small, humanoid, glowing with golden radiance. His nascent soul. It was unlike any nascent soul described in cultivation manuals. Standard nascent souls were miniature copies of the cultivator, tiny figures that sat in the dantian and served as the seat of consciousness. They were the cultivator's spiritual identity crystallized into form. Shen Wei's nascent soul was a golden figure wreathed in healing light, with 5 soul threads extending from its heart like the rays of a star. It sat in his dantian like a small sun, and the warmth it generated suffused every cell of his body with vitality. But it was more than that. The 5 threads weren't decorative. They were functional extensions of the nascent soul itself, reaching outward through the bonds to his 5 connected companions. Through those threads, his nascent soul wasn't just his own. It was shared. A tiny piece of each bonded woman's spiritual identity was woven into its structure. Lin Yu's discipline, Bai Suin's precision, Mu Qing's wildness, Xiao Ruoshi's authority, Yun Zhilan's wisdom. Not enough to change who he was, but enough to enrich who he could be. The Primordial Life Sutra had taken the concept of the nascent soul, the seat of individual consciousness, and transformed it into something collective. A soul that was both one and many. A consciousness that was enhanced, not diminished, by its connections. Power flooded his body. Not just more power, different power. The nascent soul realm operated on fundamentally different principles than core formation. Where core formation cultivators manipulated external spiritual energy through their golden cores, nascent soul cultivators generated spiritual energy internally from the nascent soul itself. The quantity was vastly greater, but the quality was the real transformation. Shen Wei's generated energy carried the golden signature of the Primordial Life Sutra and the harmonic frequencies of 5 soul bonds. It was, in a very real sense, the energy of connection itself, spiritual power that existed because of relationship, that grew stronger with each bond, that was impossible for any solitary cultivator to replicate. His spiritual perception, enhanced by the nascent soul transformation, expanded from 2 miles to 20. Every living thing within that vast range painted itself on his consciousness, and his healing ability made another qualitative leap, from the soul mender tier to something approaching the primordial physician level. He's broken through, Gu Yinshan said, his voice carrying a mix of awe and disbelief. In the middle of combat, to nascent soul. The nascent soul transformation changed the nature of his perception. Where before he had seen the cavern as a collection of discrete elements, wraiths here, allies there, Gui Su above, he now perceived it as a single, interconnected system. Life and death, friend and enemy, past and present, all woven together in a tapestry of energy that his new nascent soul consciousness could read like a book. He saw the wraiths for what they truly were, not monsters, not enemies, but victims. 10,000 years of imprisonment, animated against their will by a consciousness that had stolen their rest. They were prisoners, and their prison was undeath itself. The golden light that erupted from Shen Wei's body was not an attack. It was a liberation. It was something more fundamental, a wave of pure life energy that swept through the cavern like dawn sweeping across a landscape. Where it touched the ambient wraiths, they dissolved, not destroyed, but released. The death energy that animated them was transmuted into neutral spiritual energy, and the ancient souls trapped within were finally, after 10,000 years, set free. The wraith army disintegrated. 10,000 spectral figures sighed as one and faded, their long servitude ended by a single wave of golden light. Guesu screamed. The sound was unlike anything produced by a living throat, a frequency that existed between sound and spiritual energy, resonating in the bones of every person present. It was a scream of loss. The Wraith army had been his subjects, his power base, his proof that his choice to embrace undeath had been worth the cost. Without them, he was a single consciousness in a vast, empty cavern, surrounded by enemies who could generate the one thing most deadly to his existence, life. The scream faded. The cavern shook once and was still, and in the golden silence that followed, the Wraith King understood that he was alone, truly alone, for the first time in 300 years. Chapter 54. The living light. The aftermath of the wave was silence. A profound, ringing silence that filled the cavern like water filling a basin. Where 10,000 wraiths had swarmed moments ago, there was now only empty air, and a faint, golden shimmer that hung in the atmosphere like pollen, the residual energy of 10,000 souls finally set free. Shen Wei stood at the center of the cavern, his nascent soul blazing in his dantian, 5 golden threads extending from his heart into the darkness. He felt each of his bonded companions through the threads, alive, breathing, safe. The relief was so intense it nearly buckled his knees. Lin Yu was the first to recover. Her sword lowered, her eyes wide. Through the bond, she sent a single emotion, awe. Not for the power he'd displayed. Lin Yu was a cultivation pragmatist, and power was just power. Her awe was for the compassion that had driven it. He hadn't destroyed the wraiths. He'd healed them. He'd looked at 10,000 trapped souls and decided that mercy was the correct response to their suffering. That kind of strength, the strength to choose kindness when violence was easier, was something Lin Yu had never encountered in any cultivation manual. And it shook her understanding of what it meant to be strong. Bai Suin's reaction was different. Through her bond, Shen Wei felt clinical fascination. The poison specialist cataloging every aspect of what she'd witnessed, building models and theories and frameworks that would occupy her for months. But beneath the analysis, a single, devastating thought. This is what my research should have been used for. Not Hui Yinluo's harvesting. This. Healing. Freedom. Mu Qingya, still recovering from the Wraith Fragment's invasion, felt only gratitude. Bone deep. Overwhelming gratitude that the man she was bonded to was the kind of person who could enter a Wraith's lair and choose to heal rather than destroy. Xiao Ruoxi felt strategic admiration overlaid with emotional complexity she wasn't ready to unpack. And Zhilan felt hope. 10,000 years of hope, finally justified. But the Wraith King was not released. He was too powerful, too entrenched in his undeath, too willful. Where the ambient wraiths had been echoes, fragments of consciousness animated by death energy. Guo Su was a fully conscious being who had chosen undeath and sustained it through 3 centuries of deliberate soul consumption. But his army was gone. His support network, his disposable soldiers, his feeding infrastructure, all dissolved in Shen Wei's golden wave. He was alone against 6 cultivators, one of whom had just achieved nascent soul in a manner that shouldn't have been possible. Shen Wei channeled the 5 bonds simultaneously. The technique came to him through Zhilan's shared memories, a combat application of the primordial life sutra that Ling Tian had developed specifically for dealing with undead entities. The living light. 5 bonds. 5 threads of golden energy. 5 streams of concentrated life force, braided together into a single beam of radiance that was the antithesis of everything the dead realm represented. The living light struck Guo Su dead center. The Wraith King's spectral form convulsed. Life energy and death energy collided within his consciousness, and the reaction was catastrophic. The living light didn't just damage him, it purified. It sought out the death energy that sustained his existence and transmuted it, converting it back into the life force it had once been. For a Wraith, purification was destruction. Undeath and life could not coexist. The Wraith King's form began to dissolve, his spectral body flickering between solidity and transparency as the living light ate away at his foundation. No, Guo Su held. I am the lord of this rift. I have endured for 300 years. You cannot. You endured by consuming souls, Shen Wei said, his voice steady despite the immense energy expenditure. You were a healer once. You became a monster. I'm returning you to what you should have been. The living light intensified. Guo Su's form fractured, split, dissolved. The last remnant of the Wraith King, a tiny spark of awareness that might have been the original healer's consciousness, preserved through 3 centuries of horror, flickered once in the golden light. Then it was gone. Chapter 55. The Wraith King's Gambit. The Wraith King's destruction was not instantaneous. In the moments between the living light's initial impact and his final dissolution, Guo Su made one last, desperate move. His consciousness fragmented, a standard Wraith survival technique, and while the main body dissolved under Shen Wei's assault, a splinter of awareness raced through the cavern like a shadow fleeing the dawn. It targeted the weakest point in Shen Wei's defensive network. Not a person, a bond. Mu Qingya's beast bond with Shuya. The beast bond was unique among the connections in Shen Wei's constellation. It wasn't a soul bond, but an animal-human partnership channel, and it lacked the primordial life sutra's golden energy protection. Guo Su's consciousness fragment drove into the beast bond like a spike, using its animal frequency resonance to bypass Qingya's spiritual defenses. Shuya yelped. Qingya screamed. Shen Wei felt it through his soul bond with Qingya, a cold, invasive presence forcing its way into the beast bond, trying to use it as a bridge to reach Qingya's soul. If Guo Su's fragment could anchor itself in Qingya's consciousness, it could use her as a host, surviving its body's destruction by parasitizing a living mind. He's in Shuya's bond. Shen Wei shouted. He's trying to possess Qingya through the beast bond. Get him out, Qingya cried. She was on her knees, her hands clutching Shuya's fur, both of them convulsing as the Wraith fragment wormed deeper into their shared bond. Shen Wei reached through his soul bond with Qingya, and felt the nightmare from inside. The beast bond was a warm, organic channel, a river of shared consciousness between human and fox. The wraith fragment was a glacier, forcing its way upstream, freezing the warm current as it advanced. He had to remove the fragment without severing the beast bond. Severing the bond would kill both Qingge and Shuya. But the fragment was entangled with the bond structure, rooted into its walls, feeding on its energy. It was the most delicate healing he'd ever attempted. Removing a parasitic consciousness from a bond without severing the bond itself, it was like removing a tumor that had grown roots into the patient's nervous system. Every cut had to be precise. Every extraction had to be controlled. One mistake, and the bond would collapse, taking Qingge and Shuya with it. Shenwei had no time to hesitate. Through the soul bond with Qingge, he could feel the wraith fragment burrowing deeper with every passing second, worming its way toward Shuya's core consciousness. If it reached the fox's identity center, it would override her, replacing the spirit beast personality with Gui Su's desperate, predatory intelligence. And once it had Shuya, it would use the beast bond to reach Qingge. 2 souls consumed for the price of 1. I'm going in, Shenwei said. He looked at his remaining companions. Lin Yu, Bai Suyin, Xiao Ruoxi, Yun Zhilan, Gu Yunshan. Guard us. Whatever happens, don't let anything disturb the bond. How long? Lin Yu asked. Through the bond, he felt her fear, not for herself, but for him. Entering another person's spiritual bond was uncharted territory. There were no textbooks, no guides, no precedents. As long as it takes. Chapter 56. Exorcism. Shen Wei closed his eyes and dove into the soul bond. The transition from physical reality to the bond's interior space was instantaneous and total. One moment he was kneeling in a cavern in the abyssal rift, surrounded by the debris of a battle against 10,000 wraiths. The next, he was elsewhere, a space that had no physical coordinates, that existed only in the overlap between 2 connected souls. His consciousness traveled the golden thread connecting him to Mu Qingge. The thread was warm, vital, pulsing with the combined life force of both connected individuals. Traveling, it felt like swimming in a river of light, not effortless, but natural, guided by a current that the primordial life sutra provided. He reached Qingge's end of the bond and felt her consciousness, vast, turbulent, terrified. She was aware of the wraith fragment burrowing through her beast bond and was fighting it with everything she had. Her beast tamer training gave her some resistance. Years of sharing consciousness with Shuya had made her spiritual defenses more flexible than most cultivators, but the fragment was old, cunning, and desperate. Then, with a twist of perception that felt like stepping through a doorway from a warm house into a wild forest, he crossed into her beast bond with Shuya. The interior landscape was alien. Where human soul bonds felt like vast, open spaces, halls and chambers and skies, the beast bond was a forest. Dense, green, teeming with life in 1,000 different forms. This was Qingge's inner world, the grasslands and forests of the sky fox territory, rendered in spiritual energy and shared between human and beast. The wraith fragment had corrupted it. A swath of the forest was dead, trees blackened, grass withered, the warm green light replaced by cold blue-white death energy. At the center of the corruption, Gui Su's consciousness fragment crouched like a spider in a web, its spectral form distorted and desperate, but still conscious, still deadly. Healer, the fragment whispered. You've entered my domain now. A living soul, in a bond that isn't its own. You're vulnerable here. And you're dying, Shenwei replied. Your main body is gone. This fragment won't sustain you for long. Long enough to take one of them with me. The fragment's attention shifted. Shenwei felt it reaching for Shuya's consciousness, trying to replace the fox's identity with its own. Shenwei interposed himself. Golden light erupted from his spiritual form, creating a barrier between the fragment and Shuya's awareness. The fox was present in the bond space as a shimmering silver shape, terrified, hurt, but fighting. She pressed against Shenwei's barrier, her animal trust implicit and unconditional. You're a healer, Gui Su's fragment said, almost conversationally. I was too once. Before the plague. Before I made the choice that preserved my consciousness at the cost of my humanity. The spectral form flickered. I didn't mean for this. The feeding, the souls, I needed them to survive. What was I supposed to do? Die. You were supposed to accept death, Shenwei said. That's what death is. An ending. Not something to be overcome through consuming others. Easy to say when you're alive. Easy to say because it's true. The fragment attacked. In the bond's interior space, the assault was intimate and devastating. A direct collision of consciousness. Guesu's centuries of desperation and survival instinct crashing against Shen Wei's healing intent. But Shen Wei had something Guesu didn't: connection. 5 soul bonds fed strength into his consciousness, and through the bond with Qingge, he had access to the beast bond's own power, the primal force of a human-animal partnership forged in love and trust. He channeled the primordial life sutra's deepest function, the one Zhilan had shared through their bond. Not purification, not destruction, healing. He healed the wraith. Golden light enveloped Guesu's fragment, and instead of transmuting the death energy, it reached deeper, to the core of the consciousness itself, to the desperate, terrified healer who had made a terrible choice 300 years ago. I see you, Shen Wei said. Not the Wraith King, the physician, the man who couldn't bear to let people die, the healer who watched a plague consume his world and decided that death was an enemy he could defeat. The fragment's resistance wavered. Through the golden light, Shen Wei pushed deeper, not with force, but with understanding. He showed the fragment what the primordial life sutra had taught him, that healing and death were not opposites, but parts of the same cycle. That a healer's role was not to conquer death, but to honor life. That the choice Guesu had made 300 years ago, to preserve himself at any cost, was born from the noblest impulse imaginable, perverted by desperation into its opposite. He showed the fragment his own fear, the terror he'd felt when he realized how close the line was between healer and monster. And he showed it his choice, to accept the line's existence and walk it carefully, rather than deny it and fall. The fragment's resistance crumbled. For one brief, luminous moment, the Wraith was a man again, an exhausted, grief-stricken healer who had watched a plague consume thousands and decided that any price was worth paying to keep fighting. I'm sorry, Guesu whispered. For all of it. The golden light dissolved the fragment. Not violently, gently, like a candle flame being extinguished by a breath. The Wraith's consciousness faded, not into oblivion, but into peace. The death energy sustaining it converted to neutral spiritual energy, and the fragment's last spark joined the ambient flow of the dead realm. Lord Guesu, the Wraith King, was finally, truly dead. Chapter 57. The Wraith King falls. Shen Wei withdrew from the beast bond and collapsed. The exorcism had cost him tremendously, not just energy, but something harder to quantify. He'd felt the Wraith King's centuries of anguish. He'd experienced the choice between death and monstrosity from the inside. He'd understood, with the empathy that the primordial life sutra forced upon its wielder, exactly how a healer could become a monster. It scared him, because the distance between Guesu's choice and his own was smaller than he wanted to admit. If his parents had died of a plague instead of an execution, if he'd been faced with the same impossible choice, would he have chosen differently? Through the bonds, 5 women felt his fear, and 5 women responded, each in her own way. Lin Yu, a blade of certainty. You are not him. You would never be him. Bai Suyin, clinical precision. The circumstances don't align. Your choice structure is fundamentally different. Mu Qingge, primal warmth. You saved me. You saved Shuya. That is who you are. Xiao Ruashi, imperial conviction. The measure of a person is not the temptation they face, but the choice they make. Yun Zhilan, ancient wisdom. Ling Tian faced the same fear. He chose to scatter the technique rather than corrupt it. You carry his legacy for a reason. The fear receded. Not because it was invalid, but because connection, the very thing the primordial life sutra was built on, provided the answer. Alone, the fear would have consumed him. Together, it was bearable. Gu Yinshan sat quietly against the cavern wall, watching his student with the expression of a man who had just witnessed something he would spend the rest of his life trying to understand. The old master had been a physician for 60 years. He had seen miracles and tragedies in equal measure. But watching Shen Wei heal a wraith, not destroy it, not disperse it, but heal it of its undeath, returning it to the peace it had been denied for 3 centuries, was beyond anything in his experience. Your parents would weep to see this, he said quietly, with joy, with pride, and with the recognition that their son has surpassed everything they ever imagined. The words hit Shen Wei harder than any combat technique. Through the bonds, 5 women felt his response, a surge of grief and gratitude so intertwined they were indistinguishable. His parents had died for the primordial life sutra. They had given their lives to protect a technique they believed could change the world. And now, in a cavern beneath the earth, their son had used that technique to show mercy to a monster, proving that healing was more powerful than destruction, that compassion was more enduring than fury. He missed them. He missed them every day. The bonds eased the loneliness but couldn't fill the specific, irreplaceable shape of the people who had loved him first and longest. Mu Qingge knelt beside him, Shuya in her lap. The spirit fox was recovering rapidly. The beast bond, cleansed of the wraith's corruption, was already regenerating. Chinga's hand found Shenwei's. "Thank you," she said simply. "Through the bond. For everything. How's Shuya?" "Hungry and traumatized, in that order. She wants fish. I'll make sure she gets some." The cavern was quiet. The wraith army was gone. The wraith king was destroyed. The ancient sealed chamber stood open, its golden formations still glowing softly. And Zhilan, 10,000 years awake, stood in the ruins of the city she'd once known and wept silently for a world that no longer existed. Shenwei rose, unsteady but determined, and placed a hand on her shoulder. Through the bond, he shared warmth. Not healing. She wasn't injured. Just warmth. The simple human gesture of comfort, amplified by a golden thread of connection. Zhilan's tears slowed. She covered his hand with hers. "It's different," she said, "from what it was. But it's still the sutra. Still connection. Still hope." "Still hope," Shenwei agreed. They stood together in the ruins of her world, two people connected by a thread of gold that spanned 10,000 years of separation. Around them, the cavern was silent. The wraith army dissolved, the wraith king destroyed, the death energy settling back into its natural, passive state. The ancient city, freed from its undead occupants, looked less menacing now, less like a haunted ground, and more like a memorial. A place where something beautiful had once existed and might, in time, exist again. The other members of the group approached slowly, giving Zhilan space to grieve while maintaining the perimeter. Lin Yu's sword was sheathed, but her eyes were watchful. Bai Suyin was cataloging wraith residue for future research. Mu Qingge was feeding Shuya strips of dried fish, having fulfilled her promise. And Xiao Ruoshi was standing slightly apart, her expression thoughtful, recalculating her understanding of Shenwei and the bonds and light of what she'd witnessed. Through the bond, Ruoshi's thoughts were transparent to Shenwei. She had entered this adventure as a political strategist who saw the bonds as tools. Watching Shenwei heal a wraith, showing mercy to a creature that had consumed thousands of souls, had cracked that framework. The bonds weren't tools. They weren't political assets. They were something she didn't have a category for yet. She was beginning to understand. Slowly. Imperfectly. But beginning. Chapter 58. Aftermath and advancement. The abyssal rift began to stabilize within hours of the Wraith King's destruction, as if the land itself was exhaling in relief. The change was visible even to non-cultivators. The perpetual gray mist that had cloaked the rift's upper levels thinned and brightened, letting weak sunlight penetrate to depths it hadn't reached in centuries. The wraith beasts on the surface, the reanimated deer, wolves, and birds, collapsed simultaneously as the consciousness directing them dissolved, their bodies finally surrendering to the rest they'd been denied. Within a day, the first living insects returned to the rift's edges, tiny pioneers reclaiming territory that had been Death's exclusive domain for 300 years. Shenwei watched this transformation with the professional satisfaction of a healer watching a patient recover. The rift itself was a patient, in a sense, a wound in the landscape that had been infected by undeath and was now beginning to heal naturally, with a little push from the primordial life sutra's residual golden energy. Without Gue Su's consciousness directing the death energy, the rift's chaotic emanations settled into their natural patterns, still dangerous, still cold, but no longer actively malevolent. The ancient city's ruins, freed from the Wraith army's occupation, took on a melancholy beauty in the blue-white light, a monument to a civilization that had once been great and was now only memory. Shenwei spent 3 days in the rift, healing the remaining victims in the surrounding settlements via daily trips to the surface. His nascent soul cultivation made the work dramatically more efficient. Where he'd once needed to treat patients individually, he could now project his healing energy over a radius of 50 feet, treating multiple patients simultaneously. The soul bonds had evolved again. The combination of the nascent soul breakthrough and the Wraith battle had pushed all 5 bonds to new levels. Lin Yu's bond had reached the chain tier. They could now share power in combat, temporarily boosting each other's effective cultivation level. Bai Suyin's bond had deepened in its analytical dimension, allowing her to perceive Shenwei's diagnostic process and contribute insights in real time. Mu Qingge's bond, tempered by the Wraith invasion and the subsequent rescue, had achieved something unique, a cross-bond resonance with her beast bond that allowed Shuya to faintly sense Shenwei's emotions. Xiao Ruoshi's bond was developing rapidly, the newest among the original 4, but strengthened by the imperial bloodline's natural spiritual resilience. And Zhilan's bond, anchored in the ancient frequency of the original primordial life sutra, continued to share memories and knowledge at a rate that expanded Shen Wei's understanding daily. You're approaching the soul mender tier of healing cultivation, Gu Yunshan observed during a rest period. That's the third tier out of 6. Your parents spent their entire lives and never reached it. My parents didn't have 5 soul bonds accelerating their development. True, but the pace of your growth concerns me. Not because it's dangerous, though it might be, but because it's visible. A nascent soul cultivator at your age, with your abilities, will attract attention from every power in the region. It already has, Zhao Ruashi said. She'd been receiving jade transmissions from her intelligence network, carefully, through encrypted channels that her brother couldn't intercept. The Heavenly Phoenix Empire's court is buzzing with reports of a golden healer who destroyed a nascent soul wraith. My father's advisors are divided. Some want to recruit you, others want to eliminate you. And your brother? Wants you dead. He sees any cultivator of unusual power as a threat to his planned succession. Then we deal with your brother. And the Empress Dowager. Shen Wei advanced to nascent soul late stage during the final day in the rift. The advancement came naturally. The accumulated insights from the Wraith battle, the expanded bonds, and Zhilan's knowledge combined to push his cultivation forward with an inevitability that felt less like effort and more like destiny. His healing abilities reached the soul mender tier. He could now heal spiritual damage that was previously considered permanent: Dao injuries, consciousness fractures, soul erosion. The techniques that had seemed like miracles when he healed Lin Yu's cracked dantian were now routine. The Primordial Life Sutra was growing, evolving, becoming more of what it was meant to be. He spent his evenings teaching, not just healing techniques. The Primordial Life Sutra's medical applications were uniquely his, tied to his life essence and golden energy in ways that couldn't be directly transferred, but the principles underlying them. Bai Suyin absorbed the theoretical framework with voracious intensity, adapting it to her poison expertise. Lin Yu integrated the perception concepts into her sword work. Mu Qingge learned to apply healing principles to her beast bond, strengthening her connection with Shuya. Zhao Ruashi studied the political implications, thinking about how a healer's philosophy could inform governance. And Zhilan taught them all. Her knowledge of the ancient cultivation world was encyclopedic, and her memories of Ling Tian's teachings, shared through the bond with Shen Wei, then transmitted outward through discussions and demonstrations, enriched every member of the team. She taught them about the original Primordial Life Sutra's scope, its philosophy of connection, and its vision of a cultivation world where healers were the highest authority. Power should flow through those who heal, she said one evening, addressing the group around their campfire. Not because healers are better people, but because healing requires understanding. You cannot heal what you do not understand. A cultivation world led by healers would be a world led by understanding. Pretty words, Lin Yu said. The reality is that the cultivation world is led by whoever hits hardest. That's the reality Zhao Wuji created, Zhilan replied. It doesn't have to remain so. These conversations planted seeds in every listener. Through the bonds, Shen Wei felt the ideas taking root. Not uniformly, not without resistance, but with the slow, persistent growth of genuine conviction. And somewhere, in the upper realm, the celestial arbiter was listening. Chapter 59. Zhilan's warning. The warning came on their final night in the rift, as the group prepared for the journey to the Heavenly Phoenix Empire. Zhilan sat apart from the others, cross-legged on a stone platform overlooking the ancient city's ruins. Her violet eyes were distant, seeing not the dead landscape before her, but something else. Memories of a world 10,000 years gone. Shen Wei sat beside her. Through their bond, he felt her ancient grief, not as a weapon or a burden, but as a landscape. She carried 10,000 years of loss the way a mountain carries snow, patiently, heavily, as part of its nature. You need to understand what's coming, Zhilan said. The celestial arbiter, Zhao Wuji, a being of the upper realm, appointed by heaven itself to enforce the natural order. He destroyed Ling Tian. He sealed me. He spent 10,000 years hunting every fragment of the sutra, every practitioner who showed signs of the technique's revival. He sounds tireless. He's immortal. Tirelessness comes naturally. She turned to face him. But it's worse than that. Zhao Wuji doesn't just enforce the law, he believes in it. With absolute, unshakable conviction. He genuinely believes that soul bonds violate the natural order, that lateral connections between mortals are a corruption of heaven's hierarchy. He's not a monster, Shen Wei. He's a true believer. And true believers are the most dangerous enemies of all. How do I fight a true immortal? You don't. Not as you are. Not even as you could be, at your maximum potential as an individual cultivator. The gap between mortal cultivation and true immortality is absolute. No single mortal cultivator has ever defeated a true immortal. Then how the bonds? Zhilan's voice was intense. Ling Tian understood this. A single cultivator cannot match an immortal, but a network of connected cultivators, sharing power through soul bonds, could generate collective force that exceeds any individual, even an immortal individual. How many bonds? Ling Tian had 100. I don't know the minimum for what you'd need, but the bonds must reach the highest tier, convergence, where the connected souls resonate so perfectly that they function as a single, multiplied consciousness. She paused. You have 5 bonds. None at convergence. You need more bonds, and you need deeper trust. Convergence requires absolute mutual trust, Shen said, remembering her earlier teachings. Absolute. Not mostly. Not almost. Absolute. Every doubt, every reservation, every unresolved conflict between you and your bonded companions weakens the potential for convergence. Even one incomplete bond in the network reduces the whole. Shen thought about his 5 bonds. Lin Yu's contained lingering possessiveness. Bai Suin's held residual guilt. Muqing's carried cultural uncertainty. Xiao Ruoshi's was complicated by political calculation. Yun Zhilan's was burdened by ancient grief. None of them were anywhere close to convergence. Then we work on it, he said. We address the barriers. We build the trust. It won't be easy. Convergence requires vulnerability. Absolute, mutual vulnerability. For people who've spent their lives building walls, a sword cultivator's discipline, a poison specialist's self-protection, a beast tamer's independence, a princess's political armor, and my own 10,000 years of grief. Those walls don't come down easily. Shen thought about each of his bonded companions. Lin Yu, who expressed affection through competition and protected her heart with a sword's edge. Bai Suin, who had opened to him in their kiss, but still flinched from emotional vulnerability in groups. Muqing, who channeled everything through her bond with Shuya, because trusting an animal was easier than trusting a person. Xiao Ruoshi, who analyzed relationships the way a general analyzed battlefields, because genuine emotional engagement terrified someone who'd been taught that feelings were weaknesses. And Zhilan, who carried 10,000 years of isolation like armor, loving the primordial life sutra's connection, but terrified of losing it again. 5 women, 5 sets of walls, 5 paths to convergence, each one different, each one requiring a different kind of trust. I'll find a way, Shen said. Zhilan smiled, the first genuine smile he'd seen from her. Ling Tian said those exact words. Often. Did he succeed? 100 bonds, all at convergence. Yes, he succeeded. The smile faded. And then Zhao Wuji destroyed everything he'd built in a single attack. That's why the walls exist, Shen. Not because trust is hard, but because the cost of trusting and losing is almost more than a soul can bear. You have time. Zhao Wuji doesn't know about you yet, not specifically. But every public display of the Primordial Life Sutra brings you closer to his attention. The Wraith Battle, the Plague Healing, the Medicine King competition. Each one sent ripples through the spiritual fabric that a being like Zhao Wuji can detect. So I should hide. You should grow. Quickly. And you should understand that when Zhao Wuji comes, not if, when, the only thing that will save you is the very thing he's trying to destroy. Connection. Shen sat with this knowledge long after Zhilan retired. The stars above the rift, visible through the chasm's narrow opening, were cold and distant pinpoints of light in a sky so vast it made his problems seem simultaneously insignificant and impossibly important. He thought about Ling Tian, a celestial sovereign who had created the most compassionate technique in existence, a technique whose entire purpose was to heal, to connect, to bridge the gaps between isolated souls, and had been destroyed by heaven for it. Not by a villain, not by a monster, by the natural order itself, enforced by its appointed guardian. The implication was staggering. The universe was structured against connection. The hierarchical order of heaven placed individuals in ranks and tiers, each one separate, each one defined by their position relative to others. The Primordial Life Sutra's lateral connections, bonds that made people equal partners rather than hierarchical subjects, were genuinely revolutionary. Not just politically, but cosmologically. Shen was not just a healer who had stumbled into some soul bonds. He was the inheritor of a philosophy that challenged the fundamental structure of reality. No wonder heaven wanted him dead. For a moment, he imagined one of the distant stars looking back at him with the patient, implacable gaze of an immortal enforcer. The weight of Zhao Wuji's eventual attention was a pressure he could almost feel, not physical, not spiritual, but existential. The knowledge that someone immeasurably powerful had spent 10,000 years hunting people like him was the kind of fear that could paralyze a person if they let it. Then he felt his 5 bonds pulse in his chest, 5 points of warmth, 5 connections to people who had chosen to stand with him, and the fear receded. Not because it was irrational, because it was manageable, because he was not alone. Chapter 60. The Empire calls the Jade transmission arrived at dawn, piercing through Zhao Ruoshi's encrypted channels with a priority code that overrode all security protocols. My father, Ruoshi said, her face ashen. He's collapsed. The court physicians give him days, not weeks. Through the soul bond, Shen Wei felt the truth beneath her composure. Not just concern for a dying father, but the strategic implications of his death. If Emperor Xiao Jingtian died without naming a successor, the Empress Dowager would install Prince Xiao Tianming on the throne. And a puppet emperor controlled by a hidden cultivator of unknown but terrifying power would reshape the political landscape of the entire continent. How far to the capital? Shen Wei asked. 4 days by the fastest route. 3 if we push. Ruoshi's expression was controlled, her body rigid with tension, but the bond betrayed the depth of her distress. Her father was dying. She was the only person who could save the succession, and she'd been playing dead for 2 weeks. We go now, Shen Wei said. Full speed. The decision sent a ripple through the bond constellation. Every woman felt Shen Wei's resolve, the healer's imperative, the same force that had driven him to save Lin Yu on the battlefield, to heal Bai Suyin in the cave, to cure Qingge's corruption, to treat Ruoshi's poison. A father was dying. A daughter needed help. The math was simple. And beneath the healer's imperative, the strategic calculation, the Heavenly Phoenix Empire was the continent's dominant political power. If it fell to the Empress Dowager's control, the coalition against the Crimson Lotus sect would collapse, the Medicine King Assembly's authority would be undermined, and the political stability that protected Shen Wei and his companions would evaporate. This wasn't just a rescue mission. It was a play for continental scale power, whether they wanted it to be or not. Lin Yu was already packing. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt her readiness, the sword cultivator's preference for action over deliberation, magnified by the urgency of the situation. Bai Suyin was calculating logistics, travel routes, supply requirements, contingency plans for encountering hostile forces. Mu Qingge was saddling Shuya. The spirit fox could carry 2 people at speeds that would shame a horse. And Zhilan was gathering herself, still weak, still recovering, but possessed of 10,000 years of cultivation knowledge that made her the group's most valuable strategic asset. The Empress Dowager will have agents on every road, Ruoshi warned as they departed the rift at a run. She'll have been told I'm dead, but she's paranoid. She'll have watchers regardless. Then we don't use roads, Mu Qingge said, grinning with the fierce joy of a woman about to run very fast through very dangerous terrain. We go through the wildlands. Shuya knows paths that no map has ever recorded. They ran. 6 people and a spirit fox, moving through the wilderness at speeds that would have been impossible without the bond network's coordination. Shen Wei's nascent soul perception covered a 20-mile radius, detecting threats and obstacles long before they became problems. Through the bonds, he relayed terrain information, navigation adjustments, and energy management advice to each companion individually. Lin Yu, the fastest combat cultivator, ran point. Bai Suyin, who carried the most critical supplies, ran center. Mu Qingge and Shuya served as scouts, ranging ahead and to the flanks. Zhilan, still the weakest physically, rode on Shuya's back during the fastest stretches. And Zhao Ruoshi ran with the focused endurance of someone racing to save her father's life. Through forests and over mountains, across rivers and through valleys, pushed by the urgency of a dying emperor and the fate of a continent. Shen Wei healed their exhaustion on the move, golden light pulsing through the bonds to refresh tired muscles and sharpen fading focus. On the second day, Ruoshi told him about the capital. Tianfeng City is the largest city on the continent. 3 million residents, countless cultivation factions, and a political ecosystem that makes the Medicine King Assembly look like a children's game. The Imperial Palace alone has 17 levels of security, each one designed by a different era's best formation masters. And I need to get through all 17 to reach the Emperor. You need to get through all 17 without the Empress Dowager knowing you're there. Because the moment she detects a healer approaching her poisoned puppet, she'll either flee or fight. Given her personality, fight. And I've told you, I don't know her true cultivation level. She could be core formation. She could be higher. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt Zhao Ruoshi's fear, not for herself, but for the man she'd just bonded with. She'd known him for less than a week, but the soul bond had compressed years of acquaintance into days. She knew his heart. She knew his courage. And she knew that he would walk into any danger, face any enemy, if there was someone on the other side who needed healing. That quality, which she admired beyond words, was also the quality most likely to get him killed. We'll figure it out, Shen said. You always say that. It keeps being true. The capital appeared on the horizon as the sun set on the third day. A vast expanse of light and shadow sprawled across a plain, its towers and walls glowing with formation energy that made the city look like a fallen constellation. Tianfeng City, the heavenly phoenix empire's beating heart. Home to 3 million souls, 17 layers of security, a dying emperor, a hidden enemy, and the next chapter of Shen Wei's impossible journey. From this distance, the city was beautiful, a lattice of light and shadow, its architecture spanning centuries of imperial ambition. Shen Wei's nascent soul perception could sense the spiritual energy formations woven through its walls and streets, layer upon layer of protection and power that made the entire city a single enormous defensive formation. But his perception also showed him the city's sickness. Beneath the gleaming surface, the spiritual energy flows were disturbed, subtle imbalances that most cultivators would never notice, but that Shen Wei's healer's perception identified immediately. Something was wrong with the city's fundamental energy architecture. Something, or someone, was corrupting the formations from within, redirecting energy flows, creating hidden channels and secret reservoirs. The Empress Dowager's influence manifested in spiritual infrastructure. She hadn't just taken political control of the empire. She'd woven herself into its very foundations. She's modified the city's formations, Shen Wei told the group. The entire city is a web. She can probably sense everything that happens within the walls. Then we need to be invisible, Ruashi said. Or we need to be something she doesn't recognize. I have an idea about that, Bai Suyin said. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt the poison specialist's mind working, already developing countermeasures, already planning 3 steps ahead. If the formations are designed to detect spiritual energy signatures, we need to mask ours. I can create compounds that temporarily alter a cultivator's energy output, make us read as ordinary mortals instead of cultivation practitioners. You can do that. I helped design a life force harvesting technique that drained thousands of people across a continent. Masking a few spiritual signatures is child's play. She paused. Dark humor. I'm allowed dark humor about my own crimes. Granted, Shen Wei said. They descended toward the city as the last light faded from the sky. 6 people and a spirit fox, disguised as a merchant's entourage, carrying the hopes of a dying emperor and the weight of a cosmic conflict between connection and hierarchy. Through 5 golden threads, Shen Wei felt 5 women steeling themselves for what came next. The healer had come to heal an empire, whether the empire wanted healing or not. Behind him, 5 golden threads stretched back across the distance they'd traveled, connecting him to 5 women who had, in their own ways and for their own reasons, chosen to stand beside him. Not because the bonds compelled them, not because they had no choice, but because they had looked at this improbable, impossible situation, a healer with a forbidden technique, hunted by heaven, surrounded by enemies, carrying the hope of a 10,000-year-old dream, and decided that this was where they wanted to be. Connection, Shen Wei thought. That's the primordial life sutra's real power. Not the healing, not the golden light, not even the soul bonds themselves. It's the choice to connect, the choice to reach out, to trust, to share yourself with another person despite the risk. The empire awaited. The Empress Dowager lurked in its shadows. A dying emperor needed healing, and the ghost of a celestial arbiter hung over everything, a promise of reckoning that grew closer with every use of the sutra's power. But Shen Wei had 5 bonds, a nascent soul cultivation base, and the most talented group of cultivators he could imagine standing at his back. For now, that would have to be enough. And in the golden silence of his own mind, the primordial life sutra whispered its oldest truth. No soul stands alone. Every life is connected. Every connection is a bridge. And bridges, by their nature, are meant to be crossed. The empire awaited on the other side. Chapter 61. The imperial capital Tianfeng City swallowed them whole. The gates alone were 100 feet tall, colossal structures of black iron and reinforced spiritual stone, carved with formations that had been layered over centuries by successive generations of imperial formation masters. Guards in golden armor flanked the entrance, their spiritual perception scanning every person who passed through with automated efficiency. Bai Suyin's signature masking compound, a masterwork of chemical cultivation that she'd spent 2 days formulating during their approach to the city, worked flawlessly. The compound temporarily altered the output frequency of their spiritual energy, converting it from cultivator spectrum to mortal spectrum. To the guards' formation plates, they registered as 6 ordinary mortals and a large dog. Shuya's disguise was the weakest link, but the fox had enough self-awareness to suppress her spiritual signature and move with the plodding gait of a non-cultivator animal. She looked deeply offended by the performance, and through the bond with Mu Qingge, Shen Wei felt the fox's indignant dignity. Beyond the gates, the city was overwhelming. Shen Wei had grown up in a rural mountain sect and spent most of his life surrounded by forests and stone buildings that housed a few hundred people. Tianfeng City held 3 million. The streets were rivers of humanity. Merchants, cultivators, laborers, entertainers, beggars, and soldiers flowing in constant motion through canyons of architecture that rose 5, 6, 7 stories on either side. The spiritual energy was denser than anything Shen Wei had experienced outside the abyssal rift's ancient city. Formations embedded in the streets regulated temperature, directed pedestrian traffic, and provided ambient lighting that turned the main thoroughfares into tunnels of soft golden glow. Cultivation shops, pill refineries, weapon forges, and medical dispensaries lined every major avenue, their signs blazing with spiritual energy advertisements. "Welcome to the seat of imperial power," Xiaoruoshi said. She'd changed into common clothes, a gray traveling cloak over simple robes, but her bearing was unmistakable to anyone who knew what to look for. She walked through the crowds with the unconscious assurance of someone who had grown up in these streets. The outer ring is commercial. The middle ring is residential, noble families, minor sects, and military installations. The inner ring is administrative, the imperial court, the ministry buildings, and the palace itself. And the emperor? In the innermost chamber of the palace, behind 17 layers of formation security, a battalion of imperial guards, and whatever additional protections the Empress Dowager has installed. "How do we get in?" Ruashi smiled. It was a small, tight smile, the expression of a princess who had spent her childhood learning every secret passage in her home. The palace has 237 known entrances. It also has 16 that aren't in any record. My mother showed me 3 of them before she died. They established a base in a modest inn near the middle ring's boundary, close enough to the inner ring for quick access, far enough for plausible anonymity. Bai Suyin renewed the signature masking compound every 6 hours, maintaining their cover. Lin Yu conducted reconnaissance, mapping guard rotations and formation patterns with the tactical precision of a military scout. Mu Qingge sent Shuya out at night to explore, the spirit fox's natural stealth augmented by beast tamer concealment techniques. And Shen Wei prepared for the most delicate healing of his career. He spent hours studying his parents' journals. The section on Emperor's Bane was detailed, as his mother had treated a case decades ago, and cross-referencing with Bai Suyin's toxicological expertise. The two of them worked through the night, building a comprehensive treatment plan. Emperor's Bane is unlike any other poison, Bai Suyin explained, sketching molecular diagrams on rice paper with practiced strokes. Most poisons are single-stage. Introduce toxin. Toxin damages tissue, patient dies, or is treated. Emperor's Bane is multi-stage, 7 layers of different compounds, each one activated by the treatment of the previous layer. It's the most sophisticated assassination poison ever created, designed specifically to defeat healers. My mother figured out the layered structure, Shen Wei said, reviewing the relevant journal entries. She documented the activation cascade and determined that removing layers in reverse order, starting from the deepest, prevents the cascade from triggering. Reverse order treatment. Counterintuitive. Brilliant. Bai Suyin's amber eyes gleamed with professional admiration. Your mother was a genius. She was. They finalized the treatment plan and presented it to the group the following morning. Emperor's Bane is cumulative, he told the full team during the planning session. 3 years of microdosing means the poison has permeated every level of the Emperor's spiritual system. Surface-level treatment would only clear the most recent accumulation. The deep-seated poison would reassert itself within days. I need to perform a complete system purge, which requires sustained contact and uninterrupted concentration. How long? Zhilan asked. 12 hours minimum. Possibly 24. 24 hours of uninterrupted healing in the most heavily guarded building on the continent, Lin Yu said, while the woman who's been poisoning the Emperor sits in the next room. Yes. Just making sure we're all clear on how insane this is. Chapter 62. The poisoned emperor. They entered the palace on the 3rd night, through a passage that Xiaoruoshi's mother had shown her 20 years ago. The entrance was hidden beneath a bridge over one of the palace's ornamental canals, a narrow gap in the stonework that led to a forgotten service tunnel from the palace's original construction. The tunnel was cramped, dark, and smelled of centuries of accumulated damp, but it was entirely unmonitored. My mother was paranoid, Ruashi explained as they crawled through the darkness. She always said that a palace without escape routes was a prison. She mapped every hidden passage she could find and memorized the ones that weren't in the official records. Your mother sounds like she was brilliant, Baisuin said from behind her. The poison specialist's voice carried genuine admiration. She recognized a fellow strategist's work. She was the most intelligent person I've ever known, Ruashi said. She could see 3 moves ahead in any political situation, and she had a gift for reading people that bordered on spiritual perception even without cultivation. The princess's voice softened, a rare moment of emotional openness that the bond magnified and shared with Shen. She taught me everything I know about navigating power. She taught me that the strongest position isn't the highest rank, it's the deepest understanding. What happened to her? The Empress Dowager had her killed when I was 12. Officially, it was a cultivation accident, an experiment that went wrong in the Imperial Laboratory. Unofficially, my mother had discovered that Luo Shenin was siphoning the Emperor's cultivation energy through the palace's formation network. She confronted the Empress Dowager privately, believing that a direct approach would resolve the situation. It didn't. It ended with my mother dead and the Empress Dowager's position stronger than ever. The lesson was clear. Direct confrontation with someone who controls the battlefield is suicide. You have to change the battlefield first. Through the bond, Shen felt the steel beneath her words. A 12-year-old girl watching her mother die and drawing a lesson from the ashes that would define the rest of her life. Zhao Ruashi had become a strategist because being anything else meant dying the way her mother had died. Brilliantly, bravely, and uselessly. The soul bond had changed that equation. For the first time in her life, Ruashi had allies she could trust absolutely. Not because of political calculation, but because the golden thread between them made deception impossible and sincerity visible. The bond carried the weight of that admission, not just grief, but cold, measured hatred. Zhao Ruashi's mother had been murdered by the woman who now controlled the empire. Every step Ruashi took through this passage was a step toward justice that had been deferred for 13 years. They emerged in the palace's medical wing, a section that had been largely abandoned since the court physicians had declared the emperor's illness untreatable. The rooms were dusty, the formation lights dim, the corridors empty. Perfect for an unauthorized entry. Ruashi led them through a maze of service corridors, past dormant guard stations, and through 2 locked doors that she opened with formation keys she'd hidden years ago in anticipation of exactly this scenario. The woman planned on timescales that made Shen Wei's head spin. The emperor's private chambers were on the palace's highest level, a suite of rooms protected by formation barriers so dense they made the air shimmer. 2 guards stood outside the door, their spiritual energy signatures marking them as Foundation establishment late stage. I'll handle them, Ruashi said. She stepped into the corridor, dropped her disguise, and spoke a single word in a tone that carried the absolute authority of imperial bloodline cultivation. The guards recognized her instantly. Their eyes went wide. One opened his mouth. If you value your emperor's life, Ruashi said, you will open that door and not speak a word of what you see tonight. I am Zhao Ruashi, 4th princess of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, and I have brought the only man in the world who can save my father. The guards looked at each other. Through his life-sense perception, Shen read their conflict, loyalty to their posts warring with loyalty to a princess they had sworn to serve. Then the older guard's expression softened. He reached into his robe and produced a jade key. Your Highness, he said quietly, we thought you were dead. I'm harder to kill than my brother believes. The door opened. The emperor's chamber was vast, a room the size of a small house, furnished with the understated luxury of old wealth. Formation plates covered every surface, generating a controlled atmosphere that maintained the emperor's failing body in a state of suspended decline. Emperor Xiao Jingtian lay in a bed that could have served as a ship. He was thin, desperately, frighteningly thin, with skin the color of old parchment and hands that lay motionless on the silk covers like fallen leaves. His spiritual energy was barely perceptible, a guttering candle in a room designed for bonfires. Through his life-sense perception, Shen saw the truth the court physicians had missed. The emperor's bane was not merely poison. It was a formation, a spiritual construction embedded in the emperor's meridian system, a parasitic architecture that redirected his spiritual energy, siphoned his life force, and slowly, methodically dismantled his cultivation from the inside. This wasn't just poisoning. It was a siege. The Empress Dowager had turned the emperor's own body into a prison, using his spiritual energy to power the formations that kept him dying without ever quite dead. She's been using him as a battery. Bai Suyin whispered, reading Shen Wei's diagnostic expression with the familiarity of someone who had watched him work for months and could interpret the subtle shifts in his brow and jaw that indicated different types of findings. The redirected energy, where is it going? Shen Wei traced the parasitic formation's output channels. They led outward, through the chamber's walls, through the palace's formation network, and into a section of the inner palace that his perception couldn't penetrate. A shielded area. The Empress Dowager's personal quarters. She's been feeding off the Emperor's life force, Shen Wei said. For 3 years. That's how she's maintained her hidden cultivation. She's parasitizing the most powerful cultivator in the Empire. Can you remove the formation? I can. He rolled up his sleeves and sat beside the Emperor's bed. But it's integrated into his meridian system at every level. Removing it is like removing a second skeleton. Every connection has to be severed individually, and if I miss even one, it will regenerate. He placed his hands on the Emperor's chest and began. The healing was unlike anything in his experience. The parasitic formation was a masterwork of malicious engineering, a three-dimensional lattice of corrupted energy woven through the Emperor's spiritual system with the precision of a spider's web. Each node connected to dozens of others, creating redundancy that made partial removal useless. Destroy one node, and its neighbors would rebuild it. The formation had to be dismantled completely or not at all. Shen Wei worked with the patience of a man defusing an explosive. His golden light probed each node, mapping its connections, identifying the sequence in which the dismantling had to proceed. The sequence was critical. Remove nodes in the wrong order, and the formation would cascade into self-destruction, killing the Emperor. Through the bond with Bai Suyin, he shared the formation's chemical-spiritual composition. The poison specialist analyzed it in real time, providing structural insights that accelerated Shen Wei's understanding. Through the bond with Zhilan, he received guidance on the upper realm formation principles that underlay the design, techniques that mortal cultivators shouldn't have had access to. Through the bond with Wuji, he felt the princess's emotions, hope warring with terror, love for her father straining against years of political armor. Every pulse of golden light that entered the Emperor's body carried, however faintly, his daughter's fierce desire for his survival. Hour by hour, node by node, the parasitic formation came apart. The Emperor's body responded to each removed node with visible improvement. Color returned to his face in stages. His breathing deepened. His spiritual energy, freed from the formation's siphoning, began to circulate naturally through meridians that had been dammed and redirected for 3 years. At the 9-hour mark, the Emperor's eyes opened briefly. He saw Wuji beside his bed, saw the golden light of Shen Wei's healing, and managed a single whispered word, finally. Then he slept again. True sleep, not the poisoned unconsciousness the formation had maintained. Natural, healing sleep, the kind his body hadn't experienced in 3 years. Chapter 63, Court of Vipers. The healing took 19 hours. 19 hours of sustained concentration, channeling golden light through the Emperor's ravaged spiritual system, dismantling the parasitic formation strand by strand, while simultaneously repairing the damage it had caused over 3 years. Lin Yu guarded the door. Bai Suyin monitored the palace's spiritual energy patterns, watching for any sign that the Empress Dowager's agents had detected their presence. Mu Qingge had Shuya stationed at 3 different exit routes, ready to create diversions if needed. Zhilan sat beside Shen Wei, feeding him techniques through their bond, ancient healing methods that made the formation removal faster and more precise. And Wuji sat by her father's bedside and held his hand. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt her emotions as he worked, the tightly controlled grief of a daughter watching her father waste away, the fierce hope that this impossible healer could do what no one else had managed, and the burning, absolute determination that the woman who had done this would pay. The parasitic formation was more sophisticated than anything Shen Wei had encountered. It was clearly not the Empress Dowager's own design. The architecture bore hallmarks of a vastly more advanced cultivation tradition. Upper realm work, Zhilan confirmed through the bond. The formations used principles that had been lost to the mortal realm for millennia. She's working with someone from above, Zhilan said. These formations require knowledge that no mortal cultivator possesses. Zhao Wuji, Shen Wei said, never pausing in his work. The celestial arbiter has agents in the mortal realm. The Empress Dowager is one of them. The implications cascaded through the bond network. If the Empress Dowager was connected to Zhao Wuji, the immortal being who had destroyed Ling Tian and hunted the primordial life sutra for 10,000 years, then this wasn't just a political crisis. It was a battle in a much larger war. At the 15th hour, the Emperor opened his eyes. He was weak, catastrophically weak, His cultivation reduced to a fraction of its former power, but his gaze was clear and sharp and held the unmistakable authority of a man who had ruled an empire for 40 years. Ruashi, he whispered. My daughter. They told me you were dead. I'm harder to kill than Tianming believes, Ruashi said, tears streaming down her face despite her controlled voice. Who is this man healing me? Shen Wei, the medicine king. He's the only person in the world who could save you. The emperor's gaze found Shen Wei's face. Even in his weakened state, the old man's perception was formidable. Shen Wei felt it sweep over him like a searchlight, assessing, measuring, cataloging. Golden light, the emperor murmured. His voice was barely a whisper, but the authority it carried was unmistakable. This was a man who had commanded armies, negotiated treaties, and governed millions, and 3 years of poisoning had not erased that fundamental quality. I felt it entering my body. Warm, compassionate. Not a physician's clinical efficiency, a healer's genuine care. His eyes sharpened with a perceptiveness that belied his weakened state. You have soul bonds. 5 of them, including one with my daughter. Shen Wei's hands didn't falter. The healing continued, golden light flowing into the emperor's ravaged meridians with steady, measured precision. I do, your majesty. The bond with Ruashi, was it voluntary? It formed during the healing that saved her life. I couldn't prevent it. Neither could she. The emperor was quiet for a moment, processing this. Through the bond with Ruashi, Shen Wei felt the princess's tension. This was the conversation she had been dreading. A father's judgment of the man who was involuntarily connected to his daughter's soul. My daughter chose to bring you here, the emperor said finally. She trusted you with my life. The bond may be involuntary, but the trust is not. He paused, gathering strength. We'll discuss the political implications later. Right now, keep healing. I have an empire to reclaim. Through the bond, Ruashi let out a breath she'd been holding for what felt like hours. Her father had not rejected the bond. He had not condemned Shen Wei. He had done what the best leaders do, prioritized the immediate need and reserved judgment for a time when it could be properly considered. It was, Shen Wei reflected, a very reasonable response from a man who had been dying for 3 years and had just been saved by his daughter's soul-bonded stranger. Chapter 64. The demonic woman. The emperor's recovery would take weeks of continued treatment, but the immediate crisis was past. The parasitic formation had been removed, the major meridian damage repaired, and the emperor's natural cultivation was slowly reasserting itself. Zhao Ruashi coordinated with the loyal palace guards to establish a secure perimeter around her father's chambers. The guards, a faction that had never fully trusted the Empress Dowager, sealed the medical wing and established communication blackout protocols. It was during the second night, while Shen Wei was conducting a follow-up treatment session, that he sensed something wrong in the palace's depths. His nascent soul perception, extending through the palace's spiritual energy network, detected a presence that was simultaneously familiar and disturbing. A life signature, human, female, but corrupted, tainted meridians, suppressed consciousness, the spiritual markers of someone who had been forcibly converted to demonic cultivation. There's someone in the dungeons, he told Ruashi. A woman. Her cultivation has been forcibly altered, twisted from its natural alignment into something dark. She's alive, but barely conscious. Ruashi's expression hardened. The Empress Dowager's experiments. We've heard rumors, cultivators taken from the streets, subjected to forbidden techniques. The court called them enhanced interrogation subjects. The reality is much worse. They found Zhao Mingxia in a cell 3 levels below the palace, a space so deeply shielded that even Shen Wei's nascent soul perception had nearly missed her. She was chained to a stone slab, her body emaciated, her meridians blackened with demonic corruption that pulsed like infected veins beneath her skin. Her eyes were open. They were black, not naturally dark, but the absolute black of demonic cultivation, devoid of iris or white. They stared at nothing. Through his life-sense perception, Shen Wei read her history in the damage to her body. She had been a normal cultivator once, foundation establishment, possibly core formation, with clean meridians and a healthy spiritual core. Someone had systematically dismantled her cultivation and rebuilt it using demonic techniques, a process that was agonizing, traumatic, and destructive to the original personality. The demonic cultivation overlay was designed to suppress her true self. Beneath it, buried under layers of foreign energy and forced restructuring, her original consciousness still existed, flickering, dimming, but alive. Can you save her? Bai Suyin asked. Her voice was controlled, but through the bond, Shen Wei felt her rage, a fury so deep it seemed to come from the foundations of her being. Bai Suyin had been used. Her research had been weaponized. And now she was looking at the ultimate expression of that weaponization. A person dismantled and rebuilt as a tool, exactly as Hui Yanluo had done with her work, but taken to its logical, horrifying extreme. The demonic conversion is more thorough than anything I've seen. It's not just energy contamination. It's a complete restructuring of her meridian architecture. Reversing it requires rebuilding her original cultivation from memory. From whose memory? From the body's memory. The same principle I used to heal Mei Ling's shattered meridians at the Medicine King competition, the template. Her body remembers what it was before the conversion. If I can access that template and use it to overwrite the demonic restructuring, you'll essentially be giving her a complete cultivation reset. Yes, everything she's cultivated since the conversion will be lost. But her original self, her real self, will be restored. He unchained her. The spiritual restraints were complex. 3 layers of suppression formations designed to keep the demonic conversion stable. Removing them required careful sequencing, each layer deactivated in order to avoid triggering the conversion's defense mechanisms. Lin Yu helped, her sword cutting through formation lines with surgical precision while Shen Wei guided the energy flows. Bai Suyin analyzed the chemical compounds used in the physical restraints, drugs designed to keep the subject sedated and compliant. She neutralized them with practiced efficiency. When the last chain fell away, Mingxia's body slumped. Without the restraint's support, she was barely able to sit upright. Her muscles had atrophied during her captivity. Her spiritual energy was a chaos of conflicting frequencies, the original cultivation fighting against the demonic overlay like 2 ecosystems competing for the same space. Shen Wei sat beside her on the cold stone floor, crossing his legs, centering his awareness. The healing would require total concentration and a sustained application of life essence that would dwarf anything he'd done since healing Zhilan in the Abyssal Rift. He placed his hands on her corrupted meridians. Through the bond network, 6 women braced themselves. They could feel what was coming, the drain that would pull at all of them. And he began. Chapter 65. Purification. The purification of Zhao Mingxiao was the most emotionally devastating healing Shen Wei had ever performed. Not because the technique was difficult. It was, immensely. But after healing a 10,000-year-old soul, exorcising a wraith from a beast bond, and dismantling a parasitic imperial formation, the technical challenge was manageable. It was devastating because he could feel her. The Primordial Life Sutra's healing process required him to immerse his perception in the patient's spiritual system. In Mingxia's case, that meant experiencing the demonic conversion from the inside, feeling the terror, the agony, the violation of having one's fundamental nature forcibly rewritten. She had screamed. During the conversion, she had screamed until her voice broke and then screamed silently, her consciousness retreating deeper and deeper into itself to escape the pain. The demonic energy had pursued her, layer by layer, stripping away her personality, her memories, her identity, replacing them with a hollow architecture designed for obedience and destruction. But it hadn't finished the job. Somewhere in the deepest core of her being, a spark of the original Zhao Mingxia persisted, stubborn, defiant, refusing to be extinguished. The Empress Dowager's technicians had tried to reach it and failed. The spark was too deeply embedded, too integral to the soul's fundamental structure. That spark was what Shen Wei reached for. Golden light flowed into the demonic architecture and began transmuting it, converting the corrupt energy into neutral spiritual energy, just as he'd done with Hui Yanluo's stolen life force and Gue Su's undeath. The demonic cultivation resisted, but the Primordial Life Sutra was relentless. It didn't fight the corruption. It healed it. Layer by layer, the demonic overlay peeled away. Beneath it, Mingxia's original meridian template reasserted itself. Healthy pathways rebuilding along the routes her body remembered, clean spiritual energy replacing the dark corruption. The process took 8 hours. 8 hours of sustained concentration so intense that Shen Wei's physical body sat motionless while his consciousness operated entirely within Mingxia's spiritual system. The first 3 hours were the most dangerous. The demonic cultivation's defense mechanisms activated as Shen Wei began transmuting the corrupted energy, spiritual antibodies that attacked his golden light with vicious efficiency. Each defense mechanism was a small, autonomous formation designed to destroy foreign energy intrusions. They were elegant in a terrible way. Proof that whoever had designed the demonic conversion process was not just powerful but brilliant. Shen Wei dismantled them one by one. His Primordial Life Sutra couldn't overpower the defenses. They were too numerous, too well designed. But it could do something the defenses weren't programmed to handle. Heal them. Each defense mechanism was, at its core, a corrupted version of a normal spiritual function. Shen Wei transmuted the corruption, and the defense mechanisms reverted to their original purpose, protecting the body's natural cultivation, not the demonic overlay. By the 4th hour, the defenses were cooperating with him instead of fighting. The body's own immune system, freed from the corruption, began actively rejecting the demonic cultivation, pushing it toward the surface where Shen Wei's golden light could transmute it safely. The final 4 hours were the reconstruction. With the demonic overlay removed, Mingxia's meridian system was devastated. Pathways collapsed, nodes destroyed, energy circulation non-existent. Shen Wei used the template technique, the same approach that had healed Mei Ling's shattered meridians at the Medicine King competition, to rebuild her original cultivation base from the body's deep memory. Through the bonds, 6 women held him steady during the longest, most exhausting healing of his life. Their strength flowed through the golden threads, not as energy but as endurance, the ability to push through another hour, and another, and another. When Shen Wei finally withdrew, Zhao Mingxia's eyes had changed. The absolute black was gone, replaced by warm brown, her natural color, he knew, from the template's memory. She blinked, looked around, looked at her hands. "Where am I?" she asked. Her voice was hoarse, cracked, uncertain. "Who am I? I remember pain, and screaming, and then nothing, and then..." Her eyes found Shen Wei. "Golden light. I saw golden light, and it was warm, and it said I could come back." "Your name is Zhao Mingxia," Shen Wei said gently. "You were taken and subjected to forbidden techniques. I've reversed the process. Your original cultivation has been restored." Zhao Mingxia. She tested the name like a foreign word. "Yes, that's me. I'm Mingxia." Tears began to fall. "I remember now. I was a cultivator. From a small village in the eastern province. I came to the capital to compete in the provincial trials. And someone took me from the street, and..." She broke off, the memories crashing back. The soul bond formed in the aftermath of the healing. The 6th golden thread, materializing between them with the quiet inevitability that Shen Wei had come to expect. Mingxia was too overwhelmed to notice at first. When she did, her reaction was not anger or confusion but a desperate, clutching gratitude. The bond was the first genuine human connection she'd experienced since her capture, and she clung to it like a drowning woman clings to a rope. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt the depth of her damage. Not physical, he'd healed that. Psychological. The experience of having your identity stripped away and replaced with something foreign was a trauma that no amount of golden light could instantly mend. She would need time, support, and the kind of patience that only someone connected to her soul could provide. "You're safe now," Shen Wei told her. "I promise." Through the bond, she felt the truth of his words. And for the first time in months, Zhao Mingxiao allowed herself to sleep without fear. Chapter 66. The Prince's Gambit. The days following Mingxia's purification were consumed by 2 parallel projects. The Emperor's continued healing and the intelligence operation to map the Empress Dowager's network within the palace. Shen Wei divided his time between the Emperor's chambers, where daily treatment sessions gradually restored the old man's cultivation base, and the palace's lower levels, whereby Suyin and Mu Qingge conducted a systematic sweep for additional victims of the Empress Dowager's experiments. They found 7 more. 7 cultivators in various stages of demonic conversion, held in concealed cells throughout the palace's underground. Each one required individual treatment, a process that took hours and left Shen Wei drained, but that he refused to delegate or delay. Every day those people spent in the conversion's grip was a day their original selves eroded further. Lin Yu, meanwhile, organized the loyalist palace guards into a cohesive fighting force. The sword cultivator's bond-enhanced tactical awareness made her a formidable commander. She could sense threats through Shen Wei's perception network before they materialized, positioning her troops with a precision that the prince's intelligence operatives couldn't match. Xiao Ruoshi worked the political side, meeting with court officials who had been sitting on the fence during the Empress Dowager's reign. The princess's return from the dead, combined with the emperor's miraculous recovery, shifted the political calculus dramatically. Allies emerged from years of fearful silence. Information began flowing. The conspiracy's outlines became clear. Zhilan spent her time studying the palace's formation network, the ancient spiritual infrastructure that the Empress Dowager had corrupted over decades. The ancient woman's knowledge of formation principles was unmatched in the modern world, and she identified vulnerabilities in the Empress Dowager's modifications that could be exploited when the moment came. And Zhao Mingxia, recovering from her purification, provided the most valuable intelligence of all. The demonic conversion had exposed her to the Empress Dowager's inner operations, her techniques, her contingency plans, her communication channels. Mingxiao's memories were fragmented, corrupted by the conversion process, but Shen Wei's healing had preserved enough for a detailed picture to emerge. She has a communication formation in her private quarters, Mingxiao reported during one of their planning sessions. It reaches upward, not to any mortal location, upward, to the upper realm. To Zhao Wuji, Shen Wei said, or to his agents. She reports regularly. She's not just an operative. She's a relay station, maintaining a link between the Celestial Arbiter's network and the mortal realm's political structure. This revelation changed the calculus entirely. The Empress Dowager wasn't just a political adversary. She was a node in a cosmic-scale intelligence network operated by the being who had destroyed the Primordial Life Sutra's creator 10,000 years ago. Defeating her wasn't just a matter of imperial politics. It was a battle in the much larger war between connection and hierarchy. Prince Xiao Tianming's coup, when it came, was triggered by desperation, not design. The Empress Dowager's intelligence network detected the Emperor's improving condition 3 days after Shen Wei's healing. A recovery that should have been impossible given the parasitic formation that was supposed to be maintaining the old man's decline. The formation was gone. The Emperor was healing, and someone had infiltrated the palace's most secure wing without tripping a single alarm. Luo Shenin, the Empress Dowager, reacted with the cold efficiency of a chess master who had just lost a key piece. She couldn't attack the Emperor directly, not with loyal guards now protecting his chambers. She couldn't publicly accuse the unknown infiltrators without revealing her own knowledge of the poisoning. But she could accelerate the succession. Prince Xiao Tianming launched his coup during the Festival of Ascending Stars, the empire's largest annual celebration, when the streets were packed with millions of citizens and the palace guard was stretched thin managing crowd control. The first explosion hit the eastern gate at midnight. Shen Wei felt it through the palace's spiritual energy network, a disruption that rippled outward like a stone dropped in a pond. Then a second explosion. A third. The palace's defensive formations activated, sealing the inner compound, but the explosions were inside the perimeter. The prince's forces had infiltrated the guard structure over years, placing loyalists at critical positions. "He's moving," Ruashi said, bursting into the emperor's chamber in full battle dress, silver armor over white robes, a sword at her hip that blazed with imperial cultivation energy. Tianming's forces have seized the eastern and western gates. He's moving on the throne room. How many? Lin Yu asked, already armed. 300 confirmed. But the palace guard is split. Maybe half are loyal to the Empress Dowager, maybe half to the Emperor. They're fighting each other in the corridors. The palace had become a battlefield. Imperial guards clashed in marble hallways, their spiritual techniques sending shockwaves through the ancient formations. Explosions shook the upper levels as Prince's sappers targeted structural supports. And somewhere in the chaos, the Empress Dowager waited, the puppet master, watching her creation play out. "I need to reach the throne room," Ruashi said. "If Tianming takes the throne and announces the succession before my father can contest it, the loyalist guards will have no legal authority to resist. Then we split," Shen Wei decided. "Ruashi, take Lin Yu and go to the throne room. Bai Suyin, Mu Qingge, secure the emperor's position. Make sure no one gets through to his chamber." "And you?" Bai Suyin asked. "I heal. Every wounded loyalist I return to the fight is another sword on our side." Through the bonds, he coordinated the dispersal. 6 people splitting into 3 teams, each one connected to the others through golden threads that turned the chaotic palace into a transparent battlefield. The palace erupted into full-scale civil war. The sound was overwhelming. The crash of spiritual techniques against stone walls, the ring of blade on blade, the shouts of commanders and screams of the wounded. The palace's ancient formations, activated by the conflict, created zones of intensified gravity, reversed momentum, and spiritual dampening that made navigation a nightmare for anyone who didn't know the layout. Through the 7-bond network, Shen Wei processed information from every corner of the palace simultaneously. Lin Yu's perspective showed the eastern corridor battle, 20 loyalists holding against 40 of the prince's elite. Bai Suin's perspective revealed chemical signatures in the air. The prince's forces had deployed spiritual suppression gas in the western wing. Mu Qingge's Shuya-enhanced perception tracked troop movements through the palace's underground service tunnels. Ruashi's imperial knowledge identified which guard stations had been compromised and which held. Zhilan's formation expertise showed the palace's energy network fluctuating under the stress of combat. Mingxiao's knowledge of the Empress Dowager's methods predicted where the next attack would come. 7 perspectives, synthesized into a single tactical picture. Shen Wei had never been a military commander, but with 7 bonded companions feeding him real-time intelligence, he didn't need to be. He needed to heal, and to direct others toward where they could do the most good. He established his medical station in a servants' corridor between the medical wing and the throne room, treating wounded loyalists who staggered back from the front lines. His nascent soul healing was devastatingly efficient. Shattered bones knitted in seconds, severed meridians reconnected in moments, and cultivators who should have been out of the fight for months were returning to combat within minutes. The prince's forces noticed. Intelligence reached the Coup's commanders that a healer was operating behind the loyalist lines, returning wounded fighters to combat at an impossible rate. The strategic implication was clear. Eliminating the healer would cripple the loyalist defense more effectively than any frontal assault. 3 assassination squads were dispatched to the corridor. They came from different directions, through the main passage, through a service tunnel, and through a ceiling ventilation shaft, in a coordinated strike designed to overwhelm the healer's defenses from multiple angles simultaneously. Shen felt them coming through his nascent soul perception. 6 signatures, all Foundation establishment, all carrying weapons designed for precision killing rather than open combat. Assassin's tools, thin blades, paralysis talismans, spiritual suppression needles. He had exactly 4 seconds to prepare. He used 2 of them to seal the immediate area with a golden light barrier, not a combat technique, but a healing technique repurposed as defense, creating a zone of concentrated life energy that disrupted the assassins' stealth formations. Their concealment techniques, designed to suppress spiritual signatures, couldn't function in an environment saturated with life force. The assassins materialized from their hiding spots, exposed and disoriented. Zhao Mingxia, still recovering from her purification, appeared at Shen Wei's side during the second wave of attacks. She was armed with a sword she'd taken from a fallen guard, and her eyes, brown, human, furious, burned with a rage that transcended her weakened cultivation. "They did this to me," she said, her voice low and dangerous. "The Empress Dowager's people. They took me, broke me, made me into something I wasn't. I won't let them do this to anyone else." She fought with the desperate ferocity of a woman who had nothing left to lose and everything to prove. Her cultivation was diminished. The purification had restored her original Foundation establishment base, far below what the demonic conversion had temporarily provided, but her fighting spirit was absolute. Through the new bond, Shen shared his healing perception with her, allowing her to anticipate attacks she couldn't otherwise see. And Mingxia, in return, shared something unexpected, the knowledge of the Empress Dowager's techniques that the demonic conversion had imprinted on her meridians. She knew the enemy's methods from the inside. Together, they held the corridor. For 3 hours, wave after wave of the prince's forces crashed against their position. Shen healed. Mingxiao fought. And the corridor, a 15-foot-wide passage of ancient stone designed for servants, not battles, became the hinge on which the coup turned. Every wounded loyalist who reached Shen position was returned to the fight within minutes. The prince's forces, expecting their injuries to accumulate and compound, found instead that their opponents were functionally immortal, fighting, falling, being healed, and fighting again with undiminished fury. Through the bonds, Shen tracked the broader battle. Lin Yu and Ruashi were fighting their way toward the throne room, cutting through the prince's elite guard. Bai Suyin and Mu Qingge had established a defensive perimeter around the emperor's chamber so thorough that 3 assault waves had been repelled without a single attacker reaching the door. Zhilan was working the palace's ancient formation systems, activating defenses that the Empress Dowager had thought permanently disabled. The coup was failing. The prince's forces had the numbers but lacked the coordination, the healing support, and the unbreakable morale that soul-bonded companions provided. Chapter 67. The Empress Dowager revealed the throne room battle reached its climax when Xiao Ruashi confronted her half-brother. Through the bond, Shen experienced it in real time. Ruashi's cold fury, Lin Yu's deadly focus, and the crash of steel and spiritual energy in a room designed for ceremony, not combat. Prince Xiao Tianming was Foundation establishment mid-stage, competent but unremarkable. His strength lay not in personal power, but in political manipulation and the forces he commanded. When Ruashi entered the throne room with Lin Yu at her side, the prince had already positioned himself on the throne, flanked by 30 of his strongest supporters. "Sister," Tianming said, his handsome face twisted with surprise and rage. "You're supposed to be dead. You're supposed to be loyal to the Empire. We're both disappointments." The fight lasted 4 minutes. Lin Yu engaged the prince's guards while Ruashi went straight for the throne. Her imperial sword technique, a secret art passed down through the direct bloodline, shattered Tianming's defensive formations with the contemptuous ease of a master correcting a student's homework. But before Ruashi could subdue her brother, The air in the throne room changed. A pressure descended. Not physical, not entirely spiritual, but something that operated on a deeper level. A pressure that made foundation establishment cultivators collapse to their knees and core formation practitioners stagger. A pressure that said, without words, I am here, and you are nothing. The Empress Dowager entered the throne room through the main doors, which opened before her without being touched, the palace's formations responding to her authority, or perhaps to her spirit-severing cultivation, which now filled the room like water rising in a basin. Every instinct Shen Wei possessed screamed at him to run. Through Lin Yu's bond, he felt the sword cultivator's combat assessment, unwinnable. Through Bai Suin's bond, he felt the analytical conclusion, retreat necessary. Through Zhilan's bond, he felt the ancient woman's recognition. This is how it began, 10,000 years ago. With overwhelming power walking through a door, Luo Shanin was a small woman in her 60s with white hair arranged in an elaborate imperial style and eyes that held the patient, predatory intelligence of a spider watching flies. She moved with an economy of motion that spoke of tremendous control, each step precise, each gesture deliberate, each breath measured. Her cultivation aura, finally released after decades of concealment, filled the throne room like water filling a sealed chamber. It was immense. Not core formation, not nascent soul, spirit severing. A spirit-severing cultivator. In the mortal realm, where nascent soul was considered the peak of achievement, where core formation was the domain of sect leaders and elders, the Empress Dowager was spirit-severing. 2 full major realms above anyone else in the palace. The gap was not quantitative but qualitative, like comparing a candle to a wildfire. Enough, Luo Shanin said. Her voice was soft. It didn't need to be loud. This little game has gone on long enough. Every combatant in the throne room froze. The spiritual pressure was so intense that even Lin Yu, enhanced by the soul bond, pushed to her absolute limits, could barely move. Zhao Ruoshi managed to stay standing through sheer imperial willpower, but her arms trembled and her sword tip touched the floor. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt Lin Yu's distress and Ruoshi's determination. He abandoned his medical station and ran. Chapter 68. Her master Shen Wei burst into the throne room, and the Empress Dowager's spiritual pressure hit him like a wall. Spirit severing. The realm beyond nascent soul, where a cultivator's consciousness literally severed itself from mortal limitations and began touching the edge of Tao. Luo Shanin's power was so far beyond Shen Wei's own nascent soul cultivation that direct confrontation was suicide. But Shen Wei didn't need to fight her. He needed to heal his allies and survive long enough for a different strategy to work. Golden light erupted from his hands, flowing through the bonds to Lin Yu and Ruoshi. The healing energy reinforced their spiritual defenses, pushing back against the Empress Dowager's pressure enough for them to move. Not freely, but enough. Luo Shanin's eyes fixed on him. For the first time in the evening, something other than controlled malice crossed her features. Recognition. And fear. The golden light, she whispered. The primordial life sutra. Here. In my palace. Your palace is borrowed, Ruoshi said through gritted teeth. And your master's hatred of this technique doesn't give you the right to, master? Luo Shanin's composure cracked. Genuine alarm flooded her face. Who told you about? I did, Yin Zhilan said. The ancient woman stepped into the throne room, and the spiritual pressure shifted. Zhilan's cultivation was diminished. She'd been sealed for 10,000 years and hadn't fully recovered. But her knowledge was undiminished, and with it came an authority that transcended raw power. She addressed Luo Shanin with the calm certainty of someone who had seen this pattern before. You serve Zhao Wuji. The celestial arbiter planted you here. How long ago? A century? 2. You're a long-term operative, placed in a position of power to monitor the mortal realm for any resurgence of the primordial life sutra. Luo Shanin's face had gone white. You're the sealed one. He sealed you 10,000 years ago. You should be dead. I should be. Shen Wei healed me. Zhilan's violet eyes were hard. Your master destroyed everything I loved. He scattered the technique, killed the sovereign, sealed me in a tomb for 10 millennia. And now his operative is poisoning an emperor and experimenting on innocent cultivators in his name. In his name? Luo Shanin's voice rose. Everything I've done has been to maintain the order. The primordial life sutra is a violation of heavenly law. Soul bonds between mortals threaten the hierarchy that keeps the realm stable. My master, your master is afraid, Zhilan interrupted. He's afraid that if mortals learn to connect with each other at the soul level, they won't need heaven anymore. He's afraid that the primordial life sutra will create a world where power comes from connection instead of hierarchy. And he's right to be afraid, because that's exactly what it's designed to do. The throne room was frozen. Every person present, guards, princes, cultivators, politicians, stared at the confrontation between an ancient woman from a forgotten age and the hidden power behind the empire's throne. Then Luo Shanin attacked. Chapter 69, Spirit-Severing Battle. Chapter 69 was the chapter that would define the rest of Shen Wei's life. Not because of the power displayed, not because of the enemy defeated, but because of the principle it proved. Connection could overcome hierarchy. Spirit-severing against nascent soul was not a battle. By every standard of cultivation theory, by every precedent in recorded history, by every law of spiritual physics, a spirit-severing cultivator attacking a nascent soul practitioner was not a battle. It was an execution. The gap between the two realms was not quantitative. It wasn't a matter of more power. It was qualitative. Spirit-severing cultivators had literally transcended the limitations that defined nascent soul existence. They operated on different principles, accessed different energies, and inhabited a different relationship with reality itself. Luo Shanin's first technique was a blade of compressed spiritual energy, invisible, instantaneous, aimed at Zhilan's head. At spirit-severing, her attacks could cleave through the fabric of space itself, bypassing physical defenses entirely. But Zhilan wasn't alone. 6 golden threads blazed to life. Shen Wei's nascent soul, connected to 6 bonded women, channeled their combined strength into a defensive formation that no cultivation manual had ever described. Not a physical barrier or a spiritual shield, but a network of connections, golden threads weaving together to create an interference pattern that disrupted the spirit-severing attack spatial component. The blade hit the network and shattered, not because the network was stronger, because it was different. Spirit-severing techniques operated on the principle of individual power overwhelming individual defense. They were designed to cut through a single cultivator's resistance. They were not designed for a collective consciousness. 6 souls linked by golden threads, each one contributing a unique frequency to the defensive harmony. The attack that should have killed Zhilan in one stroke dissipated against a wall of interconnected souls like a wave breaking against a reef. Luo Shanin stared. For the first time in decades, someone had blocked one of her attacks. Not through superior power, through a principle she didn't understand. Impossible, she breathed. No nascent soul cultivator can. I'm not alone, Shen Wei said. That's the point. He pressed the advantage. Not with an attack. He was still vastly outmatched in raw power, but with the soul bond's network effect. 6 connections, feeding into his nascent soul, generating a collective consciousness that exceeded any individual's capacity. Through Lin Yu, he shared combat instinct, the sword cultivator's ability to read an opponent's technique before it formed. Through Bai Suyin, he shared analytical perception, the poison specialist's talent for identifying weaknesses in complex systems. Through Mu Qingge, he shared primal awareness, the beast cultivator's sensitivity to spiritual energy flows. Through Ruoshi, he shared imperial knowledge, the princess's understanding of palace formations and their vulnerabilities. Through Zhilan, he shared ancient wisdom, 10,000 years of experience with the primordial life sutra's defensive applications. Through Mingxia, he shared the demonic conversion's legacy, intimate knowledge of the Empress Dowager's techniques, learned from the inside. 6 streams of information, combined into a single comprehensive picture of the enemy. And what he saw made his heart leap. Luo Shanin's spirit-severing cultivation was real, but it was sustained by the same parasitic formation that had been draining the Emperor. With the formation removed from the Emperor, the Empress Dowager's primary power source was gone. She was running on reserves, vast reserves, accumulated over decades of parasitic feeding, but finite. Every technique she used cost her, and she couldn't regenerate. She's weakening, Shen Wei told his companions through the bonds. The Emperor's healing cut her off from her power source. She's spirit-severing on borrowed time. Every technique she uses costs her permanently. The strategic implication was immediately clear to everyone in the network. They didn't need to defeat Luo Shanin. They needed to exhaust her, make her spend her reserves, force her to use technique after technique until the borrowed power ran dry and revealed the mortal woman underneath. Then we outlast her, Lin Yu said. Through the bond, Shen Wei felt her shift from desperation to determination, the transformation of a warrior who had been fighting for survival into one who was fighting to win. The odds had changed. They weren't facing an invincible enemy. They were facing a draining one. She attacked. The sword cultivator engaged the Empress Dowager with the same strategy they'd used against Huayan Luo. Relentless assault, absorbing punishment, healing instantly, and returning to the fight. Lin Yu was 3 major realms below Luo Shanin. She should have died in the first exchange. But with Shen Wei's healing flowing through the bond, She was functionally unkillable, every wound sealed before the blood cooled, every broken bone knitted before the pain peaked. Bai Suyin flanked with poisons designed for the Empress Dowager's specific spiritual constitution, compounds crafted from Mingxia's knowledge of the demonic conversion techniques. The poisons didn't kill, but they disrupted the reserves Luo Shenin was drawing on, accelerating their depletion. Mu Qingge and Shuya harassed from above, the spirit fox leaping from column to column in the throne room, striking at the Empress Dowager's spiritual defenses from unpredictable angles. Xiao Ruoxi activated the palace's loyalty formations, ancient protections built into the throne room structure by the founding emperor, designed to defend the legitimate bloodline against usurpers. The formations recognized Ruoxi's imperial bloodline and responded, adding their power to the defenders. And Zhilan, drawing on memories of how the original primordial life sutra practitioners had fought the celestial arbiter's agents, coordinated the group's movements through Shen Wei's bond network with the strategic precision of a 10,000-year-old general. Luo Shenin fought with the fury of a cornered predator. Her spirit-severing techniques were devastating, each one capable of annihilating a standard cultivator. But against a network of bonded souls, each one healing and supporting the others, each one contributing unique capabilities to a collective defense, her individual power was insufficient. The battle lasted 20 minutes. An eternity by cultivation combat standards. 20 minutes of sustained spiritual combat at a level that shook the palace's foundations and sent shockwaves through the city's formation network. During those 20 minutes, Shen Wei healed Lin Yu 43 times. 43 injuries that would have been fatal without instant treatment. Broken bones, severed meridians, crushed organs, spiritual burns that charred the surface of her golden core. Each time, golden light poured through the bond and restored her in seconds. Each time, she re-engaged with the ferocity of someone who had nothing to fear from injury. It was, by any measure, the most brutal healing marathon Shen Wei had ever endured. His nascent soul depleted and regenerated and depleted again, the golden core's 3 lobes spinning so fast they blurred, the 7 bonds channeling energy at maximum throughput. He wasn't just healing one person. He was maintaining combat readiness for an entire team while managing the real-time intelligence feed from 7 simultaneous perspectives. Through Bai Suyin's analysis, he identified the pattern in Luo Shenin's attacks. She was drawing on her reserves in a specific sequence, burning through different types of stored energy as each was exhausted. Through Zhilan's knowledge, he recognized the sequence as an upper realm emergency protocol, a last resort expenditure pattern that traded long-term cultivation stability for short-term maximum output. She was burning herself out. Every technique she used cost her not just energy, but permanent cultivation progress. She would never recover from this battle, win or lose. At the 17-minute mark, Shen Wei felt the shift, Luo Shenin's reserves dipping below a critical threshold. Her aura flickered. Her attacks slowed. The decades of stolen power were running out. He pushed through the bonds. Now, altogether, 6 women struck simultaneously, coordinated through golden threads with microsecond precision. Lin Yu's sword, Bai Suyin's poison, Mu Qingge's beast strike, Ruoxi's imperial technique, Zhilan's ancient formation, Mingxia's intimate knowledge of the enemy's weaknesses, Luo Shenin's spirit-severing defenses shattered like crystal struck by a tuning fork. The sound was audible, a high, clear note that rang through the throne room as decades of accumulated stolen power finally gave out. The Empress Dowager staggered. Her aura flickered from spirit-severing to Dao-seeking, then to nascent soul, then to core formation as the reserves depleted in a cascading failure. Each drop in realm was visible on her face. Youth giving way to middle age, giving way to the true weight of her years. The stolen life force that had sustained her was the last to go, and when it left, the woman who had terrorized an empire was revealed as what she truly was. An elderly cultivator of moderate talent who had spent her life parasitizing others' power because she couldn't generate her own. The Empress Dowager collapsed, her cultivation destabilized, her reserves exhausted, her decades of carefully accumulated power finally spent. She lay on the throne room floor, a small, old woman stripped of everything that had made her terrifying, and looked up at the golden light surrounding her with an expression of something that might have been relief. "He'll come now," she whispered. "My master. He'll feel the disruption. He'll know the sutra has resurged." Her eyes found Shen Wei. "You've won tonight. But you've also announced yourself to the one being in all of creation who cannot be defeated by mortal hands." Shen Wei looked down at her. "We'll see about that." Through the bonds, he felt something that had been building since his breakthrough to nascent soul, a quiet, growing certainty that the primordial life sutra's purpose was larger than any single battle, any single enemy, any single mortal lifetime. The technique existed to connect, and connection, in sufficient quantity and depth, could change anything, even the rules of heaven. Chapter 70. The coup fails through the bonds. Shen felt the aftermath of the battle settle over all 7 women. The release of adrenaline, the dawning realization that they had survived, and the quiet, profound awareness that what they had just accomplished should have been impossible. A spirit-severing cultivator, defeated by a nascent soul healer and 7 bonded companions. The conventional wisdom of the cultivation world, that power was individual, that higher realms were absolutely superior to lower ones, had just been shattered in a throne room built for coronations. Luo Shanin was bound with formations designed by Zhilan using principles 10,000 years old. The ancient woman worked with the quiet satisfaction of someone correcting a mistake that had been left unaddressed for far too long. The Empress Dowager, stripped of her spiritual energy reserves and restrained by techniques she had never encountered, was as helpless as a mortal. "Your master will know," Zhilan told the imprisoned woman. "He'll feel the disruption. But by the time he acts, we'll be ready." Luo Shanin said nothing. Her face was blank, her eyes empty, the expression of a true believer confronting the failure of their faith. Prince Xiao Tianming was captured by Ruoxi personally. The princess confronted her half-brother in the eastern corridor, where he was attempting to flee through one of the service tunnels. The conversation was brief and devastating. "You try to have me killed," Ruoxi said, blocking the tunnel entrance with her imperial sword drawn. "You were a threat to the succession," Tianming replied. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled. "I was your sister, half-sister, and in the imperial court, family is a political construct, not an emotional one. You're wrong about that." Ruoxi's voice softened. Through the bond, Shen felt the shift, not forgiveness, not mercy, but a terrible pity. She could see her brother clearly, and what she saw was someone who had been raised by a monster and shaped into a weapon against his own blood. "You could have been better. You chose not to be." She took him into custody. No violence, no drama, just a princess arresting a prince, with the weight of an empire's future on her shoulders. With the Empress Dowager defeated and Prince Xiao Tianming captured, the coup collapsed within hours. The loyalist guards, galvanized by the sight of Princess Xiao Ruoxi standing victorious in the throne room, her father's sword in one hand and the Empress Dowager's jade seal of authority in the other, swept through the palace and the city, disarming the prince's forces with efficient brutality. Tianming's supporters, deprived of leadership and facing the full might of the Imperial Guard, surrendered in droves. By dawn, the Festival of Ascending Stars had been transformed from a celebration into a national crisis and back into a celebration again. The streets filled with citizens who had barely noticed the palace battle, their fireworks and festivities continuing uninterrupted while an empire was saved and remade above their heads. Emperor Xiao Jingtian, still weak but ambulatory thanks to Shen Wei's continued healing, appeared on the palace balcony at sunrise. His voice, amplified by imperial formations, reached every corner of the capital. "The Heavenly Phoenix Empire endures," he declared. "A conspiracy against the throne has been defeated. The traitors will face justice. And the Empire's alliance with the Medicine King, Shen Wei, is hereby formalized, a partnership between healing and governance that will serve our people for generations." The crowd cheered. They didn't know the details. They didn't need to. The emperor was alive, the princess was safe, and someone had been punished. For most citizens, that was sufficient. Behind the scenes, the reality was more complex. Luo Shanin was imprisoned in a formation-sealed cell designed by Zhilan, using ancient techniques the Empress Dowager's agents couldn't break. Prince Tianming was confined to the Eastern Tower, awaiting trial. And the palace's spiritual energy network was being systematically purged of the parasitic formations the Empress Dowager had woven into it over decades. Shen Wei spent the following days healing. The work was relentless. Not just the emperor, who required daily treatment sessions to continue his recovery, but the entire palace guard, which bore injuries from the coup. Dozens of servants and officials had been caught in the crossfire. Hundreds of soldiers on both sides needed medical attention. And 7 cultivators from the Empress Dowager's conversion experiments needed the same painstaking purification that Shen Wei had performed on Zhao Mingxia. He worked 18-hour days, sleeping only when the bond's feedback told him his performance was declining below acceptable levels. Bai Suyin monitored his energy expenditure with clinical precision, calculating exactly how many patients he could treat per day without risking burnout. "You are not disposable," she told him firmly when he tried to push past her recommended limits. A healer who destroys himself healing others has failed at the most fundamental level. Through the bond, he felt the love behind her pragmatism, the fierce, protective concern of a woman who had seen too many brilliant people destroy themselves in service of their principles. He listened. He paced himself, and the healing continued. Not just the emperor. The entire palace guard bore injuries from the coup, and dozens of servants and officials had been caught in the crossfire. His medical station in the servants' corridor became a permanent fixture, and his golden light became a familiar sight in the palace's corridors. The work gave him time to think about the bigger picture. The Empress Dowager was defeated, but she was merely one node in a larger network. Zhao Wuji's influence extended across the mortal realm. Agents planted in positions of power, surveillance systems monitoring for any resurgence of the primordial life sutra. How many more Luo Shenyans were there? Zhilan estimated at least a dozen agents in the mortal realm, possibly more. Every political structure they interacted with was potentially compromised. Every alliance carried risk. But the alternative to acting was hiding. And hiding meant the primordial life sutra died with him. Through the bonds, 6 women felt his determination solidify into something harder than steel. The absolute conviction that the technique was worth fighting for, worth dying for, worth risking everything for. Not because it was powerful, because it was right. Connection was right. Healing was right. The celestial arbiter's hierarchy of isolation and control was wrong, and Shen would spend his life proving it. The 6 women felt this conviction and, each in her own way, made it her own. Chapter 71. The Eternal Jade Palace news from the south arrived 4 days after the coup's suppression. A jade transmission, carried through the Medicine King network, brought word that chilled Shen blood. The Empress Dowager, before her capture, had sent one final message. Not to any mortal ally, but upward, through a formation channel that connected the Imperial Palace to a receiving station in the Eternal Jade Palace, the continent's most powerful all-female cultivation sect. The message had been received, and its contents, a warning about the primordial life sutra's resurgence, an alert about Shen soul bonds, and an activation code for a contingency plan, had set events in motion that Luo Shenin's imprisonment couldn't stop. The message was relayed by 3 separate sources, a level of redundancy that indicated extreme urgency. The Eternal Jade Palace is attempting a heavenly tribulation, the message reported. Their saintess, Feng Lianhua, has entered the tribulation grounds. Something is wrong. The tribulation lightning is corrupted, infused with demonic energy. The saintess is dying. The Empress Dowager's contingency plan, Zhilan said, her expression grim. She corrupted the tribulation. If the Eternal Jade Palace's saintess dies during tribulation, the sect will blame external interference. And if they discover that the corruption came from a formation linked to the Empress Dowager, they'll blame us, Roashi finished. The Eternal Jade Palace is the most powerful sect on the continent. If they declare war on the Empire, it's not about the Empire. Shen stood. It's about the saintess. A woman is dying because of a trap set by one of Zhao Wuji's agents. I'm going. The Eternal Jade Palace doesn't allow men inside their borders, Lin Yu warned. Historically, male cultivators who've entered have been killed on sight. Then I'll need to be very persuasive. Chapter 72. Uninvited healer. The Eternal Jade Palace occupied an entire mountain range, 300 miles of peaks and valleys claimed by the most powerful all-female sect in the cultivation world. Their territory was protected by formations that made the Imperial Palace's defenses look like garden fences. Layers upon layers of spatial distortion, energy barriers, and detection nets that could identify a male's spiritual signature from 50 miles away. Shen approached alone. By choice. His companions had argued, vehemently, through the bonds and in person, for hours, but he'd been firm. The debate had been one of the most intense the group had experienced, with Lin Yu threatening to physically restrain him, by Suyin presenting a logical analysis of why solo infiltration was statistically suicidal, and Mu Qingge offering to have Shua bite him if he didn't come to his senses. But he'd been firm. Bringing a group to the Eternal Jade Palace's border would be interpreted as an invasion force. Coming alone, as a healer, with no weapons and no concealed intentions, was his best chance of being heard before being killed. He suppressed his cultivation aura to its minimum expression and walked toward the first checkpoint, a gate carved from white jade, flanked by 2 women in flowing white robes whose cultivation auras made Lin Yu's look like a candle next to a bonfire. Dao-seeking realm, both of them, guards who outranked almost every cultivator Shen had ever met. I am Shen, he said, stopping 10 feet from the gate. He kept his hands visible, his stance non-threatening, and his cultivation aura deliberately restrained to signal peaceful intent. The Medicine King. I've come to heal your sanctus. The guards exchanged a glance. Through his life sense perception, even suppressed, it still functioned. Shen Wei read their spiritual states. Both were at Tao-seeking realm, which meant they had experienced centuries of cultivation and encountered virtually every type of threat imaginable. A lone nascent soul cultivator presenting himself at their gate was not a threat. It was a puzzle. A man on Jade Palace soil, the left guard said. Her hand rested on the hilt of a jade sword that radiated cold, precise energy. You know our laws. I know your sanctus is dying. That matters more than your laws about men. The guard's response was immediate and violent. Spiritual pressure crashed down on him, enough to flatten a core formation cultivator, and formation barriers snapped into place around his body, locking his movement. A man, the left guard said with contempt. On Jade Palace soil. You've forfeited your life. Your sanctus is dying, Shen Wei said through the pressure. His nascent soul cultivation resisted the guard's technique enough for speech, though his body screamed in protest. A corrupted heavenly tribulation. Demonic energy in the lightning. She has hours, not days. And I am the only healer on this continent who can help her. The Jade Palace has its own healers. Your healers can't touch demonic corruption and tribulation lightning. I can. The Primordial Life Sutra's transmutation ability is uniquely suited to purifying foreign energy during active tribulation. Without it, your sanctus dies. The guards hesitated. Through his life sense perception, Shen Wei could sense the conflict, duty versus desperation. They knew about the sanctus's condition. They knew their own healers were failing. And the man before them was the Medicine King, a title that even the isolationist Eternal Jade Palace respected. Wait here, the right guard said. She vanished, moving at speeds that blurred reality. She returned 3 minutes later with a woman whose cultivation aura was so vast it seemed to distort the air around her. The Grand Elder of the Eternal Jade Palace, a being of such age and power that Shen Wei's nascent soul perception could barely read her. The Medicine King, the Grand Elder said. She was ancient, truly ancient, her face a map of centuries, her eyes holding depths that suggested a realm far beyond Tao-seeking. You claim to be able to save Lianhua. I can save her. But I need access, and I need it now. You also carry soul bonds. The Grand Elder's perception swept over him like a hurricane, a force of nature examining him at every level of his being, from his physical body to his spiritual core to the golden threads extending from his chest. The scrutiny was more thorough than anything he'd experienced, and he endured it without resistance. Hiding from a cultivator of this caliber was impossible. Transparency was his only option. 6 of them, all with women. And each bond carries a different resonance: sword, poison, beast, imperial, ancient, and demonic purified. She listed them with the clinical precision of someone reading a medical chart. An unusual constellation. Yes, the bonds are a consequence of my healing technique. They're involuntary, and I know what soul bonds are, boy. The Eternal Jade Palace's archives contain records from before the Celestial Arbiter's purge. Her expression was unreadable. The Primordial Life Sutra. We thought it was destroyed. It survived. In fragments. I carry the largest remaining piece. The Grand Elder studied him for what felt like an eternity. Then she turned and walked toward the gate. Follow me. Touch nothing. Speak to no one who doesn't speak to you first. And understand this. If Lianhua dies while you're here, you will join her. Shen Wei followed. Through the bonds, stretched thin by the distance between him and his companions, who waited at the border, he felt 6 women holding their breath. The Eternal Jade Palace was, in a word, magnificent. White jade buildings cascaded down the mountainside like a frozen waterfall, connected by bridges that arced through mist and cloud. Gardens of medicinal plants, some of which Shen Wei had never seen in any text or catalog, lined the pathways. The spiritual energy was so dense it was visible, a faint shimmer in the air that made everything look slightly luminous. The disciples they passed were uniformly hostile. Women of various ages and cultivation levels stopped what they were doing to stare at Shen Wei with expressions ranging from curiosity to contempt to outright murderous intent. The Grand Elder's presence protected him. No one would challenge a decision she'd made. But the atmosphere was unmistakably clear. He was not welcome, and his safety was contingent on one woman's judgment. You're afraid, the Grand Elder observed as they climbed the final staircase to the tribulation grounds. I'm appropriate level cautious. In my experience, men who enter the Jade Palace fall into 2 categories: those who are afraid and those who are fools. You're clearly not a fool. She glanced at him. Your soul bonds. Do they function at this distance? Weakly. The connections are maintained, but the information flow is reduced. Will that affect your healing? It will reduce my capacity. But the primordial life sutra is mine. The bonds enhance it, they don't provide it. Then save my saintus, Medicine King. And we'll discuss the implications afterward. Chapter 73. The Failed Tribulation. The tribulation grounds were a nightmare of corrupted energy. Feng Lianhua knelt at the center of a vast stone platform on the highest peak of the Jade Palace's territory. Above her, storm clouds spiraled, but these were not natural tribulation clouds. They were shot through with veins of red-black energy, demonic corruption woven into the heavenly lightning like poison in a cup of wine. The lightning struck, again and again. Each bolt carried both tribulation energy, the natural, necessary force that tested and refined a cultivator during advancement, and demonic corruption that attacked the body while the tribulation attacked the spirit. It was a trap designed to be lethal. The cultivator couldn't resist the tribulation lightning without exposing herself to the corruption, and she couldn't resist the corruption without failing the tribulation. Feng Lianhua was dying. She was beautiful even in extremis, white robes charred black, silver hair streaming, her face twisted with the effort of maintaining both spiritual defense and tribulation acceptance simultaneously. Her cultivation was at the boundary of Dao merging, a realm above spirit severing, beyond anything Shun Wei had encountered. But even Dao merging couldn't survive a corrupted tribulation indefinitely. The Jade Palace's healers surrounded the platform, a dozen women of various realms, all pouring healing energy toward their saintess. But the tribulation's nature made healing almost impossible. The lightning's tribulation component was necessary for the advancement, so healing that resisted the lightning also prevented the breakthrough. And healing that accepted the lightning also accepted the corruption. An impossible puzzle. Unless you could distinguish between the tribulation's legitimate component and the parasitic corruption at the energy level. Unless you had the primordial life sutra. Clear the platform, Shen Wei said. The Jade Palace healers looked at the Grand Elder. She nodded. They withdrew reluctantly, and Shen Wei stepped onto the tribulation platform alone. The corruption hit him immediately. Red-black energy clawed at his spiritual defenses, trying to infiltrate his meridians, contaminate his golden core, taint the soul bonds. The primordial life sutra flared in response, golden light erupting from his body, creating a sphere of purification that transmuted the corruption on contact. He reached Feng Lianhua and placed his hands on her shoulders. Chapter 74. Healing under heaven. The healing was performed under active tribulation lightning. This fact bears repeating because it defined every aspect of the process, and because it was, by any standard, completely insane. Tribulation lightning struck the platform every 8 seconds. Each bolt carried enough energy to vaporize a foundation establishment cultivator. Shen Wei couldn't dodge, couldn't deflect, couldn't block. The lightning was aimed at Lianhua, and his hands were on her shoulders. So he healed through it. Each lightning strike hit them both. The tribulation component passed through Shen Wei's body, painful but not lethal to a nascent soul cultivator, and into Lianhua, where it performed its natural function, testing and refining her cultivation base for the Dao merging advancement. Simultaneously, the corruption component hit Shen Wei's golden light barrier and was transmuted, converted from demonic energy into neutral spiritual energy that dissipated harmlessly. He was a filter, a living purification system, positioned between heaven's judgment and the woman it was trying to both advance and kill. Tribulation lightning went in. Purified tribulation lightning came out. The corruption was stripped away, and the legitimate advancement energy was allowed to pass through. The concept was simple. The execution was agonizing. Every 8 seconds, a bolt of lightning powerful enough to test a Dao merging cultivator, a realm 4 major stages above Shun Wei's current nascent soul, passed through his body. His meridian screamed. His golden core shuddered. His nascent soul, the tiny golden figure in his dantian with its 7 extending threads, weathered each bolt with diminishing reserves, like a fortress under sustained bombardment. The pain was indescribable. Not just physical, spiritual. Each bolt of tribulation lightning carried the weight of heaven's judgment, and passing through it meant being judged yourself. Shen Wei felt the heaven's assessment of his cultivation, his choices, his bonds, a cosmic evaluation that was entirely impersonal and utterly devastating. He was found wanting. Of course he was. His cultivation was nascent soul, and the tribulation was calibrated for Dao merging. He wasn't supposed to survive this. No nascent soul cultivator was. But the heavens had not accounted for soul bonds. His nascent soul cultivation absorbed the impact, but the accumulated damage was staggering. Burns on his meridians, stress fractures in his golden core, and a ringing in his consciousness that threatened to break his concentration. Through the bonds, 6 women held him. Lin Yu's discipline kept his focus sharp. Bai Suin's precision guided his transmutation targeting. Mu Qingge's vitality fed raw energy into his depleted reserves. Ruashi's resolve reinforced his willpower. Zhilan's wisdom told him exactly how much he could endure and when to hold back. And Mingxia's knowledge of corruption patterns helped him identify and neutralize each new variant of demonic energy the tribulation threw at them. The lightning struck, and struck, and struck. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 6. The world narrowed to a cycle of lightning and purification, pain and healing, corruption and transmutation. Each bolt was a universe of suffering compressed into a fraction of a second, and each pause between bolts was a brief eternity of recovery. Through the bonds, his companions suffered with him. Not physically, the lightning didn't touch them, but emotionally. They felt his pain, diluted by distance but still visceral. Lin Yu wept silently at the border, her hands gripping her sword so hard the handle cracked. Bai Suin's analytical mind calculated the probability of his survival and found the numbers terrifying. Mu Qingge held Shuya and pressed her face into the fox's fur, channeling her fear into strength that she sent back through the bond. Ruashi stood at the border with her arms crossed and her face a mask of imperial composure, but the bond betrayed the truth. She was praying. A princess of the heavenly Phoenix Empire, who had been taught from birth that strength came from self-reliance, was praying for the survival of a man she was connected to by a thread of gold. Zhilan meditated, feeding Shen Wei a steady stream of ancient knowledge, techniques for enduring tribulation lightning, methods for optimizing the transmutation process, insights that shaved fractions of effort from each purification cycle. Her contribution was the difference between Shen Wei lasting 12 hours and lasting 18. And Mingxia, the newest bond, the most fragile, the most uncertain, she simply believed. Her faith in Shen Wei was absolute, not because of evidence or logic, but because he had saved her from a fate worse than death, and the soul bond told her he was the same man now as he had been then. A man who would not stop healing until the person in front of him was safe. 12 hours. The bolts came faster as the tribulation intensified, its natural progression, accelerating toward the final, decisive stroke that would either advance the cultivator or destroy them. Feng Lianhua's eyes opened during the 18th hour. She had been unconscious for most of the tribulation, her consciousness focused inward on the advancement process. Now she was awake, aware, and looking at the man who was taking tribulation lightning for her. "Who are you?" she whispered. "Shen Wei, Medicine King, professional idiot. You're healing me through a corrupted tribulation." "I'm trying." "That's impossible. I've been told that a lot lately." The final bolt descended. It was not lightning. It was judgment. The tribulation's ultimate test, a stroke of energy so concentrated that it compressed the air into a solid wall and turned the stone platform incandescent. If Lianhua could survive this, she would advance to Dao merging. If not, she would die. Shen Wei poured everything he had into the purification. Golden light blazed so bright that the Jade Palace disciples watching from the perimeter had to shield their eyes. The corruption in the final bolt was the densest yet, a concentrated payload of demonic energy designed to ensure that even if the previous corruption had been neutralized, this bolt would finish the job. The primordial life sutra roared to life. Not Shen Wei's conscious application, the technique itself, operating at full capacity, drawing on all 6 bonds, generating a purification field so powerful that the corruption didn't just transmute, it disintegrated. The purified final bolt struck Feng Lianhua. Her cultivation surged. The boundary between Dao seeking and Dao merging shattered, and spiritual energy erupted from her body in a pillar of white light that pierced the storm clouds above. Dao merging achieved. The saintess of the eternal Jade Palace, through a tribulation that should have killed her, advanced to one of the highest realms in mortal cultivation. The spiritual energy that erupted from the platform shattered the stone beneath them and sent shockwaves through the mountain range. The storm dispersed, not gradually, but instantly, as if the corruption animating it had been a disease and the tribulation's completion was the cure. The demonic energy dissolved. The clouds thinned. Sunlight, absent for 18 hours, broke through in golden shafts that illuminated the tribulation platform like a stage. The corruption vanished. The tribulation was over. And between Shen Wei and Feng Lianhua, a 7th golden thread materialized, formed in the crucible of tribulation lightning and purification, anchored in both their spiritual cores with a depth that made Shen Wei's earlier bonds seem shallow by comparison. Feng Lianhua looked at the golden thread connecting them. Then she looked at Shen Wei. Then she looked at the sky, where the storm clouds were already fading. We need to talk, she said. Shen Wei, half dead from exhaustion, managing to remain upright through pure stubbornness and the support of 6 bonds, nodded weakly. Yes, we do. Then he collapsed. When he dreamed of golden threads, 7 of them now, stretching from his chest into a darkness that was not empty but full of life and connection and the promise of something that no single soul could achieve alone. When he woke, the world had changed. 7 bonds hummed in his chest. 7 women waited beyond his door. And the eternal Jade Palace, a sect that had excluded men for a millennium, had just been forced to reckon with the fact that its saintess was soul-bonded to the most controversial healer in the cultivation world. The political implications would have been terrifying if Shen Wei had the energy to feel terror. As it was, he felt only the warm, steady pulse of 7 connections and the quiet certainty that whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. Chapter 75. Political Crisis. The political fallout of a male cultivator soul bonding with the saintess of the continent's most powerful all-female sect was exactly as catastrophic as it sounded. Shen Wei woke 3 days later in a Jade Palace recovery room to the sound of furious arguing outside his door. The Grand Elder's voice, several other voices he didn't recognize, and Feng Lianhua's voice, calm, measured, and immovable. The bond was formed during tribulation. It cannot be severed without killing both of us. This is not a political matter. It is a spiritual reality. He is a man, in our palace, bonded to our saintess. This violates every principle our sect was founded on. Our principles exist to protect our members. Shen Wei saved my life. The bond formed because he risked everything to heal me. Punishing him for saving me would violate our principles far more thoroughly than his presence here. Through the bond, the 7th, strongest, most resonant bond he'd formed, Shen Wei felt Lianhua's emotions. Calm determination covering deep anxiety. She was fighting for him, for both of them, against centuries of institutional tradition. He sat up, dressed, and opened the door. The arguing stopped. 8 women stood in the corridor, the Grand Elder, 6 sect elders of various realms, and Feng Lianhua. All of them turned to face him. The spiritual pressure from 8 high-level female cultivators, most of them hostile to his presence, was physically uncomfortable. I understand the situation, Shen Wei said, and I understand your concerns. The soul bond between the saintess and myself was unintentional, unavoidable, and irreversible. I neither sought it nor can I undo it. He met each elder's eyes in turn. But I can tell you what it means and what it doesn't mean. He explained the bonds. Openly, completely, holding nothing back. Their nature, their limitations, their benefits. The fact that they didn't compel action or override free will. The fact that they enhanced cultivation and provided mutual support. The fact that 7 women, from different backgrounds and sects, had formed bonds with him, and none of them had been diminished by the experience. The bonds make us stronger, he said, individually and collectively. That's the primordial life sutra's purpose, connection as cultivation. Not control, not ownership, connection. The Grand Elder listened. Her expression was unreadable throughout, but through Lianhua's bond, Shen Wei could feel the old woman's spiritual perception probing him, not aggressively, but with the deep, patient thoroughness of someone who had been reading souls for longer than most civilizations existed. He speaks truth, the Grand Elder said finally. Her voice carried the weight of absolute authority, a voice that had settled disputes, made policy, and shaped a sect's culture for centuries. The other elders fell silent immediately. The bonds are genuine, involuntary, and benign. The saintess's cultivation has actually strengthened since the bond's formation. Her Tao merging advancement was catalyzed by the soul bond's resonance. Murmurs of surprise from the other elders. However, the Grand Elder continued, the political reality remains. A male cultivator bonded to our saintess is unprecedented. Factions within and outside the sect will use this to challenge Lianhua's authority and the sect's legitimacy. Then we address it publicly, Lianhua said. Her voice was serene. The voice of a woman who had just survived a corrupted heavenly tribulation, advanced to Tao merging, and formed a soul bond with a stranger, and found in each of those experiences a clarity that transcended ordinary concerns. We address it at the Continental Summit, in front of every faction on the continent. Transparency is our strongest defense. You're proposing to voluntarily disclose the bond to the cultivation world, the Grand Elder said. I'm proposing to lead by example. If the Jade Palace, the most conservative, most isolationist, most tradition-bound sect on the continent, can accept a soul bond between its saintess and a male healer, then the argument that bonds violate natural order collapses. or we become the target of every conservative faction in existence. We're already the most powerful sect on the continent. Let them come. The Grand Elder studied her saintess for a long moment. Through the bond with Shen Wei, Lianhua felt no anxiety, only the calm conviction of someone who had touched their Dao and found it solid. Very well, the Grand Elder said. To the summit. Chapter 76, the Continental Summit. The Continental Healers Summit was convened in Azure Cloud City, the same venue where Shen Wei had won the Medicine King title months ago. But the stakes were incomparably higher. The summit was the largest gathering of cultivation powers in a generation. Every major cultivation faction in the region sent representatives. The Heavenly Phoenix Empire, the Eternal Jade Palace, the remnants of the Crimson Lotus Sect, the Sky Fox Tribe, the Medicine King Assembly, and dozens of smaller sects and independent powers gathered in the Grand Healing Pavilion's amphitheater for what was officially billed as a discussion of medical ethics and cultivation standards. Everyone knew the real topic, Shen Wei's soul bonds. The existence of the Primordial Life Sutra had become public knowledge in the aftermath of the Jade Palace Tribulation incident. Too many people had witnessed the golden light healing. Too many cultivators had felt the bond formation's spiritual ripple. The secret that Shen Wei had guarded since his first bond with Lin Yu was now the most discussed topic in the cultivation world. The factions divided predictably. Progressives, led by the Medicine King Assembly and supported by the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, argued that soul bonds were a natural expression of an ancient healing technique and should be protected. Conservatives, led by a coalition of traditional sects that viewed any soul manipulation as inherently dangerous, demanded that the bonds be classified as forbidden arts and Shen Wei subjected to restrictions or imprisonment. And in the middle, wavering, were the majority, factions that didn't know what to think, waiting for someone to make a compelling argument either way. Shen Wei prepared for the fight of his life. Not a combat. Something harder. A battle of words, ideas, and public perception that would determine whether he and his bonded companions could live freely or would spend the rest of their lives hunted. The preparation was intense. Bai Suyin organized their legal strategy with the precision of a military campaign, identifying likely arguments from the opposition, preparing counter-evidence, coaching each bonded companion on their testimony. Lin Yu trained security details for the hearing. Xiao Ruashi worked the political channels, calling in favors from imperial allies and neutral factions. Mu Qingge scouted the venue. Zhilan provided historical context that reframed the entire debate. Feng Lianhua used her authority as saintess to ensure the Eternal Jade Palace's neutrality rather than its opposition. And Zhao Mingxia, the newest and most vulnerable member of the group, prepared to tell her story, the most devastating testimony of all. Through the bonds, Shen Wei coordinated everything. The network that had been built for combat proved equally effective for political warfare. 7 minds, each with unique expertise, working in concert toward a single goal. The night before the hearing, Shen Wei sat alone on the inn's rooftop, looking at the stars. Through 7 golden threads, he felt 7 women preparing in their own ways. Lin Yu sharpening her sword, Bai Suyin organizing notes, Mu Qingge meditating with Shuya, Ruashi drafting political talking points, Zhilan reviewing ancient precedents, Lianhua centering her spiritual authority, Mingxia practicing her testimony in a mirror. 7 people, 7 stories, 7 reasons why the soul bonds were worth defending. He hoped it would be enough. Chapter 77, Trial of the Healer. The summit's central event was a formal hearing, a trial in all but name, with Shen Wei as the defendant, the conservative coalition as the prosecution, and the full assembly as judge and jury. Shen Wei stood at the center of the amphitheater, surrounded by thousands of cultivators. The weight of their collective attention was like standing in a spotlight the size of a stadium. Every eye, every spiritual perception, every judgment focused on one person. 7 golden threads pulsed in his chest, 7 connections to 7 women who sat behind him in the gallery, their presence a visible reminder of what was at stake. Through the bonds, he felt their support flowing into him, not energy but courage. The steady, reliable courage that came from knowing he was not alone. He straightened his spine. He met the amphitheater's collective gaze. And he waited. The prosecution opened with a simple argument. Soul bonds violated the natural order. They created involuntary connections between people. They gave one person, the healer, access to others' emotions, locations, and spiritual states. They constituted a form of control, however benign, that no individual should possess over another. The Primordial Life Sutra was destroyed by heavenly judgment, the conservative spokesman declared. The celestial arbiter himself decreed it a violation of natural law. By practicing this technique, Shen Wei defies heaven's will. Shen Wei responded. He didn't argue theory. He didn't debate philosophy. He didn't cite ancient texts or appeal to precedent. He had spent enough time around politicians, Xiao Ruoshi's influence, to know that arguments won by logic were lost the moment a more persuasive speaker took the floor. Instead, he spoke simply. The soul bonds formed because I saved lives. Every bond in my constellation exists because a woman was dying, I healed her, and the technique created a connection between us. The bonds were not chosen, not planned, not desired. They simply are. He paused. I could stand here and defend the bonds on theoretical grounds. I could cite medical evidence, historical precedent, or philosophical principles. But the best defense of the soul bonds isn't my words. It's the women who carry them. He called witnesses. Lin Yu took the stage first. The sword cultivator, whose bond had been formed during a battlefield healing that saved her from certain death, spoke with her characteristic directness. The bond was involuntary. I did not choose it. But having lived with it for months, I can state unequivocally that it has not diminished me. My cultivation has accelerated. My combat ability has improved. My perception of the world has expanded. And I have gained something that no amount of solitary cultivation could provide. A connection to another person that is deeper and more honest than any I've experienced. Bai Suyin followed. The former Crimson Lotus researcher, who had spent her career studying how cultivation techniques could be weaponized, provided clinical testimony. I have examined the soul bond from every angle my expertise allows. It is not a weapon. It is not a control mechanism. It is not a violation of free will. The bond creates a channel of emotional transparency between two people. Nothing more, nothing less. If emotional honesty is a crime, then every friendship in the cultivation world is suspect. Mu Qingge brought Shuya to the stage. The spirit fox's silver fur gleamed under the amphitheater's lights as the beast tamer made her argument. My people have bonded with spirit beasts for generations. The beast bond and the soul bond operate on the same principle. Shared consciousness through mutual willingness. No beast bond forms without the animal's consent, however instinctive. And no soul bond forms without a moment of genuine openness from both parties. The bond is involuntary in its timing but consensual at its core. Xiao Ruoshi spoke as both a princess and a strategist, addressing the political implications. The Heavenly Phoenix Empire has formally endorsed the soul bond practice. Not because we are naive about its risks, but because we have witnessed its benefits. Shen Wei's healing saved my father's life, defeated a conspiracy that had corrupted our court for decades, and exposed an agent of the upper realm operating in our midst. If this technique is dangerous, it is dangerous to those who abuse power, not to those who wield it responsibly. Zhilan's testimony was the most powerful. The ancient woman, speaking for the first time before a modern audience, told the story of Ling Tian, the celestial sovereign who had created the original primordial life sutra. The technique was not destroyed because it was evil, Zhilan said. It was destroyed because it was effective. A network of connected souls, supporting each other, healing each other, strengthening each other. This threatened the hierarchy that certain beings rely on for their power. The judgment against the primordial life sutra was not justice. It was suppression. Zhao Mingxia spoke last. The formerly demonically converted woman stood before the assembly with her brown eyes clear and her voice steady. I was taken from my life. My cultivation was destroyed and rebuilt against my will. My identity was erased and replaced with something foreign. The soul bond one share with Shen Wei is the most voluntary thing that has ever happened to me, because it formed in the moment when I was finally, truly free. If you call that a violation, you don't understand what violation means. The amphitheater was silent for a long time. Then, slowly, a sound began, not applause, not cheering, but something quieter. A murmur, a shifting of bodies. The sound of thousands of people simultaneously reconsidering their assumptions. Shen Wei felt it through his nascent soul perception. A shift in the room's collective spiritual energy. Not unanimous agreement. That would never come. But a tipping point. A critical mass of people who had heard 7 different testimonies from 7 different women and found, in each one, something that resonated with their own understanding of what it meant to be connected to another person. The soul bonds were extraordinary. But the truth they expressed, that connection makes us stronger, was ordinary. Universal. Human. Chapter 78. The verdict. The vote was held at sunset. Representatives from every faction cast their ballots in sealed jade slips, which were counted by the Assembly's formation masters under the observation of all parties. The process took 2 hours, not because of the counting, but because of the intensity of last-minute lobbying. The conservatives pushed hard. They had legitimate concerns. Involuntary connections between people, however benign in practice, set a precedent that could be abused by less scrupulous practitioners. They argued for restrictions, oversight, mandatory reporting. The progressives countered that restriction was functionally impossible. The bonds formed during healing, and you couldn't restrict healing without condemning patients to death. When the results were announced, the margin was narrow, 53% in favor of recognizing soul bonds as a legitimate cultivation practice. 41% opposed. 6% abstained. Narrow, but sufficient. The difference between civilization and persecution came down to 12% of a vote. Shen would remember that margin for the rest of his life. A reminder that progress was not inevitable, that justice required advocacy, and that the right to exist was never guaranteed. The summit's resolution declared that soul bonds formed through the Primordial Life Sutra were a recognized medical phenomenon, protected under the same laws that governed all healing practices. Practitioners were encouraged, but not required to inform patients of the bond's possibility before treatment. And the conservative coalition's demand for Shen Wei's imprisonment was formally rejected. It was a victory, not a total victory. The opposition was still strong, and the political landscape would remain contentious for years. But it was enough to establish the legal and moral framework for Shen Wei's continued practice. After the announcement, Shen Wei stood in the amphitheater's backstage area, surrounded by his 7 bonded companions, and allowed himself a moment of relief. Through 7 golden threads, he felt 7 different flavors of triumph. Lin Yu's fierce satisfaction, Bai Suin's analytical pleasure, Mu Qing's wild joy, Ruoshi's political satisfaction, Zhilan's ancient vindication, Mingxia's tearful gratitude, and Lianhua's serene approval. "We won," he said. The word felt inadequate for what they'd achieved, not just a legal victory, but a philosophical one. The cultivation world had been given a choice between hierarchy and connection, and it had chosen connection. Narrowly, imperfectly, but chosen. "We survived," Zhilan corrected gently. "Winning comes later. When the bonds reach convergence, and the celestial arbiter discovers, he cannot simply crush what we've built." Chapter 79. Dao merging the summit's political battle pushed Shen Wei to his limits, not physically, but spiritually and emotionally. The strain of defending himself, managing 7 bonds under public scrutiny, and navigating the complex political landscape of the cultivation world's power structure had tested every aspect of his development. And in that testing, he found growth. The summit's resolution provided the political protection they needed, but it also painted an enormous target on Shen Wei's back. Every conservative faction that had voted against recognition now saw him as a threat to be neutralized. Every radical progressive who supported him expected his gratitude and cooperation. And every intelligence operative in the cultivation world was now tracking his movements. But Shen Wei wasn't focused on politics. He was focused on growth. The confrontation with Luo Shenin had revealed the true scale of the threat he faced. Not just mortal enemies, but agents of the upper realm operating under the celestial arbiter's direction. To survive, he needed to advance rapidly and dramatically. The breakthrough to spirit severing came first, triggered by the summit's emotional intensity, combined with the accumulated insights of 7 bonds and a year of non-stop combat, healing, and cultivation. It was less a conscious advancement and more a natural evolution. His nascent soul had been straining against its boundaries for weeks, pushing toward the realm where consciousness severed its connection to mortal limitation. He broke through in the quiet hours after the summit, meditating in the inn room that had become their temporary home. The process was different from his previous advancements, where foundation establishment had been architectural and core formation had been structural. Spirit severing was existential. His consciousness, the fundamental I that defined his identity, detached from the physical and spiritual constructs that had contained it, becoming something larger, more fluid, more connected. The soul bonds expanded with him. 7 threads that had been channels became rivers. The information flow doubled, tripled, kept increasing until each bond carried not just emotions and perceptions, but something approaching shared consciousness. He could feel his bonded companions not just as presences, but as perspectives, seeing the world through 7 additional pairs of eyes, processing reality through 7 additional minds. It was overwhelming. For 3 days, he struggled to maintain his own identity in the flood of shared consciousness. The bonds were too wide, too deep, carrying too much information. He could feel 7 heartbeats, 7 breathing patterns, 7 streams of thought running alongside his own. The sensation was like standing in the center of 7 rivers, each one carrying a different current, each one pulling him in a different direction. He lost himself twice. Once during a meditation session, when Lin Yu's sword-focused consciousness pulled him so deep into her perspective that he temporarily forgot he wasn't a sword cultivator. Once during sleep, when all 7 bonds' emotional content merged into a single dream that was simultaneously 7 dreams, each one impossibly vivid and impossibly contradictory. Both times, the bonds themselves pulled him back. The golden threads had a kind of intelligence, not conscious, but instinctive. They recognized when their shared anchor was drowning and adjusted the flow, reducing the bandwidth until Shen Wei could reassert his own identity. Zhilan guided him through the rest. Her ancient experience with the primordial life sutra's advanced stages was invaluable. She taught him the techniques that Ling Tian's practitioners had used to manage networks of dozens or hundreds of bonds, adapted for his current 7. Boundaries within connection, she told him. The bond carries everything, but you choose what to focus on. Like a river, you stand on the bank and watch the water flow. You don't have to dive in. By the 4th day, he had control, and his cultivation continued to advance, spirit severing early stage, then mid-stage, then late stage. Each advancement expanded his capabilities further, and each expansion deepened the bonds. Then came Dao seeking. The transition was marked by a moment of crystalline clarity. Shen Wei's consciousness touched the edge of the Dao, the fundamental principle underlying all of reality, and for the first time, he perceived the world not as a collection of objects and forces, but as a tapestry of connections. Everything was linked to everything else. Every living thing was part of a vast, interconnected web of cause and effect, energy and matter, life and death. The soul bonds were not anomalies in this tapestry. They were expressions of its deepest truth, threads of connection made visible, strengthened, and sustained by the primordial life sutra's ancient power. Then came Dao merging. The advancements came in rapid succession, driven by the exponential growth of 7 bonds operating in concert. Each bond fed energy and insight into Shen Wei's cultivation, and his cultivation fed strength back into the bonds, creating a feedback loop that accelerated his growth beyond any normal trajectory. His Dao crystallized during the Dao merging process, and it was the most transformative moment of his cultivation journey. Every cultivator who reached this realm had to identify their fundamental principle, the core truth around which their cultivation was organized. For sword cultivators, it was the sword. For alchemists, the pill. For formation masters, the array. For Shen Wei, it was connection, the Tao of living bonds. The principle that all life is connected, that healing is the highest expression of connection, and that the bonds between souls are not chains or tools but the fundamental fabric of existence itself. The Tao of living bonds was not abstract. It was practical, visceral, experienced. It was the warmth of Lin Yu's combat instinct flowing through the bond when danger approached. It was the clarity of Bai Suin's analysis sharpening his perception. It was the wildness of Mu Qingge's vitality sustaining him through exhaustion. It was the steadiness of Ruashi's resolve when political pressure threatened to crush them. It was the depth of Zhilan's wisdom informing his choices. It was the fire of Mingxia's survival instinct fueling his determination. It was the serenity of Lianhua's faith grounding his spirit. 7 bonds. 7 expressions of connection. 7 pillars of a Tao that was both ancient and brand new. The Tao crystallized with a certainty that shook the spiritual foundations of Azure Cloud City. Every cultivator within 100 miles felt the ripple, a golden pulse that carried the unmistakable signature of a new Tao being born. Not just a cultivation advancement, a philosophical declaration, a challenge to the hierarchical order that had governed the cultivation world for millennia. Shen Wei reached Tao merging peak in 7 days. The speed was unprecedented. Advancements that normally took decades compressed into a week by the exponential power of 7 converging bonds. The cultivation world watched in stunned fascination as the Medicine King, already the youngest holder of that title in history, blazed through 3 major realms in the time most cultivators spent on a single minor advancement. The implications were not lost on anyone. If soul bonds could accelerate cultivation to this degree, the entire power structure of the cultivation world would shift. Individual supremacy. The principle that one cultivator's power was determined by their personal talent and resources would give way to a new paradigm where connected groups outperformed isolated individuals regardless of innate ability. It was exactly the revolution that the Primordial Life Sutra had been created to spark, and exactly the revolution that the Celestial Arbiter existed to prevent. Chapter 80. The Sky Fractures the Heavens Noticed. The cultivation world felt the Tao merging breakthrough like an earthquake. Every spiritual formation within 1,000 miles registered the event, a pulse of golden energy that carried the unmistakable signature of a new Tao being born. Formation masters from Azure Cloud City to the Heavenly Phoenix Empire felt their instruments spike. Wild spiritual beasts lifted their heads and howled. The ambient spiritual energy in the atmosphere shifted, briefly, toward a harmonic that had been absent from the mortal realm for 10,000 years. The harmonic of connection. Shen was on the rooftop of the inn, meditating in the aftermath of his advancement, when the sky above Azure Cloud City cracked. Not metaphorically. The actual sky, the dome of spiritual energy that separated the mortal realm from the upper realm, developed a visible fracture. A line of blinding white light appeared from horizon to horizon, and through that crack, a presence descended. Not a physical presence, not a spiritual one, something beyond both. A consciousness so vast and so ancient that its mere proximity rewrote the rules of the local space. The air vibrated at frequencies that shattered glass. The ground trembled as if the earth itself was trying to kneel. Plants wilted in a radius of 1,000 miles. Weaker cultivators fainted. Spiritual beasts howled and fled. And a voice spoke, not in words, in meaning, pure, unfiltered meaning that bypassed language and struck directly at the consciousness of every cultivator on the continent. I am Zhao Wuji, celestial arbiter, enforcer of heaven's law. The voice was not angry. It was not threatening. It was stating facts with the absolute certainty of a natural force. A river doesn't threaten to flow. A mountain doesn't threaten to stand. Zhao Wuji didn't threaten to pass judgment. The primordial life sutra is a violation of heavenly order. Its practitioner has been judged. The sentence is destruction. I will descend. The bonds will be severed. The technique will be erased. This is not negotiable. The mortal realm has 7 days. The meaning was clear. Not a threat, a sentence. The celestial arbiter was not angry. He was not vindictive. He was performing his function, the way a river performs its function by flowing downhill. The primordial life sutra was a violation. Violations were corrected. The mortal realm was being given 7 days to prepare for the correction, not out of mercy, but out of procedure. The distinction was important. An angry enemy could be reasoned with, bargained with, provoked into mistakes. A procedural one could not. Zhao Wuji wasn't coming because he hated Shen. He was coming because the rules said he should. Fighting the rules of heaven was fundamentally different from fighting a person. And Shen had exactly 7 days to figure out how. The crack sealed itself. The presence withdrew. But its mark remained, a scar across the sky that glowed faintly, visible from every point on the continent. A reminder and a promise and a countdown, written across the heavens in light that would not fade for 7 days. Every cultivator who looked up saw the scar. Every mortal who felt the trembling earth understood, on some instinctive level, that something had changed. The cultivation world, already reeling from the Continental Summit, the Jade Palace incident, and Shen meteoric advancement, was gripped by a new emotion, existential dread. A true immortal was coming to the mortal realm. Nothing in recorded history compared. The last time a being of that caliber had descended, a civilization had been erased, and a technique had been scattered across the world. 7 days until the celestial arbiter descended. 7 days to prepare for the impossible. A mortal cultivator facing a true immortal whose power exceeded anything in the mortal realm by an order of magnitude that defied comprehension. The silence that followed the announcement was absolute. 3 million citizens of Azure Cloud City, every cultivator on the continent, every spiritual beast in the wild lands, all of them had heard. All of them knew. The celestial arbiter was coming. The mortal realm had 7 days. Shen stood on the rooftop, 7 golden threads blazing in his chest, and looked at the scarred sky. Through the bonds, he felt 7 women reacting. Fear, determination, anger, resolve, ancient grief, and fierce protectiveness. He's coming, he said. Through the bonds, 7 voices answered as one. Then we'll be ready. The celestial arbiter had given them 7 days. 7 days to achieve what Ling Tian had spent a lifetime building and Zhao Wuji had spent 10,000 years destroying. 7 days to reach convergence. The countdown began. Shen descended from the rooftop and found his 7 bonded companions waiting for him in the inn's common room. 7 faces. 7 sets of eyes. 7 expressions that ranged from terror to defiance, from grief to determination. Lin Yu spoke first. How do we fight a true immortal? We don't fight him, Shen said. We connect. We reach convergence, the highest tier of the soul bond, where connected souls resonate so perfectly that they function as a single, multiplied consciousness. In 7 days, Bai Suyin said, when convergence normally takes years of deep trust and mutual vulnerability. We don't have years. We have 7 days. He looked at each of them in turn. Every one of you has walls. Every one of you has defenses, reservations, fears that prevent total trust. In 7 days, We have to tear those walls down, not by force, but by choice. Each of us has to choose to be completely, absolutely vulnerable to the others. And if we can't, Muchinga asked, then Zhao Wuji severs the bonds and erases the technique. And everything we've built, every connection, every healing, every person we've saved, becomes the last chapter in a story the celestial arbiter writes the ending to. Silence. Then Feng Lianhua, the newest bond but the calmest presence, spoke. I survived a corrupted tribulation because you were willing to die for me. If that doesn't earn total trust, nothing will. She looked at the other 6 women. I'm in. Completely. Without reservation. One by one, the others nodded. Linyu, her jaw tight, but her eyes clear. Bai Suyin, her amber gaze steady. Mu Qingya, with Shuiyao pressed against her leg. Xiao Ruoxi, her imperial composure masking a vulnerability she was learning to share. Yun Zhilan, her ancient eyes holding the weight of 10,000 years of waiting. Zhao Mingxia, her newly restored self still fragile but burning with determination. Then we begin tomorrow, Shenwei said. 7 days. 7 bonds. 7 convergences. 8. Yin Zhilan corrected gently. 7 bonds, but 8 souls. You must be just as vulnerable as we are, Shenwei. Convergence is mutual. He nodded. She was right. He'd been so focused on his bonded companion's walls that he'd barely considered his own. The healer's armor, the protector's instinct to absorb everyone's pain while revealing none of his own. 8 souls, he agreed. 7 days. He looked at each of them in the lamplight of the common room. 7 women. 7 faces he had come to know as well as his own. 7 hearts whose rhythms he felt through golden threads every moment of every day. They were sword and poison and beast and crown and antiquity and fire and serenity. They were everything the primordial life sutra was meant to create. A network of connected souls, each one strengthened by the others, each one contributing something irreplaceable to the whole. If the celestial arbiter wanted to destroy this, he would have to break something that was stronger than any individual, stronger than any hierarchy, stronger, perhaps, than heaven's law itself. The golden threads hummed with shared resolve. 8 souls, preparing for the most important 7 days of their existence. And somewhere beyond the scarred sky, the celestial arbiter counted down. Chapter 81. The immortal's shadow. The 7 days began with preparation and ended with transformation. Day 1 was logistics. The word was too mundane for the reality. Logistics implied routine, procedure, normalcy. There was nothing normal about preparing to face a true immortal. Shenwei and his companions established a base of operations at the peak of Azure Cloud City's highest mountain, a formation-rich plateau that the Medicine King assembly granted them use of, understanding that whatever happened next would determine the fate of the cultivation world they served. The city below was in controlled panic. 3 million residents had heard the Celestial Arbiter's announcement. Some fled, most stayed, held in place by a mixture of denial, curiosity, and the pragmatic understanding that if a true immortal wanted you dead, running wouldn't help. The cultivation world's major powers responded with their own preparations. The Heavenly Phoenix Empire mobilized its military, not to fight Zhao Wuji, which would be suicide, but to maintain order as the deadline approached. The Eternal Jade Palace sealed its borders and activated defenses that hadn't been used in centuries. The Medicine King Assembly issued emergency protocols for mass casualty treatment. Everyone was preparing for the worst. No one believed it could be prevented, except Shenwei. The key is convergence, he told his companions on the first morning, standing on the plateau with the scarred sky above them and the frightened city below. 7 bonds. Each one must reach convergence, the highest tier, where connected souls resonate perfectly and function as a single, multiplied consciousness. What does convergence feel like? Muchinga asked. She sat on a stone with Shuiya in her lap, the spirit fox's silver fur bristling in the mountain wind. I don't know. No one alive has experienced it. Yun Zhilan has described it from Ling Tian's teachings, but descriptions of spiritual states are like descriptions of colors to a blind person, technically accurate, but experientially meaningless. So we're trying to achieve something none of us have experienced, in 7 days, against a deadline set by an immortal being who wants to destroy us, Bai Suyin summarized. Just to be clear, that's accurate. Good. Clarity is important when the situation is this absurd. Through the bonds, Shenwei felt the group's collective response. Not despair, but something that surprised him. Dark humor. The kind of humor that emerged when the situation was so dire that taking it seriously would be paralyzing. They laughed because they couldn't cry. They joked because they couldn't scream. And beneath the humor, a current of fierce determination that said, we've faced impossible odds before. This is just the most impossible of them. Day 1's evening was spent in quiet contemplation. Shen sat on the plateau's edge, looking at the scarred sky, and felt the weight of what was coming. Not just the celestial arbiter's descent, but the responsibility he carried for 8 people whose lives were now inextricably linked to his. Through the bonds, he sensed each of them preparing in their own way. Lin Yu sharpened her sword and ran combat drills in the moonlight. Bai Suyin organized their chemical supplies and prepared countermeasures for every scenario she could imagine. Mu Qingge meditated with Shuya, deepening their beast bond for the trials ahead. Ruashi coordinated with Imperial forces via jade transmission. Zhilan sat in meditation, recovering ancient memories that might be useful. Mingxia practiced combat forms with a fury that substituted for the cultivation base she'd lost. Lianhua cultivated in serene stillness. And Hanying, the celestial woman, stood at the plateau's highest point and stared upward at the realm she had been cast from. Chunhao arrived at midnight, having traveled from the Verdant Spring Sect at maximum speed. He carried a basket of dumplings and a grin that suggested he found the end of the world slightly less terrifying than most people did. "I'm not here to fight the immortal," he said, handing Shunwei the dumplings. "I'm here because my brother is about to do something incredibly stupid and noble, and I want to watch." Chunhao, "Also, I brought something." He reached into his robe and pulled out a small, worn journal. This was in the hollow cedar tree. "You forgot it." Shunwei's mother's journal. The one he'd hidden there as a servant boy, years ago. The one that had started everything. He held the journal to his chest and felt the echo of his parents' love, not through a soul bond, but through the simpler, older connection of family. They had given him the technique. They had given him the values. They had given him the stubborn, impossible conviction that healing was worth any cost. "Thank you," Shenwei said. "Don't thank me." When Chunhao settled on the ground and began eating a dumpling. "Now tell me the plan. I hear it involves yelling at a god until he cries." Something like that. Day 2 began with the tribulation crossing. Shenwei's cultivation had been advancing at an exponential rate, driven by the 8 bonds' combined energy. Dao merging peak was his current realm, but the tribulation crossing process, the series of heavenly tribulations that separated Dao merging from the heights of Mahayana, required deliberate engagement. He sat on the plateau's highest point, closed his eyes, and called the first tribulation. Chapter 82. Gathering the bonds, the first tribulation descended with a violence that shattered the plateau's outer formation barriers. Lightning, pure, uncontaminated heavenly judgment, struck Shenwei with enough force to reshape the mountain's peak. Unlike Feng Lianhua's corrupted tribulation, this was the real thing. Heaven's natural mechanism for testing cultivators who dared to advance beyond the mortal realm's natural limits. The first bolt was agony. The second was worse. The third nearly killed him. But Shenwei had 7 bonds. And through those bonds, 7 women anchored his consciousness, fed him strength, and kept him alive through impacts that would have annihilated any solitary cultivator at his realm. He passed the first tribulation, then the second, and the third. While Shenwei cultivated, the 7 bonded women gathered on the plateau, all of them together, for the first time, in the same physical space. The gathering was both practical and symbolic. Practically, proximity strengthened the bonds, increasing the energy flow and information sharing that made convergence possible. Symbolically, it was a declaration: we face this together. Not scattered across a continent, linked only by golden threads, but side by side. Lin Yu had advanced to nascent soul during the months since their first bond. She was the strongest pure combatant in the group, and her sword technique, enhanced by a year of bond-shared cultivation insights, had reached a level that rivaled mid-tier nascent soul sword masters. Bai Suyin had reached spirit-severing early stage, driven by the accelerated cultivation that the bonds provided. Her poison expertise, combined with her analytical mind, made her the group's strategic center. Mu Qingge was nascent soul mid-stage, her beast bond with Shuya having undergone its own evolution. The spirit fox had grown, literally, from a large dog size to a horse's, and her spiritual capabilities had expanded proportionally. Xiao Ruashi was spirit-severing mid-stage, backed by imperial cultivation resources and the political connections of a princess who had saved an empire. Zhilan was Dao-seeking late stage, her ancient power slowly returning, fed by the bond's energy and the memories of a cultivation base that had once been at Dao merging. Zhao Mingxia was the weakest in raw power, foundation establishment peak, her cultivation still recovering from the demonic conversion's damage. But her knowledge of the enemy's techniques was invaluable, and her determination burned with a heat that the bond amplified into something fierce. Feng Lianhua was Dao merging early stage, the most powerful individual cultivator in the group besides Shen himself. Her eternal Jade Palace cultivation, combined with the soul bonds enhancement, gave her a spiritual authority that commanded respect from even the most skeptical observers. 7 women, 7 cultivation levels, 7 sets of skills, experiences, and perspectives, all connected to Shen through golden threads that pulsed with the accumulated trust of months of shared danger, shared healing, and shared growth. Is this enough? Lin Yu asked, looking at the group assembled on the plateau. Even at convergence, even with all of us, is this enough to face a true immortal? I don't know, Shen said honestly. But it's the most the Primordial Life Sutra has gathered since Ling Tian's time. 8 souls, 7 bonds, and a technique that was designed to prove that connection is the strongest force in existence. Then let's prove it. Through the bond, he felt Lin Yu's response. Not words, but the ring of steel being drawn. The sound of commitment. Gu Yinshan was there too. The old master had traveled from the Verdant Springs sect alongside Chun Hao, and his nascent soul cultivation, while insignificant compared to the forces gathering, was bolstered by 60 years of medical wisdom that no cultivation level could replicate. I'm too old and too stubborn to sit this out, he told Shen. Besides, someone needs to take notes. What's happening here will be studied for 10,000 years. Or forgotten in 10 minutes, if we fail. Then we won't fail? I've bet my reputation on you, boy. Don't let me down. The old man's words carried more weight than he knew. Gu Yinshan had been the first person outside the bond network to believe in Shen potential. The wandering doctor who had recognized the Primordial Life Sutra signature and offered mentorship without condition. His presence on the plateau was a reminder that the bond network was not the totality of Shen connections. There were others: Chun Hao, sect leader Qin, Dr. Liang, the refugees he'd healed, the assembly physicians who'd supported him, who weren't connected by golden threads, but were connected nonetheless. The Primordial Life Sutra worked through soul bonds. But the principle it embodied, connection, existed everywhere. In every friendship, in every act of kindness, in every stranger who helped another stranger without expecting repayment. That principle was what they were fighting for, not the technique itself. The principle. Chapter 83, The Bond Constellation. The convergence training began on day 2. Zhilan led the sessions, drawing on her memories of how Ling Tian's practitioners had achieved convergence in the ancient world. The technique was not martial, not medical, not cultivational in any traditional sense. It was relational. Convergence requires absolute mutual trust, Zhilan explained. Not intellectual trust, not the decision to trust. Deep trust, the kind that exists when 2 people know each other so completely that deception is impossible, where vulnerability is not a weakness but a strength, where the boundaries between self and other become transparent. We already share emotions through the bonds, Bai Suyin pointed out. Isn't that vulnerability? Emotional transparency is the bond's baseline. Convergence goes deeper. It requires the sharing of identity, not just what you feel, but who you are, your core, the fundamental definition of yourself. That sounds like losing yourself, Muchinga said, unease coloring her bond signal. It sounds like it, but it's the opposite. Convergence doesn't dissolve individual identity, it reveals it. When you share your core self through the bond, the other person sees you more clearly than you see yourself. And in that seeing, your identity is not diminished but affirmed. You become more of who you are, not less. The concept was beautiful. The practice was terrifying. Each bonded pair, Shen and each woman, had to undergo a process that Zhilan called the opening. It required physical contact, sustained bond focus, and a willingness to drop every defense, every mask, every protective layer that the person had built over a lifetime. They started with the strongest bond, Lin Yu. Lin Yu and Shen sat facing each other on the plateau, hands joined, the golden thread between them blazing. Through the bond, they opened. It was not easy. Lin Yu's defenses were formidable. She was a sword cultivator. Discipline was her identity. Control was her strength. Opening herself meant releasing that control, becoming vulnerable in a way that contradicted everything her training had taught her. Shen felt her resistance. Not hostility, not distrust, but the reflexive tightening of a person who had spent her entire life building walls and was now being asked to tear them down. The bond carried her fear. What if he saw something he didn't like? What if the truth of who she was, beneath the discipline, beneath the skill, beneath the ice, was not worthy of the connection they shared? I see you, Shen said, not with words but through the bond. He showed her what he saw, a woman of extraordinary courage who expressed love through protection. A person who cared so deeply that she had to armor herself against the depth of her own emotions. A sword cultivator whose discipline was not cold but passionate. The most passionate person he'd ever met, channeling everything into the blade because she didn't know how else to carry the weight of her own heart. Lin Yu's walls cracked, then shattered. She opened, and Shen received her. Not her emotions, not her thoughts, but her. The core identity that was Lin Yu. Fierce, loyal, terrified of loss. Burning with a love that she had never been able to name because naming it would mean acknowledging that she could be hurt. The bond between them shifted. The golden thread thickened, brightened, and began to vibrate at a new frequency. A deep, resonant hum that was the sound of two souls seeing each other completely and choosing, in that seeing, to remain connected. Not quite convergence, but closer than any bond had ever been. Lin Yu opened her eyes. They were wet. She said nothing, but through the bond, Shen felt her gratitude, vast, inarticulate, and absolutely sincere. Chapter 84. Unresolved Hearts. Each opening was different, because each woman was different. Bai Suin's opening happened on day 3. Her defenses were not walls, but labyrinths. Layers upon layers of analytical frameworks, emotional compartmentalization, and strategic distancing that she'd built over a lifetime of betrayal and self-protection. Getting through them required patience. Shen sat with her for 6 hours, their hands joined, the bond carrying a slow, steady flow of reciprocal vulnerability. He shared himself first, his grief for his parents, his fear of the bond's implications, his guilt about the involuntary nature of the connections. He made himself transparent, giving her the safety of knowing that he was exposed before asking her to expose herself. Bai Suin's core self, when she finally revealed it, was not what the world saw. The world saw a poison specialist, cold, precise, dangerous. Beneath that, Shen found a healer. A woman who had been trained to save lives and had watched her training be twisted into a weapon. Her guilt was not abstract. It was a living thing, a wound that bled every time she thought about the lives her research had taken. She had become a poison specialist not because she loved poisons, but because she was trying to understand them well enough to unmake them. You've been trying to atone, Shen said through the bond. Every antidote you create, every toxin you neutralize, every life you save with your knowledge, you're trying to balance the scales. They don't balance, she whispered. They never balance. They don't need to. You're not defined by what was done with your work. You're defined by what you do with it now. Her bond shifted. The golden thread brightened, deepened, achieved the resonant hum of near convergence. Muchinga's opening was wild and primal and surprisingly easy. The beast tamer had spent her life sharing consciousness with Shuya. The concept of opening to another being was not foreign but familiar. She dropped her defenses with the ease of someone who had practiced vulnerability every day of her life through her beast bond. Her core self was joy, pure, unfiltered joy in living. In the wind through her hair when she rode Shuya at full gallop across the grasslands, in the scent of rain on dry earth, in the laughter of children in the sky fox camp, in the warm weight of her spirit fox sleeping across her legs. She loved life with an intensity that was almost painful, and the soul bond's connection to Shen gave that joy a human dimension it had previously lacked. Shuya participated in the opening, the spirit fox pressing her nose against Shen hand, her beast bond overlapping with the soul bond in a way that created a three-way resonance, human-human-beast. It was unprecedented. It was beautiful. Zhao Ruoshi's opening was the hardest. The princess had spent 30 years building a political persona, layers of strategic calculation and emotional control that were not just defenses, but her identity. Opening meant dismantling the princess to find the person underneath, and Ruoshi was terrified that there might not be anyone underneath. I don't know who I am without the strategy, she admitted on day 4, her voice small in a way that contradicted everything about her public persona. I've been playing the game so long, I don't know if there's a me that isn't playing. There is, Shen said through the bond. I can see her. She's been there all along, watching her mother die, mourning her father's decline, loving an empire that doesn't know she exists. She's not the strategist. She's the heart that the strategist protects. Ruoshi's walls didn't shatter. They dissolved, slowly, reluctantly, like ice melting in spring. Beneath them, a woman who loved deeply and feared loss absolutely, who had armored herself in politics because unarmored love had gotten her mother killed. Zhilan's opening was ancient and vast. Her core self spanned 10,000 years of isolation, grief, and hope, a consciousness that had endured a torment worse than death and emerged with its fundamental nature intact. Opening to her was like opening to the primordial life sutra itself, vast, compassionate, patient, and profoundly lonely. Shen Wei held her loneliness in the bond and answered it with presence. Not words, not healing, just the simple, devastating act of being there. One soul affirming another's existence after 10,000 years of solitude. Zhilan wept. For the first time in millennia, she wept without restraint, and the bond carried her tears as naturally as it carried her wisdom. Zhao Mingxia's opening was fire. The youngest bond, the most fragile, the most recently traumatized. Mingxia's core self was a furnace of rage and determination that burned so hot it threatened to consume everything around it. The demonic conversion had tried to extinguish that fire. It had failed. Mingxia's core was pure defiance, the absolute refusal to be erased, the savage insistence on existing as herself no matter what was done to her body or her cultivation. Opening to her was like embracing a bonfire. Shen Wei accepted her rage without flinching, held it in the bond without trying to soothe it, and showed her that fury and healing could coexist. Feng Lianhua's opening was the last and the most serene. The saintess of the eternal Jade Palace had spent her life cultivating inner peace, the kind of peace that came not from avoiding conflict, but from accepting it. Her core self was a still lake in a storm, reflecting everything without being disturbed by anything. Opening to her was like coming home. Her serenity didn't diminish the bond's intensity. It provided a foundation, a calm center around which the other 6 bonds could orient themselves. Jiang Heining's opening was unique. As a celestial being, her consciousness operated on frequencies that mortal psychology couldn't easily categorize. Her core self was not a single identity, but a harmonic, a complex chord of awareness that encompassed multiple perspectives simultaneously. Opening to her was like opening to music itself, beautiful, overwhelming, and fundamentally different from any human experience. What Shen Wei found at her core was compassion. Not mortal compassion, the empathy that arose from shared suffering, but celestial compassion, the awareness of all suffering, everywhere, at all times. Jiang Haining had questioned Zhao Wuji because she could feel the pain his crusade caused across both realms. She had been cast down because her compassion made her unable to participate in destruction. Her convergence would be the key to everything. The platinum thread between them was the only connection that bridged mortal and celestial, and its convergence would determine whether the bond network could generate enough power to face a true immortal. When all 7 openings were complete, the bond constellation shifted. 7 golden threads, each one vibrating at near convergence frequency, began to interact, harmonics layering upon harmonics, creating interference patterns of increasing complexity. The plateau hummed with golden energy that was visible to the naked eye. Chapter 85. The Fallen Angel. On day 5, the 8th bond formed. Shen Wei was in deep meditation, cycling through the tribulation crossing process. He had passed 7 of the 9 required tribulations and was preparing for the 8th, when his perception detected something falling from the sky. Not from the clouds. From above the clouds. From above the scarred sky itself. A being was descending through the crack in the heavens. Not Zhao Wuji, not yet, but something else. Someone else. A woman, tumbling through the boundary between realms like a bird with broken wings, her spiritual energy trailing behind her in streamers of white gold light that dissolved on contact with the mortal atmosphere. She hit the plateau with an impact that cratered the stone. Shen Wei reached her in seconds. The woman lay in the crater, her body simultaneously present and translucent, as if she existed in 2 realms at once and was failing at both. Her features were ageless in the way that suggested true immortality, not preserved youth, but the absence of age entirely. Her robes were white and gold, shimmering with energy that Shen Wei's life-sense perception couldn't quite categorize. She was dying, not from the fall, from something deeper, a fundamental incompatibility between her celestial body and the mortal realm's spiritual environment. She was a being of the upper realm, cast down into a dimension that couldn't sustain her existence. Without treatment, she would dissolve, her spiritual form unable to maintain coherence in an environment too dense, too crude, too limited for what she was. "Help," she whispered. Her voice was music, not metaphorically, but literally. It carried harmonics that made the air shimmer and the stone vibrate. "He cast me down, the arbiter, because I questioned his judgment." "What's your name?" Shen Wei asked, kneeling beside her, golden light already flowing from his hands. "Jiang Haining. I am, a celestial healer. Zhao Wuji's court. I argued against the descent. I told him the primordial life sutra's bearer should be judged, not destroyed. He disagreed. Through his life-sense perception, Shen Wei could see the problem. Her celestial body was composed of energy too refined for the mortal realm. It was breaking down, the fine spiritual structure collapsing into coarser mortal energy. To stabilize her, he needed to create a bridge between celestial and mortal energy frequencies. The Primordial Life Sutra responded. The technique, which had been evolving with every bond and every healing, contained within it fragments of the original celestial knowledge that Ling Tian had possessed. Those fragments recognized Jiang Heining's energy signature and reached for it with an urgency that went beyond Shen Wei's conscious control. He healed her. The golden light that flowed into Jiang Heining was different from any healing he'd performed before. It was not mortal energy adapted for celestial use. It was bridge energy, a synthesis of both frequencies that stabilized the boundary between her celestial form and the mortal realm's environment. Under its influence, her body solidified, the translucency fading to opacity, the dissolution halting. The eighth soul bond formed. It was not golden. It was platinum, a white gold thread that connected Shen Wei's heart to Jiang Heining's with a resonance that made all 7 existing bonds vibrate in sympathy. The thread carried a frequency that Shen Wei recognized from Zhilan's memories, the frequency of the upper realm. The sound of heaven, transmitted through a connection between mortal and celestial. "You've bonded with me," Jiang Heining said, her musical voice carrying wonder rather than alarm. "A mortal celestial bond. That hasn't existed since Ling Tian. Since Ling Tian." She looked at the platinum thread. "This will change everything. Zhao Wuji will feel this immediately. The bond's celestial frequency will penetrate the barrier between realms. He already knows I'm here. He already announced his descent. He knows a mortal practitioner exists. He does not know that practitioner has formed a cross-realm bond, a connection between mortal and celestial. It's the one thing the Primordial Life Sutra was created to achieve. The one thing Zhao Wuji fears above all others." Through the platinum bond, Shen Wei felt Jiang Heining's celestial perception, and through it, a glimpse of Zhao Wuji himself. Not a visual image, but a spiritual impression, vast, ancient, utterly convinced of his own righteousness, and now, for the first time in 10,000 years, afraid. Chapter 86. The eighth thread. The platinum bond's formation sent shockwaves through both realms. In the mortal realm, every spiritual formation within 1,000 miles registered the event as a disruption of unprecedented magnitude. The scarred sky pulsed. The ambient spiritual energy shifted frequencies, and cultivators across the continent felt a momentary connection, a flash of golden warmth that touched every soul, however briefly, before fading. In the upper realm, Zhao Wuji felt it like a blade to the heart. Through the platinum bond, Shen Wei received fragmented impressions of the celestial arbiter's response, not thoughts or words, but emotional resonance. Shock, recognition, and beneath both, a fear so profound it bordered on existential terror. The platinum bond was not just a connection. It was a proof of concept. A mortal soul bonded to a celestial soul through the Primordial Life Sutra. The technique worked across the realm boundary. The technique could connect anyone to anyone, regardless of realm, power, or position in heaven's hierarchy. If mortal cultivators could bond with celestial beings, the hierarchy that separated the upper realm from the lower became permeable. The power structure that Zhao Wuji had spent 10,000 years maintaining, the strict separation of mortal and immortal, the absolute authority of the celestial over the terrestrial, was threatened at its foundation. The celestial arbiter accelerated his descent. The scarred sky widened. "We've lost 2 days," Jiang Heining said, her celestial perception tracking Zhao Wuji's approach. "He was going to arrive in 7 days. Now he'll be here in 5. Then we work faster." Chapter 87. Celestial Secrets. Jiang Heining's knowledge of the upper realm filled gaps that even Yun Zhilan's ancient memories couldn't address. During the remaining days of preparation, the celestial healer shared everything she knew about Zhao Wuji, his capabilities, his motivations, his history, and, crucially, his weakness. Zhao Wuji was not always the celestial arbiter, she told the assembled group. He was a healer once. Like you, Shen Wei. Like Ling Tian. They were sworn brothers, 2 healers who studied the fundamental nature of life and connection together. Sworn brothers, Shen Wei repeated. The celestial arbiter and the creator of the Primordial Life Sutra were brothers. In all but blood, they developed the original technique together. Zhao Wuji contributed the structural framework. Ling Tian contributed the soul bond mechanism. The Primordial Life Sutra was their joint creation. The revelation struck the group like a thunderbolt. Through the bonds, Shen Wei felt 7 women processing the information, shock, disbelief, and a growing understanding that changed the entire nature of the coming confrontation. "He destroyed his own technique," Bai Suyin said slowly. His own creation. His own brother. What? Jealousy. Jiang Heining's voice was soft with ancient sadness. Ling Tian was the stronger healer. The soul bonds formed around him naturally. His compassion was so vast that people connected to him effortlessly. Zhao Wuji contributed the framework, but the technique chose Ling Tian as its primary bearer. The bonds grew around Ling Tian. The network centered on Ling Tian, and Zhao Wuji, who had contributed equally to the technique's creation, was left as a peripheral figure in his own work. He felt left out. Muchinga said, with the bluntness of someone whose entire culture was built on bonds. He felt excluded from the network he helped build. Yes, and rather than address that feeling honestly, through the very technique he'd helped create, he chose to destroy what he couldn't control. He went to heaven's authorities and reported the Primordial Life Sutra as a violation of natural law. They agreed, and Zhao Wuji was appointed the instrument of its destruction. The Celestial Arbiter's crusade against the Primordial Life Sutra is personal, Shen said. It's not about heavenly law. It's about a man who was hurt by the technique he helped create and spent 10,000 years making sure no one else could benefit from it. Exactly. Jiang Heining's platinum-bonded gaze met his. And that's his weakness. Zhao Wuji's authority comes from heaven's mandate, but his motivation comes from an unhealed wound. If you can reach that wound, heal it, you can change his mind. Heal the Celestial Arbiter, Lin Yu said flatly. The sword cultivator's tone carried the weight of someone who had been asked to believe in something that contradicted every practical bone in her body. The being who destroyed Ling Tian, sealed Zhilan for 10 millennia, and is coming to destroy us. You want Shen to heal him. I want Shen to do what he always does. Heal the person in front of him who is suffering. Zhao Wuji has been suffering for 10,000 years. He is in pain, and Shen is a healer. Through 8 bonds, 7 golden, 1 platinum, Shen felt the truth of her words settle over the group. Not agreement, exactly, but recognition. The Primordial Life Sutra didn't discriminate between patients. It didn't care whether the person before you was friend or enemy, mortal or immortal, victim or perpetrator. If they were suffering, the technique responded. And Zhao Wuji was suffering. 10,000 years of guilt, loneliness, and the terrible knowledge that he had destroyed the person he loved most in the universe, his sworn brother, because of jealousy he couldn't overcome. I'll try, Shen said. Through the bonds, he felt the group's mixed reactions. Hope and skepticism intertwined, each woman processing the idea through her own experience. Lin Yu saw a battle that might be won through an unconventional weapon. Bai Suyin saw a therapeutic approach to a cosmic problem. Muchinga saw a predator that might be calmed rather than killed. Ruashi saw a political negotiation at the highest possible level. Zhilan saw the echo of her master's philosophy. Mingxia saw the possibility of turning an enemy's pain into peace. Lianhua saw the Tao of healing expressed at its most ambitious. And Heiniying saw the wound she had spent her celestial life trying to convince the wounded man to acknowledge. But if healing him doesn't work, I need a backup plan. The backup plan is convergence, Zhilan said. 8 bonds, all at convergence, creating a collective consciousness that exceeds individual immortal power. Ling Tian achieved it with 100 bonds. We only have 8, but 8 converged bonds may generate enough power if the convergence is total. Convergence of 8. Shen calculated through the bonds, by Suyin's analytical capacity, helping him process the numbers. Each converged bond multiplies the other's output. The scaling isn't linear, it's exponential. 8 fully converged bonds could theoretically generate power equivalent to. He trailed off. Equivalent to what? Lin Yu asked. Equivalent to the output of a true immortal. Theoretically, if the convergence is perfect and the bonds hold under combat conditions. Theoretically, Bai Suyin repeated. In practice, we've never tested convergence under combat conditions. We've never faced a true immortal, and the theoretical models are based on Ling Tian's 100-bond network, not our 8-bond network. Yes. So the odds are terrible. The odds are terrible. Just wanted to be clear. Then we achieve convergence. Starting now, we have 2 days. 2 days to achieve what Ling Tian's practitioners had spent years developing. 2 days to build the deepest possible trust between 8 people whose backgrounds, personalities, and life experiences could not have been more different. Impossible by any rational standard. But they had advantages that Ling Tian's practitioners hadn't possessed. They had the openings, 7 bonds already at near convergence from days of intensive trust-building work. They had the platinum bond, a cross-realm connection that added celestial harmonics to the network's resonance, amplifying every other bond's potential. And they had shared more combat, more healing, more danger, and more vulnerability in their months together than most people shared in a lifetime. The foundation was there. They just needed to take the final step. Convergence requires a moment of truth, Zhilan said. A single instant where every member of the network simultaneously releases their last defense. Not gradually, not partially, all at once. Total transparency, total trust, total surrender to the connection. When, Shen asked, you'll know? The network will tell you when it's ready. And if we're not ready before Zhao Wuji arrives, then we fight without convergence and hope that near convergence is enough. Is it? No, Zhilan said honestly. It's not. The truth settled over them like the cold. 2 days. Total convergence or total destruction. Chapter 88. First tribulation. The 8th tribulation descended on day 5. Shen had passed 7 of the 9 tribulation crossing tribulations during the preceding days, each one more severe than the last. The 7th had nearly killed him. A bolt of heavenly judgment so concentrated that it temporarily severed his connection to 3 of his bonds, leaving him blind and deaf and alone in a storm of celestial fire. The bonds had re-established within seconds. But those seconds, that brief, devastating experience of severance, had shaken him to his core. He understood, viscerally, what Ling Tian had experienced when Zhao Wuji severed 100 bonds simultaneously. The loneliness was not just emotional. It was existential, like losing a sense, like losing a part of himself. The 8th tribulation was worse. It targeted the bonds directly, not by severing them. That was Zhao Wuji's technique, and the heavenly tribulation was a natural phenomenon, not the arbiter's personal tool. But the tribulation's assessment of Shen Wei's cultivation naturally included the bonds, because the bonds were part of his foundation, and assessing them meant testing them. Each bond was subjected to its own tribulation, a microbolt of heavenly lightning that struck the golden thread and tested its integrity. If the bond held, it was accepted as part of Shen Wei's cultivation. If it failed, it would be rejected, severed by the tribulation as an impure element. 8 simultaneous bond tribulations. 8 tests of connection, trust, and mutual commitment. Through each bond, Shen Wei felt his companion's response to the test. Lin Yu faced the lightning with her sword raised, cutting it in half with discipline forged in a year of bond sharing. Bai Suyin analyzed the tribulation structure and met it with counter-frequencies that neutralized its destructive component. Mu Qingge and Shuya roared defiance. Human and beast united against heaven's challenge. Ruashi stood her ground with imperial authority. Zhilan met the lightning with the calm acceptance of someone who had endured 10,000 years and would endure 10,000 more. Mingxia's fire burned so hot that the tribulation lightning actually recoiled. And Jiang Heining's celestial nature resonated with the tribulation's heavenly origin, creating a harmony that turned the test into a blessing. All 8 bonds held. Every thread endured its individual trial and emerged stronger, tempered by heavenly fire, validated by cosmic judgment. The tribulation accepted them as legitimate elements of Shen Wei's cultivation, a precedent that had never been established in the history of the mortal realm. The acceptance was not trivial. It meant that heaven itself, the natural order that Zhao Wuji claimed to enforce, had examined the soul bonds and found them acceptable. The very law that the celestial arbiter cited as justification for his crusade had just ruled in Shen Wei's favor. Through the bonds, 7 women felt the verdict and its implications. Lin Yu's relief was sharp and fierce. Bai Suyin's was analytical. She was already considering the legal precedent. Mu Qingge's was primal, a howl of triumph that Shuya echoed across the mountainside. Ruashi's was political, the imperial strategist recognizing a weapon that could change the conversation. Zhilan's was ancient and weary and satisfied. 10,000 years of waiting, vindicated by a single tribulation's judgment. Mingxia's was fire, the defiant satisfaction of someone whose right to exist had been challenged and confirmed. Lian Hua's was serene, the calm acceptance of a truth she had always known. And through the platinum bond, Jiang Haining felt something different, wonder. The celestial woman, cast down from the upper realm for questioning Zhao Wuji's crusade, had just received confirmation that her questioning was justified. The heavens supported the primordial life sutra. The celestial arbiter was wrong. The 8th tribulation passed. Shen Wei emerged at tribulation crossing mid-stage, his cultivation stronger than ever, his bonds validated by the highest authority in existence. Chapter 89. Tribulation after tribulation. The 9th and final tribulation descended on day 6, 1 day before Zhao Wuji's estimated arrival, though the platinum convergence had accelerated his approach. The sky above the plateau turned the color of molten gold, not the warm gold of the primordial life sutra, but the hard, brilliant gold of heaven's judgment. a color that existed at frequencies visible only to cultivators above nascent soul realm. To the ordinary people gathered on the mountainside, the sky simply darkened. To Shen Wei and his bonded companions, it became a vast, glowing eye that looked down on them with inhuman attention. It was the most severe test a mortal cultivator could face, the tribulation of transformation, where the heavens decided whether a mortal was worthy of ascending beyond the Tao merging realm into the heights of tribulation crossing completion in Mayana. The bolt that struck was not lightning. It was reality itself, compressed into a single point and discharged at the cultivator's soul. It tested not power or skill or technique, but worth. The fundamental question, is this being worthy of transcending mortality? Shen Wei's answer was 8 bonds. The tribulation examined each bond individually, with the thoroughness of a cosmic accountant auditing the most important ledger in existence. It examined Lin Yu's bond first. It saw the battlefield where a servant boy had healed a dying sword cultivator. It saw the months of shared training, shared combat, shared growth. It saw the opening, where a woman of iron discipline had revealed the passionate heart beneath the armor. It saw courage, not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. The tribulation weighed this and found it worthy. It examined Bai Suin's bond. It saw a poisoned woman in a cave, a healer who chose to save her despite the risk. It saw the slow erosion of walls built by betrayal, the gradual emergence of trust where none had existed. It saw redemption, not the erasure of past wrongs, but the daily, deliberate choice to build something better from the ashes. The tribulation weighed this and found it worthy. It examined Muchinga's bond. It saw the corruption of a beast bond, a healer who dove into alien territory to save both human and animal. It saw the wild, primal joy of a woman who loved life with an intensity that bordered on fire. The tribulation weighed this and found it worthy. It examined Xiao Ruoshi's bond. It saw a princess poisoned by her own blood, a healer who cured her without knowing who she was or caring. It saw political armor slowly dissolving to reveal the vulnerable heart beneath. The tribulation weighed this and found it worthy. It examined Zhilan's bond. It saw 10,000 years of isolation ended by golden light. It saw ancient wisdom meeting modern compassion. It saw a woman who had endured the unendurable because she believed that one day, someone would come who made the endurance worthwhile. The tribulation weighed this and found it worthy. It examined Zhao Mingxia's bond. It saw a woman broken and rebuilt against her will, freed by golden light, choosing to bond with her liberator not out of obligation, but out of genuine connection. It saw defiance, the refusal to be defined by what was done to you. The tribulation weighed this and found it worthy. It examined Feng Lianhua's bond. It saw tribulation lightning and healing light, 18 hours of agony endured for a stranger. It saw serenity that came not from avoiding the storm, but from becoming the calm at its center. The tribulation weighed this and found it worthy. It examined Jiang Hanying's platinum bond. It saw a celestial being cast down for compassion, a mortal healer who bridged the gap between realms. It saw the impossible made real, mortal and immortal connected as equals through a thread of platinum light. The tribulation weighed this and found it worthy. 8 bonds, 8 stories, 8 proofs that connection was not a violation of natural law but its highest expression. It saw the connections between them, the golden threads and the platinum thread, the shared experiences and the shared healing, the trust that had been built through fire and blood and gentle hands and golden light. And it saw Shen Wei at the center, not a singular cultivator seeking individual advancement, but a node in a network, a healer whose power came from connection, a practitioner of a technique that was older than heaven's law and more fundamental than heaven's hierarchy. The tribulation passed. Shen Wei reached Mahayana. The advancement was explosive. His spiritual energy erupted outward in a wave of golden light that washed over Azure Cloud City, briefly touching every soul in the metropolitan area. For one instant, 3 million people felt what it was like to be connected, to sense the presence of every other person around them, to feel the web of shared humanity that was always there but never perceived. The sensation lasted a heartbeat. One heartbeat during which 3 million people experienced what it felt like to be part of a network. Not Shen Wei's bond network specifically, but the natural web of connection that the primordial life sutra's philosophy described. For one heartbeat, they felt each other. The baker worrying about her ovens, the soldier missing his family, the child laughing in a garden, the elder meditating in a quiet room. 3 million individual experiences, shared simultaneously, creating a mosaic of human existence that was staggeringly beautiful in its mundane complexity. But it changed the city. In the hours that followed, People who had been strangers helped each other prepare for the Arbiter's arrival. Neighbors who had never spoken shared food and shelter. Cultivation factions that had been rivals for generations worked together on defensive preparations. Connection. The primordial life sutra's most basic function, expressed at a scale that had never been achieved in the mortal realm. Chapter 90. Zhao Wuji descends Day 7. Dawn. The scarred sky opened like a wound. Golden light. Not Shen Wei's golden light, but something harder, colder, more absolute, poured through the crack. The light was sentient, or close to it. A manifestation of power so vast that it had its own gravity, its own weather, its own rules. Zhao Wuji descended from the upper realm on a beam of that light. He materialized on the plateau where Shen Wei waited, and the mortal realm buckled under the weight of his presence. The moment of his arrival was seared into the memory of every being who witnessed it. 3 million citizens of Azure Cloud City, tens of thousands of cultivators on the mountainside, 8 bonded women on the plateau, and Shen Wei, at the center, facing the crack in the sky with 8 bonds blazing and the completed primordial life sutra humming in his soul. He was tall, not physically imposing, average height, lean build, the body of a scholar rather than a warrior. His face was fine-featured, almost beautiful, with the ageless quality of true immortality. His robes were white, his hair was silver, and his eyes were the color of winter ice, clear, depthless, and utterly devoid of warmth. His cultivation aura was beyond measurement. True immortal, a being who had transcended every limitation that the mortal realm imposed, who had risen above death and decay and time itself. His mere presence suppressed the spiritual energy of everything within 1,000 miles. Plants went dormant, animals entered a trance state, and weaker cultivators throughout the city lost consciousness. Shen Wei, Zhao Wuji said. His voice was quiet, so quiet that it shouldn't have carried beyond arm's reach. But it did. It reached every ear on the plateau, in the city, across the continent. Not through volume, but through authority. The voice of a being who had never needed to shout because the universe itself carried his words. Not threatening, not angry. The voice of a judge reading a verdict he had already written. Bearer of the Primordial Life Sutra. Practitioner of forbidden soul arts. You have been judged and found in violation of heavenly law. Shen Wei stood before him on the plateau, 8 bonds blazing, 7 golden, 1 platinum. Behind him, 8 women stood in a semicircle. Sword and poison and beast, and crown and antiquity, and fire and serenity and heaven. Each one prepared, each one terrified, each one refusing to back down. I am Shen Wei, he replied. Healer, medicine king, bearer of a technique that was created by your sworn brother, Ling Tian, who you murdered 10,000 years ago. The silence that followed was absolute. Zhao Wuji's expression didn't change. But through the platinum bond with Jiang Hanying, which carried celestial perceptive frequencies, Shen Wei felt the impact of his words. A flinch, tiny, suppressed, buried under 10 millennia of practiced composure. But real. The wound was still there. After 10,000 years of denial, after the destruction of a civilization and the murder of a sworn brother, after millennia of hunting every trace of the technique they had created together, the wound was still there. Unhealed, untreated, as raw and as painful as the day it was inflicted. Because Zhao Wuji was a healer. And healers cannot heal themselves. That was the primordial life sutra's deepest truth, the one Ling Tian had understood and Zhao Wuji had denied. Healing required connection. You could not heal yourself alone, because healing was not an individual act. It was a relational one. You needed someone else, someone who could see your wound, understand your pain, and choose to help. Zhao Wuji had spent 10,000 years alone with his wound, and it had never healed. Not because it couldn't be healed, because he had refused to let anyone close enough to heal it. Until now. Through the platinum bond, Shen Wei felt the celestial arbiter's pain, not as an enemy's weakness to exploit, but as a patient's suffering to address. The healer in him responded instinctively, compassionately, with the same automatic urgency that had driven him to heal Lin Yu on the battlefield, Bai Suyin in the cave, and every other person who had ever needed him. Zhao Wuji was suffering. Shen Wei was a healer. The math was simple. But first, the celestial arbiter had to choose whether to accept healing. And a being who had spent 10,000 years building walls of cosmic authority around his pain was not going to choose easily. Chapter 91. The Ultimatum. You know nothing of what happened 10,000 years ago, Zhao Wuji said. His voice remained level, but the platinum bond betrayed the truth. He was rattled. The name Ling Tian had struck a nerve that 10,000 years of self-justification had failed to deaden. I know that 2 healers created a technique together, Shen Wei said. I know that one of them bonded with the world and changed it. I know that the other felt left behind. And I know that the one who felt left behind chose destruction over healing. Simplistic. Truth often is. Zhao Wuji's ice-blue eyes swept over the 8 women behind Shen. The platinum bond transmitted his assessment, cold, clinical, and tinged with something that took Shen a moment to identify. Recognition. The celestial arbiter saw the bonds. He saw their structure, their depth, their potential. And he recognized them, not as a new phenomenon, but as something achingly familiar. The same pattern, the same technique, the same constellation that had once centered on his sworn brother. You have a choice, Zhao Wuji said. Sever the bonds. Abandon the primordial life sutra. Return to mortal cultivation and live out your natural life. I will not punish you for what you've done. The technique seduced you, as it seduced Ling Tian. You are a victim, not a criminal. And if I refuse, then I sever the bonds for you. The process will likely kill you. It will certainly cause the bonded women significant spiritual damage. Several may not survive. His voice carried no malice. It was the voice of a doctor prescribing a painful but necessary treatment. I take no pleasure in this. But heavenly law is clear. Heavenly law, Shen repeated. Whose law? Heaven's? Or yours? They are the same. They are not. Heaven's law governs the natural order. Your law governs your fear. Shen stepped forward. You helped create the primordial life sutra, Zhao Wuji. You know what it is. You know what it's meant to do. And you know that it works. That connection makes people stronger. That healing is more powerful than destruction. That the bonds you're trying to sever are the most beautiful, most fundamental, most natural expression of what it means to be alive. It is a violation. It is the cure for the loneliness you've been carrying since you destroyed your brother. The plateau went silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Through the platinum bond, Shen felt Zhao Wuji's reaction, a seismic shift in the celestial arbiter's emotional landscape. Ling Tian's name. Loneliness. Destruction. Each word a surgical strike at a wound that had been festering for 10 millennia. The mask slipped. For one instant, one heartbeat, one blink, Zhao Wuji was not the celestial arbiter. He was a man who had killed his brother and spent 10,000 years pretending it was justice. Then the mask reformed. Harder than before. Colder. Your words change nothing, Zhao Wuji said. The sentence stands. Sever the bonds, or I sever them for you. No. Zhao Wuji attacked. Chapter 92. The world defends the celestial arbiter's first technique should have ended everything. A wave of pure celestial energy, power that existed on a level above mortal comprehension, swept across the plateau with the intent to sever every soul bond in its path. The technique was elegant, precise, and utterly devastating. It had killed Ling Tian. It had destroyed a civilization. It was the celestial arbiter's ultimate weapon, the severance. The 8 bonds blazed to life. Not to resist. Resistance was futile against a true immortal's power. But to redirect. The bonds didn't try to block the severance. They absorbed it, channeled it, and redistributed it through the network structure, each bond taking a fraction of the impact, reducing it from lethal to survivable. The technique that had killed 100 bonds simultaneously failed against 8. Not because 8 was a magic number, because these 8 bonds were different. They were approaching convergence, the state where connected souls resonated so perfectly that the network became more than the sum of its parts. A convergent network didn't just share damage. It transmuted it, converting destructive energy into constructive energy through the same principle that the primordial life sutra used to transmute poison into medicine. Zhao Wuji's severance struck the bond network and was converted. The destructive celestial energy, the most concentrated, most refined energy in existence, became healing energy. Golden light flowed back through the bonds and strengthened them, pushing each one beyond convergence into a state that had no name because it had never existed. The celestial arbiter's attack was making them stronger. Through the converged bonds, Shen felt his companions' responses to the discovery. Lin Yu's fierce joy, the warrior's delight in discovering that the enemy's strongest attack was actually fuel. Bai Suin's analytical satisfaction, the pattern confirmed, the theory validated, the countermeasure proven. Mu Qingge's wild laughter, echoed by Shuya's howl, the beast tamer's primal celebration of survival. Ruashi's strategic assessment, already calculating how long Zhao Wuji could sustain attacks before he realized they were counterproductive. Zhilan's ancient wonder, the technique fulfilling its design purpose, converting destruction into creation exactly as Ling Tian had intended. Mingxia's fierce triumph, the converted woman watching conversion energy being transmuted by the technique that had saved her. And Lianhua's serene confidence, the still lake reflecting the storm without being disturbed. 8 perspectives, 8 responses, 1 network, 1 purpose. The celestial arbiter's attack was making them stronger. Zhao Wuji recognized this instantly. His ice-blue eyes widened with the first genuine surprise he'd shown in millennia. Impossible. The severance heals us, Shen said. The primordial life sutra converts harmful energy into beneficial energy. Your attack is the most concentrated energy we've ever encountered. Thank you. The arbiter's response was a barrage of techniques, each one more powerful than the last, each one targeting the bonds from a different angle. Spatial severance, temporal disruption, consciousness fragmentation, reality warping, techniques that no mortal cultivator had ever witnessed, designed for a conflict that existed on a scale beyond mortal comprehension. And the bonds held. Each attack was absorbed, channeled, and converted. The network grew stronger with every strike. But the arbiter was not the only threat. His descent had disrupted the mortal realm's spiritual equilibrium, and the resulting chaos was spreading. The plateau crumbled. The mountain shook. Azure Cloud City's formations, strained beyond their design limits, began to fail. Then the people came. Not cultivators. Not soldiers. People. Ordinary people and extraordinary people alike, drawn by the golden pulse that Shen Wei's Mahayana breakthrough had sent through the city. They came up the mountain, thousands of them, then tens of thousands, and they stood behind Shen Wei and his bonded companions. They couldn't fight the celestial arbiter. They couldn't contribute to the bond network. They were, individually, powerless. But they were there, present, connected, not by soul bonds, but by the basic human recognition that what was happening on that plateau mattered to all of them. Shen Wei saw them through his Mahayana perception and felt something that transcended any bond: gratitude. These people had no obligation to be here. No soul thread compelled them. No technique connected them. No cultivation mechanism drew them. They came because they chose to. Because they believed in what the soul bonds represented, not as a technique, but as a principle. Among them, he recognized faces. The refugees from the plague camp, healed and strong. Disciples of the Verdant Spring Sect, led by Sect leader Qin Zhengyang. Sky Fox tribe riders, with Shaman Yelu at their head. Imperial soldiers from the Heavenly Phoenix Empire. Physicians from the Medicine King Assembly. Even disciples of the Eternal Jade Palace, breaking centuries of tradition to stand alongside a man. And Shen Hao, standing in the front row with his basket of dumplings and his irrepressible grin, cheering at the top of his lungs. Every cultivator Shen Wei had healed. Every plague victim he'd saved. Every person who had been touched by the golden light, however briefly. They stood on the mountainside and bore witness to the most important moment in the history of the mortal realm. Chapter 93, 8th Tribulation. The 9th Tribulation, the final test before Mahayana completion, had already been passed. But the heavens, it seemed, had one more trial in store. Shen Wei's cultivation was pushing beyond Mahayana. The accumulated energy from absorbing and converting Zhao Wuji's attacks was flooding his cultivation base with power that exceeded what Mahayana could contain. He was approaching a boundary that no mortal cultivator had ever crossed. True immortal. The tribulation that descended was not one bolt, but a continuous storm, a pillar of heavenly judgment that engulfed the plateau in blinding white light. It tested not just Shen Wei, but the entire bond network, subjecting each connection to pressures that would have shattered ordinary relationships. Fighting a true immortal while undergoing heavenly tribulation. It shouldn't have been possible. But the 8 bonds blazed with golden and platinum light, each one a pillar supporting the structure, each one absorbing a portion of the tribulation's force. Zhao Wuji watched the tribulation descend with an expression that was no longer cold. It was hungry. He added his own power to the tribulation, layering celestial techniques onto the heavenly lightning, trying to push the test beyond what any mortal, any network, could endure. The bond strained. Through each one, Shen Wei felt his companion struggling, absorbing tribulation energy that was calibrated for a being far more powerful than any of them individually, channeling it through connections that shook with the effort, maintaining the resonance through pressures that threatened to shatter the golden threads like overstressed glass. Lin Yu's bond vibrated at a dangerous frequency, the sword cultivator's sharp, crystalline energy struggling to process the raw cosmic power of the final tribulation. But she held. She held because she had been holding for her entire life, holding the line, holding her ground, holding the sword that defined her existence. Holding was what she did. Bai Sui's bond flickered, the analytical mind behind it struggling to process information at a scale that exceeded its capacity. But she adapted. She always adapted. When the data exceeded her models, she built new models. When the models exceeded her understanding, she transcended understanding and operated on instinct refined by a lifetime of precision. Muchinga's bond roared, the beast tamer channeling the tribulation's energy through her beast bond with Shuya, using the spirit fox as a grounding wire that converted cosmic energy into primal life force. Shuya howled on the plateau, silver fur blazing with golden light, the fox serving as a lightning rod for power that would have incinerated a lesser being. Roashi's bond stood firm, the imperial woman's unshakable conviction providing structural integrity to the network when raw power threatened to overwhelm finesse. She had been trained to hold an empire together through force of will. Holding a bond together through force of trust was, she discovered, remarkably similar. Zhilan's bond resonated with ancient harmonics, the 10,000-year-old woman recognizing the tribulation's frequency from Ling Tian's time and adjusting the bond's response accordingly. Her experience was their greatest asset. She had survived this before. Not personally, but through her bond with Ling Tian. She had experienced tribulation at the highest levels. She knew what was coming, and she knew how to endure it. Mingxia's bond burned, the youngest, most recently traumatized bond, fueled by a defiance so fierce that the tribulation actually recoiled from it. The heavens tested her bond and found something that surprised even cosmic judgment. A woman who had been broken completely and rebuilt herself through sheer refusal to be destroyed. Lianhua's bond remained calm, the serene center of the network, absorbing excess energy and redistributing it smoothly, preventing any single bond from being overwhelmed. The Sanus's contribution was not power but harmony, the ability to keep 8 different frequencies in tune when the cosmic noise threatened to drown them all out. And Hanying's platinum bond blazed brightest of all, the celestial thread carrying the tribulation's energy at its native frequency, providing a direct channel between the heavenly judgment and the network that converted the assessment from a test of individual worth into a test of collective connection. But they held, because they were approaching convergence, because the opening had been real, because every wall had been lowered, every defense dismantled, every truth shared. They held because they chose to hold. Chapter 94, Bonds of Convergence. Part 1. In the crucible of tribulation and immortal combat, convergence began. Lin Yu's bond converged first. The golden thread between them, the oldest, the most tested, forged in blood on a battlefield when a servant boy healed a dying sword cultivator, achieved perfect resonance. The hum deepened to a frequency that was felt rather than heard, a vibration that originated in the soul and extended to the bones. Convergence was not what they expected. It was not a merging of identities. It was a transcendence of boundaries. Lin Yu was still Lin Yu, her sword, her discipline, her fierce protective love. Shen Wei was still Shen Wei, his healing, his compassion, his stubborn refusal to let anyone die on his watch. But the boundary between them became transparent. They could see each other completely, without filter or distortion, and in that seeing, they found not the end of individuality, but its highest expression. Two people, fully themselves, fully connected. The sword and the healer, distinct and unified. The experience changed them both. Lin Yu, who had spent her life believing that strength came from individual perfection, discovered that true strength came from being perfectly known. Shen Wei, who had spent his life carrying others' pain while hiding his own, discovered that his pain, shared through the bond, did not diminish him but deepen the connection. They sat together in silence for a long time after the convergence, hands still joined, the golden thread between them humming with a resonance that neither of them would ever forget. When Lin Yu finally spoke, her voice was rough with emotion. I would have died on that battlefield. Without you. Without the bond. I would have died alone, and no one would have known who I really was. She met his eyes. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for letting me. They separated. The first convergence was complete. 6 more to go. Bai Suin's bond converged second. Love had built this bond. Not the love of first sight, but the love that grows from shared danger, shared vulnerability, and the terrifying act of letting another person see you without your armor. Suin had opened her labyrinth and found that the person who walked its corridors didn't want to conquer it. He wanted to appreciate it. Her convergence carried the resonance of redemption. The poison specialist who had once built weapons of mass destruction, now united in soul-deep connection with the healer who had shown her that knowledge could serve life instead of death. Through the converged bond, Shen Wei felt the full weight of her love. Not just romantic love, though that was present and fierce, but a deeper love that encompassed gratitude, admiration, intellectual kinship, and the profound relief of being truly known by another person and found worthy despite one's worst mistakes. I don't deserve this, she whispered during the convergence. The bond doesn't care about deserving. Shen Wei replied through the golden thread. It cares about connection. And we are connected, Suyin. Completely. Perfectly. Despite everything. Because of everything, she corrected. And the bond blazed. Muchinga's bond converged third. The beast tamer's convergence was the wildest, a three-way resonance between human, and beast that created a connection unlike any the primordial life sutra had generated before. Shuya howled as the convergence completed, the spirit fox's silver form blazing with golden light as the beast bond and the soul bond achieved perfect harmonic alignment. Through the converged bond, Shen Wei could feel the wind on Chinga's face and the earth beneath Shuya's paws. He could taste the mountain air and hear the heartbeat of the mountain itself. The primal, joyful connection between a woman and her beast, now shared with the healer who had saved them both. Chapter 95, Bonds of Convergence. Part 2. Xiao Ruoshi's bond converged in silence. The princess, who had spent her life speaking in calculated phrases and measured tones, found that convergence required no words at all. The bond between them opened like a door, and through it, Shen Wei saw the woman Ruoshi had always been. Not the strategist, not the princess, but the girl who had watched her mother die and decided that she would never be powerless again. In convergence, she wasn't powerless. She was part of something that no political calculation could have predicted and no strategic planning could have created, a genuine, unconditional connection to another soul. Her convergence carried the resonance of trust, the rarest commodity in the imperial court, freely given through a golden thread. Zhilan's bond converged with the weight of 10,000 years. The ancient woman, sealed in a tomb for 100 centuries, bonded to a healer she'd met only months ago. Her convergence was the most profound. It carried the accumulated grief and hope of an age, compressed into a single golden thread that resonated with frequencies from before human civilization existed. Through the converged bond, Shen Wei experienced fragments of Ling Tian's world, not memories, but echoes of echoes, preserved in Zhilan's soul like fossils in stone. The original primordial life sutra, the original bond network, the original dream of a world connected by healing. Zhao Mingxia's bond converged in fire. The youngest bond, the most recently traumatized, Mingxia's convergence was pure defiance. She had been broken and rebuilt against her will. The soul bond with Shen Wei was the first connection she had chosen, truly chosen, with full awareness and genuine consent. Her convergence was a declaration, I am here. I am real. I will not be erased. Through the converged bond, her fire joined the network, a source of raw, passionate energy that strengthened every other connection. Feng Lianhua's bond converged last among the golden threads. The saintess's convergence was a calm lake absorbing a storm. Her serenity, the product of a lifetime of cultivation and the recent crucible of a corrupted tribulation, provided the network's final stability. Where other convergences added power, hers added harmony. Where others added energy, hers added peace. 7 golden bonds, all at convergence. 7 women, fully connected to Shen Wei and to each other through the network's resonance. A constellation of souls that was both 7 and 1, both individual and collective, both mortal and something more. The golden light that erupted from the converged network was visible from 100 miles away. It rose from the plateau in a column that pierced the clouds and touched the scarred sky. And where it touched, the scar brightened. Not healing, not yet, but responding to the convergence's energy like a wound responds to the first touch of medicine. On the mountainside below, the gathered witnesses felt it too, a warm pulse of golden energy that touched every soul present, carrying a message that needed no words. Connection. The refugees from the plague camp, the verdant spring disciples, the sky fox riders, the imperial soldiers, all of them, for one golden instant, felt what it was like to be part of something larger than themselves. Chen Hao, standing in the crowd with tears streaming down his face and a dumpling still in his hand, laughed and wept simultaneously. That's my brother, he shouted to no one in particular. That ridiculous, impossible, golden light-wielding idiot is my brother. Through the converged bonds, Shen Wei experienced the network's full resonance for the first time. 7 perspectives unified into a single awareness that was richer, deeper, and more beautiful than anything his individual consciousness could have imagined. He could see through 7 pairs of eyes, think with 7 additional minds, feel with 7 additional hearts. But the network was not yet complete. 7 golden convergences out of 8 total bonds. The platinum thread remained unconverged. The most important, the most difficult, the connection that would bridge mortal and immortal and determine whether the network could truly face a true immortal. The scarred sky pulsed overhead. 2 days had become one. Zhao Wuji was close. Close enough that the platinum bond could feel his approach like the pressure of a coming storm. Tomorrow, Shen said to his companions. The platinum convergence and the final battle. Tomorrow, we finish this. 7 women nodded. 7 golden threads hummed with shared resolve. And 1 platinum thread stretched upward toward the heavens, reaching for a convergence that had never been achieved in the history of either realm. Chapter 96. The Platinum Convergence. The 8th bond. The platinum thread connecting Shen to Jiang Hanying was the last to converge in the most difficult. Cross-realm convergence. A connection between a mortal soul and a celestial soul, bridging the fundamental barrier between the upper and lower realms. No one in history had achieved it. No one in history had tried. The difficulty was not trust. Jiang Hanying trusted Shen completely. She had been cast down by the being she served because she dared to question the destruction of the primordial life sutra. She had chosen Shen side of the argument before she ever met him. The difficulty was compatibility. Mortal and celestial souls operated at different frequencies, different densities, different levels of complexity. Bridging the gap required not just emotional connection, but spiritual translation, converting each soul's output into a format the other could receive. The Primordial Life Sutra provided the translator. The technique, in its original form, had been designed for exactly this purpose, connecting beings across all boundaries, including the boundary between mortal and immortal. Shen fragment of the technique, evolved and expanded through 8 bonds and months of growth, contained enough of the original's cross-realm capability to attempt the translation. He reached through the platinum bond. Jiang Hanying reached back. They met in the boundary between realms, a space that was neither mortal nor celestial, neither physical nor spiritual, a space that existed only in the bond, created by the connection itself. In that space, mortal and celestial merged. Not into homogeneity. Shen remained mortal, Hanying remained celestial, but into harmony. 2 different frequencies finding a common harmonic. 2 different modes of existence discovering their shared foundation. The platinum thread blazed with light that was simultaneously golden and white, the light of connection, expressed at its highest possible frequency. Convergence. The platinum thread blazed, simultaneously golden and white, mortal and celestial, earthly and divine. The 2 frequencies didn't compete or cancel each other. They harmonized, creating a composite frequency that was neither mortal nor celestial, but something new, something that had never existed in either realm. Through the converged platinum bond, Shen experienced the upper realm for the first time, not as a distant, theoretical concept, but as a living reality. He could see it through Hanying's perception, vast, luminous, structured in hierarchies of light and power that made the mortal realm's cultivation system look like a child's drawing. He could see the celestial court, the immortal beings who governed it, and, faintly, at the very edge of perception, the approaching figure of Zhao Wuji, whose light was so intense it hurt to look at even through a bond. And through the converged platinum bond, Jiang Hanying experienced the mortal realm as Shen perceived it, a world of connection, of struggle, of imperfect beauty. She felt the golden bonds, the network's warmth, the love and trust and vulnerability that 8 mortal women had chosen to share with one man and with each other. She wept, not with sadness, but with the overwhelming beauty of it. The mortal realm, which celestials typically regarded as crude and limited, was revealed through the bond network as something extraordinary, a tapestry of connections so intricate and so beautiful that it rivaled anything the upper realm had produced. The 8th bond achieved its final state, and the sound it made was not music or thunder or silence. It was the sound of the boundary between realms becoming permeable, the sound of heaven's hierarchy acknowledging, for the first time in 10 millennia, that a mortal could be connected to a celestial being as an equal. The sky cracked wider, not from Zhao Wuji's descent, from the platinum convergence's resonance, which expanded the crack into a window, a transparent barrier through which the upper realm was visible for the first time in mortal history. And through that window, every being in both realms saw the bond network, 8 converged souls, blazing like a star, producing a collective consciousness that transcended anything either realm had seen alone. In the upper realm, celestial beings paused in their eternal routines and stared. What they saw contradicted their understanding of the cosmos. Mortals, connected to each other and to a celestial being, generating power that rivaled their own. The hierarchy they had taken for granted as natural law was being challenged by the simplest possible demonstration, a network of bonds, working together, producing more than any individual could alone. In the mortal realm, The witnesses on the mountainside felt the convergence as warmth. Not the fiery warmth of combat or the clinical warmth of healing, but the warmth of being part of something larger, of knowing, in one's bones, that connection was real and that it mattered. Shen Hao, standing on the mountainside with tears streaming down his face, turned to the stranger beside him, a woman he had never met, a refugee from a settlement Shen Wei had healed months ago, and took her hand. She squeezed back. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them needed to. Connection. The simplest force in existence. The strongest. Chapter 97. Ninth Tribulation. Mahayana, the final tribulation, was not lightning. It was judgment. Pure, unfiltered, cosmic judgment. The heavens themselves examining Shen Wei's soul and deciding whether he was worthy of transcendence. The judgment saw everything. Every healing he'd performed. Every bond he'd formed. Every choice he'd made. Every person he'd saved, and every person he'd failed to save. His parents' murder and his response to it. His compassion and his anger. His strength and his weakness. It saw the network. 8 converged souls, each one a testament to the power of connection. It saw the technique. The primordial life sutra, scattered and reassembled, broken and reforged, suppressed and resurrected across 10,000 years. And it made its judgment. Zhao Wuji poured his power into the tribulation, trying to tip the scales. His celestial energy merged with the heavenly judgment, adding weight to the destruction side of the equation. A true immortal's full power, concentrated on a single purpose, the annihilation of the bond network and its bearer. 8 converged bonds blazed. The collective consciousness they generated exceeded any individual's capacity, mortal or immortal. The combined will of 8 fully converged souls, each one contributing unique strength, created a defensive resonance that Zhao Wuji's attack could not penetrate. Not because they were stronger than a true immortal, because they were different. Individual power operated on a single frequency. Converged power operated on all frequencies simultaneously. Zhao Wuji's attack was a single note. The bond network was a symphony. The tribulation passed. The judgment was rendered. Shen Wei ascended to Mahayana Peak. The realm was not what cultivation texts described. Not a static state of supreme mortal power, but a dynamic threshold between mortal and transcendent existence. His consciousness existed simultaneously in the material world and in something beyond it, a realm of pure principle where the Tao of living bonds was not just a cultivation path, but a fundamental truth of reality. The advancement shattered every remaining limitation of his mortal cultivation, and the primordial life sutra, finally complete, finally wielded by a bearer who understood its purpose, achieved its intended function. The network became permanent. The 8 converged bonds were no longer dependent on Shen Wei's cultivation to sustain them. They were self-sustaining, generating their own energy through the resonance of connected souls. A living, breathing network that would endure as long as the people within it chose to maintain it. Chapter 98. The Truth of the Sutra at Mahayana Peak. With 8 converged bonds and the complete primordial life sutra active within his consciousness, Shen Wei understood. The technique was never just about healing. It was about connection as the fundamental force of existence. Not spiritual energy, not cultivation, not power, connection. The force that caused atoms to bond, cells to cooperate, organisms to form societies, souls to reach for each other across the vastness of existence. The Primordial Life Sutra didn't create connection. It revealed it. It made visible what was always there, the invisible threads that linked every living thing to every other living thing. The soul bonds were not anomalies. They were the natural state of existence, made tangible through the technique's power. And Zhao Wuji's hierarchy, the rigid separation of mortal and immortal, the vertical structure of heaven's authority, was not the natural order. It was an imposition, a cage built around the natural state of connection, designed to prevent the lateral bonds that would make hierarchy obsolete. The understanding cascaded through the bond network, each companion processing it through their own perspective. Lin Yu understood it as sword truth. The blade is not the weapon. The connection between wielder and weapon is. Bai Suyin understood it as chemical truth. No molecule exists in isolation. All matter is defined by its bonds. Mu Qingge understood it as beast truth. The pack is stronger than any individual. That is not weakness, but nature. Rawashi understood it as political truth. An empire of disconnected citizens is not an empire. It is a prison. Zhilan understood it as historical truth. Ling Tian was right. He was always right. Mingxia understood it as personal truth. She had survived the demonic conversion not through personal strength, but through the stubborn refusal to sever the connection to her own identity. Lianhua understood it as spiritual truth. The Tao is not a path walked alone. It is a web walked together. And Haining understood it as celestial truth. Heaven is not above, it is between. This understanding was not abstract. It was power. The knowledge of what the sutra truly was became cultivation energy, the most concentrated, most fundamental energy Shen Wei had ever experienced. It filled his soul bonds, it flooded his cultivation base, and it pushed him beyond Mahayana, beyond mortal cultivation entirely. Chapter 99. Celestial Sovereign Shen Wei transcended. The process was nothing like mortal cultivation advancement. There was no tribulation, no trial, no heavenly judgment. There was only growth, the natural, inevitable expansion of a consciousness that had become too large for the realm it inhabited. The 8 converged bonds didn't just share power, they multiplied it. Each convergence amplified the others, creating a feedback loop that escalated without limit. The collective consciousness of 8 souls, fully connected and freely sharing, generated energy that exceeded the sum of all mortal cultivation combined. Shen Wei reached true immortal. The boundary between mortal and immortal, the absolute barrier that defined the cultivation world's ultimate aspiration, dissolved around him like morning mist. Not through force, not through combat, not through individual transcendence. Through connection. Through the accumulated power of 8 fully converged soul bonds generating energy that exceeded mortal limitation through the simple principle of shared strength. He was immortal, not in the sense of eternal life. That was a side effect, not the goal. Immortal in the sense of being permanently connected to something that transcended the individual. The bond network was immortal. The principle it embodied was immortal. The love and trust and vulnerability that had been shared through 8 golden threads and 1 platinum thread were immortal because they had been given freely and could not be taken back. And he kept going. The Primordial Life Sutra, fully realized, created a realm that had never existed before, a realm defined not by individual power, but by collective connection. A realm where a healer who had started as a servant boy, who had been beaten and humiliated and orphaned, could stand as an equal to the being who had destroyed a celestial sovereign. Celestial sovereign. The transformation was visible to everyone on the plateau. Shen Wei's body, still recognizably human, still the body of a young man who had grown up carrying water buckets in a mountain sect, began to radiate light. Not the golden light of the Primordial Life Sutra alone, but a composite radiance that incorporated every frequency the bond network generated. The sharp blue-white of Lin Yu's sword intent, the complex amber of Bai Suin's analytical precision, the silver-green of Mu Qing's beast bond, the imperial gold of Ruashi's bloodline, the violet of Zhilan's ancient power, the crimson of Mingxia's defiance, the pearl white of Lianhua's serenity, and the platinum of Hainying's celestial nature. 8 colors, 8 lights, unified into a radiance that was greater than any individual spectrum. The title was not self-proclaimed. The realm itself named him, the universe acknowledging that a new type of power had been born. Not the power of hierarchy, but the power of connection. Not the power of one, but the power of many. Shen Wei, the golden thread physician, the medicine king, the bearer of the Primordial Life Sutra, celestial sovereign. 8 bonds blazed. 8 women felt the transcendence as if it were their own, because, in a very real sense, it was. They had built this. Every healing, every trust, every vulnerability shared through golden threads had contributed to this moment. Shen Wei had not ascended alone. He had ascended because they had ascended together. Zhao Wuji stared. For the first time in 10,000 years, the celestial arbiter faced an equal. Not an equal in power. A celestial sovereign outranked a true immortal in the same way a true immortal outranked a mortal. But an equal in presence, in authority, in the fundamental right to exist as what he was. Impossible, Zhao Wuji whispered. The mortal realm cannot produce. The mortal realm didn't produce this. Connection produced this. Shen Wei stood before the celestial arbiter, 8 bonds extending from his heart like the rays of a star. Connection is the sutra's purpose. Connection is my Tao. And connection has made me strong enough to face you. Then face me. They clashed at the peak of existence. Chapter 100. The healer's victory. The battle between celestial sovereign and true immortal shook both realms to their foundations. Zhao Wuji fought with 10,000 years of accumulated power and the desperate conviction of a man defending the only worldview that justified his existence. His techniques were magnificent, cosmic in scale, devastating in precision, beautiful in their terrible efficiency. Each one was a masterwork of celestial cultivation, refined over millennia, tested against threats that mortals couldn't imagine. The celestial arbiter's opening technique shattered the plateau beneath their feet. The second reshaped the mountain's summit into a crater. The third compressed the air itself into a barrier that would have crushed any mortal cultivator into paste. Shen didn't fight. He didn't dodge. He didn't counter. He healed. Every technique Zhao Wuji launched, Shen bond network absorbed and converted. The severance became reconnection. The spatial disruptions became spatial bridges. The consciousness attacks became consciousness communion. The primordial life sutra, at full power, did what it had always done, converted harmful energy into beneficial energy. And with every conversion, the surplus energy flowed outward, not as a weapon, but as a wave of connection that touched every soul in both realms. Mortal and celestial, human and beast, living and dead. The golden wave connected them all, however briefly, in a moment of shared awareness that was the primordial life sutra's ultimate expression. Every being in existence felt it. The student in a cultivation academy in the eastern provinces, struggling with a technique that had eluded him for months, suddenly understood, not the technique, but the principle beneath it. He was not alone in his struggle. Every cultivator who had ever faced the same challenge was connected to him through the shared experience of trying and failing and trying again. The farmer in a field in the northern territories, bending her back over the same earth her grandmother had tended, felt the connection between herself and every farmer who had ever planted a seed, the shared faith that something would grow from the labor. The celestial arbiter in his court in the upper realm, watching through the crack in the sky, felt the wave touch the wound in his soul, the bond with Ling Tian, still resonating after 10,000 years, and flinched. The spirit beast in its den, nursing cubs in the wild lands south of the abyssal rift, lifted its head and felt the connection between itself and every mother who had ever protected her young. For one infinite, impossible instant, every soul in creation was connected to every other soul, and the universe remembered what it was like to be whole. Zhao Wuji's attacks faltered, not because his power diminished, because his conviction did. The wave of connection had touched him too, not from the outside, but from the platinum bond that connected the two realms. Through Jiang Hanying, through the network, through the sutra itself, the wave reached the celestial arbiter's heart and showed him what he had been denying for 10,000 years. The bond he had shared with Ling Tian. It was still there, not as an active connection. Ling Tian was long gone, his consciousness scattered with the technique. But the echo of their bond, the shared passion for healing, the mutual respect, the love between sworn brothers, had never fully disappeared. It lingered in the sutra structure, woven into the very technique that Zhao Wuji had spent 10 millennia trying to destroy. Every time someone used the primordial life sutra to heal, Ling Tian's love was expressed. Every soul bond formed was an echo of the original bond between two brothers who had dreamed of a connected world. And every attack Zhao Wuji launched against the sutra was an attack against the last remnant of the person he had loved most. Shen didn't destroy Zhao Wuji. He didn't overpower him. He didn't outsmart him. He didn't outmaneuver him, or outfight him, or outlast him. He did what he had always done. From the very first moment, he'd channeled the primordial life sutra. From the servant boy who had healed a dying sword cultivator in the chaos of a demon beast attack, through every bond formed, and every life saved, and every impossible healing performed. He healed him, not with a technique, not with power, with presence, with compassion, with the simple, devastating act of seeing another person's pain and choosing to address it instead of looking away. Golden and platinum light enveloped the celestial arbiter, not aggressively, not forcefully, but gently, like a hand on a shoulder, like a voice saying, "I see you. I see your pain. Let me help." The primordial life sutra reached through 10,000 years of guilt and grief and self-deception and found the wound at the center of Zhao Wuji's soul, the severed bond with Ling Tian, never healed, never mourned, never acknowledged. And it healed it, not by restoring the bond. Ling Tian was gone, and the dead could not be reconnected, but by healing the wound itself, by showing Zhao Wuji that grief was not weakness, that loss was not failure, that the love he had felt for his brother was not a liability, but the most genuine thing about him. Zhao Wuji fell to his knees. The celestial arbiter, the enforcer of heaven's law, the destroyer of civilizations, the immortal being who had hunted the primordial life sutra for 10 millennia, knelt on the plateau and wept. Not tears of defeat, tears of release. 10,000 years of suppressed grief, pouring out of a being who had finally been given permission to feel what he had always felt. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Ling Tian, brother, I'm sorry." The words, simple as they were, carried the weight of 10,000 years of denial. They were the words Zhao Wuji should have spoken when his jealousy first arose, when there was still time to choose healing over destruction, connection over isolation, love over control. He had spent 10 millennia running from these words, and the distance he'd covered, across realms, across centuries, across the lives of countless victims, had only brought him back to the same starting point. He was a man who had hurt his brother, and he was sorry. The simplicity of the admission was its power. 10,000 years of cosmic authority, of celestial mandate, of absolute conviction that the destruction of the primordial life sutra was justified and necessary. All of it dissolved in 3 words. I am sorry. Not, I was forced. Not, it was necessary. Not, the law demanded it. Just, I am sorry. The admission of a person who has finally stopped running from the truth. Through the platinum bond, Shen felt the full depth of Zhao Wuji's grief. A chasm of loss so vast, it made the abyssal rift seem like a scratch. The celestial arbiter had loved Ling Tian, genuinely, deeply, as only sworn brothers could, and he had destroyed that love out of pettiness, and then spent 10,000 years convincing himself that the destruction was justified. The healing broke through that conviction, not by force, but by truth. The Primordial Life Sutra showed Zhao Wuji what he had always known, that the technique was good, that the bonds were good, that Ling Tian's dream of a connected world was not a violation of natural law, but its highest expression. The sky healed, the cracks sealed, not with violence, but with acceptance. The boundary between realms, which had been torn by conflict, was restored by reconciliation. Zhao Wuji looked up at Shen with eyes that were no longer ice. They were warm, wet, human, despite being immortal. You healed me, he said. It's what I do. The Primordial Life Sutra. It's not a violation. No, it never was. I know. His voice broke. I always knew. The celestial arbiter accepted judgment. Not from heaven, from himself. He acknowledged his crimes. The destruction of Ling Tian, the sealing of Zhilan, the millennia of persecution, the agents placed in mortal courts, the civilizations suppressed, and techniques destroyed. He acknowledged them, accepted them, and submitted himself to the justice he had spent 10,000 years denying others. The plateau was silent. The people on the mountainside, thousands of witnesses who had watched a god weep, stood in stunned reverence. Shen, for the first time in his life, had nothing to say. Gu Yinshan clutched his jade note-taking slip and realized that no words in any language could capture what he had just observed. Through the 8 converged bonds, Shen felt his companion's responses to this moment. Lin Yu's was awe, the sword cultivator seeing a victory won without a single killing blow. Bai Suin's was wonder, the scientist witnessing a result that exceeded every model she'd built. Mu Qingga's was joy, the beast tamer celebrating the pack's triumph. Ruashi's was satisfaction, the strategist watching the most complex political situation in cosmic history resolve itself through a single act of compassion. Zhilan's was peace, 10,000 years of waiting, finally justified. Mingxia's was hope, the survivor seeing proof that even the most terrible wounds could heal. Lianhua's was serenity, the still lake reflecting the storm's end. And Hanying's was love, the celestial woman watching the being she had served for centuries finally become the person he was meant to be. The heavens reformed. Not with a dramatic announcement or a cosmic decree, but with a quiet shift, a restructuring of celestial law that recognized the Primordial Life Sutra as legitimate, soul bonds as natural, and connection as a fundamental principle worthy of protection rather than suppression. Shen established a new order. Not as a ruler. That would be hierarchy, and hierarchy was what they'd fought against. As a healer, a teacher, a connector, he created institutions where the Primordial Life Sutra could be taught and practiced openly. He trained healers in bond formation, soul healing, and the art of connection. He worked with the restored celestial court to establish protections for practitioners across both realms. His 8 bonded companions stood beside him in all of this. Lin Yu became the head of security for the new healing institutions. Bai Suin directed research into the sutra's medical applications. Mu Qingga established beast tamer healing programs. Xiao Ruashi reformed the Heavenly Phoenix Empire's governance to incorporate healing-based principles. Zhilan taught the ancient history of the sutra to new generations. Zhao Mingxia led a survivor recovery program for victims of Zhao Wuji's persecution. Feng Lianhua opened the Eternal Jade Palace to all genders. And Jiang Hanying served as the bridge between mortal and celestial, ensuring that the 2 realms remained connected. Years passed. The world Shen had helped create grew and evolved, as living things do. The Verdant Spring Sect became the first institution to formally teach the Primordial Life Sutra. Shen, who never did develop soul bonds of his own, but whose unwavering friendship with Shen proved that connection didn't require golden threads. served as the sect's social coordinator, ensuring that the community's non-bonded members were valued and included. Sect leader Qin Zhengyang lived to see his sect transformed from a minor mountain community into one of the cultivation world's most respected institutions. He retired peacefully, his foundation establishment cultivation unchanged but his pride immeasurable. Gu Yinshan continued wandering. The old physician traveled the world, documenting the primordial life, sutra's evolution, and training a new generation of healers. He wrote 12 volumes of medical texts that became the foundation of modern cultivation medicine. He lived to 203, which he attributed to good tea and the stubbornness of not dying before my most promising student. And the 8 bonded women found their paths. Lin Yu became the greatest sword cultivator of her generation, not through the bond's enhancement alone, but through the discipline and passion that had always defined her. She trained a school of sword healers, cultivators who used blade techniques not to kill, but to cut through spiritual afflictions, severing disease and corruption with surgical precision. Bai Suyin established the world's first toxicological healing institute, where poison specialists were trained to reverse their own creations. She published the definitive work on antidote theory and became the cultivation world's leading authority on purification techniques. She never fully forgave herself for the lives Hui Yanluo's harvesting had taken, but she built something from the ashes that saved more lives than had been lost. Mu Qingge returned to the Sky Fox territory and revolutionized the tribe's healing practices. She developed cross-species healing techniques that combined the primordial life sutra's human applications with beast-tamer cultivation, creating a discipline that served both human and animal patients. Xuya, who grew to the size of a small house, became the most beloved spirit beast in the tribe's history. Xiao Ruoxi reformed the Heavenly Phoenix Empire from the inside. She never took the throne, she had no desire for it, but she served as her father's chief advisor for 30 years, implementing policies based on the principle that governance should heal rather than control. The empire flourished. Zhilan taught. For the first time in 10,000 years, the ancient woman had students, young cultivators who sat at her feet and listened to stories of a world that had once existed, a technique that had been scattered, and a dream that was being rebuilt one bond at a time. Zhao Mingxiao became the voice of the voiceless. She established support networks for survivors of cultivation abuse, not just demonic conversion, but all forms of spiritual violation. Her foundation, funded by the Heavenly Phoenix Empire and supported by the Eternal Jade Palace, saved thousands of lives. Feng Lianhua opened the Eternal Jade Palace's doors, literally and philosophically. The all-female sect became a cultivation community open to all genders, all backgrounds, all cultivation traditions. The change was controversial, but the saintess's authority was absolute, and the results spoke for themselves. The palace became the strongest sect on the continent, its power drawn from diversity rather than exclusion. And Jiang Hanying served as the first bridge between mortal and celestial realms. Her presence in the mortal world, sustained by the Platinum Bond, created a permanent channel of communication between the two realms, ending millennia of separation and beginning an era of cooperation that would reshape both worlds. The mortal realm remembered them. Legends were told. Songs were sung. Paintings were made. The Golden Thread Physician and the 8 immortal consorts. The healer who proved that connection was the strongest force in existence. The man who faced a god and chose to heal rather than destroy. Zhao Wuji himself chose a different path. Healed of his ancient wound, freed from the jealousy and guilt that had driven him for 10 millennia. The former celestial arbiter became something he had been in the beginning, a healer. He worked alongside Shen Wei in the upper realm, using the vast resources of celestial cultivation to develop new healing techniques that built on the primordial life sutra's principles. He could not undo the damage he had caused, the civilizations destroyed, the practitioners killed, the 10,000 years of suppression. But he could build something new from the wreckage, and he did, with the tireless dedication of someone who understood exactly how much he had to atone for. He never formed a soul bond. Some wounds heal without leaving the capacity for the same kind of connection. But he supported those who did, protecting the bond network with the same ferocity he had once used to destroy it. The poacher became the gamekeeper, and the cultivation world was safer for it. The primordial life sutra endured, not as a secret, not as a fragment, not as a persecuted relic, as a living tradition, practiced by thousands across both realms, evolving with each new bond formed, growing stronger with each connection made. And at the center of it all, 8 golden threads, and 1 of platinum, hummed with the quiet, steady vibration of souls that had chosen each other and would never let go. Shen Wei sat on the plateau where it had all happened, the plateau where heaven had cracked and a god had wept, and felt 8 heartbeats in his chest. 8 women, connected to him and to each other, sharing a life that was richer and fuller and more meaningful than any single soul could achieve alone. He sat in peace and felt the pulse of the world he had helped create, a world where healers were honored, where bonds were celebrated, where the principle of connection was recognized not as a technique, but as a truth. He thought about his parents, Shun Yunfei and Jiang Roxin, who had preserved the Primordial Life Sutra through years of careful research and had died rather than surrender it to a man who would corrupt it. Their sacrifice had made everything possible. Their love had started the chain of connection that led, through Shenwei, to the healing of a god and the transformation of 2 realms. He pulled his mother's journal from his robe, the one Shun Hao had retrieved from the hollow cedar tree, and opened it to the last entry. His mother's handwriting, precise and loving. If you're reading this, my son, then I am gone and you are growing into the person we always knew you could be. The Primordial Life Sutra is not just a technique. It is a promise that no soul stands alone, that every life matters, that healing is the highest form of love. We give this to you not as a burden, but as a gift. Use it well. Connect. Heal. Live. Shenwei closed the journal and held it to his chest. Through 8 bonds, 8 women felt his love for his parents, vast, enduring, and finally at peace. He was not alone. He had never been alone. Even in his darkest moments, the servant boy scrubbing floors, the orphan hiding his parents' journals, the healer facing impossible odds, the bonds had been waiting. The connections had been forming. The Primordial Life Sutra had been guiding him toward this moment, this truth, this reality. No soul stands alone. Every life is connected. Every connection is a bridge. And bridges, by their nature, are meant to be crossed. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.